Chapter 441. Is it really this kind of maid uniform? Nida lifted the hem of her skirt and spun around naturally in front of Su Xian, asking shyly. Maybe. Shouldn't it be? Su Xian touched the tip of his nose, his eyes evasive. This doesn't look like a proper maid uniform at all. No. Isn't it? Nida's cheeks flushed slightly when she heard this, but after some thought, she smiled and said, if it's not, then it's not, as long as you like it. Then I like it so much. Su Xian wanted to tell Nida this, but it seemed a bit frivolous, so he replied, remember to only wear it in the guild, and change clothes when you go out. Okay, I remember. Nida nodded slightly, keeping Su Xian's words in mind. Just as their attention was focused on Nida, Alice appeared silently beside Su Xian and exclaimed, Master. Is this Sister Nida? Wow. Is she wearing a new maid uniform? So beautiful. Alice? When did you wake up? Su Xian turned his head suddenly, and looked at Alice in surprise. He? Alice did not answer, but showed Su Xian an innocent smile. She is a witch creation, but she does not need sleep. She only needs to recharge. So, Alice often hears beautiful songs from the guild hall in her room. Okay. Su Xian hurriedly said to Ivsa and the others, everyone get ready, we are going to start a new task commission. Okay. Wait for me to sort out the task overview. You sit in the guild hall for a while. Okay. Su Xian sat on the sofa and began to sort out the C-level plus tasks that had just appeared. But what confused Su Xian was that there were only 2 C-level plus tasks. Commission 1, C plus kill the Moonlight Witch's clone. Task reward, ? Commission 2, C plus unlock after completing the mission. Commission 1. Task reward, ? This mission? Su Xian's face instantly became solemn when he saw the description of the mission. He couldn't understand why his mission goal was to kill the Moonlight Witch's clone. Who issued this commission? What was their purpose? They actually tried to kill the Moonlight Witch. In addition, the mission clearly marked that the mission was a multiplayer mission. In other words, this mission would be accepted by multiple guilds. Su Xian's brows tightened at this moment. The relationship between the Moonlight Witch and Alice made it impossible for him to do it, even if it was the Moonlight Witch's clone. And Edith had also said that the Moon God Empire had recently sent down an oracle, and it was unknown whether it was related to this matter. Master. Just as Su Xian was thinking, Alice excitedly threw herself into his arms and asked, Sister Nida is so amazing. She taught me a lot of things. She is as amazing as Sister Efusa, but they are good at different things. Is that so? Su Xian smiled and stretched out his hand, gently rubbing Alice's hair, and continued, then Alice should learn a lot from Nida and learn all her skills. Okay. Alice answered enthusiastically, and Sister Efusa's. Learn all. No, forget it. Why? As the two talked, the teleportation array flashed white light. Lucia stepped lightly on the ripples of light and entered the guild hall. When she saw Nida, a flash of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Is that an alchemical product? Lucia was confused about Nida's current form. Is that an unknown creature? At least a creature that has never appeared in the magic continent. But she also noticed that Su Xian and Ivsa were not too surprised, so she understood a little. She walked slowly towards Su Xian and asked, which beauty are we going to save today? Today? Where are the beauties? Su Xian was stunned for a second before continuing, we are going to go to the Moon God Empire to meet the mission client. He planned to meet the mission client first to learn about the mission. The Moon God Empire? Lucia heard that it was a mission related to the Moon God Empire, and rubbed her earlobes with her fingertips in annoyance. This action caught Su Xian's attention. Lucia had never made such a move before. It seemed that something was disturbing her mood. What's wrong? Did something happen in the Moon God Empire? Su Xian asked Lucia. Yes. Lucia did not hide it, and answered Su Xian, the Moon God Empire usually sends down an oracle from the Moon Goddess every few years to 100 years, but the content of this oracle is a bit strange. What does this mean? Su Xian asked. I don't know the specific content, but I learned from those old guys that the Moon God Empire is gathering people. Lucia shook her head, and didn't have much information about the content of the oracle. Gather troops? Are you going to start a war? Su Xian was even more confused by Lucia's answer. Because the general intention of gathering troops is most likely to be war. Whether it is a civil war or a foreign war, the gathering of military forces is indispensable. Maybe, but the Moon God Empire does not have any so-called enemy countries, so it should not launch an aggressive war against the outside world. Lucia speculated. But the actual content is still unknown, and we can only make simple guesses. It seems that I have to go there in person. Su Xian rubbed his eyebrows and turned his eyes to Alice, who was learning from Nada. After a moment of silence, he said to Lucia, "This mission will be kept secret from Alice for the time being. Let's go to the Moon God Empire first." "Well, I know." Lucia nodded slightly and did not ask more questions. "Let's go." Su Xian immediately took Lucia to the Moon God Empire. "Master?" Alice noticed that Su Xian and Lucia left the guild, and a hint of doubt appeared on her pretty face. The white light of the teleportation array flickered, and Su Xian and Lucia arrived at the Moon God Empire. But this time, no pass was needed, just go directly to the destination. When he arrived at the destination, Su Xian found that a group of adventurers had gathered here. And the levels of these adventurers were all above level 50 without exception, and even several adventurers of level 70 could be seen. Is this a palace in the Moon God Empire? Su Xian looked around and noticed that this was a magnificent palace. The unique moonlight floor tiles of the Moon God Empire were laid under his feet, emitting a blue-silver moonlight. If he remembered correctly, this was a luxury item that only existed in the 4 priest palaces of the Moon God Empire. Look there. Lucia suddenly reminded Su Xian. Su Xian quickly followed her gaze and looked into the distance. He saw a man in a white robe, holding a blue-silver spear, standing there quietly. His face was hidden under the half-moon mask, his blue eyes flickered, and he glanced coldly at all the adventurers present. "Who is he?" Su Xian asked Lucia curiously. The other party was not a priest, but his status seemed to be much higher than that of ordinary Luna Empire soldiers. "Members of the Moonlight Council," Lucia responded softly. "The Moonlight Council?" Su Xian heard this answer and instantly understood the other party's identity. Before, the Elf Queen had talked to him about the most powerful legions in the Magic Continent. The Moonlight Council is the most powerful army in the Moonlight Empire. Could it be that the Moonlight Council organized this mission? Su Xian began to ponder, what exactly was the purpose of the Moonlight Council to kill the Moonlight Witch's clone? At the same time, he looked at the member of the Moonlight Council, hoping to get some useful help from him. "Are the people almost here?" The member of the Moonlight Council asked the Moonlight Empire soldier next to him. "Report to Lord Yale. The notified adventurer guilds have all gathered." The soldier reported. "Since everyone is here, let's get started." Yale nodded, took a few steps forward, came to the adventurers, and said in a deep voice, "Welcome all adventurers to come from afar and participate in this mission." He made a long speech, and the content was basically telling the adventurers that this mission was just an action to eliminate the witch. This is naturally normal from the perspective of other adventurers. After all, every country in the Magic Continent hates witches, and naturally stands on the perspective of justice. But Su Xian knows that the Moonlight Witch is an exception. She has neither done anything against the law of nature nor hurt anyone. He is a little strange. Suddenly, Lucia reminded Su Xian. "What's strange?" Su Xian asked. He didn't feel anything unusual, and this might be because he was unfamiliar with the members of the Moonlight Council. His power law is a little strange. He is obviously a member of the Moon God Empire, but for some reason, he has the power of other systems. Lucia explained. "Power of other systems? Can you determine the type?" Su Xian asked. Lucia shook her head and replied, "No." Su Xian's eyes returned to Yale, and his lengthy speech was finally coming to an end. "Give them the things." Yale gave an order, and the soldiers of the Moon God Empire handed a crescent pendant to each adventurer. "What is this?" All the players and adventurers were extremely confused about the crescent pendant, and Su Xian was no exception. In fact, the pendant did not have any information, just a series of question marks. In response, Yale explained to everyone, "This is a necessary item to go to the Moon Dream. Only by going to the Moon Dream can you find the Moonlight Witch and kill her." Moon Dream? Su Xian was confused when he heard Yale's explanation of this item. If it was just a simple item to go to the Moon Dream, why hide its information? While he was thinking, Yale's voice sounded again, "Everyone, please go to the Moon Dreamland at 9 o'clock tonight with this item. No matter which adventurer kills the Moonlight Witch, the Moon God Empire will regard you as having completed the mission. In addition, the guild that successfully kills the Moonlight Witch will receive a special reward from the Moonlight Council. A moon heart." As soon as Yale's voice fell, the scene was instantly boiling. Moon heart? My god. That's a treasure of legendary quality. The Moon God Empire is too generous to give the Moon Heart as a mission reward. This Moon Heart must be in the bag of my Super Bowl King Guild. Woohoo, take off! The adventurers talked about it, and were surprised that the Moon God Empire gave the Moon Heart as a reward. Although Su Xian didn't know what the so-called Moon Heart was, he could judge from the reactions of the adventurers that this thing was precious. Yale described the general situation to the adventurers and turned away. The adventurers were left to discuss how to hunt the Moonlight Witch tonight, but because the witch was too powerful, the adventurers present felt very difficult. That's the Moonlight Witch, one of the strongest witches in the Witch Church. But what we have to deal with now is just a clone in a dream, and the level should not exceed level 85. You have to be careful, the higher the level, the greater the difference in combat power. Don't worry, everyone, this time we have more than a dozen C-level guilds, several B-level guilds, and 2 B-level guilds. Are you still afraid of the clone of the Moonlight Witch? This mission is too special. We should be cautious. Let's create a group and talk about the layout of this mission. That makes sense. We should be careful about this mission. The players gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Su Xian did not participate because he needed to learn about the Moon Dream and the Moonlight Witch's clone. Lucia, let's go. Yes. Su Xian immediately took Lucia away. As for how to find out about the Moon Dream and the Moonlight Witch's clone, Edith said that if there is anything, look for her, and it must be now. After Su Xian left the priest's palace, he immediately contacted Edith. After a while, he received a reply from Edith. Edith, go to the Moonlight Altar, she will wait for you there. Moonlight Altar? Su Xian immediately led Lucia there after getting the exact location of the other party. But when he arrived at the destination, he only saw an altar embedded in the ground. The sky blue altar was as calm as the lake, reflecting the figures of Su Xian and Lucia. Is this the Moonlight Altar? But where are the people? Su Xian looked around in confusion, looking for the contact person that Edith had found for him. But what surprised him was that since entering the area around the Moonlight Altar, he had never seen any personnel from the Moon God Empire. This place seemed to be a forbidden area. Just as he was wondering, suddenly, bubbles appeared on the altar embedded in the ground. Then, a little head poked out of the water, blinking his eyes and staring at Su Xian. Su Xian noticed the other party and immediately focused his attention on the blue-green long-haired girl hiding in the altar. He asked, Edith's friend, "Is it you?" After hearing Edith's name, the girl immediately let down her guard and walked out of the altar. But when Su Xian saw the girl's lower body, he was stunned. Fish Tale? Chapter 442. Traveler from another world, dear friend of the Morning Star, welcome to the Moon God Empire. The girl greeted Su Xian in a gentle and enthusiastic tone. But Su Xian's attention was all focused on the girl's appearance. Her upper body was no different from that of an ordinary person, but she had a blue-green fish tail, which was slightly darker than her hair color. A pair of beautiful fins decorated on both sides of her delicate cheeks, making her look even more playful and cute. If he guessed correctly, this creature should be called a mermaid, right? Ahem. Su Xian cleared his throat and said in a friendly tone, "My name is Su Xian, and I'm Ides's friend. My name is Pakia. Ides is my dear friend and my savior." The girl smiled and stretched out her hand to shake Su Xian's. The soft touch was as smooth as touching running water, which surprised Su Xian a little. And the surface of Pakia's skin was moist and smooth, as if it was coated with lubricant. While Su Xian and Pakia were talking, Lucia's golden-red eyes behind the white veil kept observing Pakia. Although she had heard that due to some ethnic reasons, some members of the mermaid tribe lived in the Moon God Empire. But when she saw it for the first time, she was still a little confused. Why were the mermaids assigned to the Moonlight Altar by the priests of the Moon God Empire? Logically, they should belong to an alien tribe and cannot hold the main positions in the Moon God Empire. I heard from Edith that you have something to ask me. Pakia tilted her head and asked, "Excuse me, what is it?" "I want to know about the Moon Dream and the Moonlight Witch's clone. I wonder if you know anything about this." Su Xian explained his purpose to Pakia. "Moon Dream? Moonlight Witch's clone? I know all these things." Pakia nodded vigorously and said with a smile, "Moon Dream is a unique ability of the Moon God Priest. It can create a grand dream through the power of the Moon God. In addition to the High Priest, only 4 Moon Priests can use it, namely the New Moon, Half Moon, Full Moon, and Waning Moon. They all have the ability to create dreams. They only need some media to let any living being enter the dream. There will be no real death in the dream, but it may have an indelible impact on the soul, so it is better to be careful." "Will there be no death in the Moon Dream?" Su Xian heard this, and carefully thought about the rules of the Moon Dream. If there is no law of death in the dream, it is indeed good news for adventurers. As for the Moonlight Witch's clone, Pakia continued to explain to Su Xian, it is rumored that she was sealed in the dream by the high priest to punish her for her blasphemy against the moon god. She is very powerful, so it is better to stay away from her. Sealed in the dream by the high priest? Su Xian was puzzled when he heard Pakia's story. It was previously speculated that the Moonlight Witch might be the high priest of the moon god empire, but now it seems that this is not the case. Anything else you want to ask? Pakia knows a lot. Pakia was unexpectedly enthusiastic, as if her trust in Edith was reflected on Su Xian. There is indeed a question. Su Xian nodded immediately and asked, why do you live in the Moonlight Altar? Is your job to protect the Moonlight Altar? Yes and no. After hesitating for a moment, Pakia explained to Su Xian, I can only live here because of my tribe. The Moon God Empire took us in, and we are here to protect this place for Lord Moon God. I see. After Su Xian understood why Pakia was in the Moon God Empire, he looked at the sky blue altar plane. He was a little curious about what the scene inside the altar was like. Could it be an ocean? Although he wanted to enter it and find out. But this is a place guarded by mermaids, which may be a little inconvenient. Thank you for your help, we will leave first. Su Xian was about to leave, Pakia stopped him and shouted, can I ask you a question? What question? Su Xian raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Ides. Did she say when she would come to see us? Pakia asked softly, with expectation in her eyes. This made Su Xian a little confused. What is the relationship between Pakia and Edith? However, he could be sure that Pakia was eager to see Edith. Su Xian smiled and assured Pakia, well, she said that she would come to see you soon. Really? That's great. Pakia smiled happily after hearing Su Xian's answer. Edith said she would take us to the new world she created. We have always believed and looked forward to it. Definitely. That day will definitely come. New world. Su Xian was stunned for a second when he heard that Pakia was waiting for Edith to take her to the new world. Edith wants to create a new world? When will it happen? Is it recently? Su Xian looked at Lucia with confusion, hoping to get an answer. But Lucia just stood there quietly, ignoring Su Xian's gaze. Hey. Su Xian shrugged helplessly and said to Pakia, we have something else to do, so we leave first. Goodbye. Okay, my friend, see you later. Pakia smiled and waved, saying goodbye to Su Xian. Let's go. Su Xian took Lucia's slender and tender little hand and left quickly. Where are we going this time? Lucia asked softly after taking a peek at the place where their fingertips were clasped. To the Elf Kingdom. Su Xian directly opened the space magic ring and prepared to go to the Elf Kingdom. He also needed to return the Elf Ruler to the Elf Queen. The Elf Kingdom? Lucia rolled her eyes when she heard this answer. She just felt that the Puff Fantasy Township Guild was too busy, especially the guild leader, who wandered among the kings of various countries every day. He must be talking about some serious matters, right? By the way, I have always wanted to ask one thing. Before entering the space ring, Lucia stopped and asked Su Xian. Puff is Puff, aren't you often? Su Xian was about to speak, but suddenly stopped. He coughed and explained to Lucia again, ahem, didn't I explain it to you before? It's a kind of food. I don't believe it. Lucia glanced at Su Xian coldly, and then stepped into the space ring. Su Xian noticed her reaction and spread his hands helplessly. It seems that Lucia doesn't trust him, the guild leader, enough. When the space magic ring appeared in the elf palace, it immediately attracted the attention of the elves, who mistook it for an enemy and aimed their weapons at the space magic ring. They gradually put down their weapons until Su Xian and Lucia appeared. Su Xian is a guest? Everyone put down your weapons. An elf recognized Su Xian's identity and ran up and asked, strange? There are special laws in the Elf Kingdom. Why can you come here through space magic? Of course you have permission. Su Xian replied with a smile. Permission? Is it the permission of Her Majesty the Queen? The elf asked curiously. Almost. Su Xian was not sure to answer the other party, but he could not say that it was the permission of the elf mother tree. If he said that, I'm afraid his image in the hearts of the elves would be higher. Excuse me, what are you doing this time? Are you looking for Princess Elena or Princess Layla? The elf asked Su Xian. I'm looking for Her Majesty the Queen. Su Xian replied. Queen? The elf was stunned when he heard that Su Xian was looking for the queen. The other elves also looked serious, as if they were full of hostility towards Su Xian. Is it not possible? Su Xian asked tentatively. Sir Su Xian, the queen may not be able to see you at this moment. The elf suddenly looked serious and answered Su Xian. Why is that? Su Xian frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Because, after hesitating for a moment, the elf explained to Su Xian, there was a criminal who attacked the elves at the celebration last night. The criminal was proud of humiliating the elves' breasts and buttocks. Some elves reported that the other party was a man. As soon as these words came out, Su Xian instantly understood why the elves were hostile to him. After all, that was really the trouble he caused. So, please forgive me. The elf continued, for the queen's safety, this is a necessary measure. Ahem. Su Xian touched his nose and asked, so, you are now chasing the criminal? That's not the case. We were supposed to investigate, but the matter is now in the hands of Princess Elena, so we don't need to deal with it. The elf replied. That's good. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it seemed that the elf queen suppressed the matter. But he was not afraid. If he was caught, he would definitely give the elf queen out. Ahem. But now the question is, how can he meet the elf queen? Hey, why are you here? Suddenly, Elena walked towards them gracefully and asked with a smile, are you lost? President Su Xian? Her appearance instantly ignited hope for Su Xian. Elena, I have something to talk to you about. Su Xian walked towards Elena with big strides. What do you want to talk to me about? You. Before Elena finished speaking, Su Xian grabbed Elena's small fragrant hand. I have something to talk to you about. Come with me. Let me go. Did I allow you to hold my hand? Didn't you hear me? Deaf. Idiot. Su Xian dragged Elena to her bedroom by force, but the noise along the way made his ears calloused, and he threw Elena roughly onto the crystal bed. It hurts. Elena covered her buttocks, bit her lips and teeth, and stared at Su Xian angrily. Don't be angry. Su Xian said seriously, I want to see the elf queen. The queen is busy, you can't see her for the time being. Elena put her hands on her hips, her tone firm. Is it really busy? Su Xian asked again. Is it really busy? Why would I lie to you? Really? Look into my eyes and say it again, okay? Okay. Elena couldn't help being stared at by Su Xian, and her mental defense was instantly broken. She answered him truthfully, the queen just came back and is in her bedroom. Maybe she is. Before she finished her words, Su Xian directly opened the space ring and connected to the queen's bedroom. Queen, I'm here. Su Xian stepped directly into the space ring and went to the queen's bedroom. The moment Elena saw Su Xian open the space ring, she panicked and shouted anxiously, you idiot. The queen is taking a bath. But before she could stop Su Xian, the elf queen's scolding came from the other end of the space ring. President Su Xian, have I been too good to you recently? Have you become more and more rude? Yeah. Queen, are you taking a bath? Then I came at the right time. You kid. Wait. Lucia? Don't pull my ears. Excuse me, Your Majesty. Please wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Yes. Lucia pulled Su Xian's ear and left the elf queen's bathroom. About 10 minutes later, the elf queen came to Elena's bedroom accompanied by 2 elf guards. Her silver white hair was still wet, and her graceful body exuded a charming and attractive fragrance. I've kept you waiting for a long time. The elf queen smiled and walked to Su Xian. The first thing she did was to flick Su Xian's forehead with her jade finger, and then reminded him, don't come in casually next time, I will be angry. The queen is right. Su Xian touched the back of his head and agreed. You can leave first. The elf queen ordered the 2 elf guards, then looked at Su Xian again and said, are you here to return that thing to me? Yes. Su Xian nodded, took out the elf ruler from her backpack, and handed it to the elf queen, perfectly completed the task assigned to me by the queen. You did a good job. The elf queen took the elf ruler, looked at it carefully, and then gently stroked the surface of the elf ruler with her fingertips. A ray of colorful light flashed, and condensed from the elf ruler to the elf queen's fingertips. Then, the elf queen waved her hand, and injected the glimmer of light into Su Xian's mind. The coldness of the spring water made Su Xian's eyes sparkle, and his mind was as calm as the lake at that moment. You get the queen's heart from the elf queen, and the special attack against elves is increased by 100%, and you get the elf secret art elf heart, currently unusable. Secret art? While Su Xian was thinking, the voice of the elf queen echoed in his ears, this is a reward for you. Thank you for helping the elf kingdom overcome difficulties. Queen, you're welcome. Su Xian smiled and waved his hand, flattered by the elf queen's reward. Humph. Elena snorted unhappily. She couldn't understand why the elf queen was always so generous to Su Xian. And the elf queen leaned close to Su Xian's ear and reminded softly, I know everything about you in Paslo. Ah? You know everything? Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heartbeat accelerated. The Elf Queen knows all about what he and Parslow did under the Elf Mother tree. Chapter 443. Yes, I still remember what you did vividly. The Elf Queen nodded slightly, her tone quite serious. Su Xian was so shocked that his mind was in a mess, and his eyes were erratic. This is troublesome. How could the Elf Queen know about his and Paslow's affairs? Even if he didn't realize that he needed to avoid the Elf Queen's perception at that time, Paslow must have thought about this problem. Moreover, they were still under the Elf Mother tree at that time, and the Elf Queen should not care about the absolutely safe area. But why? Su Xian glanced at the Elf Queen with guilt in his heart, but he didn't dare to look her in the eyes. After a struggle in his heart, he mustered up the courage to say to the Elf Queen, "Queen, actually this matter. It's not your fault." Suddenly, the Elf Queen grabbed his palm with her delicate hand, and her words were full of concern. "It was her fault that Paslow forced you to seize the elemental light spot. She clearly came to ask for help from me, and could have brought the elemental light spot back smoothly, but in the end, she still used your power." Ah? Su Xian was still in a state of confusion after hearing the Elf Queen's story. He thought that he and Paslow were having an affair, and were discovered by the Queen. Bah, what affair? Nonsense. But Su Xian really didn't expect that it was about the elemental light spot. It's just that these two things happened at the same time and place. Are you injured? Even for me, the elemental light spot is difficult to control. Paslow is really messing around. The Elf Queen carefully checked Su Xian's palm, looking for signs of injury from the elemental light spot. Seeing this, Su Xian took advantage of the situation and replied, "I was indeed injured at the time, but please don't blame Paslow, Queen. I volunteered." Even if you volunteered, it was Paslow who caused the incident. She has an unshirkable responsibility. The Elf Queen did not change her view of Paslow's mistakes because of Su Xian's willingness. This forced Su Xian to want to protect Paslow more. After all, there was a sense of pleasure in the process of being injured. Simply put, it was painful and happy. "Your Majesty, if you really want to punish Paslow, then you should punish me first." Su Xian put on an attitude of facing death and continued calmly, "I was determined to help Paslow. You know, she is only one step away from demigod." "You?" The Elf Queen stared at Su Xian incredulously. She felt a little surprised, which came from the relationship between Su Xian and Paslow. They seemed to have a good relationship. "Hey." After thinking for a while, the Elf Queen exhaled a wisp of fragrance and said with her red lips, "It's not that easy to become a demigod. It's far from enough to just have elemental light points. Paslow's road to becoming a god has just begun. Paslow still needs my help." Su Xian's first reaction was that Paslow still needed his help on his way to becoming a demigod. But the Elf Queen disagreed with this matter and told Su Xian, "That's not a problem you can solve. Leave it to me, okay? Will the Queen go to the Dark Taboo Forest in person to help Paslow become a demigod?" Su Xian asked hurriedly after hearing this. "Well, I will go there in person, so you don't have to worry." The Elf Queen nodded slightly and assured Su Xian. "Then I'm relieved." Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief, but after thinking about it, he was still a little worried. He added, "But I hope Her Majesty the Queen can take me with you when the time comes, and I may be able to help." "Okay." The Elf Queen didn't think much about it, and agreed to Su Xian's request. "We will go together when the time comes, but now, we have to deal with some business first." As soon as the voice fell, the Elf Queen waved her fingertips lightly, weaving butterflies out of thin air, waving their wings, and landing on Su Xian's shoulders. "What is this?" Su Xian looked at the butterflies landing on his shoulders in confusion, curious about the business that the Elf Queen said. "These are elf butterflies. They are small butterflies woven by elemental magic." The Elf Queen explained with a smile, "They can help you awaken the elf elements in your body, and use the secret arts of the elves." "I see." Su Xian finally understood why the newly acquired elf secret art, the elf heart, could not be used. It turned out that this key element was missing. "Well, now that you have received the Queen's reward, can you leave now?" Elena lay on the bed, holding her cheek with her hand, and urged Su Xian nonchalantly. "Not yet." Su Xian shook his head. Did he come to the Elf Kingdom just to chat with the Elf Queen? Of course not. "Queen, I have a grand ideal recently." Su Xian immediately approached the Elf Queen, wanting to tell her some of his ideas. "Oh, what is your ideal?" The Elf Queen responded with a smile, as gentle as a big sister next door. "It's not convenient here, we go alone." Su Xian led the Elf Queen to a corner alone, and then used magic to block her consciousness. Elena and Lucia were confused and resentful about the two people whispering in the corner. They couldn't understand what Su Xian had to say, that he had to communicate with the Elf Queen alone behind their backs. Maybe they were sympathetic, or were they in the same boat? Lucia and Elena looked at each other at the same time, and when their eyes met, they immediately dodged and pretended to be indifferent. Okay, I think your idea is really good. The Elf Queen nodded with satisfaction after hearing Su Xian's attention. But this matter needs to wait until I finish the affairs at hand before I can free my hands to help you. Okay, Queen, I'm not in a hurry. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders and didn't care. He just casually cast his eyes at Elena in the distance and smiled slightly. As long as the Elf Queen agrees, the time point is not important. As for the content, it is naturally about Elena and the Dark Elves. He plans to build a brand new elf core through the Elf Queen in Paslow, an elf core that can compete with the top core on the Magic Continent. The Night Elf core could once reach this status, but that was after all the glory of the past. And now, the Elf Kingdom urgently needs such a core to maintain the prosperity of the Elf Kingdom. The Elf Queen also knew the importance of this matter, so she naturally did not stop Su Xian. As for who should lead this elf core, whether it was the Elf Queen, Su Xian, or Paslow, the candidates in their minds were very clear. Elena. Only Elena can make the elves and dark elves live in harmony, and only Elena is qualified to manage this new army. Then, Your Majesty, we will leave first. Su Xian walked quickly to Lucia's side, ready to open the space ring to return to the guild. Well, goodbye. The Elf Queen smiled and waved, but there was a trace of reluctance in her eyes. It was just that this trace of reluctance was not noticeable by anyone. Let's go back. Su Xian was about to return to the guild with Lucia, and suddenly, a prompt sound came from his mind. You have an urgent private message. Urgent private message? Su Xian's steps just stopped in the air. It was the first time he received an urgent private message since he entered the game. Su Fian sent you an urgent private message, hoping to enter your guild area. Do you agree? Fian? Su Xian raised his eyebrows, and clicked to agree at the same time. Then, in confusion, he stepped into the space ring. When he returned to the guild, Su Fian happened to step on the white ripples and entered his guild hall. But her pretty face was full of worry, as if she had encountered something difficult to deal with. Su Xian. When Su Fian saw Su Xian, a ray of joy finally bloomed on her anxious face. What happened? Su Xian asked Su Fian. Su Fian must have encountered a difficult incident to make her look so worried. And Su Fian once said in reality that today was the date for her to impact the A-level guild. Well? Su Fian nodded, took a deep breath, and said to Su Xian, I'm in some trouble and need your help. Is it about the attack on the A-level guild? Su Fian shrugged helplessly and confessed to Su Xian, although I just told you that I can solve the problem, it seems that this matter is more difficult than I thought. You say it, as long as I can do it, I will do my best. Su Xian decisively agreed to Su Fian's request for help. You? Su Fian's voice paused for a second before continuing. Do you know the Moonlight Witch? Moonlight Witch. Su Xian heard Su Fian's words, and had a bad idea in his heart. He always felt that there might be an unavoidable conflict between him and Su Fian, but he still answered truthfully, I have known about it. My employer. Su Fian stared at Su Xian's eyes, and said softly, It is this witch. Ah? Su Xian's ears did hear what Su Fian said, but his brain had not yet reacted. Su Fian's employer. Is the Moonlight Witch? Are you sure? Su Xian asked Su Fian to confirm. Yes. Su Fian stared into Su Xian's eyes, and nodded seriously. Your mission. Is it not to protect the Moonlight Witch's clone? Su Xian asked. Why do you know this? Could it be? Su Fian was slightly startled when she heard this, revealing an unbelievable look. She had already guessed the reason, and it was because of this that her mentality changed dramatically. The two stared at each other intently, and after a deafening silence, they laughed helplessly. Is it really such a coincidence? We actually met in the same mission? Su Xian smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Although as the level of the guild increases, the number of guilds of the same level will decrease sharply. But he is only C-level now, and why would he become hostile to Su Fian, who is B-level? I didn't expect that you would appear in the hostile camp of the mission. Su Fian sighed. She wanted to seek Su Xian's help, but she actually found the hostile target. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Su Fian's mind. She suddenly came forward, smiled, and hooked Su Xian's chin with her fingertips, whispering, Then if I find a way to keep you in the guild, does it mean that there will be one less difficult enemy? Then you will probably lose a little helper. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders. His was just an ordinary C-level mission commission. And Su Fian's was a special commission for the B-level guild to be promoted to A-level. You can tell which is more important at a glance. Su Fian did not respond, but just stared at Su Xian quietly, as if thinking about something. So how did you plan to let me help you? Su Xian asked immediately. Because I have to enter the dream, I can't unfold the adventurer's perspective in the dream, so I have to go there in person. Su Fian explained. So, I want to ask you if there is anything you need to pay attention to. Don't you often take the initiative to go to the battlefield? That depends on your own strength. When the guild level is upgraded, won't the player's combat power be upgraded at the same time? Su Xian answered Su Fian. Your current attributes should not be low, right? In addition to some occasional upgrades in the magic world, you should have a certain ability to protect yourself, right? Each of my attributes is only more than 300 points. As for those props for improvement, I gave them all to Honglian and the others. Su Fian smiled helplessly. Due to the perspective of an adventurer, she had never considered that one day she would go to the battlefield in person. But now, the special nature of the moon dream requires her to go in person. Although the resurrection coin can ensure her own safety, once she dies during the mission, it may cause the failure of the mission. Therefore, Su Fian must prevent death from happening and complete the mission smoothly with the adventurers. Then have you learned any magic? Su Xian continued to ask. Yes. I can use some small fireballs, afternoon tea magic, and the like. Su Fian answered immediately. Afternoon tea magic? What is that? It is to create black tea, green tea, jasmine tea out of thin air anytime and anywhere. Is there any more destructive magic? I may disappoint you. My magic talent is very low, and I can't learn a bunch of magic scrolls. Su Fian replied with a wry smile. Su Xian was stunned for a second after hearing this. Aren't all magic scrolls directly learnable? Players just need to click to learn. Wait, Su Xian suddenly remembered that there seemed to be learning conditions marked on the magic scroll, but every time he got the magic scroll, it seemed that the learning conditions were met, so he could learn directly. Ahem. Su Xian cleared his throat and said to Su Fian, then we can only let the adventurers protect your safety, or what? Suddenly, Su Fian blinked, her eyes full of expectation. This scene made Su Xian instantly understand Su Fian's intention to come here. She didn't come to ask him how to protect himself on the battlefield. She was obviously greedy for his body. Chapter 444. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Su Xian leaned back on the sofa and said, you want me to enter the dream on your behalf and command Pettico and the others, right? Although Su Fian is good at business and command, she has almost no combat experience. Going to the battlefield in person will basically only hinder her. The only choice is to ask Su Xian for help. I do think so, okay? As long as you help me this time, I can meet any condition of yours. Su Fian blinked flatteringly, and a shrewdness flashed in her clear eyes. Why do you also use this kind of rhetoric? Su Xian frowned, and the delicate face of Ides appeared in his mind. Su Fian and Ides' rhetoric are exactly the same, which fits his stereotype of businessmen. But compared to Ides, Su Fian is less vicious. But you have to know that Ides is basically merciless to her enemies, and Su Xian can feel a sense of mystery about this succubus because he often comes into contact with Ides. A feeling that no one can approach, but no one can resist. But Ides in the eyes of others is completely different from Su Xian's perspective. For example, the mermaid Pakia, who just met. I don't care. If the sea level mission fails, you only need to wait 24 hours to refresh it. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders and continued, but it may not be easy to complete this mission. There are quite a lot of guilds participating in the hunt for the Moonlight Witch's clone. I know, and not only those adventurers, I heard that even the Moon Priest of the Moon God Empire will appear in this mission, and his level is over level 90. Su Fian nodded slightly, and she already knew the content of this mission clearly. In fact, she had already been preparing for this half a month ago. Do you know the reason for this dream? Why did the Moon God Empire suddenly start hunting the Moonlight Witch's clone? Su Xian suddenly asked Su Fian. As the president of the guild hired by the Moonlight Witch, Su Fian must know more information than him. Because of the oracle of the Moon God. Su Fian answered Su Xian truthfully, the Moon God has sent down an oracle to wipe out all unclean people, and the Moonlight Witch is one of them. Unclean? Su Xian heard this, and his doubts continued to increase. What is the true identity of the Moonlight Witch? She possesses the power of the Moon Goddess, so why did she become unclean? I only have a partial understanding of this matter. If you want to truly understand the Moonlight Witch, you must complete this task successfully. Su Fian continued to say to Su Xian helplessly, in addition, my mission is not to protect the Moonlight Witch's clone. On the contrary, I need to take away the Moonlight Truth key hidden in her body after defeating the Moonlight Witch's clone. In addition, The purpose of the Moon God Empire is also for the Moonlight Truth Key. Moonlight Truth Key? Su Xian knew nothing about what the Truth Key was, and the other witches had never possessed such a thing as the Truth Key. But what confused him even more was that the Moonlight Witch hired the Fairy Concubine Guild to kill her clone just to obtain the Truth Key hidden in the clone. Why is this? Could it be that she could not control the clone she created? All kinds of doubts rippled in Su Xian's mind, but he could not get any explanation. The only way to decrypt the secret is to help Su Xian complete the mission, and find the real Moonlight Witch. I know what to do, but don't forget to compensate me for the loss of my mission failure, Su Xian said to Su Xian in a joking tone. When Su Xian heard that Su Xian was willing to go to the dreamland for her, her lips slightly raised and she promised, "Don't worry, I will never treat you unfairly. But you can't make some excessive demands, I'm afraid." "Are you afraid? Let's talk about this after the mission is over." Su Xian hurriedly changed the subject, then took out a bunch of props from her backpack, and then initiated a transaction with Su Xian. "These are the props I prepared, which should be able to help you. You must take them all." "These?" Su Xian simply glanced at the content of the transaction initiated by Su Xian and frowned. Although the number of props is large, and most of them are epic quality props, they can play a role in battle. But for Su Xian, the effect seems to be a little poorer, and these props are for women, right? The reason is probably because Su Xian originally planned to go to the scene in person, but after careful consideration, she chose to seek help from Su Xian. Because she is confident in her own strength. A pure pendant. No. Don't you need it? I have prepared these props for several days. Su Xian noticed that Su Xian's expression changed slightly, which made her guess that the props she prepared did not satisfy Su Xian, and she seemed a little disappointed. Yes. Su Xian accepted all the small props prepared by Su Xian, and then asked, "By the way, I just heard you say that this mission is not just to help the Moonlight Witch retrieve the Moonlight Truth Key?" Su Xian nodded, combed her hair with her hands, and explained, "After all, it is an A-level promotion task, and the process is a bit complicated. But please rest assured, I will be with you when you enter the dream." "Ah? What does that mean?" Su Xian was stunned for a second when he heard Su Xian's words. But the next second, he knew the reason. "Everyone can come over." Su Xian passed the message to Pettico and the others, and the members of the Fairy Princess Guild entered the Puff Fantasy Guild through the teleportation array one after another. "President, we are here." "Excuse me." Accompanied by a flash of white light, more than a dozen members of the Fairy Princess Guild entered Su Xian's guild hall one after another. "Wait! You are not going to enter the Moon Dream in my guild, right?" Su Xian suddenly reacted and asked Su Xian. "Of course. Since I'm asking for your help to do something dangerous, I must stay by your side the whole time." Su Xian stood up to greet her adventurers. Su Xian was still sitting in his original position, his eyes swept over the members of the Fairy Concubine Guild. Although his guild had been expanded, it would still be crowded with more than a dozen people suddenly pouring in. The most important thing is, when entering the Moon Dream, the entrant will fall into a deep sleep. Su Xian pinched his nose and asked Su Xian, "You don't think that so many people can sleep in my guild, do you? Do you really think I don't know that your bed is 5 meters wide?" Su Xian glanced at Su Xian's bedroom, as if she knew the environment in Su Xian's guild well. "You know this too? Time is almost up. Let's get ready, so we don't have to rush around later." Su Xian changed the subject and asked Su Xian to get ready as soon as possible. "Okay." Su Xian stood up and said to Luz Line and the others, "Everyone get ready, the mission is about to begin." "Okay, master." Soon, Su Xian gathered the members of the guild and prepared to go to the Moon Dream. Su Xian sent all the members of the Fairy Guild to complete this critical promotion mission. On Su Xian's side, Alice, Verola, and Issa were all left in the guild. The reason is that the crescent pendant given by the Moon God Empire is a defective product, which can only allow a certain number of adventurers to enter the Moon Dream. And Su Xian's adventurers got the Mark of the Moonlight Witch and can directly enter the Moon Dream. It is worth mentioning that the Mark of the Moonlight Witch is quite beautiful, like a colorful butterfly, falling on the collarbone of the members of the Fairy Guild. "Master, do we really not have to go together?" Alice asked Su Xian with some disappointment. "No way, the guild is full." Su Xian rubbed Alice's head and said with a smile, "Wait for us to come back in the guild, okay?" "Okay." Alice pouted and still wanted to accompany Su Xian to the dream. The reason was naturally because of the Moonlight Pendant. Alice cleverly guessed that it was a mission from the Moon God Empire. That can't be helped. Yisha gently took Alice's arm and enlightened her. "Mr. Su Xian is also thinking about the mission. Although we have to admit that our strength is indeed not comparable to Lucia and the others. It seems so. Alice blinked her big watery eyes, as if she accepted this fact. After all, her strength was far inferior to that of Lucia and the others. My adventurers are ready, how about you? Su Fian walked out of Su Xian's bedroom, and asked Su Xian. I'll be ready soon, wait a moment. Su Xian responded, then turned his eyes to Lucia and the others, and said, according to my previous instructions, everyone get ready. Yes. Lucia nodded slightly, and then walked into Su Xian's bedroom with the Dark Elf Queen. Due to the shortage of rooms, Merle Ryan needed to go to Lorslin's room and squeeze into a bed. Alice and Verola's bedroom and living room were also temporarily requisitioned by Su Fian's guild members. Not to mention that Su Xian's bedroom was already overcrowded. In addition to the Dark Elf Queen and Lucia, Petico, Dolores, and Honglian were also in his room. When Su Xian walked into the bedroom, Lucia was introducing her super exquisite silver coffin to Petico, who was also a vampire. Junior, isn't this true ancestor's coffin great? Lucia asked arrogantly, with her hands on her hips. Petico walked around the coffin and observed it admiringly. Senior's coffin is really great. These materials are all precious treasures. You are worthy of being the true ancestor. Hee, as long as you leave your current guild and join our Puff Fantasy Guild, this true ancestor will give you a coffin of the same style. Lucia jumped up, patted Petico's shoulder, and tempted her to join her guild. But as the strongest adventurer of the Fairy Princess Guild, how could Petico agree? But she couldn't directly reject her true ancestor, so she had to say, this may not work, the president won't agree. Why not? Junior, I protect you. Bang. It hurts. Before Lucia finished her words, Su Xian's fist had already hit her head. What are you doing? Little brat. I'm recruiting generals for you. Why are you hitting me if you don't thank me? Stop it, we're going to start. Su Xian stretched out his hands, grabbed Lucia's slender waist, and hugged her tightly in the coffin. He was also speechless about this vampire true ancestor, who actually gave his junior a coffin. Maybe, this is the difference between cultures. Humph, what a rude little brat. Lucia glared at Su Xian with resentment, and then closed the coffin. Seeing this, Su Xian sighed helplessly. Then, he looked at Su Fian and said, then let's start. Human. Before he finished speaking, Merle Ryan rushed in again and shouted at him, I haven't told you why I can't sleep in my own dragon nest. Why? Why should I give it to them? Hey. Su Xian pinched his nose. His guild was indeed full of problem children. After a while, Su Xian finally successfully calmed Merle Ryan's anxious mood with a bucket of super high-quality animal milk. When he returned to his bedroom, Su Fian and the others had been waiting for a long time. Finally done? Yeah. Then lie down quickly and start. Okay. Su Xian dragged his tired body to his 5-meter wide bed. A place was reserved for him in the middle, with Lucia and Delry on the left. The Dark Elf Queen, Honglian, and Petico on the right. Although 6 people on one bed was a bit crowded, the feeling of being squeezed in the middle was unexpectedly good. Then, shall I start? Su Fian said to Su Xian, holding the crescent pendant. Yes. Su Xian nodded, laid down slowly, and closed his eyes. As Su Fian awakened the power of the crescent pendant, everyone's body was gradually wrapped in a layer of blue-silver moonlight and fell asleep. When they fell asleep, Su Fian put the crescent pendant that had lost its power on the table, and then slowly walked to Su Xian's side, with a trace of loss in her eyes, and a memory flashed. In an independent space, a bright crescent moon hung in the air. On the crescent moon, a woman wearing a moon-colored robe and a snow-white veil sat with her knees hugged. Under the moon, Su Fian was looking up at the woman above, with confusion on her pretty face. Su Xian? Didn't you choose me? Why did you let Su Xian enter the moon dream? She couldn't understand that the player who undertook this task was obviously her, but the moonlight which took the initiative to propose another player's name. What's more coincidental is that it was Su Xian. I'm thinking about you, President Xianfei. The moonlight witch's lips did not move, but the ethereal voice sounded in Su Fian's ears. Your own strength is too weak. Even if you prepare a lot, you can't resist the power from the moon goddess. But you can rest assured. The reward for the task remains, and I will not break my oath. Su Fian did not refute the moonlight witch. Her own strength did have great flaws. But she still didn't understand why the moonlight witch proposed the name Su Xian. Do they know each other, or? I hope you can understand that I am only helping myself escape from the sea of suffering, and also helping you to complete the task smoothly. Moonlight witch continued. I understand. Su Fian sighed lightly and chose to accept the new request made by Moonlight Witch. But I have something to ask you. You said. Do you know Su Xian? Su Fian stared at the woman on the moon, waiting for her reply. After a moment of silence, Moonlight Witch opened her red lips lightly. I know him. He is one of the few people I can trust. I hope you can find him. Just tell him that it is the request of Moonlight Witch. I think he will agree to it. Chapter 445. The blue and silver halo rippled and slowly spread in the field of vision. Su Xian opened his hazy eyes, and the discomfort disappeared in an instant. He turned his view and looked around. In the blue fluorescent sky, there were nearly 100 adventurers and players standing. Everyone had a look of astonishment on their faces, because they were floating above the moon out of thin air, as if they were experiencing the feeling of flying. Is this the dream of the moon? Me. How can I suddenly fly? Isn't it just flying? What a fuss. Fuck. Fuck. I have acrophobia. Be quiet, we are on a mission. After a commotion, everyone gradually calmed down. But they still had questions about the surrounding environment, especially floating above the blue fluorescent moon. The key is that this moon is a little different from the moon next to the blue star. It seems to be more crystal clear than the real moon. It will occasionally flicker, as if it is a planet with life. This place is magical. Lucia looked around curiously, with a smile on her lips. Where are they? Lucia noticed that the members of the Fairy Princess Guild did not appear around, and asked Su Xian. It should be because of the problem of the camp, so the area they teleported to is not the same. Su Xian explained. So, have you decided to give up the mission of your own guild and help the Fairy Princess Guild? Lucia glanced at Su Xian with a sidelong look. She only heard part of the outline of this mission from Su Xian and Su Fian, but she also knew that this mission might cause the progress of the Pop Fantasy Guild to fail. Perhaps the failure of the mission would not be a big loss to the guild, but Lucia is a perfectionist, so she hopes for the best outcome. Don't worry. Su Xian looked at Lucia and said with a smile, the result of this mission will only be a perfect ending that is beneficial to us. Lucia did not question Su Xian's words when she heard this. On the contrary, she was a little curious about what her president would do to make this mission a perfect ending. While the two were talking, a few blue lights flashed in the sky. Then, a group of soldiers from the Moon God Empire appeared in everyone's sight. Among them was a priest of the Moon God Empire wearing a blue robe. He stood in the center of the soldiers. The gray-green pupils behind the incomplete mask swept towards the position of the adventurers, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He took a step forward, spread his hands, and said in a gloomy tone, Everyone, welcome to the Moon Dream. Because this is a special area, you all have the ability to float. But the time of the dream is limited. You must find the Moonlight Witch clone within 3 hours. After defeating her, the mission can be declared completed. Su Xian listened quietly to the speech of the Wanyu priest. The Moon God Empire did not tell the players the real intention. Their goal was the Moonlight Truth key hidden in the Moonlight Witch clone. At the same time, he also recorded the combat power of the guilds participating in this mission in his mind. 7 above level 70, 23 above level 60, and the rest are all level 50. Su Xian frowned. The strength of the guilds participating in this mission exceeded his expectations. In addition, there is a Wanyu priest. It is difficult to deal with it, with only his adventurers and members of the Fairy Concubine Guild. Fortunately, they also have a strong helper. Time is limited, so I won't go into details. The speech of the priest of the Crescent Moon was finally coming to an end. He said to everyone present, The moon will witness your bravery, and the stars will guide you. Go! Wipe out the witch who blasphemed the moonlight. When his voice fell, the stars flickered in the night sky, forming an arrow to guide everyone. Go, go, go! The heart of the moon must belong to our Nightlight Guild. Evil Moonlight Witch. Accept the punishment of justice. It is said that every witch is beautiful, and today we can finally see one of them. Everyone should be careful. The Moonlight Witch is a witch in the first echelon of the Witch Church. It's just a clone. There's nothing to be afraid of. After receiving the guidance of the stars, the players immediately flew to the location of the clone of the Moonlight Witch. However, not everyone can master it quickly, resulting in only about half of the personnel taking the lead and arriving at the location guided by the stars. Of course, a gifted little genius like Su Xian can master the ability to float in just a few seconds. And none of the members in his guild are easy to deal with, and being able to fly is no different from eating and drinking tea. So, Su Xian and his team were the first guild to arrive at the location of the Moonlight Witch's clone. But after arriving at the destination, they fell into confusion. It's not that the Moonlight Witch's clone is not here, but... Is that the Moonlight Witch's clone? Su Xian frowned and looked at the supergiant white tiger lying on the moon in the distance, and fell into deep confusion. He had never heard that the Moonlight Witch's clone was a big white tiger, and Moonlight Witch clone myth, level 88. Race, ? Growth, 15 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Features: White Moon Cute Tiger. Moonlight Clone. Witch level 88. Su Xian did not act rashly, but just observed the sleeping giant white tiger from a distance. It was 100 meters long, with thick snow-white hair and a crescent mark on its forehead. Although the size of the white tiger was far different from that of Merle Rhine's dragon, that was tens of thousands of meters long, the sense of oppression was even greater. It was like an iceberg chilling. What a big white tiger! Do you want me to get rid of it? Kanlushia waved her wings and asked Su Xian. Wait, Su Xian was about to tell Kanlushia that they didn't need to rush, they just needed to wait and see. But when he saw Kanlushia licking her lips, her bright red eyes staring at the white tiger lying on the moon drooling. Su Xian's eyebrows tightened instantly when he saw this. He knew in his heart that this guy must want to taste the blood of the Moonlight Witch's clone. Although the other party was in the form of a white tiger, the blood flow was still the same. Stand here obediently. Su Xian knocked on Kanlushia's head to make her behave. Damn it! Stop hitting my head. You despicable, shameless, hateful and shameless human kid. Kanlushia covered her head and complained to Su Xian in a crying voice. As a true vampire, she was always knocked on the head. How shameless. If you say one more word of nonsense, the next time I hit you, it won't be your head. Su Xian warned sternly. Damn it! Damn little devil. Beep beep beep. Kanlushia lowered her voice to the lowest level, feeling aggrieved and about to cry. When had she, a true ancestor of vampires, ever been treated so badly? Damn it! It's too abominable. As for Su Xian, he ignored the sulking Kanlushia and focused his attention on the Moonlight Witch's clone. This big white tiger was a clone transformed by the Moonlight Witch, so it should be a tigress? While thinking, the other players led their respective adventurers to the scene according to the guidance of the stars. Fuck. What a big white tiger. Is this the Moonlight Witch's clone? Isn't it so handsome? Fuck. I thought it was a beautiful woman. It's actually a tiger. Who cares what it is? Kill it first. The players who couldn't wait any longer immediately led their guild members to attack the Moonlight Witch's clone. The noisy sound made the sleeping white tiger slowly open its snow-white eyes, and coldly swept the adventurers who charged at it. A bunch of fools. The white tiger growled and slowly stood up its huge body. Its eyes reflected the moonlight, and it seemed that a dark blue flame was burning in its pupils, welcoming the group of adventurers who were approaching it quickly. Finally, the fight started. Hee hee. Kanlushia kept her eyes fixed on the battlefield, and the scene of blood flowing like a river made her ecstatic. Human, when will we join the battlefield? Merle Rhine asked Su Xian expectantly. Wait a little longer. Su Xian answered Marlene Rhine, while looking around for members of the Fairy Concubine Guild. They should be nearby, but they are not seen now. Found it. After searching for a long time, Su Xian finally found Petico and the others. They came late, and after noticing Su Xian, they immediately ran to where he was. President Su Xian. Petico and the others came to Su Xian and saluted. You will listen to my instructions later. Our primary goal is the Moonlight Truth Key hidden in the Moonlight Witch's clone. Su Xian said. Yeah. Haha, our power is at your disposal now. Please give us an order. The members of the Fairy Concubine Guild swore temporary loyalty to Su Xian and served him. Yeah. Su Xian nodded, and then his eyes swept to the battlefield. Dozens of adventurers are working together to attack the Moonlight Witch's clone. Brilliant magic blooms in the sky and continuously falls on the giant white tiger. But when the magic is about to fall on the giant white tiger, it seems to encounter some kind of transparent barrier, and it strangely reflects and attacks the adventurers who release magic. Ah! What is going on? Damn! Why are all our magics reflected back? Rebound magic? Is there really such magic? Can it reflect the magic of enemy units? Who knows? Since magic doesn't work, then use physical attacks. Bighorn Bull. Kill it for me. After discovering that magic is ineffective against the Moonlight Witch's clone, the players immediately switched to physical attacks. But when the adventurers approached the giant white tiger and were about to swing their blades, they regretted it. Foolish fellow. The Moonlight Witch clone sneered, and its soft white tiger claws lightly hit the surface of the moon. In an instant, a layer of blue ripples spread out in all directions, emitting a powerful energy wave. In just a moment, the adventurers who approached the giant white tiger were instantly shaken by the energy wave and flew dozens of meters away. Screams came one after another. Even with the advantage of numbers, the adventurers found it difficult to deal with the Moonlight Witch clone, who was as high as level 88. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen adventurers could not withstand the pressure of the moonlight, and it was difficult to maintain their lives in the dream, and they dissipated into nothingness. The situation on the battlefield can be said to be a one-sided crushing by the Moonlight Witch clone. Damn! This guy is too strong. Isn't it just a clone? How can it be so high in level? How can it be so strong? The loss is too serious. Fortunately, it was just a dream. If it wasn't a dream, my guild would be destroyed. What should we do? We have discussed for so long, but we can't win at all. Where are the people from the Moon God Empire? Didn't they say they would send support? The players were in a panic. The strength of the Moonlight Witch's clone far exceeded their expectations. At this moment, the priest of the Crescent Moon who entered the dream appeared in everyone's sight with several soldiers from the Moon God Empire. Under his mask, he glanced at the adventurers coldly and whispered coldly, "A bunch of trash." Of course, his voice was so soft that even the soldiers of the Moon God Empire around him could not detect it. Don't panic. The priest of the Crescent Moon immediately took out a blue crystal from his sleeve and said to everyone, "I will suppress its power, and you will take the opportunity to defeat it." After speaking, the blue crystal was crushed, and then wisps of blue flames floated out and floated towards the Moonlight Witch's clone. In just a moment, wisps of blue flames lingered around the giant white tiger, gradually eroding the moonlight magic that wrapped the white tiger. Crescent Moon! The white tiger raised its head and roared at the priest of the Crescent Moon. In an instant, a full moon appeared behind it, shining a beam of light as white as snow. Facing the counterattack of the white tiger, the priest of the Crescent Moon immediately created a moonlight barrier for defense. At the same time, he shouted to the adventurers below, "I have already pinned down the Moonlight Witch's clone. Now it's up to you. Use your powerful magic to defeat the Moonlight Witch." "Okay. Let's go!" The players immediately took action and attacked the Moonlight Witch's clone again. Due to the pinning of the waning moon, the barrier that reflected magic disappeared, making the white tiger unable to block the bombardment of magic. Dozens of magic arrays appeared in the sky, covering its huge body in the brilliance of magic elements. "It's our turn." Su Xian noticed that the time was ripe and immediately ordered Lucia and the others to prepare for action. "Marley, Ryan, and Can Lucia, follow me, and the others will stop the adventurers from attacking the Moonlight Witch's clone. But remember, save your strength first. If the group of adventurers changes their target, you will retreat strategically. Do you understand?" "Yes." Under Su Xian's command, everyone immediately took action. Su Xian also brought Marlene, Ryan, and Can Lucia, and then the brilliant elemental light covered his body, and quickly approached the Moonlight Witch's clone. The primary goal of their mission this time was to find the Moonlight Truth Key hidden in the white tiger's body. Just as Su Xian was getting closer to the white tiger, suddenly, the giant white tiger turned its head, and turned its gaze from the Crescent Moon priest to Su Xian. "Discovered?" Su Xian frowned, mistakenly thinking that the Moonlight Witch's clone was about to change its target and attack him. But at this moment, the giant white tiger's mouth opened a creepy smile, and the sharp tiger teeth flowed with snow-white saliva, which made Su Xian tremble violently. When he came to his senses, the surrounding scene had already changed drastically. In front of him was a bright crescent moon, and above the crescent moon, a woman wearing a moon-colored robe and a snow-white veil sat with her knees hugged. The woman's lips did not move, but an ethereal voice sounded faintly, "You are finally here." Su Xian heard this voice, and instantly understood the other party's identity. "Are you the Moonlight Witch?" "Yes." The Moonlight Witch nodded slightly, and then slowly stood up. Su Xian then noticed that the Moonlight Witch was only wearing a moon-colored robe. And inside the moon-colored robe, there was an unobstructed view of the moonlight. Chapter 446. Inside the loose moonlight robe, the moonlight scenery that made Su Xian's heart swell made it difficult to look away. Although he had never seen the Moonlight Witch, he had always heard about her appearance and clothes from Alice. She was definitely not a silver witch who liked to be naked and only wore a robe. The reason could only be, "Wait, where are my clothes?" Su Xian suddenly found that his clothes had disappeared. "Where is this? Why is there an armor removal function? What's even more strange is that he couldn't use any magic power, and even any permission such as the player backpack could not be opened here. It was as if he had entered the world created by the Moonlight Witch. "You?" Just as Su Xian was confused, the Moonlight Witch's ethereal voice sounded again, "Finally I'm here. I need your help with something." "Ahem. Su Xian quickly retracted his gaze and asked the Moonlight Witch, "What is it?" "The Moon God Empire is on the verge of destruction. I hope you can save this broken country." The Moonlight Witch replied. "The Moon God Empire is on the verge of destruction? Why?" Su Xian frowned, unable to understand the meaning of the Moonlight Witch's words. The Moon God Empire is now in its heyday. Even if its strength is not as good as that of the Sun Church, it is still one of the most powerful countries on the Magic Continent. But why did the Moonlight Witch say that the Moon God Empire is on the verge of collapse? Because a trace of sadness flashed across the Moonlight Witch's deep blue eyes. She looked up, looked at the endless starry sky, and sighed, "The Moon God has fallen. The Moon God has fallen." Su Xian's head shook after hearing the explanation of the Moonlight Witch. The Moon Goddess fell? Is this true? If it is true, it is indeed a devastating crisis for the Moon Goddess Empire. But didn't the Moon Goddess Empire just receive the oracle from the Moon Goddess? A series of questions made Su Xian doubt this. Of course, he did not disbelieve in the Moonlight Witch, but it was a little hard to believe the fall of a god. The Moonlight Witch nodded slightly, turned around slowly, and said softly, "This is the oracle I received. The goddess that we, the people of the Moon God Empire, admired, died a few months ago and left us forever." How could this be? Su Xian frowned. Doesn't that mean that the Moon Goddess fell when the game just started the internal test? Combined with what the Elf Queen said about the destruction of the God Realm, I'm afraid the fall of the Moon Goddess is a real thing. Just as Su Xian was thinking, suddenly, his eyes were attracted by the back of the Moonlight Witch. Because he saw that there seemed to be a foreign object bulging on the Moonlight Witch's moonlight robe. The bulge was probably in the buttocks area, and it seemed to be slightly moving? The thing hidden in the moonlight robe. Could it be a tail? Su Xian's attention suddenly shifted from the fall of the Moon Goddess to the Moonlight Witch's buttocks. Could it be that the Moonlight Witch is not a human? But it seems that this is indeed possible. After all, her clone is a big white tiger. Don't spread this matter. Can you promise me? The Moonlight Witch slowly turned around, facing Su Xian, and asked softly, "Ah?" "Ahem." Su Xian quickly shifted his gaze, cleared his throat, and said to the Moonlight Witch, "Don't worry, I will keep my mouth shut." "That's good." After receiving Su Xian's assurance, the Moonlight Witch flashed a smile on her cold and pretty face, but it was like a flash in the moonlight, fleeting. However, compared to her facial expression, Su Xian was more concerned about the little tail behind the Moonlight Witch, whether it was swaying quickly because of something happy. "So what do I need to do?" Su Xian asked the Moonlight Witch. Although he was willing to help the Moonlight Witch and save the Moon God Empire on the verge of collapse. But if this task was too difficult, and might even threaten the lives of the members of the Puff Fantasy Township Guild, then he would naturally focus on protecting the members of his own guild. It's hard to save the Moon God Empire with your own strength, not to mention that the top leaders of the Moon God Empire have been infiltrated by those guys. The Moonlight Witch's voice gradually became softer, and even after a moment of silence, she slowly spoke, "So you need some helpers, and my old subordinates will be your helpers." "Your old subordinates?" After hearing this, Su Xian became more curious about the identity of the Moonlight Witch. "She has her own old subordinates, which means—" "I think you have guessed my identity." The Moonlight Witch took off her magic hat, and her dark blue wavy long hair was stunningly beautiful under the moonlight. Even Su Xian, a well-read man, felt that the Moonlight Witch's appearance was a bit too good. After being absent-minded for a long time, he slowly spoke, "You are the Moon God High Priest of the Moon God Empire, right?" "Yes." The Moonlight Witch nodded slightly, confirming Su Xian's guess. At the same time, she continued, "But the three priests of Half Moon, Full Moon, and Waning Moon were bewitched by the power of the God Realm and wanted to seize the hidden power of the Moon God Empire. Only the New Moon priests still believed in the moonlight. Bewitched by the God Realm." Su Xian frowned, and he immediately recalled the so-called master mentioned by the undead monarch. "I'm afraid that the guy who bewitched the three priests also has a certain connection with that bastard. I really hope to get your help." The Moonlight Witch stepped forward and approached Su Xian step by step until she came in front of Su Xian. Her deep blue eyes stared at Su Xian's eyes tightly and asked, "Please take the Moonlight Truth Key out of the Moon Dream and give it to the New Moon Priest, who lives on the top of the Moonlight Mountain." "Do you accept the difficult task? The Moon Goddess's Sorrow." Task description: hand the Moonlight Truth Key to the New Moon Priest. Task reward, ? Note: this task has been accepted by the Guild Xianfei Guild. Huh? Su Xian raised his eyebrows unnaturally when he saw the description of this task. Su Xian accepted this task? He thought about it, and thought it was probably the follow-up to the A-level task. Accept. Su Xian resolutely accepted the task. Now he wanted to know whether Su Fian's task reward would be shared equally with him. Task accepted successfully. Thank you for accepting my commission. After Su Xian accepted her commission, the Moonlight Witch smiled. She took another step forward, raised her right hand slightly, pointed at Su Xian, and said, "In the name of the Moonlight Witch, I give you the blessing of moonlight. Entrusting Alice to you is the only right thing I have done in my sinful life. Alice is an obedient and kind child." Su Xian responded with a smile, "I think the Moonlight Witch who created her is also a kind person." Kind? When the Moonlight Witch heard this word, a bitter smile flashed across her lips. She slowly turned around, raised her head, and looked at the endless starry sky. After a brief silence, she spoke, "I am different from her. I bear the sin that cannot be erased. However, these things cannot be told to you. Now, it's time for you to leave." As soon as the voice fell, the Moonlight Witch waved her jade hand lightly, and the surrounding environment gradually became blurred. Wait! Su Xian still had some things to ask, but it was too late. Only the last voice of the Moonlight Witch came to his ears. "My clone does not need to be killed. Just whisper the Moonlight spell in its ear. It will obey your orders and become your monster. The spell is meow." Su Xian was stunned for a second. He couldn't understand why the Moonlight Witch had to learn to meow. Wait, could this be the spell? While thinking, his consciousness went back, and the surrounding scenes were rewoven, returning to the moon dream. Marie Ryan's voice came, "Hey, human! Why did you suddenly freeze? Little ghost, you are not punished by God, are you? Hee hee. You deserve it." Can Lucia poked Su Xian's waist with her pointed fingertips, and laughed gloatingly, "While you are in a daze, I will taste your blood." As soon as the voice fell, suddenly, bang, Can Lucia's smile instantly turned into a cry. "It hurts, it hurts." She covered her head with her hands, tears streaming down her eyes. She raised her head slightly, and looked at Su Xian, who was ignoring her, feeling aggrieved. Why is it that when I say bad things about Su Xian, I am always hurt? Su Xian was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot, and turned his eyes to the Moonlight Witch clone, who was besieged by adventurers. He had just stayed in the illusion created by the Moonlight Witch for more than 10 minutes. In these few minutes, the Moonlight Witch clone, which was suppressed by the Crescent Moon Priest, was already covered with wounds. The bright red blood dyed its snow-white hair red, and the blue flame in its pupils also dissipated a little. "It is impossible to subdue the white tiger now, we must." Su Xian's sight immediately turned to the Crescent Moon Priest in the distance, and he identified the target. Marie Ryan. "Got it!" Su Xian called out, and Marie Ryan immediately released her power and merged with him. The tacit understanding between the two seemed to have surpassed telepathy without them realizing it. In just a moment, the fusion was completed. Su Xian exhaled a breath of foul air, and white steam sprayed out from the gaps in the dragon scales, covering the surroundings in white mist. He said to Can Lucia beside him, "Lie on me." Okay. I will listen to you." Can Lucia immediately transformed into a pink bat and attached to Su Xian's back. Then, Su Xian spread his dragon wings, like a supersonic fighter, roaring towards the priest of the Crescent Moon. The president has started to act. After seeing Su Xian's actions, Rosalind immediately reported to Lucia. This was Lucia's special reminder to everyone, asking everyone to keep an eye on Su Xian's movements. After all, in her eyes, Su Xian is more important than the mission. Why did he change his target? Lucia noticed that Su Xian changed his target, and was flying towards the priest of the Crescent Moon. Although she didn't quite understand the reason, the power of the waning moon priest was so strong that Su Xian alone couldn't deal with him. "I go help him, and you guys continue to deal with the rest of the adventurers," Lucia said to Luzline and the others. "Go ahead, leave this to us." The Dark Elf Queen nodded slightly, agreeing with Lucia's approach. Although they also had to face the siege of adventurers, the threat from adventurers was far less difficult than that from the waning moon priest. "Yeah!" As soon as the voice fell, a golden lotus bloomed under Lucia's feet, and she flew towards Su Xian's location. On the other side, in the Puff Fantasy Township Guild, Efusa was sitting on the edge of the bed, admiring the sleeping Su Xian with a pair of dark purple eyes. This scene made Su Fian feel a little confused. She didn't know the secret relationship between Su Xian and Efusa, but only knew that the two were very close. But now, Su Fian's natural intuition as a woman told her that the relationship between Efusa and Su Xian had definitely surpassed friendship, because she noticed that Efusa's eyes were always focused on the sleeping Su Xian, and never left for a moment. "Sister Efusa." Su Fian couldn't help her inner emotions, and took the initiative to ask Efusa about her confusion. What's the matter? President Su Fian. Efusa turned around reluctantly, and shifted her gaze from the holy light to Su Fian. You and President Su Xian are. We are lovers. Efusa did not hide anything and told Su Fian about her relationship with Su Xian. Lovers? Lovers? The moment Su Fian got the answer, a slight fluctuation flashed in her eyes. Although she had heard of players, and their adventurers dating many times, and knew that these relationships crossed dimensions, so basically they had no results. But when she heard that Efusa and Su Xian were in a relationship, her mood inevitably became complicated. It was like the treasure that was about to be obtained by her had already belonged to someone else. That complicated feeling made Su Fian pick up the black tea and prepare to take a sip. But at this time, Efusa smiled and continued, not only me, Lucia, Nada. Everyone is in a relationship with Mr. Su Xian. Puff. Su Fian couldn't help it for a moment, and sprayed out the black tea directly. Ah? What did you say? She looked at Efusa in shock, unable to believe her ears. Lucia, Nada, are they also Su Xian's lovers? True or false? And, can a woman who looks so cold like Lucia also fall in love? Efusa noticed Su Fian's confusion and immediately explained, of course, this is my own understanding. As for what Mr. Su Xian thinks and how Lucia and the others define their identities, I don't know. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Su Fian seemed to understand what Efusa meant by the relationship of lovers. It turns out that it was just what Efusa thought, not officially recognized, then she still has. Pooh, Su Fian patted her cheeks. It was hard for her to believe that she was actually jealous of the adventurers. After calming down, she smiled and asked Efusa, I remember that the moon dream will last for 3 hours. While you are free, can you tell me about Puff Fantasy? What happened in the guild? If President Su Fian wants to hear it, then I don't mind sharing those things with you. Efusa showed a charming smile, and the lilac eyes flashed with a beating heart. The stories of me and Mr. Su Xian. Chapter 447. That's great. Su Fian stood up with a smile and continued, I go wash my clothes, please wait for me for a while. Okay. After saying that, Su Fian immediately walked to the bathroom. While Efusa smiled, she suddenly turned her eyes to Su Xian, with a trace of worry in her pupils. She whispered, Mr. Su Xian seems to need help? In the dream of the moon, Su Xian was sprinting towards the priest of the crescent moon at the speed of sound. The power given to him by the fusion entry of Merly Rhine made his combat power reach an extremely terrifying level. In just a moment, he teleported to the side of the priest of the crescent moon, and his fist covered with dragon scales ignited a red flame, and he punched the priest of the crescent moon like a ferocious monster. What? The priest of the crescent moon was stunned by the sudden attack. He never expected that a guild adventurer would attack him. Then he released the moonlight magic power, condensed it into a barrier, and blocked Su Xian's attack. Bang! Su Xian's punch landed firmly on the moonlight barrier, and the snow-white translucent moonlight barrier was torn into several cracks in an instant. You? The broken barrier made the Sanyue priest look surprised again. He did not expect that the half-dragon in front of him was so powerful. He remembered that the adventurers recruited by the Moon God Empire did not have such strength. With this person's strength, I am afraid that only A-level guilds can train him. Could it be? The other party is an adventurer hired by the new Moon Priest? No. The new Moon Priest should not know about their actions yet. Humph. The Sanyue priest snorted coldly and shouted angrily, no matter who you are, if you dare to be an enemy of the Moon God Empire, you will only die. Before he finished speaking, the Sanyue priest's palm condensed white moonlight, which turned into a sharp blade and swung at Su Xian. Su Xian quickly turned his body sideways, and nimbly dodged the attack. Then his eyes flashed red, and released a beam of destructive power to the Sanyue priest. Seeing this, the Sanyue priest immediately released moonlight, and forcibly collided with the destructive beam shot by Su Xian. Although the threat of the destructive beam could not be solved directly, the power of moonlight deflected the trajectory of the destructive beam, and made it shoot towards the starry sky above his head. The power of destruction? The priest of the crescent moon looked at Su Xian in disbelief. The power of destruction should have disappeared long ago, with the fall of the dragon of destruction. Why did it appear here? Could it be? This half-dragon is the offspring of the dragon of destruction? The priest of the crescent moon immediately asked Su Xian, what is your relationship with the dragon of destruction? Is she your mother? Or your great-grandmother? Su Xian frowned at the priest of the crescent moon's question, unable to understand his train of thought. And the laughter of Merly Rhine rang in his mind. Ha ha. He actually thinks I'm your mother. Against the will of heaven. Su Xian did not answer, but directly flapped his wings and launched a fierce attack on the priest of the crescent moon again. You have aroused my interest. I will use some means to make you say what I want. The priest of the crescent moon stretched out his hands, and the bright moonlight appeared in his palms to welcome Su Xian's attack. The two began to fight at this moment, and their figures shuttled through the dim night sky like light waves. But after all, the Wanyu priest is a level 90 warrior, and Su Xian is not his opponent. When the moonlight power condensed, Su Xian could not hold on, and could only give up attacking and avoid it. This guy's strength. So strong. Su Xian gritted his teeth and glanced at the moonlight which clone in the distance. Although he was delaying the Wanyu priest, the moonlight which clone could be free to deal with the adventurers who hunted it. But the number of adventurers was too large, and their strength was not bad, which led to the battlefield over there being in a state of anxiety. Su Xian turned his eyes to the Wanyu priest, gritted his teeth, and said, "We have to hold on for a while." Huh? Su Xian gently patted her cheeks with her wet hands to wake herself up. Maybe it was because of the long hours of work and short sleep recently that made her head a little dizzy. Are they lovers? Su Xian stared at herself in the mirror, whispering softly, thinking about what Issa said. She didn't think she liked Su Xian, because she always regarded Su Xian as her younger brother. In addition, she was almost 10 years older than Su Xian. If they were in a relationship, they would probably be gossiped about by others. Therefore, Su Xian had never thought about establishing a closer relationship with Su Xian from the beginning. It was just that when Issa said that she and Su Xian were in a relationship, and not only her, but also Lucia and Nada were in a relationship with Su Xian, it was hard for Su Xian to accept it. Although she shouldn't care about a male friend's relationship, and this happened in the game. What should this be called? Online love? Or paper love? Su Xian has done some research on this aspect, because she has invested in some games. Although she can't understand it, she chooses to respect it. Who doesn't like the characters in the game to love themselves? It's time to go out. Su Xian simply wiped the hem of her skirt, and prepared to leave the bathroom. She stayed here for nearly 10 minutes. Although the moon dream could not cause life-threatening danger, since she promised Su Xian that she would be with him all the time, she would not break her promise. When Su Xian walked out of the bathroom, and was about to push open the door and enter Su Xian's bedroom, suddenly, she was attracted by a pungent fishy smell and frowned slightly. What is this smell? Su Xian showed a hint of confusion and looked at the half-open door. When she saw the scene in the bedroom, her pupils shrank instantly, and a touch of shock flashed in her eyes. She only saw that Aisha was half kneeling, lying on Su Xian's body. Although Su Xian could only see Issa's back, and couldn't see what the nun was doing, she could hear a strange swallowing sound with a rhythm, and a fishy smell. What is Issa doing? Su Xian covered her mouth in panic, and watched Issa intently. In fact, Su Xian had guessed that Issa was doing something dirty at the first moment, but she couldn't accept it in her heart. She just went to the bathroom to wash the hem of her skirt. Why did Issa? Besides, wasn't Su Xian in the dream of the moon at this moment? How could he? Okay, perhaps the boy's body is more complicated than she thought, but Su Xian didn't expect that the relationship between Issa and Su Xian had developed to this point. While Su Xian was observing Effusa's foraging through the crack in the door, Effusa had naturally noticed her peeping behavior. After hesitating for a moment, Effusa lit the holy light and said to Su Xian vaguely, "President Su Xian, why don't you come in?" Su Xian was so shocked that she almost fell to the ground. After a struggle, she mustered up the courage and walked into the bedroom. The first thing she did when she came in was to ask Effusa, "Sister Effusa, why are you doing such a strange thing at this moment?" While speaking, Su Xian panicked and covered her eyes with her hands, and only looked at Effusa and Su Xian through the gap of her fingertips. Because she could already see the bright holy light, she was already a little surprised in reality, but she was even more terrified in the game. Moreover, the holy light can actually change color. Even, there is electric current flashing on the surface. Criminal Su Xian, get out. Are you still human? President Su Xian, Ivesa swallowed and licked the corner of her mouth charmingly. I'm hungry. Hungry? Su Xian was stunned for a moment by Ivesa's explanation. But after recalling that Ivesa was a succubus, all this made sense at this moment. Aren't succubi the kind of creatures whose heads are full of shivers? And it just so happened that Su Xian was her favorite type. Excuse me, I go out for a while. Call me when you're ready. Su Xian immediately turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Ivesa's charming voice came into her ears. President Su Xian, do you want to try it? It's delicious. Ah? Su Xian was completely confused when she heard Issa's words. She couldn't understand what Ifsa was talking about. She actually asked her to taste the holy light. Absolutely impossible. She was a woman with traditional ideas. The first time must be saved for the wedding night. How could it be in the game? Are you hesitating? You are still looking forward to it, right? Ifsa seemed to see through Su Fian's thoughts. She smiled, and lay on her side between Su Xian and Lucia. One hand was fiddling with the holy light, and said with a smile, "Why should you suppress the desire from your heart? If you want it, shouldn't you fight for it bravely?" Su Fian was speechless for a while. What Ifsa said was of course reasonable, but it was not the same. She was not the kind of girl who was in love. "Stop talking. I won't do that." Su Fian turned around immediately, and wanted to walk away. But before she could leave the bedroom, Ifsa flapped her wings, flew in front of her, and blocked the bedroom door. "You?" Su Fian couldn't understand what Ifsa meant. She had clearly said that she didn't want to. "Don't worry, I won't force you." Ifsa smiled and came to Su Fian, her lavender eyes flashing pink hearts, and continued, "But you can't leave. Mr. Su Xian needs your help. Please help him." "He needs my help?" Su Fian looked at Su Xian in confusion, but the first thing she saw was the bright holy light. "Please rest assured." Ifsa continued to explain, "I won't let you do anything against your will. Please forget everything I said just now. I apologize to you." "Then what do you need me to do?" Su Fian frowned slightly and asked Ivessa. Ivessa smiled slightly, waved her wings, and circled around Su Fian before saying, "You just need to wait by the bed, and it would be best if you can hold Mr. Su Xian's head with your hands." "Why do you do this?" Su Fian was puzzled, and could not understand Ivessa's intention. "Because?" Ivessa shifted her gaze to Su Xian lying on the bed, and said softly, "I feel that Mr. Su Xian is facing troubles that he can't handle, and I need to help him." Then, her gaze returned to Su Fian again and continued, "I am a succubus, so this is the only way to pass my power to Mr. Su Xian. Please understand. Of course, if you mind, then I have to go find Alice." "I don't mind." Su Fian responded to Ivessa's request decisively. "If it was just to watch, she should be able to accept it. Then I leave it to you." "Yes." Su Fian followed Iphusa's instructions, climbed onto the bed, and walked in front of Su Xian. After staring at Su Xian's sleeping face for a few seconds, she reached out and pressed it. Then, she slowly raised her head and looked at Iphusa. I saw that Iphusa had already started to swallow hard, contaminating every inch of the holy light with her succubus magic. This scene made Su Fian's eyes slightly condensed, and her emotions were mixed. She wanted to avoid her sight, but she was fascinated. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and Su Fian asked Iphusa in confusion, "Why hasn't it ended yet?" She had been staring at Iphusa licking the holy light for a full 10 minutes, but the holy light was still bright, shining with an indelible brilliance. "There's nothing we can do about it," Ifsa explained to Su Fian helplessly. "It may take an hour to extinguish Mr. Su Xian's holy light with just this means." "An hour?" Su Fian frowned slightly, and stared at the holy light in disbelief. "An hour is too long for her. If Su Xian and the others wake up at this time, wouldn't it be over? Can you go a little faster?" Su Fian asked Ifsa after struggling in her heart. "Oh!" Ifsa smiled at the corner of her mouth, sat up charmingly, and replied, "I understand what you mean, then I will use a little more force." After she finished speaking, she gently grasped the holy light and placed it in the abyss. The smooth movement made Su Fian's pupils tremble slightly. She knew in her heart that being able to wrap the holy light so well, the relationship between Ifsa and Su Xian had already laid a solid foundation. How could they be lovers? They were clearly lovers, but from Ifsa's perspective, it was indeed a bit regrettable. Although the ordinary form of holy light was also good, 3 feet long, she still preferred the half-dragon form of holy light, bigger and stronger. That was Mr. Su Xian in his most perfect state. In this regard, if Su Xian's consciousness had not fallen into a deep sleep, he might have laughed secretly. Because, what Ifsa didn't know, was that he already had a more powerful holy light form. That was a strength that even the 5-meter-tall Parslow could hardly support. However, this form could only be used on Parslow, and even Ifsa and Nada, who was a half-dragon, should not be able to withstand his power. Unless Nada turns into a dragon. "Please." Yifsha put her hands on Su Xian's chest to support her body, and said to Su Fian with a smile, "Listen to the story between me and Mr. Su Xian. This is what we love most in our daily life." Su Fian, shock. Before Su Fian came to her senses, Yifsha began to drive Devil's Coil, and attack the weakness of the holy light. During the process, Su Fian kept staring at Yifsha's snow-white belly. The magic pattern flickered with a faint light, and there was a slight bulge. She stared blankly, shocked that someone could actually wrap up the brilliance of the holy light. No, no, Yifsha is not a human. She is a succubus. Just when Sufian was uneasy, Yifsha suddenly stretched out her hands and held Sufian's cheeks. Hurry! It's almost done! What? Wait! You can't! Sufian instantly understood what Yifsha meant, and wanted to retreat in panic. But before she could react, Issa suddenly released the imprisoned holy light. In an instant, the brilliant golden light rippled in the air and splashed accurately on Sufian's delicate face. The wonderful breath of life flickered on her skin, causing Sufian's amber eyes to tremble violently, and her jade body to tremble uncontrollably. She never thought that Issa would do such a thing. What was she trying to do by doing this? On the other hand, Issa's mouth curled up into a sly smile, as if a trick had succeeded. Her sister. There is one more. Chapter 448. Half-Dragon. You can't escape. The priest of the crescent moon excitedly stepped on the moonlight, and quickly approached Su Xian. He condensed 2 crescent moons in his palms, and threw them hard. The 2 crescent moons attacked Su Xian, like a high-speed rotating halo. Trouble. Su Xian clicked his tongue and shot out a beam of destruction from his eyes, smashing one of the crescent moons. At the same time, he quickly retreated and barely avoided the threat of the other crescent moon. But that crescent moon seemed to have an automatic positioning function. It immediately turned over after it missed, and attacked Su Xian again. Su Xian immediately turned his body around, and shot out a beam of destruction from his eyes again, annihilating the second crescent moon. But when his sight returned to the priest of the crescent moon, the priest of the crescent moon had condensed 2 crescent moons in his hands again, and was about to launch another attack on Su Xian. Human! He has the law of moonlight! Suddenly Marie Rhine reminded Su Xian. The law of moonlight? Is he a great sage? Su Xian asked immediately. No! He is not a great sage, but he can indeed use the power of law that only demigods have. Marie Rhine rejected Su Xian's guess. Then why? Just as Su Xian asked Marie Rhine for the reason, a ray of bright golden light flashed, like a scorching sun, and wiped out the moonlight magic of the priest of the crescent moon. The power of the sun? The priest of the crescent moon raised his head in horror and looked up. I saw a golden beam of light falling from the sky, and before he could react, his body was covered in golden light. Are you okay? Lucia stepped lightly on the golden lotus, and came to Su Xian's side, asking with concern. It's okay. Su Xian shook his head. He was not seriously injured. That's good. Lucia nodded slightly, and then, the golden red eyes under the white veil looked coldly at the distant priest of the crescent moon. She whispered, that is the unique power of the warriors of the Moon God Empire. They can master the power from the Moonlight Law, and this power will gradually increase with their own strength. Every warrior of the Moon God Empire can master it. Su Xian was shocked by the combat system of the Moon God Empire after hearing this. Doesn't that mean that everyone is a great sage? However, he also knew in his heart that the strength of the Moonlight Law is related to one's own strength. Although the warriors of the Moon God Empire can master the power of moonlight, the increase is not as terrible as imagined. Otherwise, the Moon God Empire would have surpassed all countries, and become the king of the magic continent. Yes. Lucia continued to explain, although there are only 2 demigods in the Moon God Empire, the strength of the remaining 3 priests is infinitely close to that of demigods, which is the confidence of the Moon God Empire. I see. Su Xian kept the information about the Moon God Empire in mind. Even the weakest of the 4 priests, the Sanyue priest, was far more powerful than his peers. We should have a chance to deal with him together. Lucia whispered, and the sun scepter appeared out of thin air in her palm. Yes. Su Xian nodded, and turned his eyes to the Sanyue priest, who was shrouded in a golden beam in the distance, ready for battle. I didn't expect that among a group of adventurers, there were actually people from the Sun Church. What a pleasant surprise. The Sanyue priest's voice sounded, and the golden light gradually dimmed at this moment. When the golden light faded, the ferocious smile of the Sanyue priest came into Su Xian's eyes. His emotions were extremely excited, and the skin of his whole body was rising with silver-white light. With this as the base point, a waning moon appeared in the night sky behind him. A gloomy voice sounded faintly, you all, sink under this endless moonlight. The words fell. The waning moon shone with dazzling light, turning into countless white light spots, falling towards Su Xian and Lucia. I will block this wave of attacks, and you will find a way to break through. Lucia said to Su Xian, and at the same time, the sun scepter in her hand shook the space vigorously. In an instant, the golden light brushed the dawn sky, forming a golden barrier to block the fall from the moonlight. Huh? Su Xian took a deep breath, then spread his wings and flew quickly towards the waning moon. While Lucia was delaying the attack of the Sanyue priest, he had to find a way to break the situation as soon as possible. Human. Marlene Rhine's voice sounded, I have a breath of dragon, give me the body. I will deal with him. Then I leave it to you. Su Xian did not hesitate at all, and gave control of the body to Marlene Rhine with full trust. When the destructive dragon took over the body, the original 5-meter-tall half-dragon form instantly expanded to 20 meters, turning into a red dragon. At the same time, the dragon opened its jaws. The red dragon breath mixed with the power of destruction instantly spurted out, like a torrent, surging towards the priest of the crescent moon. Humph! The priest of the crescent moon snorted contemptuously, and just raised his hand to create a moonlight barrier to block the dragon breath that was as powerful as a rainbow. This bastard's magic power is really strong. Marlene Rhine complained, but you are still too weak. Human. If it were me in my lifetime, I could spit him to death with a mouthful of spit. You'd better shut your mouth. Su Xian said coldly, this stupid dragon has crossed the line a little. However, Marlene Rhine's dragon breath did pose a certain threat to the priest of the crescent moon, forcing the priest to focus all his attention on blocking the dragon breath. But he didn't notice that the real danger was approaching silently. Although it is a dragon breath with destructive power, it is still too weak in front of me. The priest of the crescent moon smiled contemptuously, and turned his eyes to Lucia in the distance. But, the target I want to solve first is not you. After speaking, the crescent moon in the sky shone more and more, and at this moment, it was covered with a faint blush. The falling moonlight also turned into sharp arrows at this moment, with a more fierce attack, continuously falling on the magic barrier propped up by Lucia. Now! Can Lucia? Su Xian shouted immediately. Got it! Got it! Can Lucia's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air behind the Sanyue priest. She said with a grim smile, just leave it to this true ancestor. When? The Sanyue priest was startled. He didn't notice Can Lucia's existence at all. When did she appear behind him? But before he could react, Can Lucia's right hand burst into red light, turned into a sharp blade, and instantly pierced through the Sanyue priest's heart. The severe pain made the Sanyue priest's body gradually twisted and blurred. Damn bastard. The eyes of the priest of the crescent moon were bloodshot, and the anger at his heart could not be released. He immediately raised his hand, and the crescent moon in the night sky turned into a scimitar hundreds of meters long, and a clear cold light flashed on the blade. Die! The priest of the crescent moon shouted angrily, and the crescent moon scimitar chopped directly at Can Lucia's body with lightning speed. I hide. Can Lucia instantly turned into a small bat, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to Su Xian's back. This also caused the hunting target of the priest of the crescent moon to shift from Can Lucia to Su Xian. You all have to die. The priest of the crescent moon roared, and bright red blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. It's bad. Su Xian frowned, immediately took back the initiative of his body, and then returned to the half-dragon form and ran away. Although he didn't know why the power of the priest of the crescent moon suddenly increased, this guy really wanted to fight him to the death. He even seemed to have forgotten that the purpose of entering the moon dream was to take away the moonlight truth key hidden in the moonlight witch's clone. Su Xian dodged everywhere, but the power of the crescent moon scimitar was infinite, and it could splash out snow-white moonlight in the process of swinging. Even if he had the power enhancement of Marlene Rhine, it was difficult to avoid injury. The moonlight passed through the dragon scale armor, leaving a snow-white scar. The intense pain was like frost burning, making Su Xian grit his teeth in pain. You can't escape. The crescent moon priest smiled grimly, and continuously provided his power to the crescent moon scimitar. At the same time, Su Xian noticed that the wound on the heart of the crescent moon priest was flashing white light and healing quickly. This is probably due to the power of the moon dream. In the moon dream, the units of the moon god empire will receive a stronger boost. Lucia, stay away from the battlefield first. Su Xian telepathically sent a message to Lucia, and asked her to stay away from the battlefield while he was using his body to delay the Sanyue priest. Lucia did not take any action, but only replied to Su Xian, hold on for a second. Su Xian had not yet understood what Lucia meant, and the next second, a figure appeared silently and blocked him. Facing the Sanyue scimitar, a tiger claw directly crushed it into powder. Huh? Because he was busy dealing with the Sanyue priest just now, Su Xian noticed that the Moonlight Witch's clone, that is, the giant white tiger, had dealt with the adventurers who besieged it. Thank you. Su Xian thanked him politely. But the giant white tiger ignored him, and pounced directly on the Sanyue priest. Damn it! How could those adventurers be so useless? The priest of the crescent moon cursed. But before he could finish his words, the tiger claws fell, tearing a crack in the space. At the same time, the body of the priest of the crescent moon was also torn apart, and it turned into nothingness in just a moment. Instant? Su Xian was somewhat surprised to see this scene. The strength of the priest of the crescent moon was obvious to all. Even if Canlucia pierced his heart, he could recover quickly. But now, he was killed in a second by the clone of the moonlight which was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, he also saw some clues. It seems that the target hit by the giant white tiger will be forced to leave the moon dreamland. The same is true for those adventurers. Now, only the members of the Fairy Princess Guild and the Puff Fantasy Guild are left in the moon dreamland. Just as Su Xian was analyzing the battlefield, suddenly, the giant white tiger came in front of him. The tiger's body, as majestic as a mountain, brought an extreme sense of oppression, which made Su Xian stunned in place, carefully admiring the Moonlight Witch's clone. This furry white tiger must feel very good. The man and the tiger confronted each other quietly. During this period, Lucia and the others came behind Su Xian, ready to welcome the final decisive battle. But the situation was not ideal, which made the women feel anxious. Its injuries seemed to have fully recovered. Oh no! I don't know if we can deal with this white tiger. It's a bit difficult, but it's not without a chance. Wait for the instructions of President Su Xian. He will lead us to victory. During the battle, although the giant white tiger was besieged by hundreds of adventurers, and was seriously injured. But for some reason, the injuries were gradually healing until they were as good as new. That is to say, their two guilds have to face the Moonlight Witch clone in its prime alone, a level 88 existence. Even if two A-level guilds join forces, would find it difficult to deal with it. So, all the girls focused their attention on Su Xian, waiting for his orders. No matter how dangerous the situation was, they still believed that Su Xian would lead them to victory. In response, Su Xian simply said to the girls, "Wait for me here for a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards the white tiger in front of him. At the same time, the dragon scale armor on his body fell off, and Merly Ryan and Canlucia were left behind by him. Facing Su Xian's approach, the giant white tiger seemed a little uneasy. It stepped on its tiger claws, and stared at Su Xian fiercely, as if it was full of vigilance against him. Ahem. Su Xian cleared his throat, took a step forward, and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm not here to hurt." Roar! Before his voice could be transmitted, the white tiger roared like a whistling wind, accompanied by a trace of saliva coming towards him. Fortunately, there was no smell. Su Xian took out a handkerchief, wiped his cheek, and prepared to recite the spell taught by the moonlight which detained the white tiger. But just as he was about to speak, shame suddenly surged in his heart. Learning to meow like a cat is indeed a bit too shameful. After thinking about it, Su Xian turned his attention to his guild members. Lucia and the Queen of Dark Elf were not easy to deceive. Canlucia and Merly Ryan were not very smart, but they talked a lot. In the end, he called Lorslyn to his side and gave her the spell. I understand. Lorslyn had no doubts. She had always maintained complete trust in Su Xian. Lorthelin came to the side of the white tiger and whispered in its ear, with a voice without any emotion, "Meow." Although Lorthelin's voice is aloof and queen-like, without any emotion. But the meow was vivid, which made Su Xian give a thumbs up with satisfaction. After hearing the spell, the giant white tiger seemed to have pressed a switch. Its eyes suddenly became clear and lively, and its huge body gradually shrank at this moment, and finally turned into an ordinary white tiger more than 5 meters long. Afterwards, it rubbed Lorthelin's armor with its head. This action made the snake spirit attached to Lorthelin a little dissatisfied and made a hissing sound. Is it over? Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and he completed the task without any danger. Wait, the Moonlight Key of Truth is not in my hand yet. Su Xian immediately focused his attention on the white tiger and asked it, "Little guy, can you give me the Moonlight Key of Truth?" After hearing this, the white tiger whined and seemed to ask everyone to follow. Su Xian immediately followed, and after rushing for a while, he brought everyone to a palace. But when everyone stepped into the palace, their eyes were dazed at this moment. I only saw, in the magnificent crystal palace, there were countless women's bodies. They all had the same stunning face, dark blue wavy long hair, and a moonlight robe, showing her identity as the Moonlight Witch. How could there be? Su Xian looked around and scanned the Moonlight Witches present. There were tens of thousands of them. So many Moonlight Witches. Chapter 449. Efusa. What did you do? Su Fian asked Efusa in panic. Me? Efusa's mouth curled up slightly, and she did not answer immediately. After a moment of silence, Efusa's voice came slowly, "Don't be too nervous, I just simply cleaned up the scene." Sufian's expression was complicated, and she asked, "It's over, right? Can I let him go?" "Not yet, it's not over yet." Efusa shook her head. She didn't want Sufian to escape. Sufian's face became more solemn, and her amber eyes flashed with strange colors. 10 minutes later, everything was finally coming to an end. Efusa licked her fingertips, curled up a charming smile at the corner of her mouth, and said, "Okay, President Sufian, I have transferred my power to Mr. Suxian. It's finally over." Sufian breathed a sigh of relief, glad that everything was finally over. She stood up quickly and trotted to the bathroom. Entering the bathroom, Sufian looked at herself in the mirror. Her delicate face was a little haggard and embarrassed. And her skin was still glowing. This should be unique to the game, right? Otherwise, how could it glow? Sufian complained, and then immediately wet her cheeks with clean water to cool down her hot skin. The remnants of the holy light were relatively easy to wash, and the texture felt similar to some kind of skincare lotion. When the fingertips touched it, evenly spread it on every inch of the cheek skin. You get the blessing of the holy light, and your appearance increases by 10. Sufian was startled when she saw the prompt that suddenly popped up in front of her. She never thought that it actually has nutritional value. And it can also improve your appearance? Just by applying it on your cheeks, you can improve your appearance by 10%. What if? Sufian pondered and thought, as if she knew the secret of the Puff Fantasy Township Guild. No wonder the members of Su Xian's guild are all beautiful. On the other side, in the Moon Dreamland, why are there so many human sculptures here? The centaur Asmund stepped on his horse's hooves and looked around, feeling extremely confused about the surrounding environment. The others also showed the same expression as her, unable to understand why this moon palace was filled with female human sculptures. These are not sculptures. Su Xian walked in front of a moonlight which stretched out his hand, and his fingertips slid across the snow-white skin. The tender texture is not as stiff as a sculpture, it is silky and delicate, and you can smell a hint of fragrance when you get close. She is the Moonlight Witch. Su Xian explained to everyone. Is she the legendary Moonlight Witch? She is pretty. But why did the Moonlight Witch create so many clones of herself and place them here? Everyone was extremely surprised when they saw the Moonlight Witch's appearance. Yes. Su Xian nodded. Although it is unknown what form the tens of thousands of Moonlight Witch bodies are stored in. But it is highly likely that they are not in the form of clones, because Su Xian cannot sense any life characteristics. They do not even have a soul. Rather than clones, it may be more like an alchemical product, a one-to-one replica of one's own body, and then stored here. Although I have never seen the Moonlight Witch, I have heard her story. Lucia took a step forward and came to Su Xian's side. Her golden red eyes observed the body of the Moonlight Witch in front of her, and continued, the rumored Moonlight Witch can be on par with the Icefield Witch, and her real strength may even be above the Icefield Witch, but after seeing it today, I have changed my mind. Changed? Su Xian looked at Lucia in confusion, wanting to know her thoughts. In response, Lucia just glanced at Su Xian lightly. Then she slowly said, I won't tell you. Su Xian was speechless about Lucia's answer. When did Lucia become like a little girl? Just when everyone's attention was focused on the Moonlight Witch, the big white tiger roared, as if asking everyone to follow it. Where is it taking us? Everyone looked at each other, full of confusion. Although Su Xian didn't know what the big white tiger meant, he still followed quickly, feeling that the real big guy was still behind. The women saw Su Xian following closely behind, and followed immediately. They followed the big white tiger, and came to the depths of the Moon Palace. Although there were no thousands of Moonlight Witch bodies here, there was a statue of the Moonlight Witch carved from blue jade, as high as 100 meters. She stood in the deepest part of the Moon Palace, with her hands raised high, as if she was guiding something to the audience. Meow. The big white tiger jumped lightly, and came to the feet of the statue, rubbing the statue with its tiger head, with a loyal face. This statue. Su Xian walked to the front of the statue, and was about to reach out to touch it, but he found that there seemed to be some kind of restriction inside the statue, so he immediately retracted his hand. At the same moment, a dazzling light burst out from the center of the Moonlight Witch statue's raised hands. The big white tiger immediately jumped onto the statue, picked up the object in the light from the center of its hands, and then returned to Su Xian's side. After it put the object down, Su Xian saw that it was a key with a crescent-shaped tail. Is this the Moonlight Key of Truth? Su Xian squatted down and picked up the Moonlight Key of Truth on the ground. The moment he touched the key, the Moonlight Key of Truth which was originally emitting light, gradually dimmed at this moment, and became an ordinary work of art. Moonlight Key of Truth, the key of truth created by the moon goddess herself. It is rumored that it can open the treasure hidden by the moon goddess, and also contains the truth from the moon. Only when you hand this item over to the new moon priest can you truly complete the mission. Su Xian put the item into his backpack and prepared to leave. Let's go. But at this moment, the big white tiger suddenly blocked his way. Ah, woo, woo. The big white tiger grinned hoarsely at him, as if warning him. This made Su Xian raise his eyebrows slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he asked the big white tiger, I remember that you should be able to speak. This sentence of his made the big white tiger a little angry. After being silent for a long time, it spoke, Human, who are you? Why did you learn the magic spell of my original body? I am the president of the Adventurers Guild who accepted the commission of the Moonlight Witch and came to the Moon Dream to help her solve her troubles. Su Xian conveyed his identity to the white tiger. As for the magic spell, it was also given to me by your original body. If that's the case, there's nothing we can do. The big white tiger thought for a moment, raised his head, stared at Su Xian with a pair of tiger eyes, and continued, You hand this thing over to the new moon priest, and I will wait for you at the top of Moonlight Mountain. Yes. Su Xian nodded, but didn't have too many thoughts. He was about to leave, when the big white tiger called him again. Wait. Before that, you must remember one thing. What is it? Su Xian asked. Remember. Never. The big white tiger's tone was a bit of a warning. Never respond to any requests from the new moon priest. The only reason you go to the top of Moonlight Mountain is to hand this thing over to the new moon priest. Do you understand? Oh. Okay. Su Xian nodded in response, but he was still confused by the big white tiger's words. However, since it reminded him like this, he would naturally keep this matter in mind. Let's go! Su Xian immediately led Lucia and the other members of the Fairy Guild to leave, and just as they stepped out of the Moonlight Temple, the next second, the Moonlight Witches in the palace all cast their eyes on Su Xian's back. The feeling of being spied on instantly made Su Xian turn his head and want to find out what was going on. But the palace was still silent, only the big white tiger was staring at him with its blue eyes. Su Xian trembled, being stared at by a white tiger made him feel a little uncomfortable. After leaving the palace, Su Xian immediately said to the adventurers, Since the mission is completed, let's prepare to leave the dream. Okay. Everyone responded in unison and prepared to leave the dream. With a burst of blue glare flashing in his mind, Su Xian slowly opened his eyes. When he regained consciousness, the first thing he saw was the 4 words mission failed. The second time he saw it was Issa lying on him, gently teasing the holy light with her fingertips. Issa. Su Xian was so shocked that he sat up directly. He never thought that when he entered the moon dream, Issa would take advantage of this gap to find food. Wait, Su Xian didn't have time to dissuade Issa, but looked around, looking for Su Fian. After confirming that Su Fian was not in the bedroom, he hurriedly asked Issa, Where is President Su Fian? She is in the bathroom. Issa replied with a smile. Bathroom? Su Xian was slightly stunned when he heard Issa's answer. He didn't quite understand why Su Fian was in the bathroom at this time. He stood up and walked towards the bathroom. She came to the closed bathroom door, knocked gently, and asked, President Su? Are you in there? Ah? Su Xian? You? Su Fian's panicked voice came from the bathroom. After pausing for a second, she continued, Wait, I'd be there soon. Don't worry, I just want to inform you that the task has been successfully completed. Su Xian replied immediately. It's good that it has been successfully completed. Thank you, Su Xian. Su Fian's voice came again, but this time, it was less panicked. Well, then you continue to be busy. Su Xian left a sentence and left quickly. In the bathroom, Su Fian was restless and resting her hands on the washstand, her heart beating unnaturally fast. It was not until Su Xian left the door that she breathed a sigh of relief and looked at herself in the mirror with her beautiful eyes. At this moment, her mind was full of messy images. Recalling the interaction between Issa and the holy light just now, her jade body trembled slightly and was stained with a faint blush. What's wrong with me? Su Fian hurriedly washed her cheeks with clean water, trying to delete those images from her mind. But the more she wanted to delete these images, the worse the effect was. In fact, those images gradually aroused her hidden desires in her heart, and some hormones were secreted quickly. When she thought that she was almost 30 years old and still had no experience in love. And Su Xian had just become an adult, but he had already played a succubus. Ahem, calm down. This is just in the game. Su Fian controlled the rhythm of her breathing and gradually calmed herself down. After simply cleaning up her appearance, she slowly walked out of the bathroom. When she returned to Su Xian's bedroom, all the members of the Fairy Concubine Guild who entered the Moon Dream had woken up. President. The mission was successfully completed. Honglian and the others came to Su Fian and reported the mission to her. It's good that it was successfully completed. Thank you for your hard work. Su Fian smiled and praised, but her eyes unconsciously looked at Su Xian's position. Su Xian was talking to Lucia and the others about something, which seemed to be related to the failed mission. But Su Fian didn't care what Su Xian and the others were talking about. She was just curious about what Issa had said before. Lucia and Su Xian were also lovers. So did they ever have? Su Fian's sight instantly caught Lucia's attention, and she immediately cast her golden red eyes towards Su Fian. The sudden glance made Su Fian tremble slightly, and she quickly shifted her sight. But her sight had already been caught by Lucia, and she also noticed a subtle emotional fluctuation in her eyes. Lucia? Su Xian's voice came, interrupting Lucia's attention. Well, I'm listening. Lucia's sight returned to Su Xian. Then let's decide it this way first, and then Lucia, Issa, Marie Rhine, and I can go to the top of Moonlight Mountain together. Su Xian said to everyone. The mission this time is only to hand over the Moonlight Truth Key to the audience of the Crescent Priest, without much trouble. Well, okay. Lucia nodded slightly and responded concisely. Her mind was still on Su Fian, and she always felt that she knew something about herself. Su Xian. At this time, Su Fian walked towards Su Xian, as if she had something to say. What's wrong? Su Xian turned around and asked Su Fian. Thank you very much this time. Su Fian smiled and thanked. If it weren't for you, this mission would really give me a headache. It's a small matter. Su Xian smiled slightly, but judging from the process of the mission, it was indeed difficult for Su Fian to complete this mission. However, it was not to the point where there was no chance at all. Because the clone of the Moonlight, which was more powerful than he expected, it seemed to have a way to force the other party to leave the dream. I take you to drink when you go offline later? Su Fian invited. Let's talk by the way. What reward do you want? Okay. Su Xian readily agreed. It happened that he hadn't left the house since he moved to Su Fian's villa. Isn't it time to experience the nightlife of a big city? See you in 10 minutes. I take them back to the guild first. Yes. Chapter 450. Su Fian led the members of the Fairy Concubine Guild into the teleportation array. Before leaving, the centaur Asmon accidentally glanced at Walola, who was playing with Schwer in the corner. When she saw the smile on Walola's face, she felt happy for her. At least, Walola's smile had never been seen in the centaur tribe. See you later. Su Fian waved to Su Xian and then disappeared in the white light of the teleportation array. After the members of the Fairy Concubine Guild left, Su Xian immediately turned his attention to the task panel. After the task failed, there would be a 24-hour cooling period to assign new tasks. In addition, since it was a task involving multiple guilds, he could also see the player's experience after the task failed. Anonymous player, I was crushed. That boss setting is like a ghost. Crystal Girl, the enemy player's adventurers are so powerful. They are obviously much fewer in number than us, but their combat power is terrifying. It's too difficult to name. I know the other guild. It's the long-established Fairy Concubine Guild. I heard that they are already attacking the A-level guild, so it's normal that we can't beat them. 5 A-level player, huh? I'm attacking a quasi-level guild? Zunda fake? Anonymous player 2.0. I have to wait 24 hours for the task to refresh again. I have failed 3 times in a row. That Waning Moon Priest is really a waste. The player's complaints passed through the task experience, and the content of them made Su Xian feel relieved. Fortunately, no one criticized him for betraying the camp. You've worked hard today. There are no tasks in the short term. Everyone should have a good rest. Su Xian turned around and said to Lucia and the others. Okay. After explaining, Su Xian quit the game. The moment he took off his VR glasses, Su Fian's stunning face came into his sight. But for some reason, her amber eyes flashed with some resentment, as if she had some complaints against him. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Xian asked Su Fian in confusion. Nothing, change clothes, let's go out. Su Fian glanced at her, and then turned away. Su Xian was confused, but he was too lazy to ask more questions. He might as well think about what to eat later. He got up from the bed, walked to the closet, and changed into a set of neat clothes. Then, Su Xian walked out of the room. Su Fian had been waiting in the living room on the first floor for a long time. When she saw Su Xian walk out of the door, she immediately said, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Su Xian asked Su Fian out of curiosity. Su Fian only said that she would take him out, but never said where she would take him. However, it was most likely a place to eat. "You know when we get there." Su Fian did not answer directly, but walked directly to the garage. Su Xian did not ask any more questions, and got into the car with her. With a step on the accelerator, Su Fian brought Su Xian to the door of a relatively deserted store. This store did not have a name, only a large sign hanging in front of the door, with a girl in a cartoon style holding a bottle of beer in her hand. Bar? This was Su Xian's guess about the store, and when he walked into the store, his guess was confirmed. The store was very quiet, with only 2 or 3 girls sitting in the corner, drinking and chatting. At the bar, a woman in a women's suit with her hair tied up was mixing drinks by herself, even though there were no customers in front of her. Wan Lin prepared 2 glasses of wine and sent them to the back room. Su Fian walked over and told the woman, "Okay, Sister Su." The woman responded, her voice as cold as the voice in the store. "Let's go." Su Fian urged Su Xian to follow. "Oh." Su Xian walked quickly and glanced at the bartender when he passed by. For some reason, he always felt that he had seen the other person somewhere. Soon, the two came to the room in the back room. The environment in the room was clean and tidy, with only a bouquet of roses on the table, and a box of tissues next to it. After Su Xian sat down, he looked around the surrounding environment. Rather than saying this is a bar, it is better to say it is a tea room. But the main drinks in the store are alcohol, and as for food, there is a tablet on the small cabinet next to the dining table, which can be freely selected. "Is this your store?" Su Xian asked Su Fian. The woman just now called Su Fian Sister Su. Maybe Su Fian is not the owner of this store, but her status should be similar. "I guess so." Su Fian picked up the tablet and selected some food to go with the wine. At the same time, the bartender brought 2 bottles of wine. Su Xian didn't know what kind of wine it was, but he knew that the outer packaging was full of English. English happened to be his weak point, and he couldn't understand what was written on it. "What do you want to eat? Order it yourself." While the bartender was mixing drinks for the two, Su Fian handed the tablet to Su Xian. "Okay." Su Xian took the tablet and picked a few that he liked. When he handed the tablet back to Su Fian, the bartender handed him a cocktail. "Please enjoy it." "Thank you." Su Xian picked up the cocktail and took a sip. It didn't taste like wine, but more like an alcoholic beverage. "Drink slowly, this wine has a high alcohol content," Su Fian reminded. "Oh." Su Xian responded and put down the half-drunk cocktail. Then, Su Fian gave the bartender a look, and the woman immediately turned around and left. However, when she left, she deliberately glanced at Su Xian. This made Su Xian a little uncomfortable. He always felt like a son-in-law who married into the family, and the women from top to bottom in the mansion had ideas about him. "You helped me a lot this time." Su Fian immediately spoke, distracting Su Xian's attention. "Tell me, what do you want? As long as I can do it, I can help you achieve it." Su Xian thought for a few seconds and slowly said, "I haven't thought about it yet. I tell you when I think about it. That has to be as soon as possible. Time is a little tight." Su Fian picked up the wine glass and took a sip. There seemed to be a glimmer of expectation in her amber eyes. "I will consider it as soon as possible." Su Xian scratched his head. He just said it casually at the time. He didn't expect Su Fian to be so serious. "I'm going to the bathroom." Su Fian got up and went to the bathroom. While waiting, Su Xian took out his mobile phone, opened the mobile game, and swept it with one click. Just when he was about to use the diamonds he had saved for half a month to draw cards. Suddenly, the door of the room was pushed open. Su Xian mistakenly thought that Su Fian had returned. He looked sideways and found that it was not Su Fian, but several fashionable women. "Who are you?" Su Xian asked. But the women smiled after seeing Su Xian. "I didn't expect it to be true. Su Fian really brought a man here. It was him. I said they had a close relationship, right? You must admit defeat. Give me the money." "Damn. My $50. He looks so young. Isn't he a high school student? Is Su Fian dating a minor?" "Huh?" The women discussed happily, and were extremely curious about Su Xian's identity. Su Xian slapped his head, and suddenly remembered this group of people. Aren't they Su Fian's girlfriends? Although they had met twice in the game, Su Xian didn't recognize them for a while because of the interference of the magic continent, such as wearing equipment or using some magic that changed the body and appearance. But after seeing the woman with short black hair and heroic appearance, he finally realized it. Isn't this Chunlan who fought against him when he was promoted to a sea-level guild? Wait, why are Su Fian's girlfriends here? Are they bored? Just when Su Xian was confused, Su Fian's girlfriends rushed into the small room. 5 people suddenly squeezed into a room that could only accommodate 4 people, which naturally seemed crowded. But they didn't seem to care at all, but moved closer to Su Xian and asked curiously, "Little brother, how old are you this year? Are you in elementary school?" "Chunlan, listen to what you are asking. I told you, Chunlan is a fool. Even with a graduate degree, he is still a fool. Hey, can you shut up? I'm asking him a question. Chunlan, you took the initiative to resign from the school, which is the best decision you have made in your life. You saved the IQ of a class of high school students." "Shut up." Su Fian's girlfriends quarreled at this time, and Su Xian was too lazy to pay attention. After putting his phone in his pocket, he looked out of the room. The bartender was still mixing drinks alone, but his eyes were fixed on everything happening in the room. "By the way, little brother, what's your name?" someone asked Su Xian curiously. "My name is Su Xian." Su Xian answered truthfully. "Su Xian? Hello. May I ask what is your relationship with Su Fian?" Yes. Tell us about your love story. Tell us quickly. I'm looking forward to it. Don't get me wrong, she and I are just ordinary friends." Su Xian immediately explained to everyone. "Aren't you? Then why are you so close to Su Fian? Don't lie to us. Su Fian has hundreds of male friends around her, but you are the first one to be so close to her." "That's right. We can't even use her car." "I know. Su Fian likes younger people, commonly known as old cows." Suddenly, Su Fian appeared at the door of the room and asked coldly, "Why are you here?" "Oh no!" Su Fian's girlfriends all looked worried, as if they were a group of children who were caught by their parents for doing something bad. They turned their heads and said to Su Fian with a fake smile, "Ha, Fian, good evening. We heard that you were here, so we came to play with you. How can you drink without us? We will accompany you." Although the girlfriends hurriedly explained to Su Fian, they were only responded with a cold glance from Su Fian. She walked slowly to her seat, and the women were like negative pole magnets, retreating to the surroundings, making way for Su Fian. Su Fian sat down in her original position, and then issued an order to them to leave. "I don't have time to accompany you today, maybe next time." "Aw, don't. We finally came here. You know, Chunlan will return to Yanjing tomorrow." "Chunlan? ? Since you are here, let's go together." Su Xian didn't mind and said to them with a smile, "Little brother is still sensible. Fei Yin. Learn from others." "That's right. Why are you not as generous as a college student?" Su Fei Yin heard the accusations of her girlfriends, just glanced coldly, and then glared at Su Xian. She treated them to this meal, so Su Xian naturally had no objection. However, she asked her girlfriends to leave, not because of who treated them. "Then we won't be polite." Su Fei Yan's girlfriends sat down one after another, but all squeezed beside Su Xian. On the contrary, there was no one beside Su Fei Yin. "Wait! Don't you feel crowded?" Su Xian, who was squeezed in the middle, asked with a frown. It was the first time for him to experience the feeling of being surrounded by women in reality. However, he was no longer a young boy, so he was not so moved. "It's a bit crowded. Chunlan, you go sit with Fei Yin." "Aw? Why not you? You go. Have you had enough of the noise?" Su Fian said coldly, making the scene silent instantly. Then, Su Fian said to Su Xian and Chunlan, "You two come over here." "Oh!" Su Xian walked through the soft snow white, and came to Su Fian's side. Chunlan also sat over, her face full of smug smile. The other 4 seemed a little depressed, forming a contrast with Chunlan. "Tell me," Su Fian asked her girlfriends, "what are you doing here?" Hee. The girls looked at each other, and then smiled and replied to Su Fian, "We just came to see you, nothing else." "Really?" Su Fian naturally would not accept this explanation. Forced by those cold eyes, Chunlan immediately changed the subject and said to the bartender, "Alan, bring a few bottles of red wine. Today we will not go home until we are drunk with Fian." "Chunlan, don't change the subject. Don't drink while talking. Little brother, can you drink? I'm an adult." "Oh!" In a blink of an eye, it was late at night. Except for Su Xian and Su Fian, the rest of them were all drunk on the table. Do they have such a low alcohol tolerance? Su Xian couldn't help asking curiously. This group of big sisters just kept pouring wine for him, But no one expected that Su Xian was fine, but they fell down one by one. Just a group of useless old ants. Su Xian rolled her eyes, as if she wanted to draw a clear line with her bestie. Do you want to send them home? Su Xian asked Su Xian. No, there is a place to stay here, just carry them to the room. Su Xian shook her head, and was about to get up, but she staggered and almost fell. Su Xian looked over and saw that Su Xian's cheeks were also slightly flushed. She was also a little drunk. Then he said, "Let me do it, you just sit here." As he said that, he roughly carried the woman lying on the table, one on each shoulder, and then asked, "Where is the bedroom?" "Inside, that door is it." Su Xian pointed to the exact location, but the expression on her face was mixed. Why did Su Xian's action of carrying the woman look like a bandit? Chapter 451. Wine, give me wine. Chung Lan took advantage of the alcohol, and twisted his body on Su Xian's shoulder like a fish. However, Su Xian was very strong, and no matter how Chung Lan pretended, he could not get rid of his palm. "Behave yourself, I take you to bed." Su Xian patted Chung Lan's back, and comforted her. Su Xian's other 4 girlfriends had been carried into the room by him, and now only she was left. "Oh, it's Brother June." Chung Lan raised his head slightly, and his flushed cheeks showed a bright smile. "Brother June?" Su Xian frowned. Where did the hometown word come from? "Hey, has Su Xian told you?" Chung Lan staggered to Su Xian and asked, "You have a very good smell." "What smell?" Su Xian asked as he walked towards the bedroom. "I don't know, but everyone thinks it smells good, just like nectar attracts bees you attract." Burp. Chung Lan hadn't finished speaking when he burped with a full body of alcohol. "Fragrance?" Su Xian raised his left arm and sniffed his sleeve. He didn't smell any fragrance, and he didn't hear anyone mention it when he was in school, but he heard Su Xian mention it once? That means the fragrance only appeared after he entered the game? Is it because of the game? Su Xian muttered to himself. He had always felt that his body was changing subtly. But if it was a change in the game, it was very small. At least, he hadn't mastered the magic of the magic continent yet. At most, he was full of energy, his physical fitness was slightly improved, and there was a strange fragrance. But strangely, he himself did not smell the fragrance, and it seemed that only Su Xian and the others smelled it. After thinking for a long time, but could not get an answer, Su Xian gave up. He pushed open the door and walked into the bedroom. The other 4 girlfriends of Su Xian were lying on the only 2 beds, but fortunately they were double beds, so it was not so crowded. Su Xian put Chung Lan on one of the beds and was about to leave. But as soon as he took a step, his right leg was hugged by 2 slender arms. Don't go." A girl with short yellow hair hugged Su Xian's calf and shouted in a flattering voice, "Stay with us, okay? This beautiful lady, please respect yourself." Su Xian broke free from the girl's entanglement, and just as he was about to raise his feet, another girl hugged his waist again. "Don't run, you're mine." Then, the second, the third. In just a moment, 5 girls directly entangled Su Xian's body, not wanting him to leave. This scene made Su Xian's face instantly become solemn. No matter how handsome he is, it's impossible for him to attract 5 girls at a dinner party. Wait, could this be the effect of succubus physique coming to reality? After all, succubus physique is a real special attack on the opposite sex. But if all this is really as he guessed, doesn't it mean that the game can really affect reality? It's just that the effect has been reduced on the original basis. But even if it is reduced by 99%, it is enough for ordinary human women. How could ordinary people like them resist the temptation of a succubus? Hiss, no way. Su Xian frowned. If it was really because of the succubus constitution, then many things that had happened before would be of different nature. But he didn't have so much time to think about these things now, because Chung Lan and the others had already started to strip him of his clothes. "Hey! Stop it!" Su Xian tried to get rid of them, but Chung Lan and the others were like crazy, tearing his clothes and pants. "Don't resist, you can't escape today. Let's try the taste that Su Xian hasn't tasted yet. Just a little bit more and you can." "I see. Oh my god. So great." Under the successive attacks of the 5 people, Su Xian was forced to take off his armor. "We have to run away." Su Xian saw that the situation was not right, and immediately looked for ways to save himself. Because he didn't dare to use force before, so as not to hurt Chung Lan and the others, his movements were somewhat limited. But now, he had to flee the scene before making a mistake. "There's a flaw." Su Xian took advantage of the gap between 2 people fighting for the holy light, and immediately pulled out his bound right hand, then exerted a little force to shake off the other 2. Su Xian successfully got the chance to escape, and hurriedly fled to the door. Don't let him run away. Don't worry. I'm blocking the door. Good job, Chung Lan. Catch him. The 5 girlfriends and Su Xian started a chase in the room. The exquisite cooperation made Su Xian's face look extremely ugly in an instant. Are you really drunk? Just as the scene was in chaos, the bedroom door creaked and slowly opened. Su Xian suddenly pushed the door open, and Chung Lan, who was blocking the door, fell to the ground without noticing. You are arguing. Su Xian was about to ask why the room was so noisy. But when she saw the holy light swaying around with Su Xian's movements, and her bestie was chasing the sun like a silver woman, Su Xian was completely confused, and couldn't believe that such a bizarre scene would appear in her sight. Oh no! Su Xian had a bitter face, and was at a loss for what to do with the situation in front of him. It was all caused by Succubus Constitution. Chung Lan and the others were stunned for a second after seeing Su Xian break in. The sober consciousness seemed to return in this second, but it disappeared in an instant, and pounced on Su Xian like a zombie. Fei Yin, come with me. Little brother. Don't run. Close the door quickly, don't let him run out. Su Fei Yin gritted her teeth, her inner anger was hard to suppress. She finally knew what it meant to be on guard against fire, theft and besties. You guys are really... Have you had enough trouble? Bang bang bang. After a lecture, Su Fei Yin grabbed Su Xian's ear and left the bedroom. And Chung Lan and the others fell asleep peacefully. Do you know what you are doing? After getting in the car, Su Fei Yin glanced at Su Xian coldly and asked complainingly. She didn't look at Su Xian for a few seconds, and she made such a mess. Chung Lan's group of idiots can't even be described as human beings. Are these guys really that hungry? She has been single for so long, but she did something so incomprehensible today. She must be drunk. Otherwise, how could this happen? You drank. Su Xian did not answer, but reminded Su Xian. I know. Su Xian glared at him. Of course she knew that he drank, and she was still drunk at this moment. Then you? Su Xian was wondering why Su Xian was driving after getting drunk. But he found that Su Xian's amber eyes were staring at him intently. The two people's eyes met at this moment, and the flashing license plate outside the store reflected their pupils, as if they were intertwined with a bond. Gulp, Su Xian couldn't help but roll his Adam's apple up and down, and his eyes couldn't leave Su Xian's exquisite face. Although he had rich emotional experience in the game, he was still blank in reality, and was still a little bird who knew nothing. At this moment, a stunning beauty stood in front of him. How could he not be moved? Especially, after Su Xian was slightly drunk, the fragrance from her red lips continued to tease his inner defenses. And this scene was a little familiar to him. At that time, drunk Lucia also showed this expression, which made him linger. So beautiful. Su Xian stared at her fascinatedly, subconsciously reaching out his hand, and gently stroking Su Xian's hair. This action made Su Xian, who was already a little drunk, feel a little excited and her pupils tremble. How could she have thought that Su Xian would be so proactive? Obviously, he was still a prospective college student. He was only 18 years old, and she was already a successful person in society. How could it be? Su Xian's thoughts were unprecedentedly rippling at this moment. She had never thought of developing such a relationship with Su Xian. He was too young. She was 7 or 8 years older than him, but now, the other party took the initiative to meet him, and also. How could a virgin single woman, who was almost 30 years old, resist the temptation of succubus physique? Moreover, Su Xian had always believed that Su Xian was a reliable man in her recent contacts with him. Even though there was a small age gap, she still understood Su Xian's nature. Age, it was never a problem. You? Su Xian's eyes fled in panic, and her slightly accelerated heartbeat made her chest rise and fall. Su Xian, who had superb observation skills, naturally noticed Su Xian's abnormality. Su Xian was somewhat similar to Lucia. They were both strong young women, a little scheming, but kind-hearted. However, in Su Xian's circle of friends, it seems that they are all kind-hearted people except Edith. Let me take a closer look at President Su's peerless beauty. Su Xian said jokingly. You've had enough. Su Xian turned away with a blushing face. But after a moment of silence, she looked back, her amber eyes sparkling, as if flashing with some uncontrollable emotions. That? Su Xian opened her red lips slightly, but didn't know whether to speak. Which one? A little older. I don't mind. Su Xian answered quickly. You don't mind, but I? Su Xian was still a little hesitant. Although her parents let her choose her lover freely, finding someone who was 7 or 8 years younger than her. It's a bit strange no matter how you think about it, right? It is inevitable to be gossiped about. But when has Sufian ever been afraid of being gossiped about? Maybe the only thing she is worried about now is that she can't get past Suxian's parents. Wait, what are you thinking about? You haven't even started the dating stage yet, and you are already fantasizing about marriage. Sufian, you are really old. You want to get married. Sufian shook her head violently, rejecting her previous idea in her heart. Humph. Sufian recovered her emotions and warned Suxian, you are still too young, 2 years older. MMM. Before she finished her words, Suxian kissed her directly. Although he had never been in a relationship, he was not sure whether Sufian would be angry. But it was definitely right to take the initiative. Besides, the atmosphere was here, and Suxian's rough behavior made Sufian's heart fly. Although she knew that Suxian was bold and reckless in the game, she never thought that he would also put down his disguise in reality. I thought he was a good kid, but... Sufian did not resist, but quietly gave her her first kiss. If it was just a first kiss, 27 years should be enough. Sufian suddenly opened her eyes wide, and stared at Suxian in disbelief. Because, this guy wanted more than just a first kiss. Wait, Sufian tried to push Suxian away, but when her hands touched Suxian, she stopped. As if she had lost her strength, she rested softly on Suxian's shoulders, and was pushed down by him little by little. The following is a bitter plot description, 100,000 words omitted below. It hurts. Chunlan slowly woke up from her drunkenness. She touched the bump on her head, and there was a trace of blood on her fingertips. Did I hit my head after getting drunk? Chunlan stood up in a trance, and looked around. Her sisters were also drunk and fell on the bed. There was also a big bump on their heads like hers. It's really weird. Chunlan scratched her head, and walked to the bathroom to wash it. But when she passed by the window, she was suddenly attracted by an SUV parked on the side of the road. That's it? Chunlan's beautiful eyes were slightly startled, and she instantly guessed what was going on in the car, but what shocked her even more wasn't that Sufian's car? Could it be Fian and that college student? Chunlan's melan-eating attribute broke out instantly, but she knew in her heart that this matter could not be known to anyone. Just when she was about to draw the curtains to keep Sufian secret, the moment she turned her head, she suddenly found that her 4 sisters were already lying by the window watching the show like herself. The swing is so strong, my goodness. Will Fian go to the hospital tomorrow? This car has good sound insulation, I buy one too. What's the point of buying it? You don't even have a boyfriend. Hey! Don't open the window. You be in trouble if Fian finds out. I really want to go and see it live. The scene must be beautiful, right? Although I was a little drunk just now, I seem to have vaguely seen that boy. Hee, I admit, it's really a supermodel. Should stop chatting, just watch quietly. Guess how long it will take? Half an hour. I think it will take at least an hour. 2 hours later. Why haven't Fian and the others finished yet? I'm so sleepy. No, I'm going to sleep. Chunlan, call us when it's over. I'm sleepy too. Drowsiness dampened their enthusiasm. After all, it wasn't a personal experience, and it would be boring if it took too long. In the end, they chose to close the curtains and fall into a sweet sleep. But for Suxian, the performance has just begun. Chapter 452. It's almost dawn. Sufian raised her head slightly, and looked out the window. The sky was dawning, and the morning light fell on her snow-white face, dyeing it with a touch of crimson. Then, is it over? Suxian asked with a smile. You haven't yet. Sufian's beautiful eyes were startled, and at the same time as her heart was excited, she had a little fear of the future. Suxian smiled meaningfully at her frightened eyes. If possible, he really wanted to be with Sufian all day today. But the sky was getting white, and the citizens living nearby were about to wake up. He didn't want a bunch of onlookers standing outside the car, even if the picture inside the car was blocked by the ink-colored glass. It's almost time. Let's go have breakfast. Suxian let go of Sufian in his arms, and he didn't want his woman to be sent to the hospital on her beautiful first night. I think I need to wash. Sufian glanced at her snow-white and slender legs, which were blood-red and dried, and needed to be washed urgently. Although there is a bathing area in her store, Chunlan and the others are inside. If they see the scene, don't worry, leave it to me. Suxian immediately put on his shirt and walked into the store. What is he doing? Sufian stayed in the car and looked at the door of the store in confusion. Her beautiful amber eyes were full of expectations, wondering what method Suxian would use to drive Chunlan and the others away. Not long after, the door of the store was opened, and the voices of Chunlan and the others came from inside. Wake us up just to treat us to breakfast. Ah, I'm still so sleepy. But if you want to treat me, I will accept it with reluctance. Did Sister Su really say that today is a day off? Chung Lan and the others surrounded Su Xian and asked him in a chattering voice. In response, Su Xian answered one by one. Of course I treat you. Order whatever you want. Don't worry, you have a paid holiday today. Is 200 enough for breakfast? Su Xian said, taking out 2 brand new 100 yuan bills from his pocket. 200 yuan is definitely enough. Chung Lan smiled and put the 200 yuan in his pocket. Thank you. Then everyone, hurry up. The freshly baked breakfast tastes the best. Su Xian waved his hand and said goodbye to the girls. Aren't you going? A girl asked Su Xian in confusion. I'm not hungry. Su Xian replied with a smile. But the moment he smiled, the girl kicked her legs and fell straight back. Hey! Lan Xian, what's wrong with you? Is it a heart attack? I was so excited to see the handsome guy that I fainted. Let's carry her away quickly. Don't make trouble here. The girls held the girl's arm and hurried away. When Chung Lan left, he waved goodbye to Su Xian and said, We will be back in about an hour. Bye. Oh. Although Su Xian didn't know why Chung Lan told him the time of return, he didn't care too much. But before they walked far, Su Xian's keen hearing heard Chung Lan and the others whispering. They didn't want to take advantage of our absence in the bedroom. Maybe in the bathroom. With the warm morning sun, let's do it once. That would be so cool. Be gentle. You idiot. Don't worry about it. Let's go have breakfast. I want to eat KFC breakfast. Su Xian stared at the backs of the girls leaving and said to himself they all know? But thinking about it carefully, the noise made yesterday seemed to be a bit too big. Su Fian may not have noticed it because she was fully immersed in the holy light, but Su Xian was different. He could clearly feel the vibration and shaking of the vehicle. Luckily, Su Fian drove out one of her SUVs this time, not the supercar before. By the way, Su Fian has quite a lot of vehicles under her name. At least he has seen 3 or 4 of them. It's great to be rich. Su Xian smiled and shrugged his shoulders, then walked quickly into the car. He opened the car door and said to Su Fian in the back seat, They've left. Let's go in. Su Fian nodded slightly and was about to get out of the car. Suddenly, Su Xian reached out and carried Su Fian out of the car in a princess hug. Wait! Su Fian was a little confused by his actions. It was the first time someone had hugged her since she was a child. But when her soft waist was hugged by a strong big hand, her panic was instantly calmed down. She stared at Su Xian and carried herself into the store. Where is the bathroom? Su Xian asked Su Fian after closing the door. There. Su Fian reached out her hand to guide Su Xian. After some searching, Su Xian found the bathroom at the innermost part of the store. But it's more of a bath than a bathroom. The square bath is about 15 square meters, so it's not difficult to accommodate 10 people bathing together. Sit here for a while. Su Xian carried Su Fian to a recliner nearby, then walked to the bath and pressed the switch. Hot and cold water were poured into the bath at the same time. In just a few minutes, the water at the right temperature was rising with white-hot steam. Okay. After testing the water temperature, Su Xian turned his eyes to Su Fian. Okay. Before he could finish his words, his eyes froze instantly. At some point, Su Fian had taken off her clothes. Maybe it was because the light in the car was dim, so he really appreciated Su Fian's most perfect side at this moment. The white skin is dotted with drops of crimson, which is more attractive than the flawless whiteness. Don't look at it, you two. Su Fian rolled her eyes at Su Xian, but a barely perceptible smile flashed across her lips. Okay, whatever you say. Su Xian smiled and shrugged his shoulders, taking off his clothes neatly. He was too lazy to cover himself up, unlike Su Fian, who had to wrap a bath towel to make his graceful body hazy. Huh? Su Xian immersed himself in the water, and the comfortable water temperature instantly restored his tired body to its peak. Naturally, the sacred light flashed again, but out of concern for Su Fian's body, Su Xian still suppressed it. After all, this was reality. Su Fian was not Isa or Lucia. She was just a human woman, unable to withstand the brilliance of the holy light. Unless... Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly realized that since the game changed his physical fitness, Su Fian's should also have changed. Su Xian lowered his eyebrows and began to carefully think about the rationality of this guess. He and Su Fian spent at least 4 hours of happy time yesterday. According to Su Fian's daily routine, although she often did yoga to exercise her body, it was basically impossible for her to withstand 4 hours of holy light prayer. The only reasonable explanation is that Su Fian also got the bonus in the game. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, Su Fian came to Su Xian's side and whispered in his ear. I'm thinking about something. Su Xian turned around, his eyes wandering around Su Fian's body. The bath towel wet by water was tightly attached to her white and rosy skin, which was so beautiful that it made people intoxicated. What's the matter? Su Fian asked curiously. Will this game affect reality? Is everything in the magic continent a real world? Su Xian asked Su Fian his question seriously, even though his eyes never left the looming snow scene. What you said has also been speculated in the high-end player group. Su Fian heard this and revealed some news about the high-end player group to him, but there is no evidence to prove this now. Although the physical fitness has been partially improved, the value is still within the normal range. Even if the guild level is higher, it is still in the category of mortals. High-end player group? Su Xian frowned. Why do everyone have a player group? Su Fian has a player group, Lu Shui also has a group, and it seems that he is the only one who doesn't. Sure enough, there is still too little social interaction. Yes, only guilds with A-level potential can enter the group chat. Su Fian nodded and continued. But the group chat is also a group of ordinary players. The only difference is that they spend more Krypton gold. I see. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. There are not many A-level guilds, but there are still many guilds with A-level potential. So what do you think? Su Xian looked at Su Fian and asked expectantly. Me? Su Fian smiled lightly and said, if one day, the game really comes to reality, I believe that Petico and the others will protect me, the president, and survive in a world full of dangers. Then don't worry, with me here, you will be absolutely safe. Su Xian hugged Su Fian's waist and assured with a smile. You? Su Fian glanced at Su Xian with the corner of her eye, then smiled indifferently without making any reply. Only her heartbeat accelerated slightly, and her cheeks flushed. Su Xian naturally caught this subtle reaction easily. He smiled and said, it seems that President Su has to see my ability again. After speaking, Su Xian pressed towards Su Fian. Wait! Su Xian! This is the bathroom. Su Fian wanted to persuade her that this is the bathroom, not the bedroom, but Su Xian's operation was too smooth and he went straight to the point. Bathtub? Wouldn't that be better? Su Xian smiled slightly, and was about to warm up. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Who is it? At this time? Su Xian frowned and picked up the phone to see who was disturbing his important matter at such a critical moment. Lu Shui? He saw that it was Lu Shui who called, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It was only about 7 in the morning. Why did this little girl call him? Su Xian looked at Su Fian under him, then looked at the phone, and said, wait for me. Oh! Su Fian rolled her eyes at Su Xian, but didn't say much. Instead she bit her teeth. The battle between her and Su Xian had already started. Hello? Lu Shui, what's the matter? Su Xian picked up the phone and asked. At the same time, he accidentally moved twice. Su Fian, ? Can't you concentrate on the phone? Lu Shui, hello. Su Xian. I have important news. Another important news? Su Xian asked, while reaching out his hand to play with Su Fian's smooth and silky hair. Lu Shui, it's really important news. I received an invitation from the high-end player group. It's the group chat that only guilds with A-level potential can be invited. You must be in it too? Su Xian frowned. Are you being sarcastic? Lu Shui, how could it be? It's definitely a matter of time before your strength is promoted to A-level. They didn't invite you, it's strange. It's really strange. Su Xian smiled, but didn't care too much. Lu Shui, I heard that the president of the Fairy Concubine Guild is also in the group, and is one of the managers. Oh, you mean Su Fian. Su Xian looked down at Su Fian in the water, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lu Shui, it's her, don't you know her? I saw you get in her car last time. I do know her. Su Xian touched the tip of his nose. He and Su Fian are so familiar, right? President Su? Su Fian, stupid. Don't do that at this time. Lu Shui, it seems like there is. A strange sound? Did you hear it wrong? Okay, I have something else to do, we talk later. Lu Shui, oh, you're busy. Ding! Su Xian turned off the phone, then smiled and hugged Su Fian's waist, saying, then let's get down to business. The following is a derivative plot of the Holy War, and the following 1 million words are omitted. Did they succeed? In the Rose Mansion, Edith leaned against the window, admiring the starry sky unique to the Star Kingdom. Yes. Not far from her, Mary's shadow was kneeling there, reporting to her truthfully, the priest of the crescent moon suffered a tragic defeat in the dream of the moon, and the top leaders of the moon god empire are worried about this matter. They should not be able to take care of the civil war in the Star Kingdom in a short time. Very good. When Edith heard Mary's report, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Now, the Sun Church, the Moon God Empire, the Elf Kingdom, the Dragon Holy Kingdom, are unable to interfere in the war of the Star Kingdom, so it's time for us to expand the scope of the war. Lady Edith, do you mean to start the second stage? Mary thought about it, and asked the question in her heart. Yes. Edith nodded slightly and ordered, Mary, let them prepare. On the wedding day, I want to see the starry sky fall. Yes, you command. Fei Yin? President Su? Hello. Su Xian looked at Su Fei Yin, who fainted in his arms, thinking that the temperature of the bathtub was too high, and Su Fei Yin fainted from the heat. Anyway, it was definitely not his own problem. I take you home. Su Xian picked up the unconscious Su Fei Yin from the bathtub, helped her put on her clothes, and took a taxi home. As soon as they left, Chung Lan and others returned to the store. Ha, the free breakfast is delicious. After eating and drinking, how about taking a bath? Let's go! It's a good time to wash off the smell of alcohol on our bodies. Several people walked into the bathroom excitedly. As soon as they opened the door, they all widened their eyes full of disbelief. After a moment of silence, they asked each other, strange. Why is the bathtub golden? Chapter 453. Why is the door locked? Su Xian was about to carry Su Fian back to her room, but found that the door was locked. After thinking about it, he could only carry Su Fian back to his room. Are you too excited? I don't feel sleepy at all. After Su Xian carried Su Fian to bed, he suddenly found that he was excited and not tired at all. Let's play the game. He thought for 2 seconds and then immediately entered the game. When Su Xian came to the guild hall, the time in the game was still night. In the dark guild hall, only a faint moonlight fell from the window, immersing the entire hall in a snow-white color. You could even see snow-white light spots falling from the sky, as if it was snowing. This moonlight. Su Xian felt a little strange when he saw this. The environment in the guild area should be fixed, belonging to a small world that cannot be disturbed by any rules. But today's scene was the first time he had seen it. Was there something wrong with the guild area? Su Xian walked towards the window with doubts. When he came to the window and looked up, a bright moon was hanging in the sky. Is this an artificial moon? Su Xian said to himself. At least, it was definitely not the moon of the magic continent, nor the moon of the blue planet. Huh? Suddenly, Su Xian noticed that there seemed to be a small and exquisite figure floating on the surface of the moon. She seemed like a fairy, flying in the sky, as if praying for the blessing of the moonlight. What is that? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to see the other person's appearance clearly, but after staring for a while, his eyes became a little dry, and he could not see the other person's appearance clearly. She seemed to be thousands of meters away from the ground. Strange. Could it be that monsters will spawn in the guild area? Su Xian was confused, but the other party seemed to have no ill intentions. Getting closer. Su Xian suddenly found that the other party seemed to be gradually approaching, and at a very fast speed. In just a few seconds, it was only a few hundred meters away from Su Xian. At this time, Su Xian could see the other party's appearance clearly. Surprised Schwer. Master. Schwer flapped her little wings and landed in Su Xian's palm. The snow-white dolphin's tail swayed gently, and a bright smile rippled on her chubby little face. Schwer, what were you doing just now? Su Xian poked Schwer's face with his fingertips and asked curiously. He never expected that the fairy flying around on the moon would be Schwer. What's going on? How did this little girl suddenly go to the moon? Me? Schwer tilted her head and said with a smile, I'm taking a bath. Taking a bath? Su Xian was stunned for a second when he heard Schwer's answer. He first carefully observed Schwer. Since Schwer's body was similar to a creature condensed from ice and snow, her clothes were also woven from ice and snow. The snow-white puffy skirt looked like a little princess, and there was an exquisite crystal blue bow on her chest, showing her cuteness. But there is no trace of bathing. Besides, ice and snow will melt when they touch water, right? Schwer, you said you were taking a bath in the sky? Are you bathing your body with raindrops? Su Xian asked. No. Schwer shook her head and replied, Schwer relies on the white moonlight. White moonlight? Su Xian raised his eyebrows. Although he knew that the white moonlight Schwer mentioned was not the white moonlight, he was still surprised. After all, it was the first time he heard of bathing the body with moonlight. Yes, Schwer nodded gently and continued to explain. White moonlight can cleanse Schwer's body and soul, making Schwer always happy, and not thinking about those unhappy things. Unhappy things? Su Xian lowered his eyebrows, and stared at Schwer closely. It stands to reason that Schwer is a little creature that has just hatched from a snow dolphin egg. Although various evidences prove that Schwer is likely to be the incarnation of the Icefield Witch. But Schwer has never shown any information related to the Icefield Witch. But now, Schwer said that she would remember those unhappy things, which means that Schwer still retains the memory of the Icefield Witch. Su Xian stretched out his hand, gently soothed Schwer's emotions, and said, "Don't be afraid, the master will protect you. The master is so nice." Schwer rubbed Su Xian's fingers affectionately with her little head to express her love. "Okay, it's getting late, you should go to bed obediently." After speaking, Su Xian took Schwer back to her room. When they walked into the bedroom, the magic flamed silver swallowtail butterfly was already hanging on the branch and fell asleep quietly. Su Xian gently put Schwer on the bed and covered her with a quilt. "Good night." "Yes, good night, master." After coaxing Schwer to sleep, Su Xian returned to the hall and sat on the sofa. He began to sort out the tasks on hand. The sea-level tasks fell into a reset state, and the daily tasks, Luo Selen went to complete alone every day. These daily tasks usually involve dealing with monsters or delivering letters, so they are completed very quickly. In addition, due to the fact that Lorslan does not need to sleep, each task is completed early in the morning. If every member of the guild works as hard as Lorslan, wouldn't the guild's rise be a matter of minutes? Ah. Su Xian sighed. Lucia and the others are still not working hard enough. You received a private message. Su Xian immediately opened the chat interface to see who sent him a private message at this point. Kana's bunny. Su Xian. I have finally reached the most critical moment. Tomorrow I can accept a special commission to be promoted to a sea-level guild, and then go to participate in the assessment. Oh! Congratulations. If you need help, just come to me. Su Xian was surprised and happy when he saw the news. Lu Shue's guild's level promotion speed is quite fast. She was clearly still a D level before, and she is about to accept a C-level special commission after not seeing her for a few days. Kana's rabbit, I remember. Don't regret it. Okay, I won't regret it. Su Xian replied. Kana's rabbit, hee, but I will rely on myself and the adventurers to break through the sea level first. We can definitely do it. Su Xian, come on. Kana's rabbit, by the way, how do you know I recruited a legendary adventurer? Ah? I didn't ask you. Su Xian was stunned at first, then covered his mouth and smiled. He didn't expect that Lu Shue actually recruited a legendary adventurer. And Lu Shue's previous adventurer was the epic centaur Sophie. This little girl's luck is really outrageous. Kana's bunny. Okay, I know you Indy, my legendary adventurer. She is just an ordinary half-angel, hee awesome right? Half-angel? Su Xian was surprised to hear that Lu Shue's adventurer was a half-angel. When he mentioned angels, he recalled the angels he had met in a special world during the baptism of holy light. They were a group of guys who wanted his life. After all, he had blasphemed the light. But, Su Xian asked Lu Shue, what race are half-angels? Are they hybrids of angels? Kana's bunny. No. Half-angels are creatures on the magic continent. They are guided by the god of light, and become the messengers of the god of light on the magic continent. It is rumored that their combat power is second only to dragons. They are a very powerful group of adventurers. That should be called a pseudo-angel, right? Su Xian said to himself. He thought it was a hybrid of creatures on the magic continent and angels, but he didn't expect it to be just creatures guided by the god of light. Kana's bunny. Okay. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to upgrade my little angel. She's the strongest fighter in my guild now. Go ahead. Su Xian touched his nose and smiled as he closed the chat interface. Although Lu Shue recruited a legendary angel, he was not envious. It was just an angel. An angel. Right. Su Xian suddenly remembered that the purple recruitment scroll he got when he was promoted to a sea-level guild had not been used yet. He took the recruitment scroll out of his backpack and began to think about his own entry library. Widow. Holy Judgment Agreement. Emptiness. These 3 entries can just be put together to form an adventurer, and because the quality of the 3 entries is very high, the adventurer recruited is at least of legendary quality. But Su Xian always feels that something is missing, maybe because the Void entry is only rare for perfectionists. If Void can be evolved to super rare, the strength of the summoned adventurer will definitely be off the charts. Unfortunately, the entry cannot be advanced. Do you want to consume an angel bell to improve the quality of the entry? Is there really a way to improve the quality of the entry? Su Xian was shocked when he saw the prompt that popped up in front of him. He suddenly came up with this idea, but he didn't expect that there was actually a way to do it. But, speaking of this, what is the angel bell? Is it related to angels? Maybe you can ask Lucia about this matter. She may know something. What are you dazed about? Suddenly, a figure appeared in the guild hall and asked softly. Su Xian turned his head, and I don't know when Edith appeared behind him silently. Why are you here? Su Xian asked Edith. Of course, I have something to talk to you about. Edith walked around Su Xian from behind, sat down beside him gracefully. She crossed her legs, the hem of her skirt hugged the beautiful lines between her legs, and continued, I hope you haven't forgotten that tomorrow is the date of the wedding. I haven't forgotten. Su Xian was a little excited because he really forgot. Who said that there are more exciting things in reality? Really? Edith glanced at him, and without saying much, she continued, come to the palace of the Star Kingdom at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, don't be late. I know. Su Xian nodded vigorously, thinking that Edith was really thoughtful. She seemed to not allow any mistakes to happen, and she attached great importance to this wedding. It seemed that this wedding was more important than he expected. By the way, how is Princess Vivian doing recently? Su Xian asked Edith. She's fine. Edith said coldly, she has returned from the abyss, but you may be a little strange to her now. Strange? Do you want to meet her? No. Su Xian shook his head. He was not interested in Vivian, and she was not his woman. He just wanted to briefly understand the situation of the Star Kingdom, and the current situation of the princess, who was about to ascend the throne. Let's do this for now. When this wedding is over, I will fulfill your wish. Edith stood up and prepared to leave, but the premise is that you have to take this wedding seriously. Regardless of success or failure, this is also Issa's first time. Well, I remember it. Su Xian nodded. Although it was just acting, his feelings for Issa were real. Perhaps, they could turn the fake into real at that time. I'm leaving. See you then. Edith's body gradually turned into rose petals, and at the moment she was about to leave, she threw a ring and landed in Su Xian's palm. What is this? Su Xian picked up the ring in confusion and looked at it carefully. Abyss Oath Ring, myth, a ring made from the heart of the first lustful demon king. It contains the power of legend, and is also a testimony of sincerity. Myth prop. Su Xian was shocked. He really didn't expect that Edith would give him a ring of mythical quality. However, this should be the ring he was going to wear for Vivian that day. It seems that she has prepared a lot for this wedding. Su Xian smiled, and put the ring into his backpack. He was also looking forward to tomorrow's wedding. But today, he needed to deliver the Moonlight Truth Key to the hands of the Crescent Priest. Su Xian stretched and looked out the window. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning, and everyone should get up soon. As soon as his idea came to mind, Luo Saline walked out of the room and walked straight to the teleportation array. The hard-working Luo Saline had to do the daily task alone again. Luo Saline. Su Xian immediately called Luo Saline. What's wrong? Luo Saline turned her head and asked expressionlessly. You don't need to do the daily tasks today. Why? Because? Su Xian smiled slightly and continued, I'm getting married tomorrow. While speaking, Su Xian's eyes stayed on Rosalind, staring at her. But Rosalind's face was still as calm as ever, and there was no emotional fluctuation in her sapphire-like eyes. After a few seconds of silence, she slowly said, Oh, I know. After speaking, Rosalind turned around and returned to her room. Bang! The door was closed. This girl. Su Xian smiled helplessly when he saw Rosalind's reaction. He thought Rosalind would be very surprised. As a result, there was no reaction at all. Alas, it seems that we can only look forward to Lucia's reaction. However, the smart Pope will definitely question this wedding. After all, how could anyone suddenly progress to a wedding? The proposal stage hasn't even started yet. On the other side, Lorthelin leaned against the door, and the stars in her soul body flashed with unprecedented dazzling light. Of course, she was very concerned about Su Xian's words just now. He was getting married tomorrow, although who her president was going to marry had nothing to do with her. Lorthelin, after all, they were not lovers. But for some reason, her mood was extremely heavy at this moment. It was as if, that day, the ship of their Yeoman family encountered the night witch on the sea. The desperate feeling of powerlessness and the suffocation of falling into the deep sea burst out again at this moment, constantly disturbing her mind that should not exist. I am. Lorthelin gently covered her chest, and she seemed to feel her long-forgotten heartbeat. Heartbeat, still. Chapter 454. Hum, hum, hum. Su Xian hummed a little song and prepared a cup of coffee for himself. As soon as he took a sip, a dazzling light suddenly flashed in the teleportation array. Then, Issa stepped lightly on the white light and walked out of the teleportation array. Mr. Su Xian, where are you? The first thing Issa did when she entered the guild was to look for Su Xian. When she saw Su Xian sitting on the sofa, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Mr. Su Xian, there is good news. Good news? Su Xian put down the coffee cup in his hand and asked, what good news? It's from the Church of Light. Issa sat in Su Xian's arms naturally and continued, Sister Kelly said that our church has achieved the achievement of the best church in the Star Kingdom this year, and can be allocated a large amount of funds. Although it is only 10 silver coins. Only 10 silver coins? The Church of Light is really stingy. Su Xian stood up for Issa. After all, it is a branch of the Star Kingdom, the best church. It's only 10 silver coins. This is lower than Issa's daily adventurer salary in the guild. Who is speaking ill of the Church of Light again? Suddenly, the teleportation array flashed again, and Lucia walked out of the teleportation array with light steps, staring straight at Su Xian. I see you. You are not loyal enough to the Church of Light. Ahem, this is really the right time. Su Xian coughed twice and avoided his sight. Funding is not the key, Issa said quickly. The most important thing is that the Holy See of Light will send a saint to inspect and present the Holy See of Light certification, which means that the church in Blue Moon Town has officially been recognized by the Pope. So that's how it is. Su Xian listened carefully, and at the same time turned his eyes to Lucia. He thought, could all these things be Lucia's will? What are you looking at me for? Lucia glanced coldly, then picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. Her two willow eyebrows slightly condensed, and then her beautiful eyes turned to Su Xian, admonishing, didn't you put sugar? It's very bitter. No, I put 2 pieces. Su Xian shook his head and replied. 2 pieces? Why is it still so bitter? Lucia felt a little confused, and then took another sip. She still felt a little bitter, so she had to attribute this to the problem with the raw materials of the coffee. Su Xian didn't care too much, but said to Issa, Issa, can you help me call everyone out? I have something to tell everyone. Okay, Mr. Su Xian. Issa nodded gently, and walked towards Alice's room. Alice, Verola, get up. Is there something you want to tell us? Lucia replaced Issa, and sat next to Su Xian. Well, I tell you later. Su Xian nodded, planning to tell Alice and the others after they came out. Seeing this, Lucia pinched the flesh on the back of Su Xian's hand, and said softly, tell me quickly. Okay. I tell you first. Su Xian couldn't stand Lucia's request and said, I'm going to a wedding tomorrow. Whose wedding? Lucia asked. Mine. Su Xian answered calmly. You? After hearing this, Lucia was silent for a moment. But soon, she asked Su Xian, what strange commissions have you received? Right? Alas, I can't hide it from you. Su Xian smiled helplessly. In front of His Holiness the Pope, he couldn't hide it. Go ahead. Lucia crossed her legs, and her golden red eyes carefully looked at Su Xian, and continued, what kind of wedding is it, and what role do you play in the wedding? I play the groom. Su Xian smiled and replied, and his right hand naturally hugged Lucia's slender waist. Groom? Lucia heard this answer and immediately said, reject this mission commission now. Her voice was very firm, as if she would not allow Su Xian to refute anything. Wait! Su Xian hurriedly added, don't you want to hear who the bride is? Who? Vivian. Vivian? Lucia heard the name, her eyes narrowed slightly, lowered her head and whispered, it seems that it is time for the Star Kingdom to go to its end. Su Xian heard the words, and his eyes widened instantly. Although the Star Kingdom is the weakest of the 3 human kingdoms, it is not so weak that Lucia can defeat it with just one word. Ahem, it seems that there is no problem. After all, Lucia is the Pope of the Church of Light. Even if the Church of Light is in a state of division, at least 1/3 of its forces obey Lucia's orders. These forces alone are enough to raise the current Star Kingdom to the ground. Listen to me first. Su Xian immediately explained to Lucia, Princess Vivian is only the nominal bride, but the real bride is not Vivian, but someone else. Others? Yes. Su Xian nodded and replied, because it is the commission of Lady Rose, she hopes that we can use a fake wedding to solve the civil strife in the Star Kingdom. Therefore, the bride and groom will be members of our guild. You mean, the bride is a member of our guild? Lucia suddenly became interested and stared at Su Xian intently, as if she had some idea. In principle, yes, but the quota has been confirmed. Although Su Xian did not accurately capture Lucia's thoughts, he sensed a strange emotional fluctuation and immediately said, Yifsha will be the bride. You know, this is all Edith's decision. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lucia. You mean, it's all Edith's decision? Lucia asked coldly. As she spoke, the golden magic circle appeared under Lucia's feet and gradually shone. Wait! What are you going to do? Lucia? Before Su Xian finished speaking, the figures of the two disappeared instantly. When he opened his eyes again, he had come to the living room of Rose Mansion. On the sofa opposite, Edith was sitting with her legs crossed and sipping black tea. As if she had already guessed the arrival of the two, she gracefully put down the teacup, and then asked Su Xian and Lucia, Do you have anything to do? Lucia immediately took a step forward and confronted Edith with her eyes. I heard that you want to hold a fake wedding? Yes. Edith did not hide it. After just glancing at Su Xian, she said to Lucia, The Star Kingdom now needs a happy event to baptize the turmoil. This is a political means. According to the agreement between us, the Sun Church has no right to interfere. The Sun Church will naturally not interfere, but I am now talking to you as a member of the Puff Fantasy Township Guild. Lucia's attitude is very strong, and she will never give in. Are you going to talk to me as an adventurer? Edith smiled interestingly and asked, So what are your requirements? I will play the role of pretending to be a bride. Other things can be discussed, but not this one. This must be done by me. Lucia and Edith started arguing. Su Xian did not participate in their argument, because this was no longer a battlefield for a mortal like him. However, Lucia was one of the few people who could give Edith a headache. As the Pope of the Church of Light, Edith could not compete with Vivian head-on even if she supported Vivian to become the king of the Kingdom of Stars. Su Xian saw that their argument had no result for a while, so he had to sit on the sofa and find something to do. First, he tasted the black tea, which was slightly bitter, and then cast his eyes on the stack of desserts placed in front of Edith. While Edith's attention was completely on Lucia, he quietly took a piece and tasted it. The mask of pain was put on instantly. How could it be so sweet? The bitter black tea paired with the super sweet cake. Edith's taste in food is really strange. President. Suddenly, Lucia shifted the topic to Su Xian, and the two girls looked at him at the same time. Ah? Su Xian wiped the cream on the corner of his mouth and asked, What's the matter? We have come up with a compromise plan. Edith explained, Are you interested in marrying two princesses at once? Ah? Su Xian was stunned, and for a moment, it was difficult to understand what Edith meant. In the Star Kingdom, there are many rules about marriage. Edith continued to explain, although it is a country that practices monogamy, the royal family with star blood can have multiple wives to continue the purity of their bloodline. And only the offspring with star blood are eligible to inherit the power of the stars. So, the more wives the better. I understand what you said. Su Xian replied, But the king is Vivian, right? The people of the Star Kingdom are willing to let their king. Of course they are willing. The reason is very simple. Edith crossed her hands in front of her chest and said confidently, Because you also have star blood. I remember. Edith added, The Star Kingdom believes in the star, not the royal family. Although I don't know where your star power comes from, if you are willing, I can also support you to become the king of the Star Kingdom. I am the king? Su Xian was a little moved when he heard it. But it was just a heartbeat. If he was really asked to be the king, he would definitely back off. Ahem. Su Xian cleared his throat and said to Edith, So what is your plan? As the second princess of the Star Kingdom, Katrin has been ready to dedicate herself to the Star Kingdom since she was born. Edith sat down gracefully, picked up the black tea, hung it on her lips, and explained to Su Xian, I believe she will be willing to be your wife. You mean marry two at a time? Su Xian immediately understood what Edith meant, but was still a little surprised that they had argued for a long time and got a plan. Two princesses, enjoy it at once? Ahem, I don't mind. It depends on whether you are willing or not. Edith shrugged her shoulders calmly, took a sip of tea, and waited for Su Xian's answer. Then Su Xian first glanced at Lucia. Her expression was calm, but there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. So, he shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't mind either. That's good, but... Edith nodded slightly, then glanced at Lucia with her beautiful eyes, and said, I only have one ring, and the second ring needs to be prepared by the Holy Sea of Light. You don't need to worry about it, I will prepare everything. Lucia replied coldly, but at this moment, a barely noticeable smile flashed across her delicate cheeks. Since we have agreed, let's go back first. Su Xian opened the space magic ring and prepared to return to the guild. See you tomorrow. Yeah. After speaking, Su Xian and Lucia disappeared in the Rose Mansion. And at the moment they left, the scene in the Rose Mansion changed dramatically. The originally magnificent mansion turned into a dark abyss in an instant. The furniture in the house also turned into bright red flesh and blood, as if the entire mansion was located in the body of some creature. Edith slowly stood up and said to the air, I need your power. Strange voices sounded out of nowhere from all directions. Offer his life magic. After Su Xian and Lucia returned to the guild, they told everyone about the wedding. Really? Really? Master, are you getting married? Get married? Human, who are you marrying? Are you marrying me? Marriage! Marriage! No way. Alice and the others were instantly excited when they heard that their guild leader was going to get married. Only Lucia, Lorslin, and Issa, who knew about this, had calm faces. Su Xian cleared his throat and explained to them, don't get me wrong, this is just a mission commission, it's fake. Fake? Alice and the others looked at each other, not quite understanding what Su Xian meant. To put it simply, you just follow me to the wedding scene tomorrow, and the heroines are Issa and Lucia. Su Xian continued to explain. So it's with Sister Issa and Sister Lucia? TSK, boring. Fake wedding? Well, Lola doesn't understand. Alice and the others probably understood what Su Xian meant. This was just a mission, not a real wedding. Okay, I'm going out now. You guys behave in the guild, okay? Su Xian said to everyone with a smile. Okay. Su Xian immediately opened the chat interface and looked for Su Fian. Today, he had to deliver the Moonlight Truth key to the Crescent Priest. But, strange. Fian is not online? Su Xian noticed that Su Fian's avatar was gray and immediately realized that she was not online. But now it should have been 6 or 7 hours since Su Fian fell asleep. Logically, she should have woken up. Su Xian thought about it and temporarily left the game to check the situation. The moment he took off the VR glasses, he suddenly found that Su Fian was lying on her side beside him, admiring his peerless handsome face. Fian! Me! Su Fian's beautiful eyes were startled, and she quickly let go and explained, I just woke up. Is that so? Su Xian smiled slightly when he heard it. Said, enter the game, we should go to the top of Moonlight Mountain. Chapter 455. Lucia, Issa, come with me. After Su Xian logged into the game, he called out to Lucia and Issa. Since it was just a delivery mission for the time being, there was no need to bring too much combat power. Yes, Mr. Su Xian. Yes. The two women immediately stood up and followed Su Xian to the top of Moonlight Mountain. Master. Alice looked at the backs of the three people leaving with mixed emotions. She had guessed that everyone was hiding something from her because Su Xian had a wisp of moonlight on his body. She immediately thought that the location of yesterday's mission was in the Moon God Empire. In addition, she also sensed a wisp of the magic breath of the Moonlight Witch. Obviously, her president had encountered the Moonlight Witch. Although Alice didn't know why the president wanted to hide this matter, she chose to wait and believe. She believed that her master would never deceive her. Master, it must be for my good. Alice smiled, then picked up the broom and began to clean up, fulfilling the duties of a maid. Accompanied by the flashing white light, Su Xian passed through the teleportation array and arrived at the top of Moonlight Mountain. Su Fian and Pettico had been waiting here for a long time. When she saw Su Xian appear, a strange color flashed in Su Fian's beautiful eyes. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, Issa suddenly came to her side quietly and sniffed lightly with her nose. What's wrong? Su Fian asked in panic. Your body. Issa hesitated for a while and replied with a smile, it smells good. It smells good? Su Fian was confused when she heard Ivessa's answer. Su Xian was sweating profusely. It was obvious that Ivessa had keenly sensed the existence of his holy light in Su Fian's body. Ahem, let's set off quickly. If we complete the task early, you could also be promoted to the A-level guild. Su Xian quickly changed the subject and set off. Well? Su Fian nodded, but the doubts in her heart were still there. And Ivessa smiled mysteriously at Su Xian. Along the way, Su Xian curiously asked Su Fian, your task of being promoted to the A-level guild only requires you to return this item to the new Moon Priest, and it will be over? Not yet. Su Fian shook her head and replied, after handing over the task props to the new Moon Priest, you still have to protect the new Moon Priest and complete the opening ceremony of the Moonlight Truth Key. At that time, it will be the most critical. Guardian task? Su Xian frowned when he heard it. Although it is not known which enemies will appear during the guarding mission, in terms of difficulty, at least we have to face the impact from the other 3 priests of the Moon God Empire head-on. As expected of the mission to advance to the A-level guild, the difficulty is indeed a bit outrageous. Don't worry this time. I am confident that I can complete the promotion mission. Su Fian said to Su Xian confidently, don't forget, I still have an ace in my hand. Oh! Su Xian instantly understood that Su Fian was talking about the 7 Valkyrie petals obtained in the previous event of the Star Kingdom. The Valkyrie crown woven from them will contain the power to summon the Valkyrie Phantom. Under the demigod, there is absolutely no one who can defeat it. By the way, have you refreshed your mission? Su Fian asked Su Xian. She was more worried that Su Xian's mission progress would stagnate because of helping her. Not yet. Su Xian shook his head, then smiled and said, you should focus on upgrading the guild level now, and don't worry too much about my progress. Even though you said that, I still can't help but worry about you. Su Fian glanced at him and said, the server is about to open. If you can be promoted to A level before the server opens, you will have the right to speak in the future. Reach A level before the server opens? That's probably impossible. Su Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. There were only a few days left before the server opened, and it was basically impossible to be promoted to an A-level guild within a few days. That depends on your efforts. It's not impossible. Su Fian's tone was full of affirmation for Su Xian, if it's you. Su Xian was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, okay, I listen to you. I will work hard to be promoted to an A-level guild. By the way, I heard that you killed everyone in the Moon Dream, and made those players wail. Su Fian suddenly mentioned the things in the Moon Dream, and was very curious about it. No, don't listen to them. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders, and said he was not responsible for the matter. At that time, his mind was completely on dealing with the Wanhua priest, so he didn't have time to deal with the group of adventurers. As for the whale after being crushed, it may be that the members of the Xianfei guild made a greater contribution. After all, the main members of his guild were dealing with the Wanhua priest at that time. Really? Su Fian smiled slightly, then looked straight ahead and continued, we are here. Su Xian heard this, and shifted his gaze. On the top of the Moonlight Mountain, there was a faint invisible door. It was like it was made of snow-white moonlight, flickering slightly. It didn't exist before. Su Xian murmured in a low voice. When he and Alice came, there was no such invisible door. Because I have the key to enter this door, so it appears. Su Fian explained. After she finished speaking, she took out a key from her backpack. Of course, it was not the key of the Moonlight Truth, but a bronze key with a kitten pendant. Su Fian put the key into the Moonlight Gate, and the next second, the Moonlight Gate opened. The scene inside the door was illusory, and only a masked woman could be vaguely seen sitting inside, as if waiting for their arrival. Let's go! Su Fian was the first to enter the Moonlight Gate, followed by Su Xian. When everyone entered, the woman's appearance instantly became clear. But due to the white mask, her appearance could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of cat ears swayed gently, as if playing a certain detection role. However, compared to this, Su Xian wanted to know more about why the ethnic distribution of the Moon God Empire was so strange. The Moonlight Witch's clone was a white tiger, and the Crescent Moon Priest was a cat girl and a mermaid. Is this really a country dominated by humans? Welcome to you, adventurers. The Crescent Moon Priest's cold voice sounded, but there was a sense of weirdness in his voice. It's like talking in a double-talking manner? Hello, dear New Moon Priest. Su Fian greeted the New Moon Priest politely, and continued, we will hand over the Moonlight Truth key to you according to the Moonlight Witch's commission. After she finished speaking, she took the Moonlight Truth key out of her backpack and handed it to the New Moon Priest. You did a good job. The New Moon Priest took the Moonlight Truth key and then said, the ceremony will start in 3 hours. Songyue and the others will definitely sense the magic fluctuations of the ceremony. We will need to ask you for help at that time. Please rest assured, we will protect the progress of the ceremony. Su Fian responded. Very good. The Crescent Moon Priest nodded slightly and added, however, my Crescent Moon Gate is not so easy to break through. You don't need to fight them. You just need to hold on for half an hour to maintain the magic barrier of the Crescent Moon Gate, and let me complete the ritual. Leave the rest to me. I understand. Then please wait here for a moment. I'm going to prepare some props for the ritual. Okay. After the Crescent Moon Priest finished speaking, she turned and left. When she left, Su Xian also saw a leopard tail behind her. Wait, is the Crescent Moon Priest not a cat girl? But? Su Xian, let's go sit there for a while. Su Fian's voice interrupted Su Xian's guess, holding his palm and taking him to the rest area. The place where the Crescent Moon Priest lives is an ordinary wooden house, with a living room and a bedroom connected, and the only furniture is a wooden bed. There are a few snow-white cushions for rest. Su Xian sat on the futon, and the soft touch made him fall in love with it instantly, as if he was sitting on clouds. What brand of futon is this? Go to the link. What a comfortable futon, Ivisa, and the others also showed the same expression as Su Xian, and were curious about the unusual softness of the futon. What a nice smell. Not only was it unusually soft, Su Xian also smelled a special fragrance, similar to mint, refreshing. The place where the new moon priest lives is simple. I didn't expect it to be just a small wooden house. Su Fi had observed the environment in the wooden house, and was surprised. As a priest of the Moon God Empire, she lived in a small wooden house isolated from the world, which surprised her a little. She is like a sage from a novel? Although the house is simple, it is not easy to create this place. Su Xian looked around and said, a small world isolated from the outside world, and with a magic barrier that can block demigod-level existences, this cannot be measured by money. That's true. Su Fian nodded in agreement, and then said worriedly, I just don't know how many priests the Moon God Empire will send to stop this ceremony. Don't worry, according to the new moon priest, we only need to maintain the new moon gate, and there is no need to face the enemy head-on. Su Xian comforted, by the way, should we take advantage of the free time now to teleport the adventurers here? I'm afraid not. Su Fian shook her head and explained, there are special rules for this mission. Only one adventurer can provide magic power for the magic barrier of the new moon gate, so the number of people cannot determine the outcome. But don't forget, I still have a trump card. Awesome. Su Xian smiled faintly. Su Fian must have made full preparations to successfully upgrade to the A-level guild. Not to mention the 7 Valkyrie petals, Pettico's level was also upgraded to level 82 in a short period of time, which can be said to have invested all the resources of the guild in this mission. But thinking of this, Su Xian felt a headache for his A-level guild mission. After all, the difficulty of the mission of the C-level guild is now on par with that of the B-level guild. If it is time to upgrade to the A-level guild, I don't know how amazing it will be. Could it be S-level difficulty? Come on, now there is not even an A-level guild. It takes 3 hours to wait. I take a nap first. Su Fian felt a little sleepy. The madness of last night still made her physically and mentally exhausted, and she wanted to take a nap. Well, go to sleep. I wake you up when the time comes. Su Xian replied. After the words fell, Su Fian lay on the futon and fell asleep instantly. When she fell asleep, Issa came quietly behind Su Xian, wrapped her slender arms around his neck, and blew softly in his ear. Mr. Su Xian, you smell more and more fragrant. Ah? What does this mean? Su Xian looked at Issa in confusion, not quite understanding what she meant. Ah, it smells so good. Issa did not answer, but sucked against Su Xian's skin, feeling the smell of a mature man. Her strange behavior made Su Xian raise his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little confused. Lucia, who was standing aside, only cast a cold look at this, as if she was no longer surprised by Su Xian's fickleness. Only Pettico looked dazed, staring at Su Xian intently, like a piece of wood without the ability to think. Human doll. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Su Xian's mind. Moonlight Witch clone? Su Xian immediately identified the other party's identity from the voice, and then asked the other party with telepathy, do you have something to tell me? Yes. The appearance of the Moonlight Witch clone gradually emerged in his mind. The snow-colored white tiger was licking its fur, and it seemed that it didn't notice that Su Xian could see her. Even raised its hind legs and licked its paws. It was not until she noticed Su Xian's sight that she suddenly came back to her senses, then glared at Su Xian and said, I need your help. The new moon priest alone can't stop Songyue and others. What do you need me to do? Su Xian asked. It's very simple. I just need you to help me leave a scar on Xinyue's butt. The white tiger replied to Su Xian. Ah? Su Xian was shocked when he heard what the Moonlight Witch clone told him. He couldn't understand the purpose of doing this. Why should he leave a scar on the buttocks of the new moon priest? Don't worry about it. Just do it. If Xinyue disagrees, tell her that it is my will. Baihu continued to instruct. Okay. Su Xian reluctantly accepted the task. Although the content of the task was strange, in order to ensure that Su Fian's promotion task was completed perfectly, he could only do it according to Baihu's will. However, he was a little concerned that the Moonlight Witch's clone and the Moonlight Witch seemed to be not the same soul. By the way, don't forget what I warned you. The Moonlight Witch's clone reminded Su Xian again, don't agree to any personal request of the new moon priest. Do you hear me? Understand? Su Xian smiled and nodded, keeping this in mind. Do you really understand? Don't take my words as wind. Baihu narrowed his eyes and glanced at Su Xian. His eyes were full of anxiety, like a mother worried that her child would be naughty. Chapter 456. The Butt of the Crescent Moon Priest. The Butt of the Crescent Moon Priest. Su Xian stood up and whispered softly, preparing to complete the task assigned to him by the Moonlight Witch's clone. Although, the content of the task was very outrageous. What are you going to do? Lucia noticed that Su Xian suddenly stood up and asked with concern. I'm going to find the Crescent Moon Priest. I want to ask something clearly. Su Xian answered perfunctorily. He couldn't tell Lucia that he was going to sneak attack the Crescent Moon Priests, but Lucia didn't ask, just closed her eyes and fell into meditation. And Su Xian walked quickly to the room where the Crescent Moon Priest was. It was a side room on the inside, with the door half closed. Su Xian leaned over and looked at the scene inside through the half-closed door. Su Xian saw that the Crescent Moon Priest was squatting in the room with his back to him. She seemed to be looking for something in a big wooden box. After searching for a while, she took out all the props needed for the ceremony. Strange. They should be here. The new moon priest was looking for the props for the ceremony very seriously, but it seemed that there were some minor problems in the process, and he had not found the props he needed. At this time, by chance, the new moon priest got into the treasure box, tilted the drum, and searched for props. Su Xian's eyes condensed. Isn't this the best time? He just needs to rush up with a knife and cut the new moon priests, but then the mission of the Moonlight Witch clone is completed, right? While thinking, he has taken out a small dagger and is ready to hit the new moon priest's drum. He tiptoed into the room, his eyes were like torches, staring closely at the back of the Crescent Moon Priest, avoiding any slight noise. And the Crescent Moon Priest seemed to be cooperating with him, looking for the ritual props in the box. Good opportunity. Su Xian found the right time, raised his dagger, and stabbed the Crescent Moon Priest's leather drum. But what he didn't know was that the Crescent Moon Priest had already sensed his approach. Sneak attack. The Crescent Moon Priest's leopard print tail instantly exploded, and he turned quickly, controlling Su Xian's body at an extremely fast speed. What a fast speed! Su Xian frowned slightly. The speed of the Crescent Moon Priest exceeded his eyeball rotation speed and reaction ability. Before he could react, the Crescent Moon Priest's hands. No, it should be the claws that had already firmly grasped his body, unable to move. Boy! What are you going to do? The Crescent Moon Priest threw Su Xian heavily to the ground and questioned in a cold tone. But strangely, the collision between Su Xian's back and the ground did not make any sound, so naturally, it did not attract the attention of Lucia and the others. Don't be nervous. Su Xian remained calm in the face of the suppression of the Crescent Moon Priest, saying, I just followed the instructions of the Moonlight Witch's clone. The Moonlight Witch's clone? The Crescent Moon Priest was stunned at first, and then immediately understood the meaning. And, damn, it must be that White Tiger's trick. Really? A possession magic always has to do some weird operations. I don't know what's in that guy's mind. Tofu? The Crescent Moon Priest gritted his teeth, as if he was full of hostility towards the Moonlight Witch's clone. At least, it was definitely not a friendly attitude. But even though she hated the Moonlight Witch's clone, she let go of Su Xian in time. After all, as a follower, she could not disobey the Moonlight Witch's will. Although Su Xian was not sure what the contradiction between the two was, at least the Crescent Moon Priest would really follow her will as Baihu said. If he had known this, he would not have had to launch a sneak attack. Since it is that guy's will. The Crescent Moon Priest sighed and continued, Tell me, what does she want me to do? I need. Su Xian informed the Crescent Moon Priest of the Moonlight Witch's clone's will. When the Crescent Moon Priest heard that she needed to sacrifice her drum, her hair exploded instantly, and the white Crescent Moon mask was dyed red in an instant. This bastard. Meow. The Crescent Moon Priest was so angry that she made a cat's cry, lowered her head, and shook her eyes left and right, thinking about how to solve the situation in front of her. Seeing this, Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. This thing is really a cat, right? Is it an ocelot? In doubt, the Crescent Moon Priest has already compromised with his fate. Okay. The Crescent Moon Priest put his hands into his sleeves and raised his head. Behind the mask, his brown eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. He continued, Just do as she says, but when this is over, I will definitely settle accounts with her. Huh? Su Xian heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. It seems that the firepower was attracted by the Moonlight Witch's clone, so he is safe. Be patient, it will be over soon. Su Xian raised the dagger in his hand that flashed with cold light, and comforted the Crescent Moon Priest. The Crescent Moon Priest did not answer, but just turned around and quietly waited for Su Xian to complete his task. I'm sorry. Puff. Su Xian held the knife and left a scar on the buttocks of the Crescent Moon Priest. Hiss. The Crescent Moon Priest clenched her teeth in pain. Does it hurt? Su Xian asked deliberately. What do you think? The Crescent Moon Priest rolled her eyes, but even though it hurt a lot, she didn't dare to touch the wound, letting the bright red blood seep out from the corner of her clothes. And at the moment when her voice fell, a faint blue halo bloomed at her wound, attracting Su Xian's attention. What is this? Su Xian stared at the Crescent Moon Priest's leather drum and was very curious. Why did the Crescent Moon Priest's leather drum glow? But in the corner, he didn't notice. The Crescent Moon Priest's right eye was stained with a touch of dark blue. Even after the color of the pupils changed, the two eyes seemed to belong to different people, showing two different looks. Hey, human doll, what are you looking at? The voice of the Moonlight Witch clone came from the mouth of the Crescent Moon Priest, which made Su Xian stunned for a second. Then he asked, Are you the White Tiger? No. The voice of the Crescent Moon Priest sounded immediately, but soon explained, She temporarily possessed my body, and we now share a body. So that's it. Su Xian finally understood the intention of the Moonlight Witch clone after hearing the explanation of the Crescent Moon Priest. Okay, we have to prepare something, you leave here for now. The Crescent Moon Priest said. But as soon as she finished speaking, her tone changed instantly, and she added, Human doll, bring me a bottle of wine later. You idiot. I'm allergic to alcohol. So what? You? Waste. The New Moon Priest talked to himself and started to quarrel. Su Xian was too lazy to pay attention to this situation and left the room directly. Although it was a bit noisy, with the participation of the White Tiger, their chances of success in the guarding ceremony would double. As for wine, Su Xian checked his backpack. He didn't bring any wine, so he asked Lucia, Do you have any wine? Why? Lucia slowly opened her eyes and glanced at Su Xian. The New Moon Priest needs it for the ceremony. Su Xian made up an excuse. Yes. Lucia took out a bottle of blue wine from her sleeves. It was engraved with exquisite patterns and looked like a work of art. Then, she handed it to Su Xian. What is this? Su Xian looked at it curiously, and information about this wine jumped out of his sight. Grand Blue Fantasy, epic special props that can temporarily greatly increase attack power and reduce pain. This is a gift from a small country on the seaside. I wanted to bring it to you to try. Since it is useful now, let's use it. Lucia said calmly. Then I try it first. Su Xian opened the cork and took a gulp. The strange taste made him frown instantly. It tasted like salt soda, but with a little wine. It can't be said that it's not good, but the winemaking process needs to be improved. Thank you. Su Xian took the wine and returned to the room where the New Moon Priest was. She had sorted out the props for the ceremony and piled them aside. When she saw Su Xian coming back, she immediately asked, Did you bring the wine? Here. Su Xian casually threw the bottle of Azure Fantasy to the Crescent Moon Priest. You get a point. After taking the wine, the Crescent Moon Priest's mouth curled up, but soon, it became bitter and embarrassed. Stupid, they say I'm allergic to alcohol. What does it have to do with me? Don't drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The Crescent Moon Priest couldn't stop the stubbornness of the big white tiger and was forced to drink the whole bottle of Azure Fantasy. Huh. It tastes good. The Crescent Moon Priest drank it all in one gulp and sighed happily. This scene made Su Xian confused. Does she really think it tastes good? Of course, it may also be because the Moonlight Witch's clone hasn't drunk for too long, causing the taste to decline. Otherwise, normal people should find it unpalatable. Ahem, Lucia must not be told about this. If she knew that the tribute from the small country on the seaside tasted so bad, she might be punished. But this is at least an epic item, which may be everything for a small country. Burp. The Crescent Moon Priest burped, and strangely, a blue bubble came out. Su Xian stretched out his finger in confusion and poked the bubble. The bubble burst instantly, and a smell of wine floated out. At this moment, the Crescent Moon Priest spit out white foam from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body began to tremble. The Crescent Moon Priest staggered back 2 steps, feeling dizzy and losing all his strength. Is she really allergic to alcohol? Seeing this, Su Xian immediately recalled what the Crescent Moon Priest said that she was allergic to alcohol. He thought it was a joke. After all, the Crescent Moon Priest's level was close to that of a demigod. How could she be allergic to alcohol? But from the current situation, it seems that all this is true. What a waste. You can't even hold this amount. The Moonlight Witch clone taunted the Crescent Moon Priest through the Crescent Moon Priest's mouth. Human doll, come and help her. What should I do? Su Xian stepped forward quickly and asked them. Lift her upside down, with her head facing down. The Moonlight Witch clone added. Then I try it first. Su Xian followed the instructions of the Moonlight Witch clone, held the Crescent Moon Priest's ankles, and gently applied force, and the Crescent Moon Priest was lifted upside down by her. When the white robe fell with gravity, the Crescent Moon Priest's slender white thighs were revealed in Su Xian's sight. Moving the sight down again, the graceful figure is even more dazzling. The most amazing thing is, why is there nothing inside? Su Xian's eyes fixed, and he was shocked. Stupid. Idiot. The Crescent Moon Priest used her last strength to explain to Su Xian, I'm in my own home, why should I wear clothes? That's right. Su Xian didn't think much about it, and continued to ask, then what? The Moonlight Witch clone, grab her tail. Grab the tail? Su Xian's eyes turned to the leopard print tail of the Crescent Moon Priest, and the furry tail was swaying left and right with her emotions. He thought for a moment, then reached out and grabbed the Crescent Moon Priest's tail. When the tail was grasped, the Crescent Moon Priest's body trembled instantly, and then the whole person collapsed and fell into Su Xian's hands. Hey, hey! Su Xian shook the Crescent Moon Priest, still wondering what happened to her, but the next second, the white skin of the Crescent Moon Priest was stained with a touch of crimson, like a green fruit ripening in an instant. Could it be? Her weakness is the same as Isa's, both are tails? Su Xian said to himself curiously. Quick! Let me go! The Crescent Moon Priest shook her head and protested to Su Xian. But her voice was intermittent, and it seemed that she was drunk and her brain became fuzzy. Wait! Su Xian suddenly remembered that the Crescent Moon Priest still had to preside over the ceremony. How could he get drunk at this time? If he had known that this guy had such a low alcohol tolerance, he would never bring alcohol in. Sober up. Hey, hey! Su Xian shook the Crescent Moon Priest hard to keep her sober, and not let the alcohol confuse her brain. Don't shake me. The Crescent Moon Priest gritted her teeth in anger. Why was she like this? Wasn't it all Su Xian's fault? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She opened her mouth and bit Su Xian's calf. It hurts. Su Xian let go of her hand in pain. The freed Crescent Moon Priest moved quickly and threw Su Xian to the ground, purring at him. It threatened Su Xian like a cat. Human, you are not allowed to touch me anymore. However, before she finished her voice, Su Xian grabbed her tail again. It was as if her lifeblood was being controlled again. The Crescent Moon Priest instantly lost her ability to resist. Her upper body tilted backwards, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. You could see crystal clear water flowing out of the corners of her mouth, emitting a rich and strange fragrance. This is the same reaction. Su Xian murmured. The reaction of the Crescent Moon Priest was exactly the same as that of the white tiger. Could it be that these two are sisters? While thinking, Su Xian reached out and rubbed the cat ears of the Crescent Moon Priest. It feels really good, but not as good as the big white tiger. Are you happy? Suddenly, Lucia's voice came from behind, startling Su Xian to turn around and look. Not only Lucia, but also Isa and Petico were standing at the door, watching him and the Crescent Priest's playfulness. Chapter 457. What are you doing? Lucia leaned against the door, glancing at Su Xian with a cold look, her eyes mixed with a hint of strangeness. I'm helping the Crescent Priest sober up, Su Xian explained immediately. At the same time, he quickly stood up, put his hands on the Crescent Priest's shoulders, and pretended to shake. Sober up? For Su Xian's explanation, not to mention Lucia, even Isa would not believe it. But Petico believed Su Xian's words, took a step forward, and said, Leave it to me if you want to sober up. You? Su Xian was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't know what Petico was going to do, he still handed the drunken Crescent Priest in his arms to Petico. Petico stretched out his index finger, and his sharp nails easily cut the palm of the Crescent Priest's hand. Blood flowed out from the wound at this moment, but strangely, the blood seemed to have life, gradually separating the alcohol in the blood. Finally, a transparent water droplet condensed at Petico's fingertips. Petico, it's done. It's done now. Su Xian looked at the Crescent Moon Priest in confusion, and saw that the Crescent Moon Priest's red complexion had returned to normal, and the blurred eyes were gradually returning to clarity. This made him very curious. Could it be a means of blood magic? Can it separate blood and alcohol? Before Su Xian had time to think more, the Crescent Moon Priest regained consciousness. She glared at Su Xian first, and then said, "In 10 minutes, the ceremony will officially begin, and you should be ready to fight." "Okay." Su Xian responded, and immediately led the members to prepare for the attack from the Moon God Empire. Although they were not enemies of the entire Moon God Empire, the other 3 priests had already rebelled. Only the new Moon Priest still believed in the Moon Goddess, and was loyal to the Moon God High Priest. They would definitely find the residence of the new Moon Priest through the noise caused by the ritual, so as to destroy everything created by the Moon God High Priest. The moment Su Xian and others left the room, the door slowly closed. The new Moon Priest took a deep breath, and then a glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he said to himself, "Let's start." "Yes." After speaking, the room was flashing with dazzling moonlight. Su Xian returned to the living room and immediately woke up Su Fian, who was sleeping. "Yes." Su Fian stretched her stiff limbs slightly, and after rubbing her eyes, her sleepiness gradually dissipated. "Is it about to start?" she asked Su Xian. "Yes, the ceremony will start soon." Su Xian nodded. "In that case." Su Fian stood up and turned to look at Petiko. "Petiko, I have to trouble you again. I am willing to serve the president." After speaking, Su Fian took out a necklace and put it on Petiko's snow-white neck. "What is this?" Su Xian's eyes swept over the necklace. "Moonlight Guardian Necklace, ? A prop that can strengthen the moonlight magic barrier. Only one person can use it." When Petiko put on the necklace, a faint white halo appeared on the surface of her skin. Immediately afterwards, her magic power became the nutrient of the magic barrier, floating into the air like wisps of white smoke. Su Fian looked up, staring at Petiko in the air, and explained to Su Xian, "Petiko's magic power has been blessed in this world, and I hope it can support this guardian battle. Don't worry, we will also help Petiko." Su Xian said. "That won't do." Su Fian immediately shook her head and said to Su Xian worriedly, "Before, it was in the Moonlight Dreamland, where there is no rule of death, so I asked for your help, but this time, you can't leave here. The level of the Wan Yu priest is too high, you can't fight him head-on." Su Xian was silent for a moment after hearing this. It is indeed as Su Fian said, the Wan Yu priest is close to a demigod, and Lucia and Issa cannot compete with him with their combat power. Even, there is a high possibility that their lives will be in danger. And this is based on the premise that only the Wan Yu priest came. If another priest comes, their chances of winning are slim. But this does not mean that he has no means of fighting back. Su Xian immediately raised his head and said to Su Fian, "Don't worry, I have my own way. You are not allowed to show off." Su Fian poked Su Xian's forehead with her slender fingers and said angrily, "If Petiko can't hold on, I will use the 7 petals of the Valkyrie to summon the Valkyrie to fight against it. But you can't go out and take risks. Understand?" Okay. I get it." Su Xian smiled and nodded. Su Fian said it so clearly, so he had to choose to stay calm for the time being. If there is any danger, it will not be too late to take action. Just as the two were talking, a familiar voice came from outside the small world. "New Moon Priest, I finally found you. The Waning Moon Priest is here." Su Xian immediately realized that it was the Waning Moon Priest who came to the outside of the small world. At the same time, a round mirror appeared in front of everyone. The scene in the round mirror was outside the small world. The priest of the Crescent Moon and another woman in a blue robe were suspended in the air, throwing a magic ball condensed by moonlight at the magic barrier of the small world. "Who is that?" Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, confused about the woman next to the priest of the Crescent Moon. His eyes swept over, and the other party's information emerged. Legend, level, 90. Race, human. Growth, 12, gain 12 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up feature. Blue Moon, defeat this unit to obtain this additional entry, level 90? Su Xian saw the other party's level, and his eyes were instantly solemn. Her strength was weaker than that of the priest of the Crescent Moon, so she was not one of the 4 priests. That is the most powerful moon god warrior under the priest, that is, a member of the Moon Council. Moreover, he is a high-ranking member of the Moon Council. Did they only send 2 people? It seems that most people in the Moon Empire are still kept in the dark. Su Fian saw that the Moon Empire only sent the Sanyue priest and a strange woman, and immediately understood that only a small number of people knew that the Moon Empire wanted to encircle and suppress the new Moon Priest. Even if only 2 people came, we can't be careless, and... Su Xian's eyes were still fixed on the woman, I always feel that the woman's strength is stronger than the Sanyue priest. Stronger than the priest? Su Fian heard Su Xian's guess. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and asked, the 4 priests should be the most powerful fighting force in the Moon Empire, right? In addition to the Moon High Priest, is there anyone stronger than the priest? Yes. At this time, Lucia answered the 2 people's confusion. That person is the mastermind of the Moonlight Council, the council president, and his wife, the vice council president. The 2 masterminds of the Moonlight Council? Yes. Lucia nodded slightly, and continued to explain, they are in charge of the Moonlight Council. As for strength, both are stronger than the priest of the Crescent Moon, but weaker than the other priests. The Moon God Empire has too many combat forces close to the demigod level. Su Xian murmured in disbelief. No wonder the Moon God Empire with only 2 demigods can fight against the Sun Church with 3 demigods. It turns out that there are so many beings that can rival the demigods. From this point of view, the Star Kingdom is a bit lame. Except for the demigod level Star Knight, the rest of the people can basically not face the army of the Moon God Empire. Even, just one Moonlight Council is enough for them to have a headache. But these comparisons do not include the unique combat power of the Star Kingdom, which is the power of the stars. The royal family of the Star Kingdom, which possesses the power of the stars, can definitely compete with demigods, unlike the strong men of the Moon God Empire, whose strength close to demigods relies on the law of moonlight. They are going to be serious. During the conversation, the priest of the Crescent Moon and the woman of the Moonlight Council began to condense the moonlight magic power, preparing to destroy the magic barrier of the small world in one fell swoop. Priest of the Crescent Moon, give up resistance. The gloomy voice of the priest of the Crescent Moon came, you are with the Moonlight Witch, and the end is only destruction. But in response to him, there was only silence. This made the priest of the Crescent Moon look extremely gloomy in an instant, and he angrily shouted coldly, you asked for it. After speaking, the moonlight magic ball in his hand fell, and hit the moonlight magic barrier. Boom! The sound of magic breaking was deafening, and the collision of 2 moonlight magic powers caused ripples of moonlight. But just one bombardment could not cause much damage to the moonlight magic barrier, and only shook the small world. It is worthy of the field that the new moon priest is good at. It seems that we have to work together. After seeing that his magic had little effect on the barrier of the small world, the one-wet priest had to pull his teammates beside him. Yeah. The woman nodded, and then joined forces with the one-wet priest to launch an offensive against the moonlight magic barrier. The snow-white moonlight fell like raindrops, continuously hitting the moonlight magic barrier. In just a moment, several cracks were torn on the surface of the barrier. At the same time, Pettico's magic power disappeared faster, and was continuously provided to the magic barrier. Even Pettico's magic power can't hold up? Su Fian noticed the speed at which Pettico's magic power was fading, and realized that Pettico's magic power was not enough in front of 2 powerful men who were close to demigods. She took out 7 Valkyrie petals from her backpack, and prepared to use them immediately. President, wait a moment. Pettico hurriedly stopped him. I can still hold on for a while, and it won't be too late to use it when their magic power is consumed. No need. Su Fian rejected Pettico's suggestion and said, according to the description of the Valkyrie petals, the Valkyrie projection can deal with the power of the demigod level. Now that we know the opponent's combat power, there is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. That makes sense. Su Xian agreed. Since it is certain that Pettico's magic power cannot withstand the joint attack of the Sanyue priest and the woman, it doesn't matter when to use the Valkyrie petals. Then, Su Fian immediately used the Valkyrie crown to summon the projection of the Valkyrie. When the Valkyrie crown was used, a dazzling colorful light fell from the sky. Along with the colorful light, there was also a graceful figure. Is it the White Rose Valkyrie? Su Xian stared at the figure hidden in the light, and couldn't help but frown. Because, he didn't think this figure looked like the White Rose Valkyrie. He remembered that the White Rose Valkyrie was a flat-chested lowly, but this time it was a mature woman with a hot body. No! Just as Su Xian was confused, the dazzling light gradually dissipated, and a charming woman with golden curly hair walked out of it. With a kind smile on her face, she walked towards Su Fian in a charming manner, and said, Why did you call me Jean Muden? Jean Muden? Su Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he would summon Jean Muden, the strongest of the 7 Valkyries. Jean Muden's attention was immediately attracted when she heard Su Xian's voice. Oh! A trace of surprise flashed in Jean Muden's golden eyes, and then a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She never thought that she would meet a man by Qiangwei Nu when she was summoned this time. Respected Valkyrie, I summoned you because I hope you can help me solve the current dilemma. Su Fian told Jean Muden the purpose of summoning her. So it's someone from the Moon God Empire. Jean Muden naturally noticed the image in the round mirror, and then her figure turned into peony petals, gradually dissipating, and her voice was rippling, "Leave it to me." After speaking, the petals disappeared. Is that Jean Muden Valkyrie? Even Lucia, the Pope of Light, would still be amazed at the arrival of the gods. The 7 Valkyries are all gods with true godhood, not false gods. However, their godhood is a little special. It seems that this time it's stable. Su Xian smiled slightly. If it was the White Rose Valkyrie who descended, he might still be worried. After all, the White Rose Valkyrie is a little bit stupid. But now, the most powerful of the 7 Valkyries, Jean Muden, has come. What is there to worry about? I hope so. Su Fian's delicate face still has a trace of worry. After all, that is just the projection of the Golden Muden Valkyrie. Ah! Damn it! Why is the Golden Muden Valkyrie here? Let's go! Sanyue. I can't leave. Janet. I can only wrong you. Sanyue. How dare you? Ah! You? No one wants to leave. Before Su Fian finished speaking, the sound of fighting came from outside. In the picture in the round mirror, the Golden Muden Valkyrie was chasing the Sanyue priest, and the woman with a crushing attitude. In front of the projection of this god, they had no room for resistance. So strong? Su Xian was stunned. Although he thought that the Golden Muden Valkyrie could defeat the Sanyue priest and the two, he never expected it to be so easy. With a casual move, the 2 priests of the Sanyue were defeated and fled. Moreover, the battle reports were frequent. In the picture displayed by the round mirror, the long halberd in the hand of the Golden Peony Valkyrie pierced the woman's heart. A strong man close to demigod was killed in an instant. Although the projection summoned by the Valkyrie's flower crown can only last for half an hour, the effect is too good, right? Just as Su Xian was amazed, the battle outside came to an end. The woman of the Moonlight Council was killed by the Golden Peony Valkyrie, and the Sanyue priest also fled with serious injuries, paying the price of an arm. If it weren't for the special secret method used by the Sanyue priest to escape quickly, and the limited time of the Golden Peony Valkyrie's projection, he would not have escaped. As the Golden Peony petals fell, the Golden Peony Valkyrie returned to Su Fian and Su Xian again. Smiling, she said, sobbed, "Thank you. Thank you." Su Fian was surprised and at a loss for a moment. This must be stronger than the average demigod, right? You're welcome. This is the oath we left behind. We will naturally do our best for the summoner. The Golden Peony Valkyrie shrugged her shoulders and said, however, it only has one trial opportunity, so... After speaking, the Valkyrie crown gradually turned into dust and dissipated. Su Fian watched the Valkyrie crown gradually disappear, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The defeat of the Sanyue priest means that she has successfully completed her mission this time. It also means that she can be promoted to the A-level guild smoothly. After the Golden Peony Valkyrie solved Su Fian's troubles, her eyes naturally fell on Su Xian. She first looked at him, and then asked flatteringly, "Human, are you interested in becoming my sister's believer?" Su Xian, "Ah?" Chapter 458. "Ah? Become your believer?" Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the words of the Golden Peony Valkyrie. He couldn't understand why the Golden Peony Valkyrie would come to him. Did she know him? At least, there shouldn't be anything about him that would make the gods excited. The Golden Peony Valkyrie nodded slightly, smiled and stretched out her hands to hold Su Xian's cheeks. The rich peony fragrance came to his nose in an instant, raging in Su Xian's nasal cavity. It was a strange fragrance he had never smelled before, even more rich than the fragrance of the White Rose Valkyrie, as if he had fallen into a sea of flowers. "Are you willing to submit to me?" Jean Muden's charming voice echoed in Su Xian's ears. "As long as you submit to me, Jean Muden skirt, there will be great benefits." Su Xian frowned. The accent of Lord Jean Muden was a bit strange. He didn't have time to think about Jean Muden's accent, and he immediately replied, "Regarding the matter of faith, I already have someone in my heart, so I'm sorry." "So that's it." Jean Muden smiled, as if she was satisfied with Su Xian's answer. "That's a pity, but if you regret it, Jean Muden's divine door will always be open to you." "Thank you for your kindness, Lady Valkyrie." Susan replied with a smile, but he was still wondering if he was really related to Jean Muden. But after thinking for a long time, there was no answer. Time is almost up. The Golden Peony Valkyrie only had half a minute left to last. She puffed out her plump chest and said to Su Xian, "That woman has only one breath left. You can do whatever you want with her. As for the priest who escaped, he has been cursed and his strength is only 1/10 of what it is." It is difficult for him to cause any harm to you. As she said that, she looked at Su Fian and smiled. Does this count as fulfilling your prayer? Thank you for your trouble. Su Fian responded immediately. One of the other party died, and the other was injured, and the injured one's strength was permanently reduced. This was much more perfect than she expected. She originally only wanted to hold the two people back and hold on until the ceremony of the new moon priest was over. As a result, the golden peony Valkyrie actually raised her hand and crushed the Sanyue priest and others to ashes. The golden peony Valkyrie's eyes returned to Su Xian, and she smiled and waved goodbye. I remember you. If you come to the God Realm one day, come find me. God Realm. Su Xian was silent for a moment and asked, does it still exist? The golden peony Valkyrie was stunned for a second when she heard this question, then she showed a strange smile and replied, you know when you come. After speaking, her figure gradually dimmed, turned into countless peony petals, and finally disappeared. And the words of the golden peony Valkyrie made Su Xian frown. Another riddle man. Let's go see that woman. Su Xian immediately left the small world and walked to the woman, who was severely injured by the golden peony Valkyrie to the point of death. As the vice president of the Moonlight Council, she only had her last breath left at this moment. With all her magic power lost and her heart broken, she was only one last blow away from death. Who are you? Who are you? Deputy Council Chair Janet stared with her eyes wide open and questioned Su Xian and others in a hoarse voice. She still couldn't understand what had just happened. Why did the golden peony Valkyrie, who had disappeared for thousands of years, appear here? Why should we be enemies with them? Why do you ask so many questions when you are about to die? Su Xian was too lazy to pay attention and drew out the dagger to end her life. Don't kill me. Janet begged Su Xian in panic. Whatever you want. I can give it to you. My husband is the president of the Moonlight Council. Can his wealth buy my worthless life? You surrender now? Su Xian raised his eyebrows. This surrender was too quick. He then looked at Su Fian and asked, how do you plan to deal with her? Let the Crescent Moon Priest deal with her. Su Fian ordered Petticoat to tie up Janet and bring her back to the small world. As soon as they returned to the small world, they found that countless crescent patterns were flashing on the ground of the small world. Is the ceremony going to be completed? Su Xian walked forward expectantly, looking for the figure of the Crescent Moon Priest. But after searching for a long time, he did not see the shadow of the Crescent Moon Priest, as if he had disappeared from the small world. Where is she? Su Xian was confused, puzzled by the disappearance of the Crescent Moon Priest. Her aura is not here anymore. Lucia shook her head. She had used her perception to search every inch of the small world, but still could not find the figure of the Crescent Moon Priest. Su Xian, come here and take a look. Suddenly, Su Fian and Petticoat seemed to have found something, and everyone rushed to their location. When they arrived at Su Fian's side, they only saw a pitch-black tunnel suspended in the air, as if guiding them to a certain place. But strangely, this tunnel was only half a meter in diameter, and it was basically impossible to walk into it. The only way is to crawl in. Did the Crescent Moon Priest go in here? Su Xian raised his right eyebrow slightly, and asked doubtfully. I'm afraid so. Although Su Fian was a little bit unconvinced, she picked up a handful of cat hair from the ground, which was enough to prove that the Crescent Moon Priest really crawled in. Then should we go in? Su Xian looked at Su Fian and asked hesitantly. A tunnel with a diameter of only half a meter. It's a bit difficult to crawl in no matter how you think about it. After all, this tunnel is bottomless. And no one knows where it leads to. We can only try it, but who goes in? Su Fian looked around, looking for a suitable candidate. That's easy. Su Xian smiled slightly, created a space magic ring, and then summoned Canlucia. Little ghost, what are you doing? The original ancestor is taking a nap. Canlucia, whose nap was interrupted by Su Xian, was still a little angry and wanted to jump up and hammer Su Xian's knees. You crawl in and take a look. Su Xian didn't waste any words, and directly let Canlucia enter the tunnel to learn more details. You? Canlucia glared at Su Xian, then looked at the dark tunnel again. After thinking for a moment, she bargained, 1 drop of blood essence. Okay, go ahead. Hee. Canlucia immediately turned into a little bat and flew into the tunnel. Let's wait. Su Xian was about to sit down and wait for news from Canlucia. But before he finished speaking, Canlucia's scream suddenly came from the tunnel. Ah! Ghost! Save me! Little ghost! Save me! Ah! Canlucia shouted and rushed out of the tunnel. She flew to Su Xian in a hurry and hid behind him. What's going on? What did you see in there? Su Xian frowned and asked Kanluxia. As the true ancestor of vampires, Kanluxia is at least a dignified demigod. How could he be scared? Could he be pretending? Just when Su Xian was puzzled, Kanluxia shouted to him, "It's coming out soon. It's coming. Ah! It's coming!" Kanluxia screamed in fear, and even got into Su Xian's pants. "Hey! You!" Su Xian's eyes were stunned. "What the hell is this thing? Idiot! Don't flap your wings in my pants." Just when Su Xian wanted to pull Kanluxia out of his pants, a leopard cat walked out of the tunnel. "What are you doing?" The leopard cat spoke in human language and asked Su Xian. Su Xian was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized that this was the Crescent Moon Priest. He quickly replied, "We are looking for you, Crescent Moon Priest." "Looking for me?" The Crescent Moon Priest glanced at the people present, and then said, "Thank you for guarding this place, and leave it to me next." "Where is the Crescent Moon Priest?" "They have been defeated." "Pettico, bring her up." Su Xian immediately ordered Pettico. "Yes." Pettico responded and threw Janet in front of the Crescent Moon Priest. When the Crescent Moon Priest saw the dying Janet, her brown eyes shrank instantly, showing an expression of disbelief. She never expected that Su Xian and Su Xian not only successfully protected her little world, but also defeated the priest of the Crescent Moon and the vice president of the Moonlight Council. How did they do it? It was not until a few seconds later that she asked in surprise, "Where is the priest of the Crescent Moon?" "He escaped, but he was also seriously injured and difficult to heal." Su Xian added, "I never thought that you would defeat the priest of the Crescent Moon with your own strength. You really surprised me." The priest of the new moon exclaimed in disbelief. "Thank you for your compliment." Su Xian smiled slightly and looked at Su Xian happily, but saw that Su Xian was still pulling out his pants. "Come out! You idiot!" Su Xian yelled at Kanluxia in his pants. He didn't even know what Kanluxia was afraid of until now. No. Kanluxia was running around in his pants like crazy. Su Xian was speechless about this. Could this guy be afraid of the Crescent Moon Priest in ocelot form? And, sure enough, the Crescent Moon Priest is an ocelot. Go back to the guild first. Su Xian couldn't stand Kanluxia's madness, so he teleported her back to the guild and saved his pants. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the Crescent Moon Priest. But he found that the Crescent Moon Priest was staring at him with a strange look. "Sorry, there was a little accident." Su Xian smiled, and then asked, "Did the ceremony go smoothly?" "With your help, the ceremony went very smoothly." The Crescent Moon Priest nodded slightly, and then licked his fur and said, "Congratulations on completing this mission. The High Priest of the Moon God will remember your contribution. When the moonlight falls on the Moon God Empire again, you will be the heroes of this country." "Great." Hearing this, Su Xian's mouth slightly raised an arc. When the Crescent Moon Priest said this, it meant that she, Su Xian, had finally been promoted to the A-level guild. It will become the 25th guild in the world to be promoted to the A-level. Then what should we do with her? Su Xian pointed at Janet on the ground and asked the Crescent Moon Priest. The Crescent Moon Priest's cold and evil cat eyes looked at Janet, who was dying on the ground, and fell into thought. Don't kill me." Janet wanted to beg for forgiveness from the Crescent Moon Priest, but the only answer she got was a cold sentence. "Kill her, the guy who betrayed the Moon God will only end up dead." "Don't." "Ah." Janet still wanted to beg for mercy, but before she finished her voice, Su Xian ended her life with a knife. At least there is an additional entry. Blue Moon, so don't waste it. Kill Janet, and get the additional entry Blue Moon. Just after Janet died, a white light emerged from her body and floated in the air. "What is this?" Su Xian frowned and asked the Crescent Moon Priest. "This is the entity of the Moonlight Law. The Moonlight Law that Janet obtained will return to the moon after her death." The Crescent Moon Priest explained, "But if there are users of the Moonlight Law of the same level nearby, they can bring the power of the Moonlight Law back to the Moon God Empire, and return it to the Moon God statue to obtain a more powerful blessing." After speaking, the Crescent Moon Priest raised a cat's paw, trying to take the Moonlight Law into her paw. But strangely, no matter how she summoned the ray of Moonlight Law floating in the air, it never worked. Strange? What's going on? The new Moon Priest was full of doubts, unable to understand why the Moonlight Law did not obey her command. At this moment, Su Xian clapped his hands, and the Moonlight Law magically floated towards him. "You? How did you do this?" The new Moon Priest was stunned when he saw this scene. "Who knows?" Su Xian shrugged his shoulders, and he suddenly had the urge to try it, but he didn't expect it to succeed. "What's the matter with you?" The new moon priest stared at Su Xian suspiciously. She was a priest after all. How could her control of the moonlight law be weaker than Su Xian? Suddenly, the new moon priest had an idea, as if she understood the principle. Boy, follow me. The new moon priest immediately turned around and walked into the tunnel. Me? Su Xian was stunned for a second and asked, your cave is so small, how can I get in? What a hassle. The crescent moon priest lifted his hind legs and expanded the tunnel to a diameter of about 2 meters. That's about right. Su Xian immediately stepped into the tunnel and followed the crescent moon priest's footsteps. After walking this deep road, Su Xian came to a special space, and this space was the Moonlight Palace that the White Tiger took him to in the Moonlight Dreamland before. The difference is that in the Moonlight Dreamland, it was an illusory scene. But at this moment, the real picture was presented in front of him. Thousands of Moonlight Witch clones were placed here, and the Moonlight Witch statue, which was 100 meters high, was located in the deepest part of the palace. But when Su Xian saw the Moonlight Witch statue again, he noticed something strange. The Moonlight Witch statue was made of blue jade in the Moonlight Dreamland, but why is it here? It's like a real person? Lifelike. Chapter 459. Why did you bring me here? Su Xian asked the Crescent Moon Priest in confusion. Because she wants to see you. The Crescent Moon Priest walked lightly, and came to the statue of the Moonlight Witch. The two front paws were arranged vertically, the hind legs were squatting, the cat head was raised and looked up, and continued, you were able to skillfully control the Moonlight Law just now, which means that you have been recognized by the Moon Goddess, and you are qualified to see her. Recognition of the Moon Goddess? Su Xian murmured in a low voice, still confused by the words of the Crescent Moon Priest. He couldn't remember when he had contact with the Moon Goddess, let alone being recognized. Just stay here quietly, she will be here soon. The Crescent Moon Priest licked his cat fur, and told Su Xian. Su Xian didn't answer, but just watched the Crescent Moon Priest lick his fur quietly. It was not until half a minute later that he asked, so, the new Moon Priest is a catted girl, right? The new Moon Priest stopped licking, and stared at Su Xian. There seemed to be a sense of blame in his brown eyes, but after thinking for a moment, he explained helplessly, I am a member of the Moon Spirit Cat Clan, a creature on the moon, not a catted girl. That's a pity. Su Xian heard the explanation of the new Moon Priest, and sighed helplessly. He thought the new Moon Priest was a catted girl, but it turned out to be a creature on the moon. You guy? The new Moon Priest rolled his eyes, not bothering to pay attention to Su Xian, and continued to lick his hair. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders and turned his eyes to the statue of the Moonlight Witch. The new Moon Priest always mentioned the Moon Goddess, so it stands to reason that the Moon Goddess should be worshipped here. Why is it the statue of the Moonlight Witch? And why are there thousands of Moonlight Witch clones outside? Many doubts were spinning in Su Xian's mind, and someone continued to help him solve them. And just as he was wondering, a figure appeared behind him silently, stretched out his slender jade fingers, and gently poked his back. Su Xian immediately turned around and looked at the other party. I saw that the Moonlight Witch was still wearing her moon-colored robe, but unlike before, the snow-white moon view could no longer be appreciated, and it was replaced with a light blue lining. We meet again, President Su Xian. The Moonlight Witch's lips did not move, as usual, but her voice came slowly. I wonder if the Moonlight Witch is satisfied with the result. Su Xian asked the Moonlight Witch. You did a good job. The Moonlight Witch nodded slightly and praised, you are worthy of being President Su Xian. Your strength reassures me. I really hope you can work for me, but I know that you have your own truth to pursue. You are too flattering, too flattering. Su Xian waved his hands. His heart was full of joy. Who doesn't like others to praise themselves? What's more, the other party is the world-famous Moonlight Witch. Not at all. The Moonlight Witch smiled and continued the topic. I asked the Crescent Priest to bring you here to tell you something. Something? Su Xian looked at the Crescent Priest in confusion. She was still licking her fur. The wet saliva had wet her fur, making her body look shiny. Yes. The Moonlight Witch nodded and continued to explain, regarding the current situation of the Moon God Empire. The fall of the Moon God has caused the power of the Moonlight Law to gradually dissipate, so I need you to help me collect those Moonlight Laws and reshape the Moonlight Truth. Me? Su Xian frowned slightly. Is this task too difficult for him? It's like handing the future of the Moon God Empire to him. Yes, haven't you accepted the task I issued? The Moonlight Witch asked back. Ah? Su Xian immediately opened the task panel, and was surprised to find that his sea-level task had been refreshed, and Task 1 Sea-level. Task Target, Collect Moonlight Laws, 0/100000000. Task reward? Question mark. How can it be such a coincidence? Su Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not directly accept the task issued by the Moonlight Witch, but directly refreshed the task. Don't worry, the process of collecting the Moonlight Law is very simple. The Moonlight Witch smiled and explained to Su Xian, I will inject a ray of moonlight into your body. If you encounter an enemy of the Moon God Empire, the opponent will not be able to use the power of the Moonlight Law to compete with you. On the contrary, their Moonlight Law will become your help. Is there such a good thing? Su Xian was delighted when he heard the words of the Moonlight Witch. Doesn't this mean that there are units that can specifically restrain the Moon God Empire? But you have to know that if there are priests without the Moonlight Law, their strength will be greatly reduced. Maybe, after losing the Moonlight Law, they are weaker than other units of the same level. Because they have long been accustomed to fighting with the Moonlight Law. Once they lose the Moonlight Law, it is like a fish losing water, and their fighting power will be greatly reduced. That's right. I hope this ray of moonlight can be your best helper. After speaking, the Moonlight Witch raised her fingertips and gently touched Su Xian's forehead. The next second, a ray of snow-white moonlight flowed along the Moonlight Witch's fingertips into Su Xian's eyebrows. At this moment, a crescent mark appeared on his forehead, flickering slightly. This feeling is amazing. Su Xian looked at his hands in disbelief. After receiving the moonlight, he only felt that his body seemed to be a little lighter. It was as if he had unloaded the fatigue of his body and became relaxed. Then, he looked at the Moonlight Witch and asked, You just said that you want to reshape the Moonlight Truth with the collected Moonlight Laws. What does that mean? Well, the Moonlight Witch gently touched her right cheek with her fingertips. After hesitating for a moment, she smiled and said, You also know that the Moon Goddess shared her power with her believers, but now, this power is in the hands of some bad guys. This is also the cause and effect of why I asked you to collect the Moonlight Laws. The Moonlight Witch looked at the Moonlight Witch clones placed around with clear eyes, and said softly, The truth of the moonlight needs to be protected. When the time comes, how many Moonlight Laws you can bring back, I can draw the power of the moonlight into their bodies, and add more protective power to the reshaping of the Moonlight Truth, for the new Moon God. The Moonlight Witch's voice was interrupted at this time, and she just smiled faintly at Su Xian. There are some things that she cannot reveal too much to Su Xian. New Moon God? Su Xian roughly understood the intention of the Moonlight Witch. She wanted to create a new Moon God through the collected Moonlight Laws. As for the target, it must be the Moonlight Witch herself. Because no one in this world can be closer to the truth of moonlight than her. I understand. I will do my best in this matter. Su Xian nodded and kept it in mind. In order to make Su Xian more motivated, the Moonlight Witch smiled and stepped forward, leaning close to his ear, and whispered, If the task can be completed in excess, then, the excess part, I will give it all to President Su Xian, and offer my strength to your guild. Su Xian was instantly interested when he heard this. In other words, as long as he completed the task in excess, he could gain the loyalty of the Moonlight Witch's clone? He imagined a scene where dozens of Moonlight Witch clones served him, and Alice could only cry on the side, having her job taken away. This seems good. Su Xian clasped his fists and said to the Moonlight Witch, I am willing to go through fire and water for this cause. You are too kind, President Su Xian. The Moonlight Witch smiled slightly, then called behind her, Come here. As soon as the voice fell, the giant white tiger appeared behind the Moonlight Witch and lowered its head devoutly. My Lady Witch. Xiaobai, you should follow President Su Xian for the time being and help him collect the Moonlight Law. The Moonlight Witch said to the big white tiger. Su Xian, who was standing aside, raised his eyebrows instantly when he heard this. Is my guild going to welcome another powerful warrior? And what's Xiaobai's name? A white tiger's name is Xiaobai. Puff, yes. The big white tiger nodded, and then looked at Su Xian coldly. She naturally noticed Su Xian's gloating. Although he was just thinking about it in his mind, the emotional changes on his face still did not escape the white tiger's eyes. So, Xiaobai walked in front of Su Xian, raised his soft tiger paw, pressed it on Su Xian's head, and said, Please give me more advice. Wait! Su Xian couldn't resist at all, and was directly pressed to the ground. Fortunately, the meatball on the tiger's paw was soft, so he didn't get hurt. Xiaobai, stop it! The Moonlight Witch reminded him, and the big white tiger let go of Su Xian. Su Xian got up, patted the corner of his clothes, then reached out and touched the white fur on the white tiger's front paws, saying, Please give me more advice. Gurgle gurgle. The white tiger didn't bother to pay attention, just glanced at Su Xian, then lay down behind the Moonlight Witch and fell asleep. The Moonlight Witch then said goodbye to Su Xian for the last time. Time is running out. I can't stay any longer. You can summon Xiaobai through the Moonlight Mark. If you encounter something difficult to deal with, you can also find the Crescent Moon Priest. They will all help you, understand? Okay, I got it. Su Xian nodded, glanced at the sleeping Xiaobai, and the Crescent Moon Priest who was licking his fur. It seems that there is also a zoo next to the Moonlight Witch. After saying goodbye, Su Xian and the Crescent Moon Priest returned to the small world through the tunnel. Su Fian and others were still waiting for their return, and when they saw Su Xian walk out of the tunnel, they immediately surrounded him. Their eyes were full of concern, but they didn't ask any more questions. Okay, your mission has been completed, you can all go back. The new Moon Priest said to the few people. Then let's go! Su Xian didn't intend to stay a little longer to accompany the lonely cat, so he opened the space magic ring and led everyone back to the guild. You are? Magic? Su Fian couldn't help but ask Su Xian curiously. She always thought that Su Xian, like herself, used the teleportation array to transfer regions. But it seems not so? Yes, space magic. Awesome, right? Su Xian smiled and straightened his back, saying proudly. Space magic? Su Fian was slightly startled when she heard this. Then, she showed a doting smile. It's really awesome. After the voice fell, Su Fian also immediately opened the teleportation array and prepared to return to the guild. By the way, before entering the space ring, Su Xian said to Su Fian, congratulations in advance on your promotion to the A-level guild. Thank you. Su Fian smiled, and then stepped into the teleportation array. Su Xian followed suit and walked into the space ring. After returning to the guild, he immediately submitted the task. Difficult task. The Moon Goddess's Sorrow. Completed. Task reward, Moonlight Witch Statue Myth. Mythical item? Su Xian was delighted when he saw the task reward. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise in the task reward. Su Xian's mind moved, and the Moonlight Witch statue appeared in his hand. But when the Moonlight Witch statue appeared in his hand, Su Xian's eyes instantly became solemn. The reason was that this statue was exactly the same as the 100-meter level statue in the Moonlight Palace, but it was scaled down. Moreover, the statue did not feel cold and hard, but rather soft and warm, as if a figurine-sized Moonlight Witch was being held in his hand. This item is quite peculiar. Su Xian murmured, and lifted up the Moonlight Witch's skirt with curiosity, and was shocked. The craftsmanship was so lifelike. Moonlight Witch statue, mythology, a prop containing the truth of moonlight. You can offer your faith to it, and temporarily obtain the protection of moonlight. Offer faith? Su Xian was confused when he saw how to use the item. He did not quite understand how to offer his faith. It was impossible to kneel down and pray devoutly, right? Just as Su Xian carefully observed every hidden corner of the Moonlight Witch statue, a prompt popped up in his sight. Your friend Su Fian successfully completed the special trial, and was promoted to the A-level guild. Su Xian saw this message and immediately opened the chat group that Su Fian had pulled him into before. In the group, everyone congratulated Su Fian on her promotion to the A-level guild. Su Fian also sent an emoticon to respond to everyone's blessings. In order to fit in, Su Xian also sent an emoticon of congratulations, although it was soon drowned in the chat messages. Suddenly, a message caught his attention. To Bo Jin Si Canary Fian. The day after tomorrow. I come to Zhejianghai the day after tomorrow. Why don't you hold a party? Reconsideration. Add 1. The day after tomorrow is Sunday. Wisdom teeth. Everyone in the group supported the proposal of the player named Bo Jin Si Canary, hoping that Su Fian could hold a party to celebrate her promotion to the A-level guild. Su Fian. Okay, the day after tomorrow, I will wait for everyone's arrival at the Yinyu Tower of Zhejianghai. Great. Yinyu Tower? Su Xian touched the tip of his nose, thinking that he should have time to go the day after tomorrow. I'm going to a wedding tomorrow, and a party the day after tomorrow. Oh, I'm so busy. Chapter 460. In the Moonlight Temple, in the Moonlight Empire, a tall man with white hair and a square face stood straight in front of a square mirror. His face was full of anger, and the anger in his heart seemed to be ready to explode at any time. Chairman, the Crescent Moon Priest is here. At this time, a member of the Moonlight Council came to the temple and reported to the man. Let him in. The low and hoarse voice of the chairman of the council sounded, and the anger rose instantly at this moment. Yes. The members of the Moonlight Council immediately helped the Crescent Moon Priest to the chairman of the council. The chairman of the council glanced coldly at the Crescent Moon Priest, who was seriously injured and wrapped in a special blue magic bandage, and said coldly, Janet was killed by you. This was an accident. I didn't know that the Crescent Moon Priest would actually summon the phantom of the Golden Peony Valkyrie. The Crescent Moon priest replied to the chairman of the council with a trembling voice. Golden Peony Valkyrie? When the chairman heard the words Golden Peony Valkyrie, a trace of surprise flashed across his serious face. The Valkyrie had left the magic continent thousands of years ago, and he was a little surprised to see her appear again. But the chairman's eyes widened, and he came to the front of the Sanyue priest. His thick palm pinched the Sanyue priest's throat and lifted him up easily. How many times have I said it? I won't ask what you want to do, but you must not let Janet join the game. And you bastard? You actually violated our agreement, and even let Janet die on the top of Moonlight Mountain. You? You deserve to die. The chairman's angry voice was like thunder, shaking in the ears of the Sanyue priest. The Sanyue priest was so frightened that his face turned pale, and blood oozed from his gums. You? Let me go, you can't kill me, otherwise Manwë and Banwë will not spare you. Sanyue priest trembled in his voice, trying to use magic power to break free from the control of the chairman of the council. But at this moment, his wounds have not healed, and his strength has been greatly reduced. What's more, the chairman of the council is even more powerful than he was at his peak. Humph. The chairman of the council waved his hand, and threw Sanyue priest to the ground with force. Although he was furious, he couldn't do anything to Sanyue because of the existence of Manwë and Banwë. Sanyue, wait until I deal with Shinue, then I will deal with you, a waste. Humph. The chairman of the council snorted coldly, and then his figure turned into a moonlight and disappeared. As soon as he left, Sanyue priest stood up and gritted his teeth in anger. But after a few seconds, he sneered again and whispered, Foolish thing, your woman Janet chose to embrace the master, and her death is loyalty to the master. And you and Banwë, your wavering attitude will only become the master's nutrients on the eve of victory. But, after the priest of the Crescent Moon finished talking to himself, his brows immediately sank. He still couldn't figure out how the priest of the new moon asked for the help of the Golden Peony Valkyrie, their moon god empire. Has nothing to do with the Star Kingdom, right? At least 1,000 years ago, they had stopped communicating with each other, and there were only some simple trade activities. In the Puff Fantasy Township Guild, Su Xian was sorting out the resources of the guild. The funds of the guild have been stacking up and have reached 400 gold, but apart from the funds, he has not updated the equipment for the members of the guild for a long time. When I have time, I have to upgrade everyone's equipment. Su Xian muttered to himself, and then closed the player interface. He looked at the time. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and there were still 8 hours left before the time agreed with Edith. Go back and have a good sleep, and then prepare for the wedding. Su Xian was about to leave the game, have a good sleep, and then welcome the wedding. But just as he was about to log off, rose petals fell at this moment, lingering around him. Su Xian immediately stopped his actions, because he knew that Edith was going to remind him to go to the wedding on time again. While thinking, he looked up and saw a woman falling from the sky. Edith, you don't have to. Su Xian was about to speak and tell Edith that he had not forgotten the appointment and there was no need to remind him for 3 consecutive days. But when he saw that the woman who fell from the sky was not Edith, he was stunned. Elam? Su Xian frowned. He never thought that it would be Elam who would appear in his guild. Why is this little guy here? President Su Xian. After Elam landed, her big watery eyes stared at Su Xian, as if she had something to tell him. What's the matter, Elam? Su Xian asked Elam. This little succubus suddenly came to him. It must be something important, right? Wait, Elam is not a little succubus. She is the lustful demon king. She must not forget this identity. No matter her tone or demeanor, Elam was a little hesitant, as if she was still hesitating and didn't know whether to say it or not. Just say it directly. Su Xian asked Elam to be brave and speak out what was in her heart. Well, I've heard from Lady Ides that you're going to hold your wedding in the Star Kingdom tomorrow. Elam's beautiful eyes flashed, but her gaze gradually began to evade, and her 2 little hands grasped the corners of her clothes anxiously. Yeah, that's right. Su Xian nodded, but at this moment, his heart was no longer on answering Elam's question. After seeing Elam's sweet and lovely appearance, he just wanted to hug Elam in his arms and love her hard. I want. Elam's voice was intermittent, and she said to Su Xian, I want your permission to let me plant the seeds of lust in your body. Ah? Su Xian was stunned when he heard Elam's words. What is the seed of lust? Why did Elam plant it in his body? That's it. Elam took out a beating heart from somewhere, as if it had life, and it was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Is this the seed of lust? Su Xian carefully looked at the heart in Elam's hand, revealing a hint of doubt. Is this so-called seed of lust too strange, And the size of this heart is 3 fingers wide, and I don't know how to plant it in his body? Just when Su Xian was confused, Elam urged him, well, close your eyes quickly, I want to put the seed of lust into your body. Ah? Su Xian was stunned when he heard Elam's words, and he couldn't think for a short time. Put it in, where? No. Can't I? Elam blinked her eyes, and asked Su Xian pitifully. The pitiful figure made Su Xian lose his mind instantly. After a sigh, he closed his eyes. But he still asked before he started, where? Of course. Elam stood on tiptoe and presented the seed of lust. But when she was about to put it into his mouth, she suddenly felt that it was a bit impolite. She held the seed of lust with her cherry mouth, and the wings behind her gently waved, flying into the air, level with Su Xian's head. Then, she mustered up the courage to kiss him. Su Xian felt the kiss from Elam. Moreover, Elam and Issa were both succubi, so they both had long tongues. It was easy. Although everything went very smoothly, Su Xian still felt a churn in his stomach. Fortunately, Elam's soft and sweet lips gave him comfort, and the pink peach hardtail also wrapped around his wrist, injecting him with lustful energy. Huh. After sending the seed of lust into Su Xian's stomach, Elam let go. She wiped the hair from the corner of her mouth, and a happy smile appeared on her pretty face. Okay, with this seed of lust, President Su Xian is mine. After speaking, Elam hugged Su Xian's body and rubbed her cheek lightly, as if she was a kitten who depended on him. Elam, what is your intention in doing this? Su Xian asked Elam in confusion. He didn't quite understand why Elam put the seed of lust into his body. Because? Elam blinked and replied, Ms. Edith told me that Elam would be President Su Xian's dog sooner or later, so I took the initiative. It's a wonderful metaphor. Su Xian frowned when he heard Elam's answer. He sighed, reached out and rubbed Elam's head, and said, don't listen to Ides in the future. Listen to me, okay? Yeah. Yeah. Elam nodded excitedly, and the peach hardtail behind her swayed happily, and there was no sign that she was a lustful demon king who shook the world in her previous life. Just when Su Xian's attention was all on Elam, a familiar charming voice came from behind him. Elam, who told you to run here? Ides appeared behind him silently and questioned Elam. Mr. Ides. Elam seemed a little flustered by Ides' sudden appearance, and her peach hardtail was so frightened that it stood up directly. Su Xian was a little surprised to see the scene. After all, Elam was the lustful demon king in his previous life, so why would he be so afraid of Edis? While thinking, Edis had already lectured Elam, and then she turned around and looked at Su Xian. She asked in a cold tone, are you ready? Our groom? Always ready. Su Xian smiled and replied. Come with me. Edis urged Su Xian. It's not just now. Su Xian looked at the time, 8:30. The wedding is tomorrow. Why does Edis want to take him away tonight? It's not her who is getting married. Why is she in such a hurry? And Edis didn't mean to answer, and directly used space magic to take Su Xian and Elam out of the guild. When Su Xian opened his eyes from the rose petals, he had already arrived in the rose mansion. In front of them, Mary was leading 10 maids waiting for a long time. But Su Xian was keenly aware that these 10 maids were all succubi. Lady Edith. Take him to change clothes. Yes. Lady Su Xian, please come with us. Mary immediately came to Su Xian and led him to the inner room. Although Su Xian didn't know what his purpose was, he couldn't stand the enthusiasm of the succubi and was carried into the room. Lady Edith. When Su Xian walked into the room, Elam immediately asked Edith, can I attend tomorrow? I think. No. Edith shook her head and said, Elam, you can't appear in the sight of any human now. Your power will attract their attention. Elam was aggrieved and tears filled her eyes, and her eyes were red. Seeing this, Adisi squatted down, rubbed Elam's hair, and said with a smile, but I promise you that sooner or later someone will accept your existence like me. Let everyone know that you are not a sinful desire, but a part of the soul. Her words made Elam full of confidence again. He nodded vigorously and responded with a smile. Yeah. I understand, Lady Adisi. Okay, go do your own thing. Okay. After getting Adisi's assurance, Elam happily went to do his own thing. This child Adisi smiled, but the smile was fleeting, and she looked at the room Su Xian entered with a cold look. Even with the door closed, she could still see the scene inside, and Su Xian was fooling around with the succubi she raised. Half an hour later, the door opened. Su Xian appeared in Adisi's sight with a new look. His original plain casual clothes were replaced by exquisite and luxurious clothes. Although it looked similar to a suit, it was completely different. This dress looked loose, and there were various precious gems hanging on it. With the player's authority, it turned out to be an epic quality star stone. And combined together, this wedding dress became a legendary quality equipment. Of course, Su Xian didn't like this kind of fancy clothes. It looked very handsome, but flashy. If these star stones were inlaid on the armor, it would at least be a mythical quality equipment. However, his thoughts were not important. Well, not bad. Edisi looked at Su Xian's wedding dress and nodded with satisfaction. Will I wear this tomorrow? Su Xian asked Edisi. Yes. Edith nodded slightly and continued, at that time, all the royal nobles in the Kingdom of Stars will attend the wedding, and your identity is the fourth prince of the Kingdom of Stars. Do I have to use someone else's identity? Besides, isn't the fourth prince still alive? Su Xian asked Edith. If possible, he didn't want to use the identity of the fourth prince. Besides, aren't the fourth prince and Princess Vivian siblings? It's a bit against the will of heaven. The fourth prince died a long time ago, and was captured by his good brother from overseas and sacrificed to the vampires. Edith replied lightly, however, not many people know about this. As for why you don't want to use the identity of the fourth prince, because the identity of the groom only has the blood of the stars, which seems a bit empty, so it's better to be a member of the nobility of the Kingdom of Stars. Edith fell silent. After thinking for a moment, she said, I have a few options for you to choose from. Tell me about it. Su Xian pricked up his ears to listen. Edith glanced at him, and said slowly, in this way, you will attend the wedding as Lady Rose's younger brother. From the outside world's perspective, this will be a political marriage. Chapter 461. Brother? Su Xian's face showed a slightly complicated emotion when he heard Idai's second plan. Joining the game as Lady Rose's brother. Looks good, but it always feels weird. Will those nobles of the Star Kingdom believe this identity? Lady Rose suddenly has a brother out of thin air? I do have such concerns, but I will settle everything myself. Idai seemed to be confident. Besides, they only know a little about me. You are the same, right? Su Xian heard this and stared at Idai's in silence for a moment. He really knew too little about Idai's, not to mention the royal nobles of the Star Kingdom, who might not even have seen Idai's true face. Only he had seen Edie's beauty, and even. Ahem. Su Xian cleared his throat and asked with some concern, Prince Thales and Prince Lapis, they won't let this wedding go smoothly, right? Yeah. Edie's nodded slightly and continued. So, this requires you to show the world the star power contained in your body, so that the people of the Star Kingdom can recognize your existence. What's the reason? Although the people of the Star Kingdom only recognize the star bloodline with star power, there must be a reason, right? Su Xian asked. Reason? Edie smiled when she heard it. She slowly raised her fingertips, and a ray of brilliant star power instantly condensed in her palm. Su Xian saw the star power condensed in Edie's hand, and his eyes were slightly startled. In theory, only the royal bloodline of the Star Kingdom, and it must be the direct line of the king, can have a meager star power. With this meager power, she can attract the real stars. Not to mention the queen, even the knight, which can only rely on the star power that exists in nature to fabricate a Princess Vivian. Therefore, Princess Vivian is the child of the witch, and has nothing to do with the old King of Stars. However, she possesses the purest star power. This shows how difficult it is to obtain star power. Only Su Xian is an exception, who obtained a ray of star power through the opportunity mission. But now? Su Xian frowned and observed the star power in Edith's hand, and the confusion on his face became more and more serious. Star power? Edisi smiled mysteriously and asked, how do you think I was able to gain a foothold in the Star Kingdom with my identity as a weak woman? How did the Star King make an exception and grant me the title of Duke? By the way, my star bloodline is purer than the Star King's bloodline, and it's not too much for the old king to call me grandma. Huh? Su Xian showed a surprised expression. I didn't expect you to go the older route. Older than you. Edisi raised her jade hand and knocked on Su Xian's head. Then she said, the royal nobles basically know that I have the power of the stars, and as my younger brother, does it suddenly become reasonable for you to have the power of the stars? That makes sense. Su Xian nodded in agreement, not to mention the younger brother, whether it's the older brother, father, son, grandson. It's all reasonable. You'd better shut up. Edisi rolled her eyes at Su Xian coldly, and then said, Issa is still bathing in the church. I will bring her here later. So when did you meet her? Su Xian asked curiously. Is it important? Edith did not answer, but said perfunctorily, you don't need to worry about me and Issa. You should think more about how to make them live in harmony. Well, what you said makes sense. Su Xian nodded, pondering. His serious attitude made Edith's eyebrows slightly raised. She was a little confused and wondered if Su Xian understood what she was saying. Just as the atmosphere fell into tranquility, suddenly, a bright golden holy light flashed in Edith's rose mansion. Then, Lucia stepped lightly on the holy light and appeared in the sight of the two. Lucia is here? Su Xian saw Lucia coming and instantly threw the previous question behind him. Well? Lucia responded coldly, but her golden red eyes under the white veil were focused on Su Xian. The wedding dress was indeed elegant and luxurious, and the star stone inlaid on the surface of the dress also represented Edith's seriousness about this matter. However, after thinking for a moment, Lucia stepped forward lightly, and at the same time took out a golden pendant with a sun emblem from her sleeve, and hung it on Su Xian's chest intimately. What is this? Su Xian curiously held the pendant in his hand, and looked at it carefully, and the information about the pendant immediately popped up in his sight. Sun pendant, legend this is a gift. I just think that you are missing something. Lucia explained briefly, and then turned her eyes to Edith. Do you want to start now? Okay. Edith responded, then stood up and walked towards the room where Su Xian had just changed clothes. Lucia followed closely behind, but before entering the room, she turned back to look at Su Xian, as if to remind him not to peek. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders, took a sip of the black tea on the table, and then quietly waited for Lucia to change into her wedding dress. I just don't know. Su Xian suddenly remembered that Lucia would marry him as Katrin. That means, what he will see later should be Lucia who has become Katrin? Although it sounds strange, this is a world with magic, and it seems that everything is normal. Just as Su Xian was waiting, footsteps were heard outside the door. He looked confused, wondering who had come to see Edith at this time, and when the door opened, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Princess Katrin? Su Xian was a little surprised to see that the visitor was actually Princess Katrin. You? And when Katrin saw Su Xian, she was also very surprised. Because she just found out yesterday that she would also marry as a bride, so she came to ask Edith for clarification. Even if it was a fake wedding, it also interfered with her status. Unfortunately, as a puppet, she had no choice but to hope that Edith would give her more benefits. But Catherine never expected that the man would be Su Xian. She had only met Su Xian 2 or 3 times. Although it was obvious that Edith valued Su Xian very much, such an important matter was placed on this human. No matter how you think about it, it's a bit strange. You? Catherine's eyes carefully observed Su Xian. The starry dress he wore had already revealed his identity. But I still don't quite understand why Edith chose him, or... Princess Katrin, can you stop circling around me? Su Xian asked Katrin with a wry smile. She has been circling around herself 3 or 4 times, and I don't know what she is thinking. Why did Edith choose you? Katrin asked Su Xian in confusion. There are many reasons, but it may be because I am the most suitable. Su Xian shrugged and replied with a smile. You are the most suitable? When Katrin heard this answer, a hint of novelty flashed in her eyes. She sat opposite Su Xian, holding her chin with her right hand, and began to look at the man recognized by Edith curiously. The fixed gaze made Su Xian somewhat uncomfortable. Then he changed the subject. Princess Katrin, what's the matter with you? Katrin was stunned for a second, and immediately replied, I came to see Edith to discuss your wedding. She told me yesterday that I would also attend the wedding. Do you think I should come? That's true. From a certain perspective, Katrin is also a victim of politics, full of tragedy. But in a world where strength is respected, this is what is bound to happen, and there is not much to discuss. Why are you here? At this time, the door of the inner room was opened, and Edith's voice overlapped with the sound of high heels stepping on the wooden board, falling into the ears of the two. Katrin was about to speak, but when she saw herself standing behind Edith, she was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Su Xian's eyes were also attracted by Katrin. Compared with the real Katrin, this Katrin's figure was even more graceful. The white wedding dress symbolizing purity was worn on her body, making her look as sacred as an angel. However, he hoped that Lucia would wear this wedding dress. After all, Lucia would crush Katrin in both figure and appearance. If Lucia wore this wedding dress herself, he would have a hard time leaving the Rose Mansion today. How is it? Lucia noticed Su Xian's gaze, walked up to him, and asked softly. It's beautiful, but it would be more beautiful if you wore it. Su Xian admired Lucia's beautiful figure, and couldn't help but reach out and touch her cheek. This scene seemed a little weird at this moment. Katrin watched Su Xian caressing her cheek, and she was still wearing a wedding dress. This made her inner emotions seem particularly complicated. The most important thing is, That self is much more beautiful than her. As for Su Xian's compliment, Lucia just smiled slightly and didn't say much. Tell me, what are you doing here? Edith sat down and asked Katrin again. I want to talk to you about the engagement. Katrin asked Edith about marriage. Su Xian and Lucia sat aside and listened to their conversation quietly. Although Katrin was the princess of the Star Kingdom and had received political education since childhood, but she was as weak as a little rabbit in front of Edith. Edith dispelled Katrin's anxiety with just a few words, and even used some simple conditions to make Katrin willingly accept her arrangement. The reason why the process was so smooth was that Katrin had no bargaining chips. In the future, she might even become a breeding machine for giving birth to the blood of the stars. From now on, the royal family of the Star Kingdom is in name only. Lucia sat next to Su Xian and said calmly, In a sense, yes. Su Xian continued, but the cornerstone of the Star Kingdom has always been the recognition of the stars. As long as you have the power of the stars, anyone can represent the royal family, right? Lucia did not answer, but just stared at Su Xian for a moment, and then shifted her gaze. She also knew in her heart that there were some differences between the main bodies of the Star Kingdom and the Sun Church, and these differences came from the differences in culture and power system. During the conversation, Edith and Catherine's conversation ended. Do you understand what I said? Edith asked Catherine at last. I understand. Catherine nodded, but there was a trace of worry in her eyes. The royal family of the Star Kingdom she represented, I am afraid, will become a puppet belonging only to Edith after tomorrow. But this was her choice. If her uncle and brother were allowed to ascend the throne, her ending would only be more miserable. Since you are here, you should stay in the Rose Mansion for the next few days. Edith continued, It is not convenient for you to appear in front of the world on your wedding day. Well? Catherine nodded again, but this time, there was a little more sadness in her eyes. She was indeed somewhat helpless that she could not attend her own wedding. It's almost time, she should be here. Edith turned her eyes to Su Xian and reminded him. As soon as the voice fell, rose petals fell like raindrops. Then, Issa emerged from the petals. Mr. Su Xian? When Issa saw where she suddenly appeared, her eyes were slightly startled. Fortunately, she found Su Xian's figure at the first moment, and then she felt relieved. Come here. Su Xian patted the seat on his right and asked Issa to come here first. Yes. Issa immediately walked to his side and sat down gracefully. Her lavender eyes looked at Catherine, who was sitting on the other side of Su Xian, and said with a smile, Is this Miss Lucia? This wedding dress is really beautiful. Thank you. Lucia replied with a faint smile. But compared to this pure white wedding dress, she actually prefers gold. When it comes to her own wedding, she must choose a gold wedding dress instead of white. Issa, go change your clothes first. Su Xian glanced at Edith, and then gave Issa a look. Okay. Issa nodded slightly, then stood up, followed Mary and the maids, and walked into the inner room. After she entered the room, Edith said, Because that wedding dress is a little special, you can't touch Issa when she comes out later. Special? Su Xian was instantly interested when he heard Edith's words. Tell me, what's special about it? Edith explained that wedding dress is woven from the truth of the night, and it is dotted with star particles. If you reach out and touch it, it will destroy the beauty of the wedding dress. That's it? Su Xian thought that touching Issa in a wedding dress would instantly arouse Issa's succubus blood, and then... Ahem, it turns out that it will only destroy the beauty of the wedding dress. So what's the matter? However, for tomorrow's wedding, it's better not to touch it. Before Su Xian's thoughts could be finished, Issa's voice came from the room. Mr. Su Xian, can you help me? I need your help. Chapter 462. Help? Su Xian immediately stood up and walked to the inner room when he heard Ivessa's request for help. Edith did not stop him, but just picked up the tea and blew gently on the cup. Su Xian came to the door and asked, Ivessa, what happened? Ivessa's panicked voice came from inside the door. I don't know why everyone suddenly became weird. Mr. Su Xian, can you come in? I'm coming. Su Xian then pushed the door open and walked into the room. When he saw the scene in the room, he was stunned in place, his eyes staring at Ivessa, who was wearing a wedding dress with black as the main color and blue as the secondary color. Although her figure was a little disappointing, this black wedding dress was so beautiful. It was as if the vast starry sky was dotted with bright stars, and it was even more mysterious with the exquisite and gorgeous black star flowers. Of course. Ivessa now looks like Princess Vivian. Long light orange hair, dark golden eyes, beautiful with a hint of evil. Mr. Su Xian. Yisa's voice interrupted Su Xian's thoughts, and brought him back to his senses. Ahem, what happened? Su Xian immediately asked Yissa. Can you close the door first? Yissa glanced at Edith and the others outside the door and blinked aggrievedly. She was not shy, but for other reasons. Okay. Su Xian nodded and closed the door. However, just as he was about to turn around, he found that the succubus maids, who were helping Yissa change clothes, were surrounding him. What happened to them? Su Xian looked at Issa in confusion. Issa said anxiously, That's what I want to say. Since I put on my wedding dress, everyone has become so strange, as if some mysterious switch was pressed. Ah? After hearing Issa's explanation, Su Xian looked at the succubi in confusion and found that they all had a new state. Bloodline activation. Under the influence of a stronger bloodline, the essence of their bloodline is temporarily activated. Su Xian was confused about this state, but he roughly guessed that it was due to the influence of Issa's power. After all, Issa's power came from Aids. And Aids' succubus bloodline can be tens of thousands of times purer than these little succubi. Just a little bit of power leakage will make the little succubi unable to resist. As for the reason, it is naturally because Aids can control her power freely, but Issa can't. How can this be eliminated? Why don't you go out and ask Edith? Su Xian scratched his head and prepared to go out and ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Edith's voice rang in his ears. Don't come out and ask me, you just need to help Issa suppress the power of her blood. Then what should I do? Su Xian asked. Feed her something, the child may be hungry. Edith replied. Oh! Su Xian understood instantly and prepared to take out the holy light. But the next second, he was stunned. At this moment, Issa had turned into Princess Vivian and was wearing a wedding dress for tomorrow's wedding. How should I feed her now, if Issa's wedding dress is soiled? Don't worry, Mr. Su Xian. Issa suddenly cast a trusting look at Su Xian and said with a smile, I will accept all your holy light. Su Xian immediately understood what she meant and took a step closer to Issa. The following is a feeding scene, omitting 1,000 words. Outside the house, Catherine was staring at herself. Although she already knew that the self in the wedding dress was pretended by a member of the Puff Fantasy Township Guild. But she still couldn't understand why the fake body was more stunning than her. Is it because of the wedding dress? Or is it because of the actor? Catherine observed Lucia pretending to be her throughout the whole process, which made Lucia feel a little uncomfortable. Catherine, pay attention to your sight. Suddenly, Edith reminded Catherine. Catherine was slightly startled when she heard the words. Of course, she didn't quite understand what Edith meant, but she still habitually retracted her sight. But her inner confusion deepened again, and she was even more curious about Lucia's identity. The existence that could make Edith specifically remind them. Perhaps only those demigod-level characters were qualified. And demigod-level characters. Catelyn hurriedly shook her head and patted her cheeks to calm herself down. She thought that she must be crazy. A demigod-level strongman was willing to be an adventurer of the Adventurers Guild? How is it possible? As for Catelyn's strange behavior, Lucia didn't care, but cast her eyes on Edith. Edith was sipping black tea, waiting for Su Xian to come out of the room leisurely. But Lucia turned her eyes to the closed door. Although the feeling was vague, she also caught a wisp of dull low hum. I don't know what is going on inside. It can't be. Don't worry, Ms. Lucia, they will come out soon. Edith put down the teacup and said calmly. Oh. Lucia responded coldly, but her mind stayed in the room. But because of the restrictions of the magic array in the Rose Mansion, she couldn't observe it by perception. This made her look a little unnatural. She thought that if she came with a big account, she could ignore this restriction directly. By the way, Edith suddenly asked Lucia, has the Holy Sea of Light received an invitation from the Star Kingdom? Yes. Lucia nodded and replied, the Holy Sea of Light will send an apostle to congratulate the Star King's wedding. The conversation between them attracted Catherine's attention. For some reason, she always felt that Lucia's words and deeds could influence the decision-making of the Church of Light. But after thinking about it, she felt that it was unlikely. An existence that could reach this level must at least be a saint of the Church of Light. Such an existence should not be an adventurer, right? However, Edith's words instantly broke her defense. Thank you for your support, and I hope our cooperation will go smoothly. You? Catherine's eyes widened, and the shocked expression on her face lost the reserve that she should have as a royal family of the Star Kingdom. She never thought that Edith would use you to this adventurer. Even Su Xian, the guild leader of Puff Fantasy Township, was not used by Edith. Even the old king of the Star Kingdom is not worthy. But now, Lady Ides actually treats an adventurer. Catelyn's brain was in a mess. Ide's attitude towards Lucia shocked her little heart. She was confused about Lucia's identity again. Who is she? In addition to the Sun Church, has the Star Kingdom invited other countries? Lucia glanced at Ides and asked. Yes. Ides nodded lightly and replied, the Moon God Empire, the Elf Kingdom, the Dragon Holy Kingdom, the Dwarf Kingdom. There are probably dozens of large and small countries that will come to the Star Kingdom to witness this wedding. Lucia was a little surprised when she heard that most countries in the Magic Continent would go to the Star Kingdom. After all, even the Sun Church could not gain the friendship of dozens of countries. But part of the reason is that some races hate the doctrine of the Light Order. Compared with light, they prefer darkness. The Star Kingdom is different. As the country at the forefront of resisting the abyss, they believe in the stars, believe in war and peace, and are one of the simplest countries in the world. Of course, if the Pope of the Church of Light holds a wedding, then as long as the Church of Light gives an order, leaders of hundreds of countries will personally offer their blessings. The reason is simple, strength is respected. While Lucia and the others were talking about the process of the wedding, the magic replenishment in the back room was also coming to an end. Ivsa gently wiped the holy light left on the corner of her mouth with her fingertips, smiled and thanked. Thank you, Mr. Su Xian, I'm full. Would you like some more? Su Xian asked with concern, worried that Ivsa's blood power would leak out. Although I still want to. But let's wait until next time. Ivsa shook her head. She was not full, but she was afraid that it would take too long. And simply sucking food would only make her heart itch more. But because she was wearing a wedding dress, she couldn't. As Ivsa was full, the leaked blood power was gradually suppressed, and the succubus maids returned to normal. I'm so sorry. Because of our negligence, this mistake occurred. Mary immediately apologized to Su Xian. It's okay, you guys go out first. Su Xian waved his hand, and didn't take it to heart. Yes. Mary led the succubus maids to leave immediately. After they left, Su Xian's eyes immediately shifted to Ivsa. Although Ivsa has now become Princess Vivian, she still can't change the charm in her bones. Su Xian immediately reminded Yivsha, be more restrained. You can't be exposed during the wedding. I will try my best, Mr. Su Xian. Yivsha's pretty face showed an expression of effort, and her natural charm was precipitated. Her efforts were of course useful. With the magic of Edith, Yivsha soon covered up the demeanor of a succubus and pretended to be Princess Vivian. Princess Vivian stood up with a smile, gently lifted the hem of her skirt with both hands, saluted Su Xian, and said in Vivian's voice, Mr. Su Xian, my love, I greet you. This is right. Su Xian nodded with satisfaction. Yivsha looked at least 90% like Princess Vivian at this moment. But that's enough. Princess Vivian's identity is for the people of the Star Kingdom to see. Even if Prince Thales and others suspect it, they can't expose it. Let's go out. Yeah. Su Xian took Ivsa's hand and pushed open the door. The moment they walked out of the room, the eyes of the women all turned to them. Not bad. Edith praised as usual, just one sentence, not bad. Very beautiful. Lucia simply praised. Only Catherine was stunned, staring at Vivian in her wedding dress in disbelief, shocked. When did her sister have such a gorgeous and peerless appearance? Is this still the Vivian she knows? It must not be the same person, right? Ah? It's still early. Edith looked at the time. It was only 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, and there were still 6 hours before the wedding. She then said, we are free anyway, why don't we play a game? Game? Su Xian took Aisha and sat opposite Edith. There was a hint of curiosity on his face, and he became very interested in the game Edith mentioned. I have 4 feathers here, Edith said, and pulled out 4 golden feathers from somewhere. It is said that an angel once fell to the earth because he violated the order of the god of light. Are these angel feathers? Su Xian stared at the 4 golden feathers in Edith's hand. Although he had never seen an angel in reality, the angel he met during the baptism of the holy medicine seemed to have white feathers. Maybe there was indeed a wisp of gold, but it was definitely not like the angel feathers in Edith's hand, which were completely golden. Can you listen to me patiently, child? Edith asked gently, but there was a hint of anger in her tone. Sorry, go ahead. Su Xian shut up immediately. It was not a good thing to interrupt others. After the angel fell to the earth, she forgot her past memories, and didn't even know who she was. Edith continued, but she still maintained her kind character, and was willing to help the suffering creatures. It's a pity that her power was coveted by a group of despicable people who wanted to use her to gain endless wealth. By chance, I met the angel first and pointed her in the right direction. In order to thank me, she gave me 4 feathers as a thank you gift. One of the feathers contains a ray of bright truth. I will give it to whoever draws it as a wedding gift. Edith handed the 4 feathers to the 4 people for them to choose. The truth of light? Lucia was surprised when she heard this. She never remembered that an angel fell to the earth. If this is true, it can only mean that the angel was exiled here. Compared to Lucia's surprise, Issa has already started to choose the feather she likes. Even though she has no ability to identify which feather has the truth of light. Catherine was stunned, and she has not recovered from the story told by Edith. Because it was the first time she heard Edith tell a story. As for Su Xian, his thinking angle was a bit strange. He did not rush to choose a feather, but asked Edith, "So, what is the right direction you pointed her in?" Edith raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard Su Xian's question, which was a bit unexpected. But after hesitating for a moment, she still answered Su Xian's question. "I let her join the Adventurers Guild, become an adventurer, grow up, and live with a girl like you." Chapter 463. Adventurer? Su Xian's expression became a little strange when he heard Adaise's answer. Angel fallen from the divine world? Angel. It should have nothing to do with Lu Shui's adventurer, right? After all, Lu Shui's adventurer was a half-angel, not a real angel. You are the only one left, make your choice. Adaise saw Su Xian in a daze, and immediately reminded him. At this time, only the last feather was left of the 4 feathers. Is there any choice? Su Xian smiled, and held the last feather in his hand. Since you have all made your choice, inject your magic power into the feather. Adaise said to the 4 people, the feather containing the truth of light will flash with dazzling golden light. Everyone followed Adaise's instructions, and injected their magic power into the feather. The first one to inject magic power was Catherine, but the feather in her hand did not change at all. The next one was Isha, and her feather still did not flash with golden light as Adaise said. Their eyes naturally fell on Lucia, and they saw Lucia slowly raising the feather, and the golden magic gradually flowed into the feather like willow branches. With the influx of magic, the feather actually shone with golden light. It seems that Miss Lucia's feather is real, Evisa said with a smile. What a beautiful golden color. Katrin exclaimed. She had never seen such dazzling golden color. Su Xian was also happy for Lucia, but Edith's face was calm, and there was even a hint of surprise in her eyes that others could not easily detect. Then this feather of mine is just an ordinary angel feather, right? Su Xian smiled and continued to inject his magic power into the feather. But surprisingly, the moment his magic power was injected into the feather actually burst into dazzling golden light. Although it was not as dazzling as Lucia's feather, it still proved that the feather contained the truth of light. What's going on? Everyone looked at Edith with confusion on their faces. Didn't they say that only one feather had the truth of light? But why? Edith replied perfunctorily to this result. Maybe I remembered it wrong. These 2 feathers are my wedding gifts to you. Don't let each other down. Thank you. Su Xian was skeptical about Edith's explanation. Edith's style has always been cautious and careful, and she would never remember anything wrong. But this time, there is only one reason, that is, only one of the 4 feathers really has the truth of light. But, between Su Xian and Lucia, someone's own magic power comes with the truth of light. Then, this person is not Su Xian, it can only be Lucia, and as the Pope of the Church of Light, it seems that there is no problem for her to possess the truth of light, right? Maybe not. After all, in the magic continent, all beings that use truth as the foundation of power are called witches. As the Pope of Light, Lucia should have the power given by light, that is, the power of the law of light, not the truth of light. After all, the power of truth is the pursuit and madness of witches for the power of truth, and even the factor of peeping at the truth, rather than the law voluntarily sharing their power with its believers. In short, the power of witches is not recognized by the truth. Believers obtain the power given by the law through faith, while witches analyze the truth with their own ideas and forcibly obtain the power from the truth. However, Su Xian knew in his heart that Lucia could never be a witch. The Church of Light could not allow a witch to ascend to the throne of Pope. The only explanation is that Lucia's power may come from a witch. Just as he was thinking, Edith's speech interrupted him. Okay, it's almost time. We should start preparing for the wedding. Edith clapped her hands, attracting Su Xian's attention. Ah? Didn't we just play a small game? Su Xian was stunned when he heard Edith's words. He clearly remembered that it was just midnight, and he just played a small game. How could it be possible? However, when he looked out the window, he found that the sky was already slightly bright. Time, it's already 6:30 in the morning. What happened? Su Xian whispered in surprise. His mind still hasn't figured it out. It's just the time to pick up a feather. How could 6 or 7 suddenly pass and disappear? What happened? Su Xian glanced at Lucia, whose face was still calm. Yisha and Katrin behaved similarly to him, and were very surprised by the sudden passage of time. However, he didn't have time to ask Edith for the reason, as a noisy sound came from outside the Rose Mansion. "Miss Edith, the time is up." Mary's voice came from outside the room. "Get ready to go." Edice stood up. Her cold eyes flashed across Su Xian's body, and she said softly, "This wedding needs to let all the people of the Star Kingdom know that their king can lead them to embrace the stars." Gurgle. Su Xian listened to Edice's words. His Adam's apple moved. He always felt that he was carrying out a great revolution. Although it was a bit foggy, it felt good. Soon, Edice led everyone to the palace of the Star Kingdom. The last war did not affect the main hall, so the wedding will be held here. Su Xian took a quick look. Even though it was only 6:30 in the morning, there were already thousands of people gathered outside the main hall. And they were only the people of the Star Kingdom, and the envoys of dozens of other countries had not yet arrived. By then, the number of people gathered here would probably exceed 10,000. "Go in quickly, and come out when the time is up." Edice urged Su Xian to enter the main hall quickly. They could not appear in front of the world now. Su Xian had no choice but to go into a room inside the main hall with Lucia and Issa, waiting for the wedding banquet to begin. However, Su Xian happened to encounter a bug at this time. Players have the function of changing clothes with one click. He saved the dress directly, changed into a set of casual clothes, and quietly slipped out of the room. As for Lucia and Issa, they could only wait for the wedding to begin in the room. When Su Xian walked out of the room, he saw Edith being surrounded by a group of people. But for some reason, this group of people deliberately kept a distance from Edith, at least about 3 meters. Of course, Edie shouldn't have been the host of this wedding. But the Star King fell, and Princess Vivian's mother was the Night Witch. As a result, Edie's, the sister of the groom, and Katrin's biological mother became the hosts of this wedding banquet. As for Katrin's biological mother, Su Xian glanced at the middle-aged woman surrounded by a group of nobles from the Star Kingdom in the distance. He had heard Edie specifically remind him that Katrin's mother was just the daughter of an ordinary noble, not the royal family. As for why the Star King chose her, it was said that it was because of a prophecy. As for the content of the prophecy, it seemed to be related to Katrin, but even Edie's only knew some one-sided factors. In addition, Su Xian also saw Prince Thales and Prince Lapis and others, but their faces were full of gloom, and they seemed to be full of complaints about this wedding. But compared to Prince Lapis, who showed his anger on his face, Prince Thales hid his anger very well, just keeping his usual cold face, as if someone owed him money. Su Xian suddenly noticed that Prince Lapis's face was a little pale, as if he had lost too much blood. Could it be that the vampire in his family could no longer be raised? Just as he was concentrating on observing the suspicious enemy, suddenly, a snow-white and slender jade hand was placed on his shoulder. At the same time, a voice as melodious as a nightingale came. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Su Xian was startled and turned around abruptly to look at the other party. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said in surprise, "Saint Winnison, why are you here? Are you the messenger of the Church of Light?" "Yes," Wei Shan said with a cheerful smile. "But not only I came, the Pope is here too." "The Pope?" Su Xian was stunned when he heard Winnie Shan's words. "Doesn't that mean Lucia's real body and clone have come to the Star Kingdom?" "Where is she?" Su Xian looked around, looking for Lucia's real body. "I arrived first. The Pope and the delegation will have to wait a while," Winnie Shan explained. "Oh." Su Xian nodded thoughtfully and glanced at Saint Winnie Shan. This saint is inseparable from Lucia's real body. "By the way, are you also invited to the wedding?" Winnie Shan suddenly asked curiously. "Yes," Su Xian answered without thinking, his tone full of sincerity. "Well, I thought you were the groom," Winnie Shan said casually. But this sentence made Su Xian's eyes suddenly solemn. This guy should be a blind guess, right? Just as the atmosphere gradually became quiet, Su Xian suddenly noticed that the eyes of the people around him were all looking at the same place. What happened? Su Xian curiously followed the gaze and looked into the distance. He saw bright and dazzling starlight shining in the air, and there seemed to be a melodious song in his ears. This scene is, the Elf Queen is coming. As soon as his thought came to mind, a Star Knight rushed to Edith and reported breathlessly, "Elves! The Elf Queen is here in person." The people around him were instantly excited when they heard this. "The Elf Queen is here? I didn't expect that this wedding would actually alarm the Elf Queen. The Elf Queen didn't even attend the wedding of the old Star King, so why did she come in person this time? Not to mention the wedding of the old Star King, she didn't even come on the day when the Pope of Light ascended the throne. I didn't expect her to come today." Is this the method of Lady Rose? No wonder she is in existence, that even the old Star King dared not provoke. Terrible woman. She has too many cards. I'm afraid no one in the Star Kingdom can restrain her in the future. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Don't let Prince Thales hear it, he is narrow-minded. The Queen is here in person. Ides was surprised by the Elf Queen's personal arrival. She immediately stepped forward to greet the Elf Queen. The moment the two met, the Elf Queen took the lead in greeting Ides. Lady Rose, the Elf Kingdom is invited to come and congratulate the Star King's wedding. Welcome to Her Majesty the Queen. Ides responded immediately. While the two met, Prince Lapis, who was hiding in the crowd, was so angry that his veins were bulging. Damn it! Why did the Elf Queen come in person? Then my plan is... Just as Prince Lapis was talking to himself, the voice of Prince Thales came into his mind. Today, you must not make trouble. If we don't take action today, we will have no chance. Prince Lapis gritted his teeth and sent a message to Prince Thales. During this period, the expansion of the Rose territory has greatly affected their survival. Originally, it was thought that the two of them would cooperate and kill the Rose territory. Unexpectedly, no matter which battlefield they were on, they were at a disadvantage. Even sometimes, even with the advantage of numbers and equipment, they still get the bad news of defeat. Only a few battles did they win. This made Prince Lapis almost think that it was a mistake in intelligence, but the fact is right in front of us. In just 1 month, 1/3 of the territory under his jurisdiction was occupied by the Rose territory. Although Prince Taylor suffered less losses, he also lost most of the battles. If they want to win, they must seize this only chance. Prince Taylor did not respond to Prince Lapis's decision, but just remained silent. Is this guy trying to sabotage? Su Xian naturally noticed Prince Lapis's angry eyes. He had long lost the rationality that he should have as a human being after being parasitized by vampires, but he has not yet exploded. Hey! Stinky man! You are here! Suddenly, Su Xian's left shoulder was patted again. He immediately turned his head, and found that it was the elf princess Elena. You also followed the elf queen to attend the wedding? Su Xian asked curiously. Yes. Elena nodded, and then turned her eyes to Winnie Shan beside Su Xian. As the princess of the elves, she also controls the intelligence network of the elves, so she naturally knows Winnie Shan's identity. Huh? Elena crossed her hands in front of her chest, and said to Winnie Shan with a frivolous tone, Isn't this the saint of the Church of Light? What are you doing next to my man? Su Xian didn't react for a while. Your man? After hearing this, Winnie looked at Su Xian suspiciously. After hesitating for a moment, she replied to Elena, So you two have this relationship. I really didn't know about it. Su Xian's face suddenly became solemn. He felt that he would be finished sooner or later. Just a joke. Elena smiled and waved her hand, and continued, He is such a noble person. How can I be so high up? After hearing this, Winnie felt a little bit of sympathy and replied, That makes sense. Su Xian? ? Su Xian's expression became a little complicated. He felt that the two of them had something to say, but today is his wedding day, so please forgive them mercifully. Chapter 464. Perhaps for some reason, Winnison and Elena were like a pair of sisters who had met too late, talking freely beside Su Xian. And Su Xian's attention, of course, stayed on Prince Thales and Prince Lapis. Today is his big day, and it can't be ruined by these bastards. What are you looking at? Elena suddenly realized that Su Xian's attention was not on her, and asked curiously. Of course, I am alert to the idiots and prevent them from ruining the wedding. Su Xian replied. Why do you care so much? It's not your wedding. Elena asked in confusion. Su Xian was about to speak, but was immediately interrupted by Elena. Did you accept the mission of the Star Kingdom? Guard this wedding. Or something like that? Elena guessed. Su Xian was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, As expected of a princess of the Elf Kingdom, you guessed it all. Elena glanced at Su Xian suspiciously, and the sudden change in Su Xian's attitude made her immediately realize that she must have guessed wrong. But she didn't ask any more questions, just smiled slightly. Su Xian naturally didn't explain too much. After all, in a sense, he was indeed here to complete the mission. If you think they will make trouble at the wedding banquet, please rest assured. At this time, Winnie Shan held his palm and said with a sense of justice, The trial of the Holy Sea of Light will make them regret their decision. Thank you. Su Xian was inevitably a little flattered, especially Winnie Shan's little hand was soft and a little warm. However, he was more curious about how no one had noticed that he had been chatting with the princess of the elves and the saint of the Holy Sea of Light for so long. He looked around, and everyone's eyes were basically focused on the Elf Queen. No one paid any attention to this place. Well, who would care about the Holy Maiden of Light when the Elf Queen was here? Just as they were talking, another Star Knight ran over in a panic and said to Edith, who was talking to the Elf Queen, "Lady, the Pope of Light is here." Edith frowned slightly at the report of the Star Knight, and was surprised that Lucia attached much more importance to this matter than she expected. Not only did she take the initiative to join the wedding, but even her real body came to the Star Kingdom in person. Her feelings for Su Xian. TSK, Edith raised a mysterious smile at the corner of her mouth, and immediately went to greet the Holy Sea of Light. When others heard that the Pope of Light came in person to congratulate the newlyweds, they were even more shocked. Did I hear correctly? The Pope of Light came to the Star Kingdom in person? The Elf Queen and the Pope of Light came to the Star Kingdom together, which is rare in a century. How can our new king be so worthy of these two people coming in person? Shoo! Don't you want your head? Saying such things on the king's wedding day? My. Their arrival is simply an honor for our Star Kingdom. Who said that the Star Kingdom is about to decline? I think the future will be prosperous. Everyone was talking about it. If the arrival of the Elf Queen was a shot of adrenaline, it would allow the people of the Star Kingdom to find hope from the chaos of the country. Then the arrival of the Pope of Light was a ray of dawn from the sky. After all, the elves belong to the foreign race. The Sun Church is the most powerful country in the human kingdom. The presence of the Pope of Light means that the new king of the Star Kingdom has been recognized by her. Official certification of the Church of Light. No more chatting. Weinstein waved to Su Xian and Elena, saying, "I'm going to greet the Pope." Yes. After Weinstein left, Elena also said goodbye to Su Xian and returned to the side of the Elf Queen. Su Xian stretched and was about to return to the main hall to find Lucia and Issa. By the way, he should also teleport Alice and others in the guild to avoid them missing the wedding. Su Xian just took a step forward and stopped. Because there was an acquaintance standing behind him. Princess Vivian? Su Xian raised his eyebrows and carefully looked at Princess Vivian, who appeared behind him. At this moment, Princess Vivian was wearing a black cloak, hiding her face in the darkness. If it weren't for the dark aura, Su Xian really wouldn't have recognized her. In addition, he also found that it seemed that except for him, no one else could see Princess Vivian, who appeared here. She was like a shadow, standing in the crowd. What's going on? Su Xian frowned and stared at Princess Vivian in front of him. Although he didn't know what Edith had done to Princess Vivian was less arrogant now, and was no longer the little princess, who was very cunning at a young age. It was just that her eyes were a little scary, which made Su Xian always feel a chill on his back. And she just kept looking at. Hello? Hi. Su Xian waved his hand to Princess Vivian, but did not get any response. It was like a fake figure placed there motionless. This made his expression suddenly become solemn. Could Princess Vivian in front of him be a ghost? After all, this is a magical world, and it is not strange to have ghosts. But the question is, why did Princess Vivian come to him? Just because he ruined her plan? Well, this incident is indeed enough to turn the relationship between the two into a state of eternal enemy, but Princess Vivian still stood there, without making any move. The pair of golden pupils stared at Su Xian intently, as if to remember his appearance firmly in her heart. Why are you here? Suddenly, Edith appeared beside Su Xian and patted him on the back gently. This made Su Xian return from his trance, and Princess Vivian's figure also turned into a wisp of black smoke at this moment and dissipated into nothingness. Disappeared? Su Xian was startled. He rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he was hallucinating. Then he asked Edith, "Did you see Vivian just now?" "Yeah." Edith responded lightly, but this answer made Su Xian's eyes suddenly solemn. Sure enough, it was not an illusion. Today is a special day. After it's over, I will tell you about Vivian's current situation. Edith pushed Su Xian's back. Go and get ready. The wedding is about to start. Oh! Su Xian nodded and prepared for the upcoming wedding. Being a groom for the first time, he was inevitably a little nervous. After Su Xian left, Edith looked at a place where there was no one, only a wisp of black mist floating. Su Xian returned to a room inside the main hall, where Lucia and Issa were sitting quietly, waiting for the wedding to begin. It's time to let them come. Su Xian's mind moved, and he unfolded the space ring to bring Alice and the others to the scene. Because Alice was informed in advance that they would attend the wedding today, everyone wore their most beautiful clothes. Okay, except for Alice and Walola, who changed into new clothes, everyone else was dressed in ordinary clothes. Luzlin was still wearing the white and gold armor, as if she was going to attend the ceremony of the pledge night. Marley Rhine was still wearing the red armor, like a Cayman rider. The first thing she did when she arrived at the scene was to put her hands on her hips and ask Su Xian when to feed her. But Su Xian's eyes fell on the last character who stepped out of the space magic ring, Ken Lucia. She actually changed into a black-dominated gothic Lolita outfit with blood-red embellishments for the first time in a long time. The pale little hand was holding a red parasol, and she looked like a noble lady with a weird personality. But this outfit unexpectedly fits Ken Lucia's characteristics of looking delicate but actually strong in combat, and gives him a kind of evil beauty. Little ghost, are you conquered by the beauty of this true ancestor? Ken Lucia straightened her chest and smiled confidently. Why are you dressed so formally today? Su Xian asked curiously. Although I am bloodthirsty, at least I know the etiquette of treating people. Ken Lucia chuckled and said, since today is your wedding day, you naturally have to dress up and come to the party. It is also your honor to praise this true ancestor. Su Xian smiled and replied, today's true ancestor is so beautiful that it makes people's heart beat. That's more like it. Ken Lucia chuckled, and was very satisfied with Su Xian's praise. Wow! So beautiful. At this time, everyone's attention shifted from Su Xian to Vivian and Katrin sitting on the bed. Is it Sister Lucia? And Sister Ivsa? Alice and Walola came to them curiously, staring at them with their watery eyes wide open, observing them carefully. Yeah. Su Xian nodded and explained, according to the Mission Commission, they will pretend to be two princesses of the Star Kingdom, and hold a wedding with me to stabilize the people's hearts in the Star Kingdom. But everyone didn't seem to take his explanation to heart. Instead, they all exclaimed to Lucia and Ivsa, wow, so beautiful. Although they have become someone else's appearance. I can still tell who is who between Sister Lucia and Sister Ivsa at a glance. Alice said confidently. So beautiful, I also want to wear such a beautiful wedding dress, Walola said enviously. How can you, a deer, wear a human wedding dress? Marie Rhine complained on the side. Walola, shock. Alice, don't cry, Walola. There will be a wedding dress suitable for you. Su Xian felt warm in his heart for this happy scene. Except for some creatures that need to be trained, they are all an indispensable part of the Puff Fantasy Township Guild. Our groom can come out with the brides. At this time, Edith's voice sounded in Su Xian's mind, foreshadowing the beginning of the wedding. Okay. The wedding is about to begin. Su Xian clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Then, he made an invitation gesture to Ivsa and Lucia at the same time, saying, give me your hands, my brides. Lucia and Ivsa looked at each other, then stretched out their hands, and placed them on Su Xian's palms. At the same time, tens of thousands of people had gathered in the palace of the Star Kingdom, waiting for the wedding banquet to begin. In addition to the Sun Church and the Elf Kingdom, the envoys of dozens of other countries have also arrived. However, unlike the first two countries, the leaders of the countries did not come in person to attend the wedding banquet. Facing this grand scene, the people of the Star Kingdom were all excited at this moment. I didn't expect that our new king would be recognized by so many countries. Thank God. Our country is saved. I believe Princess Vivian and Lady Rose will definitely make our country better and better. As the host of this wedding, Edith was naturally very satisfied with the people's discussions. What she needed was the will of the people. Only in this way could she legitimately defeat the forces of Prince Thales and Prince Lapis. Let's get started. Edith turned her head and instructed a white-haired old man in the distance. Yes. The white-haired old man nodded, and then a loud voice sounded in the sky. Today is the wedding day of the new king of the Star Kingdom. Our new king is the choice of the Star God, and the purest royal family of the Star bloodline in thousands of years. The new king carries the power of the night and the stars, and is willing to lead her people to pursue the glory of the stars in the name of sin and protection. As the white-haired old man paused, the nobles and civilians of the Star Kingdom knelt down and shouted, the stars are eternal. My king lives forever. These words of praise naturally fell into Su Xian's ears. But he was a little confused in his heart. No, to be more precise, it should be the contradictions in the congratulatory speech. The protagonist of this wedding is Princess Vivian, who will ascend the throne as the new king of the Star Kingdom. But due to Lucia's interference, Princess Catherine must also participate in this wedding. The two princesses marry an outsider together. Who is the king, however, this is just Su Xian's confusion about this matter. As for whether it is reasonable or not, he has no reason to worry. That is Edith's concern, not his. By the way, did Edith tell the nobles and people of the Star Kingdom that Catherine would also participate in the wedding? From just now, Catherine's biological mother sat alone in the corner, and no one congratulated her. In other words, everyone doesn't know yet, but from the worried and anxious face of Katrin's biological mother and her attitude of attending the event in a formal dress, it can be guessed that she at least knows about it. Just as Su Xian was thinking, the old man's voice sounded again. Although the Star Kingdom has been in constant war recently, fortunately, our new king has welcomed a perfect partner. The voice of the white-haired old man sounded again. He is the only relative of Lady Rose, and like our king, he has the recognition of the stars, and is also a loyal guardian and expander of the Star Kingdom. The combination of him and the king will give birth to the greatest son of the star in history. At that time, the entire starry sky will shine for our Star Kingdom. Welcome our golden age. Long live my king. Su Xian frowned and remained silent. What on earth is this old man talking about? What is the son of the star? Also, what is his identity in the Star Kingdom? It seems to be a star master of ceremonies. Why does it sound like a life mentor? Chapter 465. The passionate speech of the white-haired old man made the citizens of the Star Kingdom present very excited. But a family of a baroness, who had never met, would naturally cause some people to worry. Baroness Rose's younger brother? When did that lady have a younger brother? I don't know, I've never heard of it. It seems so? There have been rumors that Baroness Rose has a relative, but I'm more curious. Why does he have the blood of the stars? Isn't that a power that only the royal family can have? Stupid. The fact that Baroness Rose has the blood of the stars has spread among the royal nobles a few years ago. Otherwise, why do you think the old king would give her the title of Duke? Oh, so that's the case. Then it's not a strange thing that his brother has the blood of the stars. But why do I always feel it's a little strange? Although the people of the stars were confused, they didn't dare to speak loudly for the time being because Baroness Rose was presiding over the wedding, and they only dared to discuss it in a low voice below. After a pause, the white-haired old man continued to announce to the people of the Star Kingdom, today, in addition to the wedding of our king, is also the day when our second princess is getting married. Ah? The second princess is getting married too? What's going on? My hen. What happened? Who is the groom? Everyone was talking about it, and was shocked by the words of the Star Master of Ceremonies. Their second princess is also getting married? Ahem. Be quiet. The white-haired old man immediately raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then continued to announce, because our groom's star bloodline is too excellent, his offspring will surely lead our country to the peak. So, Princess Katrin is willing to sacrifice herself and contribute to the continuation of the starry bloodline. She will also serve as a bride, and work together with our new king and sisters to achieve glory. When the white-haired old man finished speaking, the people of the Starry Kingdom instantly became restless. Ah? Really? The two princesses of our Starry Kingdom are marrying Lady Rose's brother together? Are you serious? Who is the protagonist of this wedding, our new king, or Lady Rose's brother? Isn't it a bit against the will of heaven? I don't support it. Two princesses serving the same husband, this is too exaggerated. Moreover, Princess Vivian is our new king. But since there are voices of opposition, there must be supporters. Hey, if you think about it this way, if this marriage is established, does it mean that the royal power is stable? Ah? Do you know what you are talking about? How can this stabilize the royal power? Think about it, the two princesses are definitely in opposition for the throne. But if they can get married through a man, wouldn't it be an alliance from opposition? That makes sense. The Star Kingdom is in constant civil strife now, because of the vacancy of the throne, and the competition among several heirs. If the two princesses can unite, that will be what the people want. Besides, Princess Vivian's guilt is known to the world, and her mother is the Night Witch. I'm afraid that she may not be able to win the support of the people when she ascends to the throne. But with the support of Princess Katrin, it's completely different. These two princesses are better than that useless prince, right? Prince Lapis? Are you crazy? Is this something that can be discussed? Support. Support with both hands and feet. For a moment, the scene fell into chaos. The white-haired old man also looked at Edith at a loss. He had never seen such a scene. How could two princesses get married together? Edith ignored the white-haired old man, but telepathically said, "Wait for my instructions, and get ready to go on stage. Remember, whether you can succeed depends on your performance." Got it. Su Xian nodded, took a long breath, and suppressed his inner uneasiness. When the white-haired old man's loud voice came to his ears, "Now, please invite our three newcomers to the stage." Su Xian immediately took Vivian and Catherine's hands, stepped forward, and entered the sight of everyone. The moment they walked into the sight of everyone, the noise disappeared in an instant. And after the silence, whispers chirped at this moment. Fuck? That's Princess Vivian? Isn't she too beautiful? Princess Cotrin is not bad either, more like an intellectual queen. Is that the brother of Lady Rose? Isn't he too handsome? Of course, Lady Rose is the most beautiful woman in our Star Kingdom. How could her brother not be handsome? But we haven't seen the lady's face. The three of them are really a perfect match. I envy them. I'm into this couple. Su Xian's sensitive ears heard the whispers of the Star people, and he was speechless. It turns out that there are also people who like appearance and couples in another world. I don't agree. At this time, the appearance of one person attracted the attention of the whole audience. The eldest prince, Lapis, came to the front of the crowd, crossed his hands, and put on a righteous posture. He glanced at Su Xian and the other two, then looked at Edith, and asked, Lady Rose, although our Star Kingdom recognizes your identity, I cannot recognize your brother who came out of thin air. I think the people of the Star Kingdom cannot recognize it either. Am I right? As Prince Lapis mixed up, some opposing voices gradually became louder. That's right. We cannot recognize his existence. You said he has the blood of the stars, so he does? I'm afraid that Lady Rose fabricated facts, and fabricated a relative in an attempt to control our kingdom through marriage. We need a reasonable explanation. Edith was calm about these doubts, and just said in a cold voice, Since you want to explain, my brother Eli will naturally convince you. After she finished speaking, she gave Su Xian a look. As for the name Eli, it was naturally given by Idas without even Su Xian's consent. Su Xian nodded, and then took a step forward. When he raised his hand, a ray of star power emerged. It was like the Milky Way falling from the starry sky, and flowing into his palm. When the world saw this scene, they all widened their eyes in shock. Stars! It's the power of stars. He really has the power of stars, and it's not a lie. Such pure star power, I wonder how it compares to the old king's star power. I am a historian, I testify that his star power is purer than the old king's. No way. Purer than the old king? How about compared with Princess Vivian? It seems slightly worse than Princess Vivian, but only slightly. No wonder the Star Master said that the offspring of him and Princess Vivian will give birth to the son of the star. If this is true, then he can marry both princesses, I have no objection. Wait! They both have star blood, shouldn't they be brother and sister? Stupid! Star blood is the choice of the star god. How can it be compared with simple secular blood? Perhaps this is the favor of the star god, which will save our Star Kingdom from danger. After seeing the star power released by Su Xian, the people of the Star Kingdom knelt down and swore their loyalty to the stars. This surprised Su Xian. He didn't expect that the star blood was so important in the hearts of the people of the Star Kingdom. However, it is understandable. The establishment of the Star Kingdom was based on the 7 Valkyrie flowers sent down by the star god, rather than a simple change of royal power. In this regard, the 3 human kingdoms have their own characteristics. Although the Sun Kingdom also has a royal family, the main right to speak is in the hands of the Holy See of Light. The Believers of Light are the foundation of the Church, and the Pope of Light and the other 2 rulers of the Holy See decide everything. The Moon Kingdom completely believes in the Moon God, and communicates with the Moon God through the Moon God High Priest to obtain guidance for the future. None of the 3 kingdoms are based on royal power. It seems that faith accounts for a larger proportion than royal power. The reason for this is probably because of the gods. The royal power without the protection of the gods is on thin ice, and has long disappeared in the long river of history. How? I'd stood up gracefully and asked Prince Lapis condescendingly, Are you satisfied with this explanation? Damn it! Prince Lapis gritted his teeth in anger, and his pale face gradually turned blood red due to his anger. He didn't understand why so many people with star blood suddenly appeared in just a few years. Ides, Vivian, Eli. He, Lapis, is the eldest son of the King of Stars. He has the best bloodline and is the designated heir of stars. But why? The star blood of these people is purer than his star blood as a royal family. But he could only hide his anger at this moment, and said with a fake smile, Since his star blood is so pure, it means that he is worthy of my sisters. I wish you 3 will be together forever, and live happily ever after. Prince Lapis gritted his teeth, and sent his blessings to Su Xian and the others. Edith ignored his response, but looked at the white-haired old man and said, Let's get started. The white-haired old man immediately shouted, Please exchange tokens, and make a vow. Su Xian heard this, and immediately took out the ring Edith had given him. But as soon as he took out the ring, he hesitated. He took one ring, then another ring. Before Su Xian's thoughts fell, a prompt popped up in his sight. Your adventurer Lucia has transferred an Eternal Oath ring to your backpack. Please check it. Oh! Su Xian's eyes lit up. It turned out that Lucia had prepared it. He thought about it, and a platinum ring appeared in his palm. Eternal Promise Ring, with a ring made from the heart scales of a golden holy dragon. It contains the power of legend, and is also a testimony to sincerity. The quality of Lucia's Eternal Promise Ring is no less than that of Edie's Abyss Promise Ring. The dark red Abyss Promise Ring represents desire, while the platinum Eternal Promise Ring represents purity. Su Xian took out 2 rings, one on the left and one on the right, and put them on Lucia and Efusa at the same time. He solemnly swore, I love you. Efusa, I love you too. Lucia, may love last forever. After speaking, Su Xian kissed them on the lips in front of tens of thousands of people. At this moment, the whole country was boiling. The cheers of the supporters came like a storm. This made Su Xian, who had just graduated from college, nervous and got goosebumps. But fortunately, the soft lips of Lucia and Efusa comforted him. Edith, who was standing by, watched the kissing process of the 3 people throughout the whole process, and there was no emotional fluctuation in her bright red eyes. Until the kissing was over, she turned her eyes to the nobles and people of the Star Kingdom, as well as the envoys from other countries. He said, let's raise our glasses to congratulate the 3 newlyweds. The Kingdom of the Elf sends blessings to the newlyweds. The Holy Kingdom of the Dragon sends blessings to the newlyweds. The Kingdom of the Sun sends blessings to the newlyweds. People in the world said blessings to Su Xian and his friends, and raised their glasses to celebrate this memorable moment. At this moment, Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief for the successful completion of the mission. As long as he stayed for a while, his role would end perfectly. Just as he had this idea, Edith handed him a wine glass and said, later, envoys from various countries will come to congratulate you. According to the rules of the Kingdom of Stars, every time there is a congratulation, the king must drink a glass of star wine to respond to them. Ah? Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. There was no such part in the script. Edith did not explain this, but just said, because the 2 princesses are going to get pregnant soon, you have to do it for them. I am not good at drinking. Su Xian replied with a wry smile. But Edith did not care about that, and continued, after the envoys from various countries have finished congratulating, you can take them to the new king's bedroom even if you have completed your mission. Okay. Su Xian gritted his teeth and had to bite the bullet. The moment he picked up the wine glass, the envoys from the first country had already arrived in front of him. The Queen of the Elf. She came to Su Xian in an elegant manner, and the elf princess Elena followed her side. The Queen of the Elf first stole a glance at Su Xian, and then congratulated Lucia, who was pretending to be Vivian. The elves offer their blessings to the newlyweds of the Star King, and may the friendship between the Star Kingdom and the Elf Kingdom last forever. Thank you, Your Majesty. Vivian responded politely. Then, the Elf Queen turned her attention to Su Xian, and took the glass of wine from Elena. As the Queen of the Elves, she could see through Su Xian's disguise, and the true identities of the 2 princesses. Although she didn't know Su Xian's purpose, she didn't mean to expose him. A small wedding alone couldn't disturb her heart. Lady Rose's younger brother, your name is Eli. Right? The Elf Queen asked. Yes. Su Xian nodded. This wedding was the wedding of Eli and Vivian in Katrin. Even though Eli was just a character made up by Edith. Little guy. The Elf Queen raised her glass and gently bumped the glass in Su Xian's hand, smiling and saying, Happy wedding to you. Chapter 466. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Xian responded respectfully, and then drank the star wine. But what surprised him was that the star wine tasted like a drink, not like alcohol. After a glass of wine, the Elf Queen walked away. But her behavior puzzled everyone. After all, as a king and a senior, the Elf Queen didn't have to do this kind of thing herself. She just needed to ask the Elf Princess Elena to come. But now the Elf Queen lowered her status, and said blessings to the 3 newcomers. When the Elf Queen left, the second foreign delegation came to Su Xian and his group. Naturally, it was the delegation of the Holy Sea of Light, and the Pope of Light also followed the Elf Queen's practice, and came in person to send blessings to the 3 newcomers. When she stood in front of Su Xian noticed that Lucia's real body seemed to be taller than her clone. This may be because of the special papal vestments of the Pope of Light. Besides, he also wore a tall papal hat, which created the visual difference, and Su Xian's eyes fell on a certain focus involuntarily. Lucia had to wear the papal vestments that tightly wrapped her whole body every day. It must be very hard, right? It was so tight just looking at it. Ahem, 3 newlyweds. The Pope of Light raised her jade hand lightly, and a golden wine glass appeared in her palm. She said calmly, "Happy wedding." "Thank you, Your Excellency the Pope." Su Xian and the other two expressed their gratitude to the Pope of Light, but Su Xian, who knew the truth, was holding back his laughter in his heart. The only one who congratulated his clone on his happy wedding was our Lord Pope. Suddenly, the Pope of Light seemed to have noticed something and glanced at Su Xian coldly. At the same time, Katrin, who was standing behind Su Xian, also reached out and pinched the flesh on his waist. "Oh no!" Su Xian smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect that the Pope of Light had the ability to peek into the other's mind. After noticing that Su Xian was confused for a second, the Pope of Light took a sip of wine nonchalantly, and then turned and left. Winnison, who was following behind her, immediately followed, but before leaving, she also expressed her blessings to Su Xian. "Happy wedding." Su Xian stared at the backs of the two people gradually going away, and his mood was a bit mixed. Although it was hard to say why. After the Elf Queen and the Pope of Light offered their congratulations, the envoys of other countries also expressed their blessings to them. It is worth mentioning that the envoy from the Holy Kingdom of Dragons was a half-dragon girl with a sweet look, but her appearance reminded Su Xian of a black dragon princess. After the congratulations from all the countries, Su Xian roughly calculated that he had drunk more than 60 cups of star wine. But he did not feel drunk at all, just like he had drunk more than 60 cups of drinks. "Your mission is complete." At this time, Edith came to Su Xian and said, "Take your brides to the bedroom to rest." Su Xian did not answer immediately after hearing this. He first glanced at Alice and the others, who were following the Elf Queen to eat and drink, so he did not need to worry about them. After thinking for a while, Su Xian replied to Edith, "Then I will go to rest for a while." After he finished speaking, he took Vivian and Catherine's hands and walked towards the king's bedroom. Edith watched Su Xian take the two brides away, and there was no emotion in her beautiful eyes. But until their figures disappeared, she shifted her sight and looked at the guests present. And just at this moment, she felt a little confused. Where is the Pope? This woman is so cunning and despicable. In the corner of the wedding banquet, Prince Lapis was staring at Edith, muttering vicious curses. "Your Uncle Thales has left, what about you?" Vampire Duke Keto appeared silently beside Prince Lapis and asked with a sneer, "Is there really no way? Can we only be passive forever?" Prince Lapis gritted his teeth and questioned Duke Keto. "There is really no way." Duke Keto smiled and shrugged his shoulders, and continued, "The Elf Queen and the Pope of Light are present at the same time. Even if the arrogant Demon King is present, he can't escape unscathed. Do you think that our strength alone can fight against two demigod-level beings? What's more, they are demigods who are at the top of this world." "Damn it!" Prince Lapis cursed. He didn't expect that the Elf Queen and the Pope of Light would come to the Star Kingdom today. His plan that he had planned for so long has come to nothing. But Duke Keto suddenly sneered and said, "We are not without gains." "Gains?" Prince Lapis was confused by Duke Keto's words. What gains? Of course, it is the ultimate goal of the Baroness. Duke Keto rubbed his chin, staring at Edith in the distance with a gloomy look. What is Lady Rose's ultimate goal? Prince Lapis was completely confused and had no idea what Duke Keto wanted to say. Duke Keto was too lazy to explain to this stupid prince and simply said, "Do you think Lady Rose's goal is to control the entire Star Kingdom? Then you underestimate her. The Star Kingdom is just a springboard for her." Duke Keto's words made Prince Lapis silent. But with his brain, he couldn't figure out the truth for a while. Duke Keto turned his eyes to the distance and focused on Verola. Where is the dear Thales has been looking for so long? Has he been recruited by Lady Rose? Sure enough, your methods are as unexpected as ever. Duke Keto said to himself, however, there is no time to act now. When the ceremony is completed, your ending will still be unchangeable. Lady Rose? Becoming a sacrifice obediently is your end. On the other side, Su Xian and Lucia have arrived at the king's bedroom. Because it is a newly built bedroom, the decoration in the room is a bit monotonous, but the furniture is already complete. The luxury of the dragon bed alone is jaw-dropping. As soon as Su Xian lay down, the soft texture instantly made him surrender, and he wanted to fall into a beautiful dream here. It's finally over. Su Xian sighed. Although he didn't spend too much physical energy, he was already under great mental pressure. Tens of thousands of people celebrated his wedding, and there were even leadership-level tasks. If this were in reality, he would definitely be the most handsome guy in the world. "Mr. Su Xian, no one should come here during this time, right?" Yissa, who was pretending to be Catherine, looked around and asked Su Xian curiously. "It shouldn't be." Su Xian was not sure, But even if someone wanted to come, they had to get approval from outside. How could the king and queen allow anyone to break into their bedrooms? In addition, Edith once said that there was a magic circle in the king's bedroom that was enough to block the perception of the demigod level, so in the king's bedroom, they can do whatever they want. Then, Yissa smiled charmingly, leaned close to Su Xian's ear, and tempted, Mr. Su Xian, don't you want to do the best things in the best moments of your life? Aren't we in wedding dresses attractive enough for you? Huh? The sweet scent rippled in Su Xian's nose, instantly dyeing his skin blood red. The holy light became even more restless at this moment. What's going on? Su Xian was stunned, confused about the state of his body. His self-control should not be that bad, right? Just a simple temptation from Issa, he raised the holy sword directly. Wait! Su Xian suddenly realized that this was the influence of the star wine. The star wine was not without alcohol, but it was much stronger than he expected. But it needs the help of other factors to activate, that is lust. The effect of this wine is just right. Su Xian smiled bitterly and murmured, this can ensure that the king can stay sober in front of the guests, and can completely release his wildness after returning to the bedroom. Wonderful. But this is the bedroom of King Xingqian, and even King Xingqian has not used it yet, but I have to stay here. Who cares? Princess Vivian is not a threat. Let's solve the problem of holy light first. Su Xian stretched out his hand suddenly, ready to pounce on Issa. But at the moment when he was about to do it, he paused. He glanced at Issa, then at Lucia, and then asked, don't you want to come back? The mission is over. No. Lucia, who was sitting next to Su Xian, immediately refused, and Issa also shook her head helplessly. Why? Su Xian asked curiously. Because our wedding dresses are tailor-made according to the figures of the two princesses, they can't support our body shapes. Issa replied. I see. Su Xian heard this answer, and understood the reason. But, he frowned, pointed at the bright holy light, and said with a wry smile, if you don't change back, who will suppress him? Why do you have to change back? My Mr. Su Xian. Issa quickly stretched out her delicate hand to the holy light, and gently lifted the mist. Su Xian was silent for a second, and then immediately understood, although Lucia and Issa are now Katrin and Vivian. So what? Will he reject them just because they have changed their skin? No, what he has always loved is their souls. But before making a move, he must ask one thing clearly. Will the wedding dress be torn into pieces by me? Maybe not, it can only be dirty at most. But if Mr. Su Xian is really strong, the stockings should be okay. Issa replied with a smile, and at the same time, her fingertips gently brushed across, causing the light to shine again. Hiss! The effect of the wine of stars exploded instantly, but Su Xian's brain was extremely clear at this moment, and he knew what he really wanted. Even if Issa looked like Princess Vivian at this moment, it couldn't hide the charm in Issa's bones. Succubus, Sai Gao, Su Xian raised the holy sword high, ready to torture the fascinating succubus. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered that Lucia couldn't be spared either. You come too. Wait. Why me too? Lucia, who was suddenly pushed down by Su Xian, didn't have time to react. After all, she didn't seduce Su Xian. Because? Su Xian pinched Lucia's oval cheek with his big hand, and said with a smile, you are also my bride today. Could it be? You want to escape? Lucia's eyes were a little evasive, thinking, aren't they here to pretend to be princesses, and act out a play with Lady Edith? Why did the fake play suddenly become real? But Su Xian didn't care so much. If Lucia resisted, he would be even more excited. You can't escape. Su Xian smiled evilly, gently unveiled the wedding dress, and showed Lucia and Issa the most beautiful side to himself. The half-covered wedding dress made Lucia and Issa present two completely different attitudes. Issa was naturally very excited. Being able to wear a wedding dress that represents love and do some trembling things, isn't this what the succubus wants to see most? But Lucia is the opposite. In her consciousness, the wedding dress should be holy and must not be defiled. But now, Su Xian wanted to dye the holy wedding dress with his color. This has somewhat deviated from her understanding of wedding dresses. Wedding dresses are not sexy lingerie. How can they be used for shivering? But unfortunately, Su Xian is a modern person. Wedding dresses can also be used for shivering. Come, let me taste a different you. Su Xian looked at the two beauties on the bed and became more and more excited. The effect of the wine of stars exploded at this moment, making the holy light as bright as the Milky Way, commonly known as Super Milky Way Holy Light. As for the new form of holy light, Issa naturally faced it bravely. She said charmingly, let you pick it up. As for Lucia, she chose to join after a moment. After all, who let Su Xian fully develop her mind? She whispered, "Be gentle, don't damage the wedding dress." Okay. The following is a hidden plot description, 2,000,000 words omitted below. Just when Su Xian was immersed in the happiness of the wedding dress, he didn't know that the Pope of Light had passed through the magic circle of the king's bedroom and appeared in the bedroom in an invisible form. The king's bedroom actually has a magic circle that can resist demigods. The Star Kingdom's foundation is deeper than expected. The Pope of Light muttered to himself, and then looked at the bed. When she saw the three people of Enmi, her face instantly became extremely gloomy. As the main body, she naturally has been controlling her clone personally. But because she came to the Star Kingdom in person this time, she temporarily injected a ray of her inherited light magic into the clone, so that the main body and the clone can act together. As a result, in the moment when she relaxed, Su Xian attacked her clone, and he turned into Catherine, wearing a wedding dress. Her president is really hopeless. I kick. Ah! Su Xian straightened his back suddenly, and his whole body trembled. What's wrong? Isha asked in confusion. It seems someone kicked my butt just now. Su Xian was stunned for a second, and said to himself suspiciously, is it an illusion? Just as he was about to continue to output, he suddenly noticed that a prompt was flashing in his vision. Your adventurer Lucia is in a state of anger. Angry? Su Xian was slightly startled, and looked down at Lucia in front of him. She was covering her eyes with her hands, clenching her teeth, resisting the power of the super galaxy holy light. Then, who is angry? Ding! Su Xian suddenly realized. He immediately realized the reason. Our Pope. He sneaked in. Chapter 467. Where is it? Su Xian outputted while looking for the invisible Pope of Light. The kick on his butt was so real, and the prompt that popped up in his vision made him sure that Lucia's real body was definitely nearby. But the question is, where is it? Just as Su Xian glanced at a direction, suddenly, Lucia's mood tightened slightly, attracting his attention. Since the real body and the clone share perception, doesn't it mean? Su Xian pretended to divert his gaze, and Lucia gradually relaxed, but her jade body was still tense, as if standing on a dangerous cliff. It only takes one mistake to fall into the abyss. I know what to do. Su Xian whispered to himself, revealing a sly smile. Then he said to Issa, Issa, I will temporarily use all my strength to attack Lucia for a while, and it will be your turn later, okay? Yeah. Issa obediently gave way. She knew in her heart that when Lucia passed out, it would be her turn, right? Su Xian put his big hand down, hugged Lucia's waist, and held her in his arms. This scene confused Lucia's real body hidden in the space. She couldn't understand what Su Xian was going to do. Why? Before Lucia understood Su Xian's intention, she saw that he had already come to her with her clone in his arms. When Lucia noticed the smirk on Su Xian's mouth, she instantly understood this guy's intention, but it was too late. Su Xian directly punished her clone with holy light in front of her. How could her clone resist under the attack of the super galactic holy light? In just a blink of an eye, her eyes turned white, but she maintained a delicate balance and did not faint. This scene made Lucia, who was hiding in the space, startled with her beautiful eyes, and then her eyes flashed with murderous light. She was furious. This guy definitely knew that he was standing here, otherwise, he would never do such a clear-cut behavior. Damn it, he actually brought her clone in front of her and kicked her hard. Su Xian, you bastard. Lucia could no longer suppress her anger, so she showed up and kicked Su Xian's knee. It hurts. Su Xian fell backward in pain and fell to the ground. And Lucia's recklessness also made her pay a heavy price. Originally, her clone only needed to resist half of the power of the super galaxy holy light, but now, it has to accommodate all of it. Lucia's clone widened her eyes, and her emotions and body collapsed instantly at this moment. And these negative states will naturally all be synchronously fed back to her original body. Oh no! Lucia's real body took 2 steps back and clenched her teeth. The intense pain made her cheeks flush slightly, and her eyes overflowed with crystal clear tears. She now regretted very much. Why did she kick Su Xian's knee? Isn't this just embarrassing herself? And Su Xian was enjoying Lucia's clone tightly in his arms, her slightly trembling body telling herself that she regretted it. Why are you here? Su Xian picked up the trembling Lucia clone and asked Lucia's original body. What do you think? Lucia's original body glared at Su Xian fiercely. If she didn't come, how would her clone be tortured by this guy? But Su Xian's attention has always been focused on Lucia's papal vestments. He asked curiously, don't you feel uncomfortable? He is almost pressed into D. Can you put me down first? Lucia trembled, and wanted to hit Su Xian's face with her clenched fist. No! Su Xian shook his head and rejected Lucia. Why? Lucia's face was full of question marks. How could this not work? Su Xian did not answer, but tried to put down Lucia's clone in his arms, but the touch transmitted by the clone made Lucia slightly bend her waist, and her legs tremble slightly. It was at this moment that she understood the meaning of Su Xian's words. Stop! You should stay as you are? Lucia said to Su Xian with shaking hands. I won't! Su Xian played a rebellious role, and put down Lucia's clone in his arms directly. When the super galaxy holy light temporarily retreated into the abyss, the clone in his arms fainted instantly. At this moment, Lucia's real body knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. You? Lucia bit her teeth and glared at Su Xian. This guy did it on purpose, bastard. Oh, your holiness, I'm so sorry. I put it back right away. Su Xian laughed secretly, preparing to score again. But before he could make a move, a ray of light suddenly flashed at his wrists and ankles, and then, several golden chains bound his limbs, restricting his movements. What's going on? Su Xian frowned and looked at Lucia, who was supporting his clone. You don't have martial ethics. Want to tease me? You're still a little naive. Lucia chuckled. If she didn't teach Su Xian a lesson, did he really think she was afraid of him? After she finished speaking, a ray of golden light appeared on Lucia's fingertips. She touched her clone's forehead lightly, and the clone that had fainted regained consciousness. Lucia's clone panicked when she saw her real body. But she soon regained her composure, as if they had already reached a consensus, and turned their eyes to Su Xian. Wait! Lucia, I really know I was wrong. Su Xian immediately begged for mercy. He really didn't mean to tease the Pope. It's useless. You did such a frivolous thing to a Pope of the Holy See of Light. Today, Lucia said, and a golden whip appeared out of thin air in her hand. You can't just let it go. It's bad. Su Xian immediately shouted to Ifsa, save me. That won't work. However, Ifsa walked to Lucia with a smile and replied to him, Miss Lucia and I have an agreement. At this time, we must stand in the same camp. Ah? Su Xian was stunned when he heard Ifsa's answer. What's the reason? Of course the reason is, Ifsa leaned close to Su Xian's ear and answered in an extremely charming voice, You are our common enemy. When you used the holy light to bully us, did you ever think that this day would come? Su Xian's eyes suddenly became solemn, and he understood the reason in his heart. Good guy. Ifsa and Lucia actually reached a consensus on this aspect of the holy war. They want to fight against me together, but even so what? He has the super galaxy holy light. Who can fight him? Then I will take these words as your declaration of war against me. Su Xian said with a smile, and at the same time, the super galaxy holy light burst into brilliant starlight. This scene made Lucia's beautiful eyes tremble slightly. It was the first time she heard of a guy who used the power of stars in this aspect. Her president must be a talent, but in front of her, the Pope, her president is still too young. Hold him. Don't let him run away. Yes. At Lucia's command, her clone and Ifsa immediately took action and hugged Su Xian's legs. Huh? Su Xian was puzzled by their actions, but the next second. Snap! It hurts. The whip whipped, and Su Xian gritted his teeth in pain. He looked at Lucia in horror, feeling miserable. You are serious. As for Su Xian's pain, Lucia showed a mysterious smile. She held a whip in her hand, raised her right foot, stepped on the super galaxy holy light, and said to Su Xian in a condescending manner, Today, let this Pope teach you the rules of the Church of Light. Wait. It hurts. Lucia? Wait for me. Wait for my turn. Snap! Ah! The following is a story about learning the rules of the Church of Light, and the following 3 million words are omitted. The wedding banquet is gradually coming to an end. Edith left first, and handed over the tedious matters to her subordinates. She herself returned to a living room in front of the king's bedroom to take a rest. But at this time, I found that the Elf Queen and the members of the Puff Fantasy Guild were gathering here. This surprised Edith a little. I didn't expect that the Elf Queen would choose to stay with the members of the Puff Fantasy Guild. Is it because of the 2 elves named Fuli and Furo? After noticing Edie's coming in, the Elf Queen smiled and said, I don't like too noisy scenes, so I moved here temporarily. Please forgive me. The Queen is overthinking. This is a place for guests to rest. Edie sat elegantly on the sofa opposite the Elf Queen, crossed her legs, picked up a cup of black tea, and moistened her throat. By the way, where is President Su Xian? The Elf Queen suddenly asked Edie. Edith put down the teacup in her hand and replied, in the king's bedroom, busy with something. As the creator of Efusa, she naturally knew what was happening in the king's bedroom. I was even more amazed at how big the Pope of Light played in private. If the saints of the Holy See of Light knew that their Pope liked to whip his men with a whip and trample the Holy Light with high heels, I wonder how the 7 saints would react. While thinking, Edith glanced at Winnison, who was sitting next to her. This made Winnison's face full of question marks. She always felt that there was some information in Edith's eyes, but she couldn't figure it out for a while. Busy with something? The Elf Queen was a little curious and didn't understand what Su Xian was busy with. But after thinking about it, what a couple should do after the wedding, she was relieved instantly. It was only that thing, wasn't it? By the way, has your Majesty ever thought about completely solving the problem of the abyss? I'd suddenly asked the Elf Queen. This question made the Elf Queen slightly stunned, and she answered after a few seconds, I did have this idea, but the idea is too unrealistic, even absurd. As the Queen of the Elf Kingdom, she naturally had the idea of completely solving the abyss. After all, the abyss is a problem that threatens the entire magic continent, and no king does not want to eradicate this scourge. But it is only at the stage of thinking. After all, there are 7 demigod-level demon kings and countless demons in the 7 layers of the abyss. The Elf Kingdom alone is difficult to fight against, not to mention that there is a demon mother in the abyss that is rumored to be able to rival the gods. Even the elves who have the protection of the Elf Mother Tree will only feel a deep sense of powerlessness when facing the abyss. It's really absurd, but... Edith crossed her hands on her shoulders, tapping her white skin with her fingertips, and continued, if our cooperation can go a step further, even destroying the abyss is not impossible. Cooperation? The Elf Queen felt a little hopeful after hearing Edith's words. You tell me first. Edith was about to speak, but she found that Winnison and Canlucia had already focused all their attention on their conversation. After all, everyone is interested in this kind of gossip. Except for Lorthelin. Are you also interested? Edith coughed lightly and asked a few people. Alice, can we listen? Very interested. Yeah. Walola nodded vigorously. Others also echoed, showing great interest in this topic. I heard you say you want to destroy the abyss? And Canlucia said disdainfully, don't dream. In addition to the 7 demon kings, there are still several demon ancestors hidden in the abyss. Not to mention the 3 human kingdoms, the Holy Kingdom of Dragon, and the Elf Kingdom. Even if you add orcs, centaurs, nagas, snake men, etc., they can't be the opponent of the abyss. You know nothing about the true strength of the abyss. Really? IDC smiled slightly after hearing this, and continued, although I don't know how Su Xian recruited one of the vampire ancestors into his guild, the abyss today is not as solid as the abyss thousands of years ago. Especially after the greedy abyss was broken. The greedy abyss was broken? When did it happen? Canlucia looked at IDC in disbelief. She was already an old guy thousands of years ago, and she didn't know the changes in the abyss over the past thousands of years. When they heard that the greedy abyss was broken, they naturally found it hard to believe. This incident also shocked the Elf Queen, who knew nothing about the breaking of the greedy abyss. It started decades ago, and it was broken in the last few months. Edith said, but I can't tell you the reason. I can only say it is related to the Death of Judgment. Death of Judgment? What is that? Alice and the others were all confused and puzzled by the name. I have heard of the 4 words Death of Judgment. Saint Winnison rubbed her chin and explained to her companions, Death of Judgment is the manager, coordinator, and destroyer of the 7 layers of the abyss. It is a creation of the demon god, and it is rumored to be a monster used to fight against the mother of demons. Fight the demon mother? Fully scratched her head and asked in confusion, aren't all the demon ancestors born from the flesh and blood of the demon mother? Why fight the demon mother? It's very simple, Winnison said patiently, because there are not only demons in the abyss, nor are there only 7 layers of the abyss, there are other special spaces. They're live demons, undead, banshees, and all the monsters you have heard of. They were expelled by the creatures of the magic continent and fled into the abyss. And the Death of Judgment is a monster born from a demon who was appreciated by the demon god. As for why we have to fight the demon mother, I'm not sure. Miss Saint is smart and knowledgeable. She even knew about the Death of Judgment. Edith praised Winnison. This is a compulsory course for the royal family of the Sun Church. We have always been responsible for destroying the abyss. Winnison smiled with a little pride. But you are wrong in one respect. Edith corrected, the Death of Judgment is not a creation of the demon god. On the contrary, it is loyal to the demon mother. As for the demon god, he had fallen thousands of years ago. The moment he arrived in the god realm, he was besieged by several gods, and only a wisp of soul returned to the side of the demon mother. There is such a thing. Winnison was extremely surprised. It was the first time she heard about the fall of the demon god. Even in the magic continent, there was no record of the existence of the demon god. He was identified as a god who had already existed in the god realm, or even the god who created the entire abyss. History is always incomplete. No one can confirm the truth, even those who are in the vortex of history. Edith shrugged her shoulders, and then looked at the elf queen. She continued, but we can create the future. With his help, all the absurd things may become reality. When the elf queen heard Edith's firm tone, Su Xian's appearance naturally emerged in her mind. She hesitated a little in the face of the invitation. After all, this concerns the future of the elf kingdom. And some things that the elf mother tree told her a few days ago, some things about the god realm and the elemental goddess. After a silence, the elf queen smiled and responded, then I will accompany you to the absurd ones, and this is also for the future of the elves. Chapter 468. Do you surrender or not? Do you surrender or not? If you don't surrender, call me daddy. Call me daddy quickly. Childish. The invincible Pope was being oppressed by Su Xian's enthusiasm at this moment, learning good virtues. She looked at her unconscious clone and Ivsa, who was clinging to Su Xian's back, feeling helpless. Could it be that the three of them could not defeat Su Xian's super galaxy holy light together? Even, this guy got a taste of his true body. Defeat. This was a big defeat. On the contrary, Su Xian was naturally happy. Not only did he successfully launch a counterattack, he also appreciated the Pope's graceful body. It is worth mentioning that Lucia's true body's blood is actually golden and a little sweet. Call me daddy. That's enough. After a long period of training in the rules of the Church of Light, Su Xian has a 100% understanding of the body of the Pope of Light. No matter which weakness it is, it cannot escape his sharp eyes. As for the Pope, he fainted from exhaustion due to being too serious about Su Xian's teaching. Fortunately, he was able to maintain his clone, so that Catherine in her wedding dress could continue to stay at the scene. Really vulnerable. Su Xian glanced at the three people who had lost their fighting power and proudly puffed out his chest. The Pope of Light? That's it? Sure enough, now he can use his true fighting power. A woman's figure appeared in Su Xian's mind. Maybe she was the only one. Su Xian? Just as Su Xian was sighing at his victory, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Su Xian was startled and trembled, and immediately replied, I didn't miss you. What are you talking about? There was a hint of confusion in Edith's tone, but she had something more important to inform Su Xian, so she changed the subject and said, Are you done with that? Come out for a while. What's the matter? Su Xian immediately regained his composure, and was glad that his thoughts were not heard by Edith. I discussed something with the Elf Queen, and I want to ask you what you think. Edith replied. My opinion? Su Xian was stunned for a second, and then replied, Okay, I come out right away, wait for me to get dressed. By the way, please ask Miss Lucia to come out too. Edith added. Ah? Lucia too? Su Xian's eyes became clear at this moment when he heard Edith's words. He looked at Lucia who was lying in the holy light. In her current state, could she really go out to see Edith and the others? Besides, the Pope's vestments were already stained with the brilliant holy light. Lucia might have something to do, and can't come out for the time being. Su Xian had to refuse Edith. He really couldn't take the unconscious Lucia out of the room. It doesn't matter. Edith seemed to understand Su Xian's difficulties, and expressed her understanding. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief and was about to speak, but he only heard Edith continue, The Elf Queen and I will come in now. Ah? After hearing this, Su Xian was controlled for 3 seconds. But when he came to his senses, the door of the king's bedroom had been pushed open, and Edith and the Elf Queen walked into the bedroom lightly. Edith glanced at the scene in the bedroom and said coldly, It's really a mess. Compared to her reaction, the first reaction of the Elf Queen to these scenes was to close the bedroom door immediately, to avoid being seen by Alice and others outside. As for her thoughts, she just smiled and shook her head, that's all. Su Xian cleared his throat, put on his underwear, and asked, What happened? What makes you so anxious? Some future plans. Edith walked to the bed, and glanced coldly at the fainted Lucia. Then, she sat down gracefully, crossed her legs, and continued, Because time is tight, let's make it short. Oh. Su Xian nodded and sat next to Edith. The Elf Queen looked around for a place to sit, but no matter where she was, it was stained with holy light, which made her very helpless. President Su Xian is really not a human. Her Majesty the Queen and I discussed that we want to unite some national forces to counterattack the Abyss. IDC then told Su Xian her idea. Counterattack the Abyss? Su Xian heard this, staring at IDC with clear eyes, and after a moment of silence, turned to the Elf Queen and asked, "Does the Queen have the same idea?" The Elf Queen finally found a clean place, and just as she sat down, she suddenly found that the corner of her clothes was stained with holy light. She spitted on her fingertips, then gently wiped the corner of her clothes, and replied to Su Xian, "If the troubles of the Abyss can be solved, it must be a good thing for the Elf Kingdom. Since the Queen has the same idea, we can indeed try it." Su Xian shifted his gaze and returned to Ides. "But how can we shake the demons of the Abyss? I remember that the several battles between the Magic Continent and the Abyss ended with both sides being injured, right? Now the civil strife in the Star Kingdom is still unresolved. Even with the help of the Elf Kingdom, it should not be enough to challenge the Abyss. You are worrying a little too much. What I am talking about now is just a plan, not an action to be taken at this moment." I'd stretched out her hand and pinched Su Xian's face like an elder. "It hurts." Su Xian stepped back in pain and happened to touch Ivisa's body. It may be the instinct of the succubus. Ivisa, who had fainted, immediately hugged his arm and whispered softly, "Mr. Su Xian, I want more." This scene made Ides fall silent instantly. And the Elf Queen was laughing on the side. "So what is the plan of the Baroness?" Su Xian asked Ides while comforting Ivisa in his arms. Ides stared at Ivisa in Su Xian's arms, feeling a little strange. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly said, "You don't need to worry about the war. If you want to know, I will tell you the details. As for the purpose of looking for you, I want to take you to see someone first." "Meet someone?" Su Xian asked in confusion. "Who?" "The Mother of Demons." "The Mother of Demons?" When Su Xian heard the person Ivisa was going to take him to see, his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The Demon Mother has always appeared as a legendary character, but now Ides wants to take him to meet her. Sure enough, the previous clues were confirmed, and Ides has a close relationship with the Demon Mother, but Su Xian was still a little worried and asked, You shouldn't feed me to the Demon Mother, right? Why do you have such an idea?" Ides was a little surprised when she heard Su Xian's question. She never said that she would feed Su Xian to the Demon Mother. That's good." Su Xian took a long breath and asked, "When?" "Wait until I finish the work of the Star Kingdom," Ides said. A hint of coldness flashed in her bright red eyes. "The stars should fall." "What stars?" Su Xian didn't hear Ides's whisper clearly, and asked quickly. "You will know in the evening, if you are still in the territory of the Star Kingdom." Edith's mouth curled up a smile, and then said, "I will come to you when the time comes, and take you to see the source of everything." Oh. Su Xian was confused, but there was nothing he could do, because Edith was a famous Riddler. After saying that, Edith turned and left the room. Su Xian's eyes turned to the Elf Queen sitting beside him. She did not leave immediately, but looked at the fainted Lucia curiously. Ahem. This scene made Su Xian instantly stressed, and he said to the Elf Queen, "Your Majesty, is there anything else?" "Yes." The Elf Queen returned to her sight, nodded slightly to Su Xian, and continued, "The Elf Mother Tree asked me to bring you a message, little guy." "The Elf Mother Tree?" Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, curious about what information the Elf Mother Tree asked the Elf Queen to convey to her. He said. The Elf Queen was about to speak, but for some reason, she suddenly paused. "Queen?" Su Xian saw the Elf Queen lost in thought, and reminded her in confusion. The Elf Queen then slowly said, "I'm sorry, the Elf Mother Tree asked me to tell you that he will come to you in person in a while. The Elf Mother Tree is also looking for me." Su Xian was a little surprised when he heard that the Elf Mother Tree would come to find him in person. "Why are they all looking for him?" Then he asked, "Is there something that the Elf Mother Tree wants to find me?" "He has to tell you in person." The Elf Queen shook her head slightly, and refused to answer. But her clear and bright eyes told Su Xian that she knew the reason. "Okay, I know." Su Xian nodded, ready to welcome the Elf Mother Tree at any time. Then, the Elf Queen stood up, and was about to leave. But before leaving, she still glanced at Lucia and the other two who were still in a coma, sighed softly, and reminded them, "Take care of yourself, don't hurt yourself." Su Xian, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. Well, see you later." After saying that, the Elf Queen left. Su Xian and his little wives were the only ones left in the bedroom. "Okay, what should we do now?" Su Xian looked at Lucia and the others who were still in a coma, and for some reason, he suddenly became interested again. Just as he was carefully admiring his brides, a wisp of black smoke floated into the room and gradually condensed into shape. Who? Su Xian sensed the other person's breath and immediately turned his head to look. He saw Princess Vivian standing behind him, staring at him coldly. Vivian? Su Xian frowned. He had met Princess Vivian at the wedding banquet before. Edith had said that she would tell him about Princess Vivian's situation after a while. But now, Princess Vivian took the initiative to appear in front of him. This made him feel a little confused, and he didn't quite understand Princess Vivian's real intention. You? Just as Su Xian stared at the other person, Princess Vivian whispered, "What a bastard." Ah? Before Su Xian could sort out his thoughts, Princess Vivian disappeared without a trace. This sudden curse made him extremely sober. After all this time, Princess Vivian showed up just to scold him? Outrageous. Nothing, just a kid. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders and didn't pursue the matter too much. Instead, he continued to look at the unconscious Lucia and the others. There was still a lot of time. He could still play for a while. Time came to evening in a blink of an eye. The wedding banquet started in the morning and ended gradually until the night fell. Hundreds of soldiers and maids belonging to the Star Kingdom were left at the wedding scene to clean up the mess. At this time, Edith was in a courtyard with the Elf Queen, talking about the subsequent cooperation. At the same time, Edith was still waiting for the star to fall. Suddenly, a scarlet meteor streaked across the dark night sky. Here it comes! Seeing this, Edith smiled. The Elf Queen naturally noticed the strangeness in the night sky, and at the same time felt that the meteor contained a power that even she was afraid of. That is, when the star falls, when the Star Kingdom selects a new king, a ray of star will be injected into the king's body to strengthen their blood. Edith explained to the Elf Queen, that is the star power that Princess Vivian obtained during the previous star ceremony. But when the power of a star turns into human blood, then the star that the power resides in will naturally lose its life and turn into a meteor and fall. And I, using some means, will pull the falling meteor to the Star Kingdom to determine the future of the Star Kingdom. Edie's words made the Elf Queen's delicate face show horror. Even if the star has lost its falling power is enough to rival several forbidden magics, and with the scale of this falling star, I am afraid it can destroy 1/5 of the territory of the Star Kingdom. How can the people of the Star Kingdom survive with this method? The Elf Queen frowned slightly and questioned Edice. Queen, please rest assured. Since I have a way to make the star fall to a specific direction, I naturally have a way to make it turn into millions of broken stars and accurately hit the target. The star will only harm my enemies, and will not hurt the people of the Star Kingdom. Edice shook the wine glass, and a trace of evil red light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Of course, having said that, Edice has never cared about the life and death of the people of the Star Kingdom. The reason she did this was just to win the trust of the Elf Queen, and let the people of the Star Kingdom believe that this is the punishment of the star for the rebels. The Elf Queen knew this very well. After all, Lady Rose was never a good person. Can I ask a question? The Elf Queen asked Ides. You asked? Lady, after you have accomplished your goal, how will you deal with the Star Kingdom? After all, the Star Kingdom is not a tool, but a country composed of living humans. I hope that Lady will not let the people of this country suffer for her own selfish desires. The Elf Queen explained. After a moment of silence, I'd slowly said, I will train Vivian to be a wise ruler like you, the Elf Queen, and then I will leave, and no longer interfere in the Star Kingdom. Then I am relieved. The Elf Queen heard this, and breathed a sigh of relief. As the Elf Queen with the purest heart in the world, she can naturally see the sincerity in Ide's eyes, and identify whether she is lying. But all this is based on victory. Edith added, I think the Queen also understands that the destruction of the God Realm has affected all living things on the Magic Continent. Even the Elf Kingdom, without the protection of the Elemental Goddess, cannot survive this catastrophe. If we want to survive in the cracks, we can only choose to go all out. You? How do you know this? After hearing what Edith said, the Elf Queen's pretty face showed an unnatural panic. The fall of the Elemental Goddess, this is something only she and the Elf Mother Tree know. Why did Edith get this news? Did someone tell her? Impossible. No one on the Magic Continent knows about this unless... The Elf Queen's beautiful blue eyes flashed a glimmer of enlightenment, and she looked at Edith in shock, saying in disbelief, You are from the God Realm. Chapter 469. Who should I favor first? Su Xian was admiring the three beauties in front of him with their backs to him, wondering which one to favor first. From Evisa or Lucia? Just as he was wondering, suddenly, a sense of crisis emerged in his mind, and then a prompt popped up in his sight. The stars are falling. What's going on? Su Xian looked up at the window when he saw this prompt. The dim night was actually shining brightly at this moment, as if the day was restarted, and the light was getting brighter and brighter. Su Xian recalled Edith's words and felt something was wrong. He immediately put on his pants and rushed out of the room. When he came out of the room, the picture in the sky shocked him. A meteor burning with red flames was falling rapidly towards the direction of the Star Kingdom. The flames on its surface only crossed the sky, causing a series of deafening explosions, which frightened the creatures of the entire magic continent. What on earth is going on? Su Xian frowned, shocked by the falling meteor. Could this be what Edith said, that a meteor would fall tonight? Just as he was wondering, Lucia appeared beside him silently, whispering, "It seems to be the work of Lady Rose." Eh? Didn't you faint? Su Xian was stunned when he saw Lucia. Lucia had just fainted on the bed like Ivsa, letting him fiddle with her. Why did she wake up suddenly? Moreover, her Pope's vestments that were stained by the holy light had been restored to cleanliness, as if they had never been stained at all. Facing Su Xian's question, Lucia just rolled her eyes at him and said, "I am the Pope." After she finished speaking, a sun scepter appeared out of thin air in her hand, and she continued, "Let's go find Ides and the others." Wait a minute. Su Xian hurried into the king's bedroom and teleported the unconscious Ivisa and the others back to the guild. "Okay, let's go." Su Xian immediately opened the space magic ring and went to Ides and the others' location. And Lucia paused for a moment, until Su Xian urged her. She followed slowly. After passing through the space ring, Su Xian came to the side of Edice and the Elf Queen and asked hurriedly, "What happened?" Edice turned around slowly after hearing this, and a glimmer of red light flashed in her bright red eyes. She whispered, "A little trick to get rid of our enemies." "Little trick?" Su Xian frowned. "Dropping a star. Is this also considered a little trick? Are you sure it will only hurt our enemies? With this scale, I'm afraid half of the Star Kingdom will be buried with it." As he said, he walked to the side of Edice and looked at the Elf Queen on the other side. He wanted to see what the Elf Queen thought. As the Elf Queen, who was known for her kindness, she would definitely not allow such a thing of annihilating lives to happen. But the Elf Queen did not answer him. She just stood there quietly, staring at the falling meteor in the sky with clear eyes. "Don't worry, what use do I have for a broken kingdom?" Edith explained immediately. "Just enjoy the show from the sidelines. It will only threaten our enemies." Su Xian was silent for a moment, then raised his head and looked at the star. He really couldn't think of how to prevent this star from threatening the Star Kingdom. Once it fell, the affected areas would be wiped out in an instant. "But," I'd suddenly said to the Elf Queen and the Pope of Light, "I may need your help later. She may not be able to control her power. You two need to help suppress her." She? Although Ides didn't say the other party's name, Su Xian probably guessed that the other party should be Princess Vivian. In response, the Elf Queen and Lucia did not refuse. They nodded slightly and said in unison, "Yes." Now, Edith raised her head slightly, looked at the falling meteor in the sky, and said, "Please enjoy this performance. Now, the strongest fighting force in the Star Kingdom is showing the charm of the person destined by the stars." At the same time, all the creatures in the Star Kingdom came out of the house and looked up at the night sky. They were shocked by the scene in the sky. Stars! The stars are falling! The stars seem to be falling in the direction of our country. No way! Is this going to destroy our Star Kingdom? Absolutely impossible. The Star Kingdom is protected by the stars. How could it take the initiative to destroy its people? But it really came towards us. Is the king we chose not recognized by the Star God? I said I would support Prince Thales, but you chose Princess Vivian. It's over. We're all finished. We've been abandoned by the Star God. The falling of the stars made the people of the Star Kingdom panic, and they speculated that this was a punishment from the Star God. Not only the people of the Star Kingdom, but almost all the creatures on the magic continent could see the falling of the stars, and thus fell into panic. Why did the stars fall? Quick! Send supervisors above the purple level to investigate. The prophecy of the moon goddess has come true. The stars really fell. Why is it light now? I thought it was just dark. Ah! It's the light of the stars. Worship! The whole world seemed to be in turmoil at this moment, marveling at the falling of the stars, but eager to find the truth about the falling of the stars. But compared to the shock of the world, some people were in fear and uneasy at this moment. In Prince Thales' mansion, a group of lords were gathering here to discuss the truth about the falling of the stars. Damn it! What on earth is going on? Why would a star that has lost its power appear in the sky above the Star Kingdom? Is it really a punishment from the Star God? Blame the people of the Star Kingdom for supporting that witch's child as the king? That princess is such a disaster. She wants us, the entire Star Kingdom, to accompany her. Why don't we run away quickly? If we don't leave now, there will be no chance. Escape? Where to escape? In 10 minutes at most, that star will fall into the Star Kingdom. Where can you escape to? Teleportation magic. Can't we just teleport away? It's too late. Even the simplest construction of teleportation magic to get away from the Star Kingdom will take more than 10 minutes. We will be doomed along with the Star Kingdom. We can only pray to God. Amen. Just when all the lords were in panic and could not find a way to fight against the falling of stars, Prince Thales slowly turned around, swept his cold eyes over everyone, and said coldly, "Do you really think this is the punishment of the Star God? This, isn't it?" The lords looked at each other, at a loss. Humph! Prince Thales snorted coldly and said angrily, "That is the declaration of war by the Lady Rose. It declares that she is going to take action against us." Declaration of war? Ah? You said this is the method of the Lady Rose? Impossible? How can she make the stars fall? Prince Thales, are you overestimating that lady? Everyone couldn't believe that the fall of the stars was actually the method of the Lady Rose. If the Baroness can really make the stars fall, then isn't her strength above that of a demigod? As for the ignorance of the lords, Prince Thales explained in a deep voice, the falling of stars is an ancient secret method of the Star Kingdom, a forbidden magic that can only be used by the heirs of the Star Kingdom. It is also the last resort that the Star Kingdom will use when it is about to perish. Ah! That woman actually dared. Oh no! Isn't she coming for us? Quick! Go and open the teleportation array. Escape! That woman is crazy! She actually used such a despicable and shameless method to stabilize the royal power. It's over. It's all over. When the lords heard that the falling of the stars was really the work of Edith, they panicked instantly. Especially when they knew that this was not a punishment for the Star Kingdom, but was specifically aimed at them. Their world seemed to fall into silence at this moment. Silence. Until Prince Thales roared, the scene was quiet again. He waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "You don't need to worry about this matter. I will find a way to solve it. You can return to your territory." The lords had to give up and dispersed after hearing this. And when everyone left, Prince Thales' face instantly became extremely gloomy. A way to stop the stars from falling? Of course he didn't. That is an existence that can be compared to several forbidden magics. Even Thales, he can't stop it, but... Come out, I changed my mind. As soon as Prince Thales finished speaking, a touch of blood red appeared behind him. Then, Duke Kiddo emerged from the blood red, and asked Prince Thales with a smile, "It seems that you have figured it out. Only by accepting my help can you defeat that woman." "Yeah." Prince Thales nodded, and looked at the falling stars outside the window with cold eyes. "I underestimated her strength." Smart choice. Duke Kiddo's mouth curled up with an excited smile. "I need the blood of 100,000 soldiers to create a monster that can compete with this star. However, even so, there will be fragments of the star falling. It doesn't matter." Prince Thales shook his head and continued, "Some sacrifices are necessary. I believe that my good nephew will understand all this." Okay, I understand what you mean." Duke Kiddo grinned, showing a row of sharp teeth. Then, he created a blood gate with his bare hands, and then said, "Hurry up and offer the flesh and blood of 100,000 soldiers. We don't have much time." "Is it really okay?" Su Xian looked at the stars getting closer and closer, and his worries became more and more serious. Although the size of this star is not particularly outrageous, it is only a few dozen kilometers in diameter, but its falling power may be equivalent to the power of 10 nuclear bombs. However, the algorithm is not standard. After all, the geological environment of the magic continent is not the blue star. The continent with magic factors in the air can more effectively withstand the aftermath caused by the falling of the star. The Elf Queen and Lucia also have the same concerns about him. Once it falls, it may cause the death of hundreds of millions of people in the Star Kingdom. In response, Edith did not answer, but stared at one direction. And at this time, a black shadow appeared in the sky. Edith raised a smile and said, "She's here?" Everyone's eyes fell on that person, showing surprised expressions. Vivian. Su Xian was shocked, and it was Princess Vivian who activated the Valkyrie. Could this be Edith's trump card? I saw Vivian, who turned into the Valkyrie of the night, quickly flying towards the star that was about to fall, and finally standing on the star. Immediately afterwards, the 6 black wings behind Vivian spread out, and at the same time, the power of the night turned into iron chains, quickly binding the star. You can see with the naked eye that the power of the star is being gradually absorbed by the Valkyrie that Vivian has transformed into, and the speed of falling is also rapidly decreasing at this moment. There is such a method? Su Xian felt incredible. It seemed that the Valkyrie form was quite powerful. Of course, Su Xian and his friends were not the only ones who saw this scene. The people of the Star Kingdom also saw Princess Vivian transformed into a Valkyrie and fell into madness. Night Witch. Really? Isn't that Princess Vivian? I was in the palace of the Star Kingdom at that time. I had the honor to see Princess Vivian transformed into a Night Valkyrie. So cool. Ah? You mean that's our king? That's too cool. The king just got married in the morning and saved her people from the falling stars in the evening. Our king is so great. Wait, she seems to be flying to the territory in the west. Isn't that Prince Thales' territory? Is this going to? In full view of everyone, the Night Valkyrie controlled the star and moved towards the territory where Prince Thales and Prince Lapis were. When she arrived above the destination, the black wings behind her shone with dazzling golden light. Then, the black wings released 6 beams of light, which fell accurately to the area where the enemy was, turning the power of falling stars into magic power, and then accurately attacking the enemy? It's a wonderful way. The Elf Queen nodded slightly, agreeing with Id's approach. And Id smiled slightly, without saying much, as if her methods were far more than that. As the 6 beams of light fell to the ground, several military camps belonging to Prince Lapis were razed to the ground in an instant. Although there were magicians who deployed magic barriers to resist, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and it was useless. On Vivian's side, it only took a few seconds of power accumulation, and the wings condensed 6 beams again, shooting towards the enemy's location. Faced with the continuous bombardment of the power of the stars, Prince Lapis's subordinates had no power to resist at all, and they fled in fear and despair. Just as everything was going according to plan, suddenly, a blood mist appeared over Prince Lapis's territory. What is that? Su Xian frowned, puzzled. Blood magic from the abyss, the power activated by sacrificing blood. Edith explained, but you want to resist the power of the stars with just these? Fanciful. Chapter 470. Please watch patiently, Vivian will take care of everything. Edith did not show any emotion in the enemy's counterattack, but just stood there quietly, waiting for the result. Su Xian had no choice but to wait with her, wanting to see how Vivian's Valkyrie form had been enhanced with the help of Edith. The blood mist that filled the sky above the territory gradually condensed into a lion, roaring and rushing towards the Valkyrie transformed by Vivian. Facing the attack from the blood lion, the wings behind the Valkyrie spread out again, shining brightly. In an instant, 6 beams of light burst out and shot at the blood lion. But the weak power of the stars alone could not threaten the blood lion. The light dissipated instantly when it came into contact with the blood mist. Seeing that the blood lion was about to pounce in front of her, the Night Valkyrie raised her right foot and stepped hard on the star. In an instant, the bottom of the star shattered, and hundreds of star fragments fell towards the blood lion. Like raindrops, they fell on the blood lion's body. In just a few seconds, the blood lion that spread over dozens of kilometers was shattered in an instant. And those broken stars also penetrated the blood lion's body, and continued to fall on Prince Lapis's territory, crushing the troops that tried to resist into powder. This power. Su Xian was surprised at the combat power displayed by the Night Valkyrie at this moment. From the perspective of destructive power alone, it has surpassed ordinary demigods. Even better than the demigod of the Elf Queen. Of course, it was entirely due to the factor of the falling star that made Vivian's performance so outstanding. The broken blood lion regrouped, as if to make a final counterattack. Vivian then crushed the stars again, and countless pieces of star fragments fell again, completely destroying the blood lion. At the same time, the legions under Prince Lapis were also bombarded by star fragments, suffering heavy casualties. After dealing with Prince Lapis's territory, Princess Vivian wrapped the stars and headed towards Prince Thales' territory. When she came to the sky above Prince Thales' territory, the blood mist condensed again, even thicker than the previous time. But the result was the same. The fragments of the stars fell, and the military units in Prince Thales' territory suffered a devastating blow. No suspense. Su Xian murmured. Prince Thales and Prince Lapis were strong rivals of Edith, and half an hour ago, the two sides were evenly matched. But now, it is completely a situation of one side crushing the other. Didn't you say you could stop the falling of the stars? Why is it useless? Prince Lapis hid in the magic barrier, and roared at Duke Keto. He sacrificed 100,000 soldiers to allow Keto to release the forbidden blood magic. As a result, his territory still suffered heavy losses. What are you in a hurry for? Everything has just begun. Duke Kido sneered, not panicking at all. Just beginning? My uncle and I have lost more than half of our troops. If we don't fight back, everything will be over. Prince Lapis roared, venting his inner anger. After all, 80% of the losses came from his army. If he continues to waste time, his power will no longer exist. Forget about rebuilding the glory of the Star Kingdom. He is afraid that even staying alive has become a luxury. Since you are so anxious. Duke Kido sneered. He raised his hand, and a bright red thorn ball appeared in the pale palm. What is this? Prince Lapis' pupil showed a trace of fear and excitement. It was the first time he saw Duke Kido take out this thing. The hostility contained in it made him feel afraid from the bottom of his heart. This is the resentment of hundreds of thousands of dead soldiers just now. It is a good thing, Duke Kido said, licking the corner of his mouth, and a hint of gloom appeared in his eyes. The resentment of hundreds of thousands of dead soldiers? Kido, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me what it is for. Can it stop the fall of the stars? Prince Lapis stamped his feet in anger and asked Kido to tell him the answer quickly. Yes. Of course. Duke Kido smiled grimly. Not only can it help us stop the falling of stars, it can also solve your biggest worry. That's great. Use it now. But what? You need to pay a little price. What price? Ah. Prince Lapis had no time to react. Duke Kido pierced his heart and inserted the bright red thorn ball into his body. You? What did you do to me? Prince Lapis roared in pain, but he could not resist, and could only watch the dark red blood gradually cover every inch of his skin. Of course, it is to give you power, to give you the power to fight against Lady Rose. Duke Kido shouted excitedly, go! Fight destruction with destruction, fight the falling of the stars with the resentment of death. Let this Duke see my latest research results. Ah! Prince Lapis screamed miserably, and his body was gradually engulfed by blood, like a pool of flesh and blood melting on the spot. But the next second, the pool of flesh and blood gradually condensed into a blood giant that was 100 meters tall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blood giant howled to the sky, and the strange and piercing sound was like the sound waves of a bat, rippling between heaven and earth. What is this sound? Even Su Xian and others, who were far away in the imperial city, heard the roar of the blood giant, and covered their ears uncomfortably. What is that? Su Xian stared into the distance, and saw a blood-red giant spreading its wings, and flying quickly towards Vivian. It seems that they have officially launched a counterattack. Edice seemed to have anticipated this scene, and sent a message to Vivian, use the remaining star power to directly wipe it out. Our goal has been achieved. Su Xian looked at Edice in confusion, but at the moment he shifted his gaze, Vivian, who was far away in the sky, launched the final attack. The Night Valkyrie stretched out her right hand, with her index finger and middle finger together, pointing at the blood giant. The power of the stars condensed at the fingertips, and a dazzling light like the sun burst out, just when the blood giant was about to approach her. Boom! The light cannon with a diameter of hundreds of meters poured out, instantly engulfing the huge body of the blood giant. It's really a waste among wastes, my prince. Seeing this result, Kido smiled bitterly, and shook his head. However, the effect he wanted had been achieved. Although he lost a useless prince, the crisis of the star falling was prevented. When the light faded, the figure of the blood giant had disappeared without a trace. And the power of the star falling was also exhausted at this moment. After this battle, only about 1/5 of the star with a diameter of tens of kilometers remained. In order to prevent the remaining stars from causing harm to the Star Kingdom, Vivian injected her power into the star. In an instant, the entire star shattered, revealing a blue crystal ring. What is that? Su Xian asked Edie curiously. The Ring of Star Principle. This is the key this time. Edie smiled and explained to Su Xian, even if it is the last ray of power nurtured by a dead star, it is enough to help a unit achieve the realm of demigod. Achieve demigod? Su Xian was inevitably a little stunned when he heard Edie's words. Just relying on the power contained in a fallen star, can a unit be directly promoted to a demigod? Moreover, the diameter of this star is only tens of kilometers. Wait, this seems to be to subtract the consumption when the star falls. Its original size should be more than this, maybe hundreds of times. But these are not important. The important thing is this kind of good thing. Can we get a few more? Su Xian asked Idis. His question made Idis roll her eyes at him. He said coldly, do you think stars are cabbages? You can take them if you want them? Okay. Su Xian sighed lightly. If there are more stars, wouldn't it create a demigod army? However, This star is indeed a good thing. It can not only bring down the power of the stars for the people of the Star Kingdom, but also the star principle ring that was born after it fell and shattered can help anyone break through to the realm of demigod. It is simply a little fat pig with treasures all over its body. And while they were talking, something strange happened to Vivian. The blue crystal star principle ring rotated rapidly, releasing a huge amount of energy ripples. Vivian beside it seemed to be affected by this energy ripple. Her body of the Night Valkyrie twisted, and her dark eyes were also stained with a layer of crystal blue at this moment. Ah! Vivian groaned in pain, unable to suppress the burst of star power. You too, it depends on you. Edith immediately asked the Elf Queen and the Pope of Light. The two looked at each other, and then immediately jumped and flew towards Princess Vivian. In an instant, the magic of light and the magic of elements were woven at the same time, suppressing Princess Vivian, who was about to run away. The three kinds of magic intertwined in the sky, like colorful aurora, beautiful and shocking. After a while, Princess Vivian's star power was suppressed, and the huge Night Valkyrie gradually disappeared, turning into a sleeping girl. The Elf Queen held her in her arms, and returned to Su Xian. This child has worked hard. The Elf Queen handed Vivian to Su Xian. After all, now nominally, she is Su Xian's wife. Yeah. Su Xian nodded and glanced at Vivian in his arms, with complicated thoughts. This little princess is also a pitiful fellow. She was born with the sins of her parents, and now she has become a puppet of Edith. In a sense, her life never belonged to herself. Lucia came back one step later than the Elf Queen. She had a blue crystal ring in her hand and threw it to Edith. Then she asked, "Are you going to use this to help yourself become a demigod?" "Me? Of course not." Edith smiled and shook her head and replied, "This thing has other uses." Then she glanced at Su Xian and continued, "Leave her to me." Su Xian hesitated for a second before handing Vivian in his arms to Edith. "I have something else to do, so I won't stay for long. If you want to stay in the imperial city of the Star Kingdom for a while, Mary will entertain you." After she finished speaking, Edith turned into rose petals and disappeared from everyone's sight. After she left, Su Xian turned to look at the Elf Queen and Lucia. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lucia. "President Su Xian, see you again if we are lucky." After she finished speaking, Lucia stepped on the golden lotus and disappeared. "Ah?" Su Xian frowned. His Excellency the Pope ran quite fast. Then the Elf Queen. "I should leave too. Elena and the others are still waiting for me," the Elf Queen said immediately. "Okay, see you later, Your Majesty." Su Xian said goodbye to the Elf Queen. When everyone left, Su Xian immediately returned to his guild. As soon as he returned to the guild hall, he saw Alice and the others gathered together, and he didn't know what they were discussing. "What are you doing?" Su Xian walked towards them and asked. "Ah! The master is back." His voice made the women who were gathered together tremble with shock, and then they all stepped back, looking at Su Xian with horror, like a group of children who had turned over the wrong tree. Su Xian frowned slightly and looked at the things they were surrounded by. He saw a beautiful girl with a white body, as if condensed from snowflakes, lying quietly on the ground. "She is? Schwer?" Su Xian was stunned for a long time. He remembered that before he went out, Schwer was only the size of a figurine. How did she suddenly become a beautiful girl? However, although she became a beautiful girl, her snow-white dolphin tail was still there. So Su Xian could immediately recognize her identity. "That, master, it's really not our fault." Alice hurriedly explained to Su Xian in a panic, "We just fed Schwer a little cake, and then it became like this." "Cake?" Su Xian raised his eyebrows, his face full of confusion. "Schwer just ate some cake and became like this? How is it possible? Where did the cake come from? Was it from the wedding banquet?" Su Xian asked. "Yeah, it's just this kind of ordinary cake. Schwer wanted to eat it, so we gave it to her." Unexpectedly, Alice handed a piece of strawberry cake to Su Xian. After Su Xian checked it with the player's authority, it was just an ordinary cake. But why? How did the cute little Schwer suddenly become a beautiful girl, and why does this cake smell like alcohol? Su Xian asked Alice. It was the first time he saw alcohol mixed in the cake. It was Verola who did it. She accidentally knocked over the bottle and got some alcohol on it. Alice reported it to Su Xian directly. "I thought it shouldn't matter, so I brought it back together." "Is it the alcohol?" Su Xian guessed that it was the alcohol that caused Schwer to change, but no matter what, it was not a bad thing. "Stand still here, I take care of you later." He stretched out his hand, ready to take Schwer back to the room to rest, But before he could touch Schwer, the little girl suddenly opened her cherry mouth and bit his finger. She was still muttering, "It's the master smell, so fragrant." Chapter 471. Smells so good. Schwer sucked Su Xian's fingers greedily, like licking a cake, leaving crystal clear snowflakes on every inch of his skin. This scene made Su Xian frown. Did this little guy awaken his dog-licking soul? Alice and the others beside him were also surprised. Shocked by Schwer's skillful movements, where did this little guy learn it from? The culprit came late. "Ah, what are you doing?" The unconscious Issa happened to wake up at this moment. She had changed out of her wedding dress and returned to her original appearance. But when she woke up and came to the guild hall, she saw Su Xian being pressed to the ground by a woman in white, which made her curious. Issa? The moment Su Xian saw Issa, he knew what made Schwer become like this. It seems that next time, I can't mess around with Issa in the living room at will. Is Lucy awake? Su Xian asked Issa while holding Schwer's soft waist with both hands. Schwer in his arms was like a little dolphin, shaking her body and tail vigorously, trying to continue licking her master. Miss Lucia is still asleep. She seems very tired, but very happy. Issa replied with a smile. That's good. Su Xian stood up and walked quickly to her room with Schwer in his arms. He threw Schwer on the bed and put the back of his hand on Schwer's forehead. Schwer, who should have been as cold as ice and snow, had a little more warmth at this moment. Is this little guy drunk? Su Xian muttered to himself, and now there is only one explanation. However, from what Alice and the others said, it can be confirmed that the cake they brought back was just a few drops of fruit wine from the banquet. That is to say, Schwer drank less than 5 milliliters of fruit wine at most, but is it because her body is woven by ice and snow? Her alcohol tolerance is 0? Master, I want it. Schwer pestered Su Xian, hungry as a tiger. It's time to sleep, little Schwer. Su Xian reached out and touched the back of Schwer's head. He often coaxed Schwer to sleep, knowing that this was her weakness. He only needed to touch her gently to make Schwer fall asleep. Just like usual, Schwer's sleepiness gradually rose, and she slowly fell asleep. At the same time, a prompt popped up in Su Xian's sight. You have attracted the attention of the Ice Witch. Su Xian, After a moment of silence, he covered Schwer with a quilt. However, it is a quilt woven from ice and snow, and I don't know if it will work. Good night, little one. Su Xian turned off the light and left Schwer's room. When he returned to the guild hall, everyone was still standing there, waiting for him. What are you doing? It's getting late, go to bed quickly. Su Xian urged everyone. It's already 10 o'clock in the evening, shouldn't we fall asleep? Okay. The girls dispersed and went home to sleep. Su Xian stretched his muscles lazily, and then called the World Chat channel. Today's commotion was so big that it must have spread like wildfire among the players. As soon as he entered the World Channel, he saw some players discussing this matter. Super Uzi, I heard that a star fell in the Star Kingdom this evening. Invincible Aji, I was at the scene, and a star did fall, but it did not fall in the Star Kingdom. I don't know why, but who took it away? Amon, who took it away? Someone can drive the stars. This must be a demigod, right? Fu Haiyan Fan, demigod? I'm afraid it's above demigod. Xiao Lulu. This is obviously a war weapon caused by the civil strife in the Star Kingdom. I heard that today is the wedding day of the king of the Star Kingdom. Flash. I went to that wedding with my adventurer. The 2 princesses of the Star Kingdom were so beautiful. The Star King is so blessed. Dr. Steele, are you stupid? The Star King is Princess Vivian, and the man is not the king, but the queen. Failed man, let me think about it. There is too much information in your words. Su Xian glanced at the speech in the World Channel. It seems that the players don't know the truth. However, this is normal. To be able to contact the top leaders of a country, the guild must be at least B-level or above. Huh? Just when Su Xian was about to turn off the World Channel, he suddenly saw a topic that interested him. Flower Fairy. What's going on? My new console has arrived ahead of schedule. Airport Girl. Me too. The new console is so much better than the old one. Blue Girl. Yes, I could only play games at home before, but now I can play anytime, anywhere. Strongman, sweet girl, really? Why hasn't mine arrived yet? Flower Fairy. It should be back in the next 2 days, don't worry. Has the new console arrived? Su Xian was a little surprised. He remembered that the new console would arrive when the public beta was launched, with only Su Fian and a few other players being exceptions. But now, why did so many people get the new console in advance? Su Xian left the game with doubts. When he just opened his eyes, he saw an unread message on his phone. Your new console will be delivered at 12 o'clock tomorrow. Please pay attention to receive it. Sent time 23.44. Mine has arrived too. Su Xian smiled when he saw this message. He didn't expect that the news in the World Channel was true, so he could use the new console directly. As for the current time, it happened to be 11:30 in the afternoon, and there was only half an hour left before his new console was delivered. Excited? Finally willing to leave the game world? Suddenly, Su Xian appeared at the door of his room, leaning against the door frame, and asked Su Xian, "Why didn't you knock on the door? You didn't close the door." Su Xian got up from the bed and stretched. Then, he asked Su Xian, "How does it feel to have established an A-level guild? I have received many blessings and invitations from A-level guilds. They want me to join an A-level guild alliance." Su Xian told Su Xian truthfully. After all, her body now belongs to Su Xian, so what is there to hide? A-level guild alliance? What is it for? Su Xian asked curiously. It's just a group of A-level guilds joining together to deal with some difficult tasks. Su Xian continued to explain, you also know that even the most powerful A-level guilds today do not have demigod-level combat power. But the advanced tasks of A-level are said to involve demigod-level existences, so everyone unites together to find a way to face it together. Oh. Su Xian was thoughtful after hearing this. If the advanced tasks of level A only involve demigods, then many of the tasks he is participating in now seem to involve demigods. He even fought with demigods directly. Did you join them? Su Xian asked. This was very important to him. No, I refused. Su Xian said, with a smile on her lips. She walked toward Su Xian lightly, then pressed against his chest, gently lifted his chin with her fingertips, and continued, I already have the best partners around me. Why choose them? President Su. Call me Sister Su. Okay, Sister Su. It is my great honor to be appreciated by Sister Su. Please let me repay you. Repay? Hey. Before Su Xian could figure out what repay meant, Su Xian picked her up and threw her on the bed. It was unknown when the red dress she was wearing had been removed, showing her most perfect side in front of Su Xian. When? Thank you. Su Xian threw himself at Su Xian and thanked her fiercely. The following is a story of gratitude. 10,000 words omitted below. Half an hour later, Su Xian was still immersed in Su Xian's chillness, but a doorbell rang, forcing him to stop. Confusedly, he pressed the button beside the bed, and then asked the person outside the door through the dialogue device installed in the villa, Who is it? Is there anything? Sir, there is a delivery for you. A female voice came, informing her of her purpose. Express delivery? The new console has arrived. Su Xian stopped typing, got up immediately, and put on his pants. What's wrong? Su Xian was still a little confused, not knowing why Su Xian was so anxious. It's a new console. Su Xian explained, wait for me for a while, I'll be back soon. After speaking, he rushed out of the room to meet his new console. This little boy. Su Xian looked at Su Xian's back as he hurried out. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she picked up her phone, ready to kill time before Su Xian came back. But she was surprised to find that someone called her more than a dozen times. But she didn't notice it because she was too focused just now. Maria is coming. When Su Xian saw the message Maria left her, she suddenly remembered that she came to Su Xian's room to remind him to attend the agreed party in 2 hours to celebrate her promotion to the A-level guild. And her best friend Maria will come to the villa in advance, and the three of them will go together when they arrive. As a result, after being messed around by Su Xian, she actually forgot about it. Really? Su Xian pinched her brows and shook her head helplessly. She has always been cautious and careful, but she didn't expect to forget such an important thing because of desire. I'm back. Just then, Su Xian ran back to the bedroom excitedly and continued, the new console has arrived, and now I can enter the game anytime, anywhere. Hurry up and get dressed. Maria will come to the villa in half an hour. Su Xian reminded Su Xian. Maria? Is she your best friend? Su Xian asked back. Well, didn't she say in the group that she would come to celebrate my promotion to the A-level guild? Su Xian nodded slightly, picked up her skirt, and prepared to put it on. But at this moment, Su Xian hugged her waist and said, Isn't there still half an hour? Let's do it again. But you've already done it twice? Su Xian's amber eyes were slightly startled. Isn't this enough? Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. One more time. Just the last time. Su Xian laughed. He was not satisfied yet. Oh, I lose to you. But you have to be quick before Maria comes. Su Xian sighed and reluctantly accepted Su Xian's request. Su Xian is at the best age and has the strongest body. And she happens to be the one who needs care the most. Okay. La la la, Miss Su, I'm coming to see you. Maria hummed a little tune while getting out of the dark blue supercar. But as soon as she got off the car, she complained, the weather in Yin country is so hot. I should have known not to wear tight pants. As she said that, she unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her white shirt to relieve the pressure, and then trotted to the door of the villa. Since she had lived here before, she knew the password. After entering the password, she easily entered the villa. Fei and Maria just walked into the villa, but her steps paused at this moment, because she heard the heavy breathing of men and women from the second floor. It was like the music of rivers and mountains intertwined and echoed throughout the villa. What? Maria covered her mouth in surprise when she heard the sound. Her eyes widened, she couldn't believe her ears, and wondered if there was something wrong with it. Is it Fei Yin? Maria guessed in her heart, but the only woman who would appear in this villa was Fei Yin, right? But who is that boy? Oh! Maria suddenly remembered a young man that Su Fian had mentioned before. With a curious attitude, Maria tiptoed upstairs and came to the door of the room where the sound came from. With every step closer, the panting sound became clearer, like waves hitting her ears one after another, and Maria was almost shocked to lose her balance. She carefully looked through the crack in the door and looked at the scene in the bedroom. When she saw the familiar friend showing a posture she had never seen before, Maria was stunned for a long time. Crazy! Maria exclaimed, unable to believe her eyes. Is this still Su Fian, who has always been reserved in front of her? She is simply an unsatisfied young woman, but compared to Su Fian's abnormal performance, Maria was even more amazed at the strange boy. She stared at him for a long time before she roughly deduced the boy's combat power. Shocked, this is what Su Fian said on the phone at that time, the top 20 handsome guys. Wait! There should be more than that, right? Damn! Maria couldn't bear the curiosity in her heart, and she kept watching the battle. Although she always made some dirty jokes, she had never seen any of those short videos. But now it really appeared in front of her. How could she miss it? Maria took out her mobile phone and prepared to turn on the camera. Later, she could threaten Su Fian and ask her to lend her this handsome boy. Click! Oh no! I accidentally pressed the photo button. Maria was shocked. Because she was too nervous, she accidentally pressed the photo button. She didn't even succeed in taking the photo, and only took the outrageous holy light. And it was this mistake that exposed her whereabouts, causing Su Xian and Su Fian in the bedroom to be shocked. Maria? Chapter 472. Maria? Why did you come early? When Su Fian noticed Maria hiding behind the door, her heart was shocked. This time everything was over. Maria saw all her debauchery. Su Xian also turned his eyes to Maria hiding behind the door. This blonde beauty with big waves was in line with his aesthetics. The key is, this is the first time he has seen someone who can match the elf queen in reality. I don't know if it's Maria's talent or because she is a foreigner. But the most important thing now is, Su Xian held Su Fian's waist and tried his best to get the last step done. Su Xian. You? Su Fian bit her teeth lightly, speechless. Even after being caught in bed, she was still thinking about that kind of thing. You big fool with a bitter mind. But she was already powerless to resist, so she could only let everything go to the end, and then fell weakly. In a gentle tone, he said to the frightened Maria outside the door, "Go to the living room and wait for us for a while." Maria nodded obediently and fled the scene. She is your best friend? Su Xian asked Su Fian curiously. Well, get out. Su Fian pushed Su Xian away and rushed into the bathroom. Sister Su is really shy. Su Xian smiled and touched the tip of his nose, then picked up the clean clothes on the ground and put them on neatly. When he came to the living room, he saw Maria sitting in the living room on the first floor. But her body seemed a little stiff, as if she had not recovered from the scene just now. Su Xian looked at Maria for a while on the second floor before walking downstairs and coming to Maria's side. His arrival made Maria seem particularly nervous. But she didn't want to show that she was already 29 years old, but she looked as immature as a pure high school girl. She immediately spread her legs, opened her arms, and leaned on the sofa. She showed a row of white teeth to Su Xian and greeted him, "Hello, boy." Su Xian didn't answer, but walked straight to the refrigerator on the side, took out 2 bottles of drinks from it, and handed one to Maria. His reaction made Maria feel complicated, and she couldn't see what the male college student in front of her was thinking. Until Su Xian sat opposite her, smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Su Xian." Mr. Su, hello, hello. Although Maria smiled, she was already extremely flustered. Her mind was now full of the previous scene, especially the exaggerated holy light. And the holder of the holy light was sitting opposite her. I heard from Fian that you lived here for a while before? Su Xian asked Maria curiously. Well, I came to Yin Country to take the doctoral exam before, so I stayed here temporarily. Maria nodded and answered obediently. Doctoral exam? Su Xian understood the process of Su Fian and Maria's acquaintance, and then smiled and said, I'm sorry for scaring you just now. No. It's my problem. Maria apologized awkwardly. If it weren't for her curiosity, she wouldn't have seen those unbearable scenes. However, she didn't expect that Su Xian would take the initiative. Just so you know, don't peek next time, otherwise, I will call the police. Su Xian suddenly changed his attitude and reminded Maria. You? What? Maria was completely confused after hearing Su Xian's words. She wanted to explain, but it seemed that there was no room for maneuver. She had to blush and lower her head, feeling uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, Maria couldn't help but be curious and asked Su Xian, How did you meet? We met in the game. Su Xian answered directly. In the game? Maria's two watery eyes turned around and asked, Then, you met in reality? Even confirmed the relationship and lived together? Almost. Su Xian touched his nose. From the process point of view, it was indeed the case. Is it really that smooth? You developed into a sex buddy relationship in such a short time. Did you fall in love at first sight? Maria continued to ask. Is it so? What sex buddy? Who did you learn Chinese from? Su Xian frowned. Shouldn't they be called lovers? It's almost the same, hee. Maria smiled carelessly, not caring at all how outrageous her words were. Su Xian, What are you talking about? At this time, Su Fian had also finished washing up and changed into a bright red hip skirt. Why are you wearing such a sexy outfit? Maria glanced and asked angrily. Can you take off your yellow glasses? Su Fian raised her hand and knocked on Maria's head. Her outfit was far from being erotic. As for Maria's prejudice, it was entirely out of jealousy from the bottom of her heart. Wait, I think there's something missing. But at this moment, Su Xian expressed his opinion. He always felt that there was something missing, but he couldn't remember it for a while. What is missing? Su Fian asked doubtfully, staring at Su Xian, waiting for an answer. I know. Su Xian suddenly realized and asked Su Fian, Where are your glasses? Glasses? Su Fian raised her eyebrows slightly, unable to understand what Su Xian meant. Continued, My myopia is not high, I only wear them occasionally, but... While speaking, Su Fian walked to the cabinet on the side, and then opened the drawer, and the dazzling array of glasses frames inside came into Su Xian's eyes. Are you collecting? Su Xian was inevitably stunned when he saw this. He had seen people collecting watches, treasures, antiques, etc., but this was the first time he had seen people collecting eyeglass frames. I bought it because I thought it looked good. It didn't cost much. Su Fian shrugged her shoulders and didn't care. But judging from the material and texture of these eyeglass frames, they were worth a lot of money. How about this one? Su Fian took out a pair of rose-red half-frame glasses, put them on, and asked Su Xian. It looks good. Maria naturally applauded. But Su Fian didn't care about her opinion at all, just stared at Su Xian, waiting for an answer. No, change another pair. Su Xian shook his head. This pair of glasses looked good, but he felt it was still a little bit off. What about this pair? Su Fian took out another pair of gold-rimmed glasses and asked Su Xian. Yes. This is it. When Su Fian put on this pair of gold-rimmed glasses, the feeling came instantly. I really can't do anything with you. Su Fian smiled, closed the drawer, took a coat and put it on. Then she said, Let's go, we are going to Yinyu Tower. Would you like to take my car? My car is super fast. Maria stood up and asked. Your car has only 2 seats. How can we 3 sit? You can let your boyfriend hold you. I think you don't take traffic regulations seriously, and you will be in jail sooner or later. Su Fian rolled her eyes and scolded Maria for her impropriety. Then she turned her head, looked at Su Xian, and said, Let's go, take my car. Oh! Su Xian responded lightly. Then I won't drive either. Maria saw this and threw the car keys on the sofa in the living room, preparing to take Su Fian's car to Yinyu Tower. It's up to you, but you can only sit in the back seat. Su Fian didn't care about Maria's decision. There were many cars in her garage, and it was easy to find a 4-seater. Hey, didn't I always sit in the passenger seat before? Have you forgotten your good sisters after having a man? Maria complained repeatedly, but Sufian ignored her at all. She could sit if she wanted to or not. Soon, the three arrived at Yinyu Tower. Sufian skillfully took out a black gold card and handed it to the waiter of Yinyu Tower. The waiter immediately led them to the reserved room. Although Yinyu Tower sounded like a restaurant, it was actually a scenic spot that integrated a restaurant and an entertainment venue. The Misty Rain Tower is surrounded by mountains and rivers. Each room has a wide area and beautiful scenery. For example, the room Sufian booked is the best location in the Misty Rain Tower. It not only covers an area of 500 square meters, but also has various areas for people to entertain and rest. There are restaurants, KTVs, board games, etc. There is also a special performance area where the staff of the Misty Rain Tower will present wonderful performances. Of course, it is basically dancing and singing. When Su Xian and the other two opened the door of the box, they saw that the other invited players had been waiting for a long time. After seeing Sufian coming, they all said their blessings. President Su is finally here. Congratulations. President Su has been promoted to an A-level guild. Congratulations. Sufian smiled and responded to everyone's congratulations. Thank you for your blessings. Are all the people here? I asked the waiter to serve the food when everyone is here. Yes, everyone. We have set up a small group and agreed to come an hour in advance. Let's start. I'm starving. After hearing this, Sufian immediately asked the waiter to serve the food. Su Xian also took the opportunity to find a seat and sat down. He sat on the left side of Sufian, and Maria was on the right side of Sufian. As for who was sitting next to Su Xian, long time no see. Shinseki waved to Su Xian, and then sat down next to him. Where's your brother? Su Xian looked around and didn't find Shinjun, so he asked in confusion. He encountered some things, and his heart was broken, so he didn't come. Shinseki explained. What's the matter? Tell me about it. Su Xian asked. It's a long story. Shinseki thought about how to express it, and said to Su Xian, in short, he was first scammed by an online lover and lost tens of thousands of yuan. He turned his anger into motivation, and went to Yunning to score points, but he failed 7 times in a row and was offline. In the end, he immersed himself in the beautiful girl game, but the female characters in the game also had their own lives. After that, bang. Ah? Why doesn't he focus on building the guild? Su Xian was stunned for a second after hearing Shinseki's answer, and he was a little confused about Shinjun's brain circuit. Shinseki sighed and continued, his guild has not been running smoothly recently. Some adventurers have resigned and left the guild. It's a vicious cycle. Su Xian fell silent. It seems that brother Shinjun was misled by a woman. Soon, dishes were brought up by the waiters, and the players gathered together, drinking and talking, discussing things about the game. As the protagonist, Sufian was naturally the focus of discussion. Su Xian chose to be a marginal person, eating and drinking, and it was worth the trip. Hey Su Xian. Suddenly, Shinseki poked Su Xian's waist and reminded him, didn't you notice that girl has been looking at you? Huh? Su Xian raised his head and looked in the direction Shinseki pointed. A girl wearing glasses was sitting there. Su Xian didn't know her, but she was always observing him and occasionally took out a camera to take pictures. This made Su Xian frown, not quite understanding what the girl was like. When Su Xian noticed the girl seemed to panic for a moment, and immediately pretended to be indifferent to cover up her panic. Do you know her in the game? Su Xian asked Shinseki. I don't know her very well either. You can ask Sister Fian. Shinseki shook her head. After all, the group was created by Su Fian, and she didn't know all the players. But she vaguely remembered that she had never seen this girl in the game, at least not in the activities she participated in. After thinking for a moment, Su Xian asked Su Fian beside him, do you know that girl? Her? Su Fian looked at the girl, smiled slightly, and replied, I invited her specially. You should have seen her in the game. I have seen her? Su Xian was stunned for a moment, and couldn't remember what the other person looked like in the game at all. It was the masked girl when you were promoted to the C-level guild. Su Fian explained. Is it her? Su Xian frowned when he heard that. He remembered that the girl had a good figure, but why in reality? Do you think she doesn't look like the one in the game? Su Fian asked. I felt the same way when I first saw her, but I talked to her for a few words, and can confirm her identity. What's her name? Su Xian asked curiously. Su Jing. Su Jing. Su Xian was stunned when he heard the name. His reaction immediately attracted Su Fian's attention and asked, why? Do you know this name? That's my sister's name. Su Xian replied. Your sister? How come I didn't know you had a sister? Sufian raised her eyebrows and asked in surprise. I didn't mention it, so of course you didn't know. Su Xian shrugged and looked at the girl again. Although the other party's name was exactly the same as his sister in his previous life, he was sure that the other party was definitely not his sister. He still clearly remembered his sister's appearance, and the two were very different. Is it just because they have the same name? Su Xian sighed lightly, feeling a little disappointed. But while he was observing the girl was also chatting with her employer. Sister Su Jing, I seem to have been discovered by them. Chapter 473. Let's toast to President Su's promotion to an A-level guild. Cheers! After the sumptuous lunch, a group of people went to see the dance performance at the Misty Rain Tower. Su Xian was not interested in this. He walked to the outer area and sat on the sofa on the balcony. When the small door was closed, the noise inside disappeared instantly. Huh? Su Xian let out a long breath, then lay lazily on the sofa to rest. The recent long adventures have made him physically and mentally exhausted, and he wants to relax. As soon as he laid down, someone followed him out quietly and sat next to him. Su Xian, who was extremely sensitive, naturally noticed the other party. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Maria holding a bottle of champagne, enjoying the beautiful scenery and drinking alone. Why did you come out too? Su Xian asked Maria. Sufian has something to do and has to leave for a while. She will be back later. She asked me to do more with you to increase our friendship, Maria replied. But her wording shocked Su Xian. Are foreigners more open-minded? Or is Maria's Chinese teacher a little unprofessional? However, he didn't think much about it. He just understood the general meaning. Increase friendship? What? Su Xian asked Maria, are you going to live in Zhejiang temporarily? How do you know? Maria was a little surprised. She hadn't said anything yet. Really? Su Xian's eyes became solemn when he heard it. If Maria wants to live in the villa, doesn't that mean he can't be with Sufian anytime and anywhere? Well, there are some things to deal with Fian. Maria nodded, then held Su Xian's hand, and said with a smile, Fian asked me to get your consent. You are such a good person. You will definitely agree, right? Su Xian hesitated for a second, then said, I have no objection. What objection could he have about Sufian's villa? That's good. I wish us a happy life together in the next year, Maria said. A year? Su Xian's expression became a little unnatural. He thought Maria would only stay for 10 days or half a month, but he never expected that it would be a year. However, this was not something he could decide. Besides, Sufian's villa is so big that it seems a bit empty for 3 people to live in it. By the way, I heard from Sufian that you also have the special model qualification for the new console? Maria suddenly mentioned the new console to Su Xian. Yes. Su Xian nodded, took out the unopened new console from his pocket, and said, it was given to me directly by Sister Fian. She gave it to you? Damn it. She clearly told me that I only have one qualification. Maria suddenly gritted her teeth when she heard that this new console was given by Su Fian, but she soon regained her composure and took out the new console that belonged to her from her pocket. I spent a lot of money to get the qualification, but it's worth it. What do you mean? Su Xian asked curiously. You shouldn't have entered the game with the new console yet? Maria blinked and asked with a smile. Yeah. When his console arrived, he was still fighting with Su Fian, so how could he have time to enter the game? Wouldn't the special qualification give you a blessing from the gods? And that blessing would bring about a qualitative change in your guild, Maria explained. Qualitative change? A glimmer flashed in Su Xian's eyes. He was a little curious. What exactly was this so-called qualitative change? Hey, I can't explain it to you. You know when you enter the game. Maria smiled and looked at the unopened new console in Su Xian's hand. She asked with some surprise, why is your new console pink? It seems like a style that only girls would choose. Su Xian was stunned when he heard this question. He couldn't explain that it was Lu Shui who chose the new console for him, right? How about you enter the game now? See what your exclusive god's blessing is? Maria suddenly asked Su Xian with great interest. Okay. Su Xian nodded. He was also curious about his own exclusive blessing. After unpacking the new console, he put it on immediately. The original console, which weighed dozens of kilograms, became the size of a mobile phone, and it was more convenient and quick with a wearer similar to headphones. When he touched the button of the wearer, the next second, Su Xian's consciousness instantly left reality and entered the game. A colorful time and space tunnel appeared in his sight, and paragraphs of text popped up. Welcome, dear player, Back to the world of magic continent. It is detected that you have special qualifications, and the additional rewards of this qualification have been added to your guild. You can view your god's blessing in the guild panel. The text disappeared, and Su Xian once again came to the game guild. It was only about 3 o'clock in the morning, and there was silence in the guild. It seems that entering the game is smoother. Su Xian looked at his hands in disbelief. When he entered the game on the old console, he always felt a little stuck, and sometimes it even took 2 or 3 minutes to load. But the new console entered the game in just a blink of an eye. Moreover, he seemed to be able to sense what was happening in reality, although the feeling was very vague. Once someone wanted to get close to him, or the conversations of people around him, they could be transmitted to his mind through the new console. What a magical feeling. Su Xian was amazed at the function of the new console, which completely exceeded the effect of the first-generation console. By the way, God's blessing. Su Xian immediately opened the guild panel and checked his own God's blessing. Blessing of the goddess of love. The adventurers in your guild will be more united, and you will provide them with a steady supply of love magic. Huh? Su Xian was inevitably confused about the effect of his God's blessing when he saw his God's blessing. Can he understand that as long as he is present, his adventurer's magic reserve is endless? No, the supply is efficient, and it cannot be considered endless. It should be considered a continuous magic buff. As long as you are on the battlefield, you can continue to replenish magic for the adventurers of Puff Fantasy. Yes, that should be it. You received a private message. Statue of Liberty added you as a friend. Su Xian frowned slightly at first, and then immediately realized that this should be Maria. He immediately added the other party as a friend, and asked, "What's your online name?" Statue of Liberty, you are not my father. Why do you care what online name I choose? Statue of Liberty, tell me quickly, which god did your god's blessing come from? What is the effect? Su Xian, you speak first. Statue of Liberty, you kid. Okay. My god's blessing comes from the goddess of war, which can make all the adventurers in the guild immune to all negative states. Su Xian was not calm when he heard the effect of Maria's god's blessing, and asked quickly, why is your god's blessing so powerful? Why? Statue of Liberty, I also asked many players with special qualifications, and my god's blessing effect is at least ranked in the top 3. I'm done, what about you? Su Xian touched the tip of his nose and said to Maria, my god's blessing comes from the goddess of love, which can continuously provide magic power to my adventurers. Statue of Liberty, that's it? Isn't it just a power bank? It doesn't seem to work. Su Xian was also depressed. Is the effect of his god's blessing too weak? Could it be that the previous paragraph, the word has other effects? The adventurers will be more united. Wait, Su Xian suddenly realized something, the goddess of love. Isn't she the god who tricked Queen Medusa into entering the realm of the gods? There is still a drop of blood from her in Can Lucia's body. Could it be that the effect of his god's blessing is too poor? Is it because of this reason? Because he is standing on the opposite side of the goddess of love? Su Xian frowned, lamenting that he was still unlucky. And he chose a goddess of love whose name sounded very weak. I'm afraid she will also play a role like a vase in the realm of the gods. Hey! Statue of Liberty. By the way, do you know that after Fei Yin was promoted to an A-level guild, there was a problem with the adventurer she recruited? What's the problem? Su Xian heard this and asked Maria. Statue of Liberty. Su Xian didn't tell me in detail, but she mentioned that the adventurer she recruited seemed to be a corpse. A corpse? Su Xian's eyes gradually became serious when he heard this. This was the first time he heard that a corpse could be recruited. Statue of Liberty. Anyway, I can't ask anything, so I still expect you to tell me some information, but you don't know anything. Trash. Wait a minute, I will ask her in person. Su Xian would naturally not stand idly by and must ask this matter clearly. Statue of Liberty. Then you work hard. Tell me if you know the reason. Yeah. Su Xian responded, and was about to close the chat interface. But he noticed that Maria's guild level was B+. He didn't expect that Maria was actually quite powerful. Jing requests to add you as a friend. Yeah. Su Xian suddenly received another request to add a friend, which made him full of doubts. He then clicked to agree, but the other party's name had already made him guess the other party's identity. The girl with glasses? Su Xian murmured, although after seeing the other party, he was sure that she was not his sister. But for some reason, he always had a fantasy in his heart. Maybe his sister still remembered the memory of the previous life, but after he accepted, the other party did not speak. Even if Su Xian said a hello, the other party did not answer. Even the avatar instantly turned gray, which made Su Xian frown and wonder about the other party's behavior. Unfortunately, the other party has gone offline, and no useful information can be obtained. Or chat with her directly in reality. Just as he was thinking, Lucia staggered out of the bedroom. Lucia? Su Xian's attention immediately shifted to Lucia, who was covering her head and leaning against the door frame. Obviously, she had not recovered from the bright holy light. Su Xian? Why are you still in the guild? Lucia was a little surprised to see Su Xian. Logically, he should have left the guild at this time. I just happened to have something to do, so I came back. Su Xian replied. What's the matter? Lucia glanced at him lightly and didn't ask much. She just held a wall and walked towards the bathroom. Do you need my help? Su Xian immediately became interested and ran towards Lucia. No need. Don't be polite to me. Really no need. Hey, we're all family. Su Xian enthusiastically carried Lucia into the bathroom and helped her bathe. At the same time, in reality, after Maria finished talking to Su Xian, she left the game. But when she looked at Su Xian, the scene at that time involuntarily emerged in her mind, and her cheeks flushed instantly. Pa, Maria patted her face to calm herself down. A head full of strange thoughts will only make her strange. Why is he still in the game? When Maria emptied her mind, she suddenly wondered why Su Xian was still in the game. The time in the game should be midnight. Is there a mission activity at this time? That's too much of a disregard for adventurers, isn't it? But she couldn't see the screen in Su Xian's game, so she had to drink alone and wait for him to leave the game. Just when Maria filled the glass and was ready to drink it all, Su Xian suddenly came back. Maria? Ah? What? Her sudden intrusion caused Maria to accidentally lose the glass in her hand and spill the wine on Su Xian's pants. Oh no! Maria's eyes froze, staring at the pants wet by the wine. Seeing this, Su Xian was also stunned, not knowing how to solve the problem. As for Su Xian, he had no intention of quitting the game. After all, he was doing business. Huh? Why didn't he wake up? Maria asked in confusion. According to the function of the new console, players should be able to perceive what is happening in reality. But Su Xian was not like that. Instead, he was still immersed in the game. Well, you wet his pants. Think about what to do. Su Xian leaned on the sofa with her hands on her shoulders, smiling, and said to Maria. She certainly took a gloating attitude towards this matter, and didn't care how Su Xian would react after waking up, and whether he would be angry with Maria. But with Su Xian's personality, he would probably say, "It's okay, don't worry too much." After all, he is such a person. As long as it doesn't involve a matter of principle, he generally doesn't care. Oh, what can I do? Maria seemed very flustered. She took out a few tissues and wanted to help Su Xian wipe it. But she couldn't do it because the wet position was somewhat embarrassing. That Xian, help me. Maria had to ask Su Xian for help. Su Xian also understood Maria's difficulties. Moreover, as Su Xian's girlfriend, she should really take care of this matter. Okay, since we have known each other for 10 years. Su Xian took the tissue from Maria, squatted down, and gently wiped the soaked pants. Thanks. Maria expressed her gratitude to Su Xian, thinking that it would be okay like this, right? However, at the moment when Su Xian was wiping patiently, Su Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Confusedly, he asked them, "What are you doing?" "Wait. Why are my pants wet?" Then, he looked at Su Xian squatting in front of him, frowned and said, "Sister Su here. It's not appropriate, right?" Chapter 474. Su Xian's sudden awakening shocked Su Xian and Maria. But after coming to her senses, Su Xian quickly stood up and threw the tissue in her hand to Su Xian. "Wipe it yourself." Huh? Su Xian glanced at his pants in confusion, and a smell of alcohol was stirring in his nose. It seemed that someone was drinking in his pants. "It's almost time, we should go back." Su Xian urged Su Xian. "Isn't the party over yet?" Su Xian glanced at the room. Everyone was still watching the beautiful women dancing, and it seemed that there was still some time before the end. "Are you going back? If not, you have to take a taxi yourself." Su Xian did not explain anything, but simply asked Su Xian if he was going home. "Go!" Su Xian did not hesitate. There was no point in staying here anyway, so it was better to go home with Su Xian. "Let's go!" Su Xian took her belongings and prepared to leave. When she left, she specifically told everyone to have fun, and that she would pay for all the expenses today. Then, she left quickly. Maria followed her like a little follower. Su Xian was about to catch up, but before leaving, he glanced back at the situation in the room. The girl with glasses had left at some point, making it impossible for him to have a conversation with her. Forget it, Let's take it one step at a time. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders and immediately caught up with Su Fian. At the same time, in the Moon God Empire, the new Moon Priestess completed her ritual, and she is likely to become the biggest obstacle to the Moon God Empire. Man Yu sat at the round table and said to the others in a deep voice, "Didn't the waning Moon Priest get rid of the new moon?" A member of the Moon Council asked in confusion. They failed, and the waning Moon Priest was even cursed by some kind of power, and his combat power dropped significantly. Another member of the Moon Council shrugged and explained, "It seems that the waning Moon Priest is useless." A young and strong young man assured the full Moon Priest, "Please leave the matter of the new Moon Priest to me. The warriors of the Moon Council will tear the enemies who betrayed the Moon Goddess into pieces." "You?" Man Yu glanced at him coldly, with disdain in his eyes, and asked back, "Do you think that with your power you can shake the priests who have been trained by the Empire for 100 years? No. I just want to do my best." The young man wanted to explain, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Man Yu. "That's enough, all of you should leave." Man Yu shouted coldly, "How can a group of people who don't even know what their enemies are deal with a new Moon Priest, who is the foundation of the Moon God Empire?" The members of the Moon Council left after a moment of silence. When they left, Man Yu rubbed his brows and said to the Void, "How is Man Yu? Is he willing to compromise?" "No, he is very stubborn." A voice came from the Void and answered Man Yu. "There is no time. Force him to get rid of the new Moon Priest. Even if he dies, it doesn't matter." Man Yu lost his patience and ordered the voice in the Void. "Okay, I know what to do." The voice in the Void gave a reply and said, "By the way, the Lord is very angry about the matter in the Star Kingdom. He hopes that the Moon God Empire will complete the ceremony quickly, and not delay for too long. I know the Lord's resurrection is imminent, but I also need some time." Man Yu frowned and continued, "The threat of the moonlight which is far more serious than that of the Rose Lady of the Star Kingdom. Tell the Lord, remember not to be impatient." "Oh, so that's what you think?" The voice in the Void laughed grimly, and then said, "I will tell the Lord your words word for word, and he will make the decision." After speaking, the voice disappeared without a trace. Man Yu's face became more solemn at this moment, and whispered in a low voice, "Moonlight Witch, why do you have to resist? The Moon Goddess is dead. If we want to have a chance to survive, we can only rely on a new god." After returning to the villa, Su Fian hurried back to her room, as if something happened, and entered the game urgently. Su Xian helped Maria carry the personal belongings that happened to be delivered. There were not many, just filling a small van. "Why do you have so many personal belongings?" Su Xian frowned and asked Maria. "Boy, these are all my clothes and cosmetics, remember to handle them with care." Maria winked at Su Xian, then picked up a cardboard box and walked to the room opposite Su Xian's bedroom. The third floor belongs to Su Fian's personal space, so Maria lives on the second floor like Su Xian. After Su Xian helped Maria move the things, he sat on the sofa and rested for a while. Maria handed him a popsicle and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Please have it." "Didn't I buy this?" Su Xian frowned slightly. The ice cream in the refrigerator was all bought by him. "Ah? I thought it was bought by Fian." Maria was stunned. "She rarely eats these." Su Xian shrugged, took the popsicle, unwrapped it, and licked it. "By the way," Maria said to Su Xian curiously, "Fian is so eager to enter the game. Don't you think it's a bit strange? If she has anything, she will take the initiative to mention it to us." Su Xian answered trustingly. "That's not necessarily true," Maria said while licking the ice cream. "Fian likes to take the problem alone until she can't solve it herself, and then she will ask others for help." "Really?" Su Xian heard this and thought about Su Fian's style, which seemed to be just as Maria said. "Yes, so you should ask her," Maria suggested to Su Xian. "Then, tell me what happened, so that I won't worry." "Okay, I ask her now." Su Xian stood up and was about to leave Maria's room. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked Maria, "By the way, I still have a few sets of your pajamas in my closet. Remember to take them away later." "My pajamas?" Maria was shocked when she heard this. She responded softly, "Oh, I know." Su Xian then left quickly and walked toward Su Fian's room. When he came to the door of Su Fian's bedroom, he noticed that the door was not closed and there was a gap. He looked into the gap in the door and saw Su Fian lying on the sofa, swiping the tablet. Her face was anxious, as if she had encountered something difficult to solve. "What happened? Can you tell me?" Su Xian pushed the door open and asked Su Fian. "Su Xian." Su Fian's eyes narrowed slightly when she saw Su Xian break into her room, but after a moment's hesitation, she said to him. There is a problem with the new adventurer I recruited, and I am asking those players, who are also from the A-level guild. What quality is the recruitment scroll given by the A-level guild? Su Xian asked. Gold, a legendary will definitely appear, but there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance of drawing a mythical adventurer. Su Xian replied. You can actually recruit a mythical adventurer. Su Xian was slightly surprised when he heard the effect of the recruitment scroll obtained by the promotion to the A-level guild. But his reaction was just that. After all, there were many mythical adventurers in his guild. So, Su Xian asked Su Xian again, what is the situation of the adventurer you recruited? She is a corpse. Su Xian told Su Xian, a corpse whose identity cannot be detected, but has a strange body structure, not flesh and blood, not even material. A corpse? Su Xian was confused about the adventurer she had just recruited after hearing Su Xian's description. Could it be a soul body like Lortharin? But from Su Xian's expression, it seems that it is not that simple. Let's go into the game and take a look. Su Xian immediately suggested. Su Xian thought for 2 seconds and nodded. Okay, I may have to trouble you again this time. It's okay, just twist harder when the time comes. Aw? You kid. Su Xian immediately entered the game, and then went to Su Xian's guild through the teleportation array. When he arrived at Su Xian's guild, the members of the fairy guild were gathered together, and among them, a coffin was placed there. In the coffin, a woman lay quietly. Her body structure was very strange, as if it was condensed by countless magic powers, but no trace of magic fluctuations could be sensed. Although it was somewhat similar to Luo Salin's soul body, it was somewhat different. Luo Salin's soul body texture was similar to slime, while the woman was completely condensed by magic power. Is she the new adventurer you recruited? Su Xian asked Su Xian. Yes. Do you have any information about her? No, just tell me that the adventurer's name is Ying. Su Xian shook her head and replied. Ying? Su Xian frowned slightly when he heard the name. If there was only a name, he could not find out any information. He then asked, can I touch her? You can, but I can't guarantee that you won't get hurt. Su Xian replied. Before, Petty tried to touch her body, but there is a high-speed flowing magic in her body that prevents any material from trying to touch her. There is such a thing? Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. So he can't touch her casually. But I can touch her. Su Xian added at this time, and when I touch her, there will be a voice in my mind. What voice? She. Let me accept her power. Su Xian replied. Accept her power? Su Xian was confused by Su Xian's answer. Could it be that this adventurer recruited by Su Xian lost his life, but his soul consciousness remained? And in order to use her power, Su Xian must accept her power, just like Marlene Ryan, who only has the fusion entry? Although everything seems very strange, at least it can be confirmed that the quality of this adventurer is definitely not low. I'm afraid she has the talent to be a myth. Are you the only one who can hear her voice? Su Xian continued to ask. Well, Petike and the others can't hear it. Su Xian nodded slightly, confirming that only she could hear the voice. Since she is a recruited adventurer, according to the rules of the guild, she should not hurt you. Su Xian speculated, you can try to contact her, I will protect you by your side. Su Xian thought for a moment after hearing this. Due to her own physical problems and poor ability to learn magic, she has always played the role of commander and never joined the battlefield. Now, she was about to come into contact with an unknown power, and she didn't know if her weak body would be able to. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Xian assured her again, which made Su Xian determined. Yes. I understand. Su Xian nodded, mustered up her courage, and reached out to the woman in the coffin. When her fingertips touched the woman, the magic power in the woman's body instantly accelerated. It flashed like starlight, quickly gathered at Su Xian's fingertips, and then spread to her skin. Su Xian. Su Xian's beautiful eyes flickered, and she shouted in panic. She seemed to attach her power to me again, spreading little by little. It's okay, it's okay. Su Xian hugged Su Xian from behind to comfort her. He could deeply feel that an endless stream of power was constantly gathering on Su Xian's skin, turning into colorful and brilliant light, spreading to her whole body. Finally, he wove a beautiful dress for Su Xian, making her temperament like a fairy from a poem or painting. Su Xian looked at herself in the mirror with an incredible expression. Although she also liked to dress up on weekdays, after putting on this dress, Su Xian was shocked by her beauty for the first time. Not only her, but also the members of the Fairy Guild were surprised. Not to mention Su Xian, the colorful dress was stunning, even more charming than the two wedding dresses yesterday. Originally, Su Fian's appearance may not be comparable to the Elf Queen, but now, she can compete with them. It adds a touch of fairy spirit to Su Fian, who already likes ancient style. Does it look good? Su Fian asked Su Xian with a smile. It looks good. Su Xian gave a thumbs up. He liked it so much. But what kind of power is this? Su Fian looked at herself in the mirror in confusion. The woman magically turned into a dress and attached to her body? This is a power she has never touched before. No prompt popped up? Su Xian asked Su Fian. Just tell me that the name of this dress is Xia, and I have gained a special ability. Su Fian replied. Ability? What ability? Su Xian asked curiously. Fluorescent shots I can open up a new plane, but it can only be used once. Su Fian said. Open up. A new plane? Su Xian was stunned for a moment when he heard Su Fian's answer. This ability is too outrageous, right? This is the first time he has heard of a skill that can open up a new plane. Chapter 475. Fireflies chased the sunset, looking for the ideal world. Su Xian murmured softly, chanting the words imprinted on Su Fian's skin. No more. Su Fian asked hurriedly. No more. Su Xian shook his head, and he saw this sentence. Then can you stop touching my skin? Su Fian pinched Su Xian's cheek with her fingertips and asked helplessly. I'm still looking for it. Are there any other words? Su Xian replied with a smile. However, the adventurer you recruited seems to have a wonderful story. After speaking, he lowered the hem of his skirt. Then he admired Su Fian's colorful clothes again, and sighed in his heart. It was really beautiful, maybe, but we have no way of knowing her story. Su Fian sighed. Her adventurer has now become a mystery. When I go back, I will ask Lucia and the others, maybe they know something. Su Xian touched the tip of his nose, thinking that as the Pope of Light, Lucia should know something. I hope so. While speaking, Su Fian removed the colorful dress attached to her body. The colorful dress turned into the woman lying in the coffin again, and a strange pattern appeared on the back of Su Fian's palm. What a magical feeling. This world may be more wonderful than I imagined. Su Fian looked at the pattern on the back of her hand and murmured in disbelief. She had always resisted accepting the power from the other world, thinking that she only needed to be a commander behind the scenes. But now, she also began to indulge in the power of the other world and learn from Su Xian. No matter how powerful the guild is, we must not fall behind in our own strength. Su Xian said with a smile, if there is a chance to make ourselves stronger, we must seize it. Well, I understand. Su Fian nodded slightly, keeping Su Xian's words in mind. It's almost time. I go back to the guild first. Su Xian looked at the time. It was already 7:30 in the morning in the game. Everyone should have rested enough. It's time to be a paru. Well, bye. In the real villa, Maria had just finished tidying up her room and took back her 2 large cup pajamas from Su Xian's room. But she didn't see Su Xian in the room, so she thought Su Xian should be in Su Fian's room. Out of curiosity, Maria trotted to the 3rd floor, Su Fian's room. When she looked at the picture in the room through the crack in the door, she only saw Su Xian sitting on the sofa and Su Fian lying on the bed. Why don't they sleep together? Maria complained, then ran back to her room excitedly, put on the game device, and then started. After returning to the guild, Su Xian began to think about the sea-level mission. Collect 100 million points of law power. After killing Janet, the vice president of the Moonlight Council, he gained 999,9999 points of Moonlight law power. In other words, he only needs to get rid of 10 Moonlight Empire members above level 90. Ahem, Su Xian frowned and gave up the idea. If there were so many level 90 Moonlight Council members, the Moon God Empire would have surpassed the Sun Church and become the world's #1 human kingdom. But how to collect the power of the Moonlight Law? Start a war? Su Xian frowned, thinking about how to collect the power of the Moonlight Law. How long will it take to collect the 100 million points of the Moonlight Law? I'm afraid it will take the entire Moonlight Council to be destroyed. Just as Su Xian was thinking about how to collect the power of the Moonlight Law, a white light flashed in the guild. Then, the Moonlight Witch's clone Xiaobai appeared in his sight. Little ghost, there is something to do. Bai Hu urged Su Xian. What happened? Su Xian stood up and asked Xiaobai. The full moon priests are ready to attack Xinhua. At this critical moment, Xinhua can't have any problems. Xiaobai explained. Are we leaving now? Su Xian was about to notify the adventurers and prepare for the mission. Don't worry, they haven't broken through the moonlight array of the Crescent Moon Priest yet. Xiaobai shook his head and continued, I just want you to be prepared. This time, the Moonlight Council has sent a lot of people. A lot? Su Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Doesn't that mean that a lot of Moonlight Law power can be collected? I know what you are thinking, but the premise is to stop those guys. Xiao Bai seemed to see Su Xian's inner thoughts. The more people the Moonlight Council sent, the more Moonlight Law power can be collected after killing them. Are there any priest-level people present this time? Su Xian asked Xiao Bai. If there are priest-level people present, then they will be difficult to fight. The last time they defeated the San Yue priest, they relied on Su Fian's Valkyrie flower to summon the Golden Peony Valkyrie. And this time? Not sure. Xiao Bai shook his head. Why don't we let Lucia open a big account? It's just a slap. Su Xian muttered to himself. He can now use the most powerful force, which is Lucia's body. As the Pope of the Church of Light, Lucia stands at the top of the world. But the Pope is not so easy to dispatch at will. Even the last time Lucia went to the Star Kingdom to congratulate, she was opposed by the top leaders of the Church of Light. In about 2 hours, those guys will break the moonlight magic circle of the Crescent Priest. Xiao Bai reminded Su Xian, if you are ready, come over. After speaking, Xiao Bai turned into nothingness and disappeared without a trace. 2 hours later, Su Xian rubbed his chin, thinking about how to deal with the current situation. Master! 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 Suddenly Shuer's call came to his ears. Su Xian walked quickly toward Shuer's room, wondering what happened to this little girl. What's wrong, little Shuer? After he came to Shuer's room, he asked Shuer. Master, I'm hungry. Shuer got up from the bed and crawled to Su Xian's side like a kitten. What do you want to eat? Su Xian squatted down, stroked Shuer's hair, and asked. After Shuer changed from the size of a figurine to the size of a girl, her body made of ice, and snow also seemed to be more lively. Tanghulu. Marshmallow. Milk coffee. Shuer excitedly told Su Xian the food she wanted to eat. But Su Xian frowned when he heard it. This little guy likes sweet food? Okay, I buy it for you, wait a moment. Su Xian immediately bought Shuer's favorite desserts in the mall, but as soon as he handed Shuer a string of candied haws, Shuer stuffed the string into her mouth. The cherry mouth pretended to chew it twice, and then swallowed it into her stomach. The wooden sticks of the candied haws were also. Ah! Su Xian reached out and patted Shuer's stomach. You ate the wooden sticks too? Hee, it's itchy. Shuer felt itchy when he touched her, and laughed happily. Xiao Shuer. Su Xian stared at Xiao Shuer's innocent smile. It was hard for him to imagine that Shuer was once an ice witch who froze the entire country with her own strength. While thinking, he bought cotton candy and milk coffee and handed them to Shuer. And Shuer stuffed them all into her mouth, smacked them twice, and swallowed them into her stomach. Ah! You ate the box too? Su Xian was stunned for a moment. Shuer had a really good digestive system. More. Not enough. Shuer stretched out her 2 little hands, eager for more desserts. Okay. Su Xian smiled helplessly, and continued to buy desserts for Shuer. And Shuer's stomach was like a bottomless pit. After eating a lot of cotton candy and candied haws, she patted her jade-smooth belly with a satisfied look. Delicious. Su Xian smiled bitterly, and shook his head. He didn't expect that Shuer was actually a big eater. Oh no! I forgot the time. Suddenly, Su Xian noticed that the time had come to an hour and a half later. He had to quickly organize the guild members to get rid of the Moonlight Council members who threatened the Crescent Moon Priest. Master, are you worried about something? At this time, Shuer seemed to sense Su Xian's inner irritability, hugged his arm, and asked with concern. Master, I'm going to fight the bad guys, but I can't. Su Xian smiled and rubbed Shuer's hair and said, Fight the bad guys? Shuer blinked her beautiful big eyes, and then said enthusiastically, Shuer will help you. You? Su Xian was stunned for a moment. He really didn't regard Shuer as a combat unit. But he thought about it, and immediately opened Shuer's attribute panel. Ice Witch, Myth, Level, 99. Race, Human. Strength, 9999/Agility, 9999/Magic, 9999/Constitution, 9999. Growth, 15 points of all attribute enhancement for each level up. Features. Ice Truth. Frost Holy Body. Frozen Heart, huh? Su Xian saw Shuer's attribute panel and fell silent. He had never paid attention to the combat power of this little guy, but he never thought that Shuer was the big boss of the guild. Also, does 9,999 for all attributes represent the upper limit? The 99 level elemental dragon also had 2 attributes of 9999. But no matter what, How to deal with the people of the Moonlight Council has been settled now. Then it depends on you. Swear. Su Xian smiled, and picked up Swear, and held her in his palm. Yes. Leave it to me, master. Swear shook her head happily, as if she was very happy that her master could help her. This made Su Xian sigh again. Is she really the Ice Witch, or is there something else hidden in the story of the Icefield Witch? Su Xian didn't think much, stood up, took Swear's hand, and said, let's go. Yeah. When the space ring was created, Su Xian came to the location of the Crescent Moon Priest. She was sitting cross-legged on the top of Moonlight Mountain, and in front of her, there was a chessboard emitting silver-white light. What are you doing here? The Crescent Moon Priest opened her eyes, and asked Su Xian in a cold tone. Xiaobai asked me to come. Su Xian took Shuer's hand, and walked towards the Crescent Moon Priest. Xiaobai? The Crescent Moon Priest glanced at Su Xian, then turned his eyes to Shuer beside him. She was surprised that she couldn't find out Shuer's information, but the fluctuating emotions only flashed by. Then he said, they are trapped in the magic circle by me. In about half an hour, they will break through the magic circle. Then you can work with me to get rid of them. Are there any combat forces close to the demigod level? Su Xian asked the New Moon Priest. No. The New Moon Priest shook his head and replied, they are all middle-level members of the Moonlight Council. Their strength is average, but there are many of them. Has the Moonlight Council been completely controlled by the enemy? Su Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. After all, it is a force created by the Moonlight Witch, but now it has become her enemy? The people of the Moonlight Council, and even the Moon God Empire, do not know that the Moonlight Witch is the Moon God High Priest. Man Yu and others took advantage of this loophole to make the witch an enemy of the Moon God Empire. The New Moon Priest bit his teeth and explained indignantly, however, the members of the Moonlight Council who were sent here should have stood on the side of the Full Moon Priest. Then why not announce the identity of the Moonlight Witch? Compared to the identity of the witch, the Moonlight High Priest can win the hearts of the people, right? Su Xian asked in confusion. It's useless. The Crescent Moon Priest shook his head and explained, not to mention that everything is irreversible. The Oracle of the Moon Goddess alone has sentenced the Moonlight Witch to death. Is it the Forged Oracle again? Su Xian frowned. Although the Moon God High Priest is of great significance to the people of the Moon God Empire, once the Moon Goddess is involved, everything will become nothing. Forged? Unfortunately, it is not a forged oracle. The Crescent Moon Priest sighed helplessly. What happened in the God realm? The Moonlight Witch is still unwilling to tell us. The future she sees. Su Xian listened quietly to the words of the Crescent Moon Priest, and learned that the Moonlight Witch might know something about the God realm. While the two were talking, Shuer walked to the chessboard. She curiously stretched out a finger, and touched the chessboard condensed by the Moonlight Witch. The next second, the entire chessboard was covered with ice and snow and condensed into ice. You? Why can your magic affect the Moonlight Array? The New Moon Priest showed an incredible expression after seeing the scene. The Moonlight Array she created is mainly used to trap enemies. Due to its special nature, even demigods cannot affect the situation inside the Moonlight Array. But why can Shuer do it? I don't know. Shuer shook her head at the question of the New Moon Priest. She didn't know the reason either. She just wanted to touch the chessboard out of curiosity. The New Moon Priest looked heavy, but couldn't explain the reason. Only the white moonlight emanated from the chessboard, gradually drifting towards Su Xian's eyebrows. You have collected the power of the Moonlight Law, at 50,000. You have collected the power of the Moonlight Law, at 30,000. The prompts made Su Xian's expression complicated. Shuer just moved her fingers and solved all the members of the Moonlight Council. Chapter 476. Has this been solved? Master? Shuer asked Su Xian curiously with her pure white eyes flashing. Well, for now. Su Xian nodded. He did not expect that Shuer could get rid of the members of the Moonlight Council with just a flick of her finger. And this seemingly easy move directly allowed him to collect more than 20 to 30 million Moonlight Law power. There are still 2/3 left to a small goal. It's really unbelievable. The New Moon Priest also showed an incredible expression. It was the first time she encountered a creature that could affect the Moonlight Array. This is the prop given to her by the Moonlight Witch Lady. How could it be? After a long silence, the New Moon Priest calmed down her emotions and said to Su Xian, thank you this time for helping me get rid of the minions of the full moon. It's a small matter. Su Xian smiled and shrugged his shoulders. In a sense, he was the biggest winner this time. During the conversation, a white light flashed, and Xiaobai stepped out of the white light with his tiger claws, and asked the New Moon Priest, how long will it take them to come out? I slapped them to death. It's been solved, Xiaobai. The new moon priest glanced and whispered. Don't call me Xiaobai. The big white tiger shouted angrily, and then instantly put on a dumbfounded expression. It's been solved. When did it happen? Just now. Su Xian helped me get rid of the group of members of the Moonlight Council. The new moon priest said coldly. I don't need you anymore, Xiaobai. Damn it! I told you not to call me Xiaobai. The big white tiger was furious, and it took a long time for it to calm down. It turned its big round eyes to Su Xian, and looked at Su Xian with a puzzled look. He murmured, How did you do it? Tell me. That's it. Su Xian told Xiaobai what happened. After hearing the reason, Xiaobai scratched his head with his tiger claws, and the snow-white hair on his body fluttered. She also showed the same expression as the new moon priest, and couldn't understand why Schwer could affect the moonlight array. But since the facts are already like this, there is no need to delve too deeply. Just complain to Su Xian. I didn't expect your guild to be so powerful. I underestimated you at that time. So you want to join our guild? Su Xian asked jokingly. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly found that Schwer was gone. Where's Schwer? There. When Su Xian found Schwer, she had already turned back into her original petite figurine form, and climbed onto Xiaobai's head, jumping around. This scene made Su Xian frown instantly. It is said that you can't touch a tiger's, but now Schwer is dancing directly on the big white tiger's head. Join your guild? Forget it. Xiaobai didn't notice Schwer's existence at all, just shook his head and replied to Su Xian, I don't want to be restricted by any organization. I am only loyal to the Moonlight Witch Lady. That's a pity. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders, his eyes never leaving Xiaobai's forehead. Schwer sat on it, and happily tied a bow on Xiaobai's hair. Although this is only a small handful among hundreds of millions of white hairs, once the number increases. Schwer, come back soon. Su Xian called out to Schwer softly, asking her to stop her behavior. Okay. Hearing Su Xian's call, Schwer immediately flapped her wings, and returned to his shoulder. Huh? Xiaobai saw Schwer flying down from her head, and showed a hint of confusion. She scratched her forehead with her tiger claws, but didn't notice anything wrong, so she ignored it. She continued to say to Su Xian, this may be the first wave of enemies from the Moonlight Council. We have to be wary of the second and third waves. Is there a permanent solution? Su Xian asked Xiaobai. Yes, you just need to destroy the Moon God Empire. Xiaobai replied. Su Xian touched his nose awkwardly when he heard this answer. Nearly 10,000 members of the Moonlight Council, and the remaining Moon God priests are not easy to deal with. And Su Xian's eyes fell on Schwer. When Schwer turned back to the size of a figurine, the attribute panel disappeared. In other words, Schwer's power cannot be used all the time, and there are limits. And the reason why Schwer turned into a girl's body was not because of drinking. It was only because Schwer's power was full that the change occurred. And now, Schwer released her power, and returned to her original state. There is another way. At this time, the Crescent Moon Priest said, wait for the Moonlight Witch to reshape the power of the Moonlight Law. At that time, the power system of the Moon God Empire will be reshaped. All the people of the Moon God Empire will lose the power of the Moon God's protection, which will reduce the threat to us. I see. Su Xian heard what the Moonlight Witch was doing now. Every citizen of the Moon God Empire possesses the power of the Moonlight Law, but if this power dissipates, the strength of the Moon God Empire may be similar to that of the current Star Kingdom. But this is still calculated under the condition that the Moonlight Witch is in power. Now, the Moonlight Witch, as the Moon God High Priest, is wanted by the Moon God Empire, and only the full Moon Priest is in charge. I am afraid that after losing the Moonlight Law, the strength of the Moon God Empire will be worse than that of the Star Kingdom. However, Lady Moonlight Witch needs time. Our enemies are not only Full Moon and the others, but also those guys from the God Realm. The new Moon Priest gritted his teeth, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. God Realm. Su Xian heard this. His eyes were deep. The Elf Kingdom, the Star Kingdom, and the Moon God Empire seemed to be disturbed by a certain force in the God Realm, and the other party was the Lord mentioned by the Undead Monarch. A character like the final boss? Su Xian muttered to himself. The situation in the Magic Continent was more serious than he had imagined. The reason why he created this game, and summoned humans from another world to develop his power here, as the president of the Adventurers Guild, was probably related to the destruction of the God Realm. In other words, both worlds are actually real worlds. Here it comes! Suddenly, Xiaobai sensed something and stared into the distance. Su Xian heard the words, and then looked in the direction where her eyes were. He only saw a half-moon rising slowly, shining with bright white moonlight. Damn it! That guy is here! Seeing this, the crescent moon priest immediately frowned and showed a trace of fear. Half-moon priest? Su Xian guessed the other party's identity through the picture in the sky. Yes, it's him. The new moon priest nodded and continued, this guy is second only to the full moon, and his strength is very strong. Isn't that the third strongest person in the Moon God Empire? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The previous Songyue priest might not be the opponent of the new moon priest, but the half-moon that appeared at this moment is definitely several times more difficult. But the problem is that Schwer has now turned back into a figurine. What should I do? Schwer, can you make another move? Su Xian asked Schwer. But Schwer's answer was just blinking her beautiful big eyes, and then showing a bright smile. Softly said, hungry? Su Xian gave up his fantasy, and prepared to fight with the new moon priest and others. Although the opponent is the third strongest person in the Moon God Empire, the new moon priest is not weak either, and with Xiao Bai's help, the half-moon priest is not invincible. New moon! The half-moon priest emerged from the bright half-moon. He was wearing a dark robe and a half-moon symbol on his head. He looked like a wizard. Half-moon, did you also believe the slander of the full moon? New moon narrowed her eyes, and questioned half-moon. Slander? I don't know what slander is. Half-moon said coldly, I only know that I can't disobey the will of the moon goddess. Give up resistance, I can leave you a whole body. Humph! Dream on! The new moon priest snorted coldly, and a new moon appeared in the sky behind him. In an instant, the new moon and the half-moon bloomed with dazzling moonlight, like a domain, separating the area between the two. This is bad, Xiao Xinyue is no match for that guy. Xiaobai frowned, feeling embarrassed about the current situation. This made Su Xian stunned for a moment, and then asked Xiaobai, then why don't you go to help? Xiaobai paused, and then said, I can't beat him. Su Xian was speechless. She is at least level 88, right? Although Xinyue and Banhua are both above level 90, there is no reason why they can't fight, right? Don't be afraid, I go with you. Su Xian immediately turned on the half-dragon human and prepared for battle. Are you stupid? You will die. Xiaobai took a few steps back, acting extremely cowardly. This confused Su Xian, and he asked, you were not like this when you were in the Moonlight Dream. You were so brave back then. Why now? Dreams are dreams. Reality is realization. Xiaobai replied, I still have to sacrifice my life for the Moonlight Witch Lady, and I can't waste it here. As for Xinyue, she has 9 lives, you don't have to worry about her. Oh, so the Xinyue priest has 9 lives. What does this have to do with it? Su Xian frowned. Even if the Xinyue priest has 9 lives, it can't change the disadvantaged situation they're in at the moment. But now they can't find reinforcements, and if they want to fight against the half-moon priest, they must at least seek help from Lucia's body or the Elf Queen. Got it! Su Xian suddenly remembered that Marie Rhine's XX fusion can work on other members of the guild, so it should also work on Xiaobai. The most important thing is that even if Marie Rhine is sleeping in the guild now, he can directly use her power. Let's go together. Su Xian shouted to Xiaobai, and a circle of red light appeared on his right hand. Ah? It's really unnecessary. Xiao Xinyue can. Before Xiaobai finished her words, Su Xian jumped up and jumped onto her back. The next second, the fiery red dragon scales gradually covered Xiaobai's hair, putting armor on the giant white tiger. Human little devil. What did you do to my body? Ah. A strange power is coming in. After being covered by the dragon scales, Xiaobai's hair exploded. It was the first time that she was occupied by such a strange power, as if something was stirring her soul. Of course I'm going to help. You have been strengthened. Come on. Su Xian patted Xiaobai's back and gave her an order. You guy, you are really brave. Xiaobai sighed, and then said, hold on tight. Don't blame me if you get thrown out. After speaking, the huge body of the white tiger jumped up and pounced on the half-moon priest. New moon surrender. The half-moon priest's attention was completely on the new moon priest at this moment. The moonlight condensed into white snakes and attacked the new moon priest. Dream on. I will never betray the high priest of the moon god. The new moon priest snorted and waved his cat claws to tear the attacking white snake into pieces. Stubborn. The half-moon priest snorted coldly and raised his hands high. The half-moon behind him shot out white moonlight and fell towards the new moon priest. Facing the attack all over the sky, the new moon priest immediately drove the magic power to create a magic barrier to resist the attack of the half-moon priest. But just as she was about to make a move, she suddenly noticed that Xiaobai and Su Xian had quietly appeared behind the half-moon priest. And what's with that armor? The new moon priest was full of confusion, not quite understanding what had happened to Xiaobai. Why did he suddenly have a set of fiery red armor? Also, were they trying to sneak attack the half-moon priest? But the half-moon priest's strength was far superior to Xiaobai's. Was she going to die? Danger! As soon as the new moon priest opened her mouth to remind him, the half-moon priest had already attacked Xiaobai. Stupid white tiger, how can you hide with your huge body? Die! The half-moon priest sneered, and a lightning-shaped moonlight appeared in his hand, shooting towards Xiaobai. It's over. Xiaobai was instantly confused. She only had the ability to recover in her dreams. In reality, she was just a cute little white tiger. If she was hit by the lightning and moonlight, she would have to die here. At the critical moment, a space magic ring enveloped Xiaobai's body. With a puff, Xiaobai's figure disappeared without a trace. Where is he? Half-moon priest was startled. Where is such a big white tiger? How could it suddenly disappear? Before he could come to his senses, Xiaobai's tiger claws fell and hit half-moon priest's body from behind. Bang! Half-moon priest's body fell instantly, hitting the ground heavily like a meteor. How is it? I said it would work, right? Su Xian, who was riding on Xiaobai, said with a smile. Oh my god, your space magic is quite powerful. Xiaobai was surprised and shocked by Su Xian's space magic ring. Can you teach me? No, unless you join my guild. You? Xiaobai glared angrily, then his eyes fell on the half-moon priest, who fell to the ground, whispering, after we deal with this guy, we will discuss this matter. Chapter 477. On behalf of the moon goddess, I will destroy you. A white breath blew out of Xiaobai's tiger mouth, engulfing the body of the half-moon priest. Although the new moon priest attacked at the same time, attacking the half-moon priest. But her eyes stayed on Xiaobai. She couldn't understand what was going on with Xiaobai. Why did he abandon his cowardly qualities when his combat power increased so much? Is it because he awakened a strange power? The new moon priest expressed doubts. Her cat eyes flickered slightly, and she thought for a long time. Until Xiaobai called out, she pulled her thoughts back. Hey! Help! Don't let that kid recover. Oh! The new moon priest quickly attacked, trying his best to kill the half-moon priest. Under the joint attack of both sides, the half-moon priest's body gradually broke. Although he was wrapped in the power of the Moonlight Law, making his injuries look less serious, he could not find the moment to fight back. He could only allow the two forces to continuously bombard his body, and gradually lost consciousness in the bombardment. Damn it! The half-moon priest saw that he had no room to fight back, and immediately burst out with amazing strength, trying to take the opportunity to escape. Want to leave? Dream on! Xiaobai roared like a tiger, and a huge magic circle emerged behind the tiger's body. Blue flame surged out of the magic circle, instantly engulfing the half-moon priest. Ah! The screams came from the sea of fire, and echoed in the sky. When the sound dissipated with the flames, a charred body fell from the sky. That's all? Xiaobai excitedly puffed up his chest, complacent about his achievements. When did you become so powerful? The crescent moon priest asked incredulously. According to the half-moon priest's combat power, it was more than enough to deal with two Xiaobai, but why was the situation reversed now? What do you know? This is strength. Xiaobai raised his nose proudly. Su Xian, who was sitting on her back, knew that the reason why Xiaobai could threaten the half-moon priest was all because of the destructive breath of Merli Rhine. The destructive breath seemed to have a restraining relationship with units, with the power of the Moonlight Law. At least, this effect far exceeded his expectations. And Merli Rhine, whose power was stolen, her roar was echoing in Su Xian's ears. Ah! Where is my power? It's deflated. Su Xian frowned, as if he had heard something incredible. You? The charred half-moon priest barely supported her body, and got up from the ground. It was the first time he had ended up in such a miserable situation. Not dead yet? Xiaobai became alert, raised his two front paws high, ready to gather the power of moonlight, and give the half-moon priest the final blow. For the moon goddess. Suddenly, the half-moon priest inserted his hand into his heart, and in an instant, a blue light bloomed from his chest. The terrifying energy burst out at this moment, shocking Su Xian and others to retreat again and again. Oh no, he wants to self-destruct and die with us. The new moon priest explained immediately. What a madman, being used as a gun by others and still thinking that everything is for the moon goddess. Xiaobai complained, and then said, let's get away from here. Okay. However, just when they were about to escape, they found that a magic barrier had surrounded the area of dozens of miles. Oh no! The new moon priest frowned and said, "This guy blocked the surrounding space and cut off our retreat." Ha ha ha! New moon priest. None of you can leave here today. The half-moon priest laughed loudly, as if he was proud of sacrificing his life for the moon goddess. You are all going to die. With a roar, the half-moon priest's body began to break from the inside out, and blue fluorescent cracks appeared on his skin. At this critical moment, Su Xian immediately opened the space magic ring, and said to the new moon priest and Xiao Bai, "Let's go." He hugged Shuer in his arms, and rushed into the space magic ring. What? This scene made the half-moon priest stare. He never thought that there was space magic that could be cast instantly. But when he wanted to end the self-destruction, it was too late. His body exploded instantly, and the terrifying energy swept the whole world in an instant. It seemed to add a touch of blue aurora to the sky, and it was not until 3 minutes later that the brilliance gradually dissipated. Su Xian, who had fled back to the guild, naturally received the news of the killing of the half-moon priest at this moment. When the time was almost up, he opened the space magic ring again and returned to the scene. Collect the power of the moonlight law dropped by the half-moon priest after his death. Get the power of the moonlight law plus 30 million. Great. Su Xian's mouth curled up a little. In this way, he only needed about 20 million moonlight law power to complete the task of the moonlight witch. However, the moonlight witch had promised him that the excess power of the moonlight law could provide him with a special moonlight witch clone. So, he must collect as much as possible, the more the better. Little ghost, your space magic is too powerful. Teach me. Xiaobai was jealous. It was the first time she saw space magic that could be cast instantly. The crescent moon priest was also like this, with a pair of beautiful eyes flickering slightly, and the cat's tail couldn't stop swaying quickly. She couldn't imagine that Su Xian, a seemingly weak human, actually possessed such powerful magic. It's still the same old rules. Regarding Xiaobai's wish to learn magic, Su Xian just touched his nose and said with a smile, "Join my guild and I will teach you." You? Xiaobai shook his tiger head, and after thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "I have to think about it carefully, damn. The moonlight witch lady must not betray." Su Xian said speechlessly, "Joining my guild does not mean that you have to betray the moonlight witch, and I didn't ask you to call me master." Well? Xiaobai was silent for a few seconds, and then stared at Su Xian with a pair of tiger eyes, put his ears close to him, and whispered, "It's not impossible, but you know, my soul and the moonlight witch lady's soul are in the same origin, so she knows everything I do. Do you know?" Know a little. Su Xian nodded. After all, when Xiaobai first appeared, his title was the moonlight witch's clone. But it was the first time for him to know that everything Xiaobai did, the moonlight witch would know at the same time. "That's right, so I can't join your guild for the time being." Xiaobai continued to whisper to Su Xian, pretending that he didn't want the crescent moon priest to hear the secret. "You can teach me the space magic first, and when I get out of it, I will join your guild. How about it?" Su Xian answered decisively, "No." "Damn it!" Xiaobai gritted his teeth in anger. In response, the crescent priest said to Xiaobai, "Didn't the moonlight witch agree to let you join his guild? Why are you talking so much?" "Oh, really?" Su Xian looked at Xiaobai with interest. Xiaobai avoided his gaze, but still couldn't escape Su Xian's sight, so he had to explain, "I don't like him very much." "Don't like him very much? Why? What do you hate about me?" Su Xian asked in confusion. "You have a strange smell on you. It's so strong." Xiaobai explained, "It makes my heart beat faster, and I feel very uncomfortable." "What smell?" Su Xian sniffed himself in confusion, but didn't smell anything. He only saw Xiao Shuer sitting on his shoulder, rubbing his cheek gently with her little face. "I don't know anyway, I don't like it." Xiaobai couldn't say it, just scratched his hair with his hind paws, and put on a disgusted expression. This made Su Xian look extremely ugly. He finally found a good land mount, but the other party didn't like the smell of his body. It was really strange, and the new moon priest seemed to know something about this. He came to Su Xian and whispered, "Your masculine smell is too strong, restrain it a little." "Ah?" Su Xian was stunned when he heard the words of the new moon priest. So, this is the smell Xiaobai was talking about, but this thing can't be restrained just by wanting to restrain it. He could only shrug his shoulders helplessly, and said to Xiaobai, "That's really a pity. I lost an excellent adventurer, and you lost an ultimate invincible and powerful space magic." "You?" Xiaobai got anxious instantly after hearing all the words Su Xian used. Why does it sound like she is losing a lot? Well, now the crisis of the Moon God Empire should be temporarily resolved, right? Su Xian asked Xiao Bai and the Crescent Moon Priest. The death of the Half-Moon Priest here should make the Moon God Empire temporarily give up the offensive. I guess so. But the full Moon Guide doesn't seem to care about letting the soldiers of the Moon God Empire come to die one by one. The Crescent Moon Priest frowned and asked in confusion. That's right. Su Xian also noticed this. The full Moon Priest repeatedly asked the members of the Moonlight Council and several other priests to encircle and suppress them as if they were sending their heads. But they all ended in failure. Even so, he still didn't do it himself to stop the loss. This is obviously a point of doubt. Is it because he is afraid of the Moonlight Witch, afraid that if he takes action, the Moonlight Witch will personally counterattack, if that is true? Then at this moment, when the Half-Moon Priest dies here, the Full Moon Priest may no longer be able to stop the Moonlight Witch's plan. Or, he is deliberately consuming the living forces of the Moon God Empire. If it is the second guess, the situation is very unfavorable to the Moon God Empire. I will tell the Moonlight Witch everything that has happened recently, and you must collect enough Moonlight Law power as soon as possible so that the Moonlight Witch's plan can succeed. The new Moon Priest instructed Su Xian. Understood. Su Xian smiled and patted his chest. He was still very clear about the current situation. As for you. The new Moon Priest looked at Xiao Bai, waved his jade hand lightly, and a ray of blue magic emanated from his fingertips. Hey! Ah! Xiao Bai's body suddenly became as small as a cat, and she screamed deafeningly. What are you doing? Xiao Xinhua. The Moonlight Witch lady told me that if you don't listen to President Su Xian, let me seal your power. The new Moon Priest explained. How could it be? Xiao Bai looked aggrieved, squatted on the ground and began to be dazed. The new Moon Priest rolled his eyes, then handed a milky white bead to Su Xian, saying, This is the magic ball that seals her power. If you want to use her power, just inject your mental power into it. Okay. Su Xian took the magic ball, and then showed a weird smile to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai just covered his head and sighed, Madam Witch, why do you treat me like this? I am your most loyal tiger. Sure enough, he is a fool. Su Xian frowned. He always thought Xiao Bai was a smart guy, but now it seems that he is not so smart. On the contrary, the new Moon Priest is calm and cautious, much more reliable than Xiao Bai. Sure enough, this big white tiger can only be used as a mount. Contact me if you have anything. The new Moon Priest left a last sentence, and then her body turned into moonlight and disappeared. After she left, Su Xian asked Xiao Bai curiously, So, why was the new Moon Priest suddenly discovered by the people of the Moon God Empire? She is collecting moonlight here. The plan of the Moonlight Witch lady requires a lot of moonlight. Xiao Bai explained while staring at Shuer, who was climbing on her head. She has now become the size of a cat, and happened to be Shuer's mount. So that's how it is. Su Xian thought for a moment, then said to Xiao Bai, Then let's go back too. Where to go? Xiao Bai scratched her fur with her hind legs and asked Su Xian. Back to the guild. Xiao Bai fell silent, but now her power was sealed, and she had no room to resist. Okay, I'm hungry, give me some fries. Xiao Bai walked into the space magic ring that Su Xian had just created with a cat step. Su Xian smiled and shook his head at her reaction. After becoming smaller, Xiao Bai really looked like a little white cat, not a white tiger. And, shouldn't you eat dried fish? Why eat fries? Don't you worry. When Su Xian brought Xiao Bai and Shuer back to the guild, Lucia and the others had been waiting in the guild hall for a long time. At this time, Issa walked towards him and said worriedly, Mr. Su Xian, the 2 wedding dresses have been cleaned, but I don't know where to put them. This is easy. Su Xian immediately bought 2 glass cabinets from the mall and placed them in the guild hall, and continued, just put them inside. Okay. Issa immediately started to put the 2 wedding dresses in. Before Su Xian sat down, Marie Rhine rushed towards Su Xian. Human, did you secretly use my power? What do you mean by secretly using it? Su Xian glanced at her and added, It's fair and square. You still have the face to admit it. Marie Rhine angrily poked Su Xian's chest with a dragon horn on her head to vent her anger. And at this moment, Mera-Or, who had not been seen for a long time, her voice came again, This guy is still as stupid as ever, so am I right? Hers is a fake, and mine is the real thing. Chapter 478. Mine is pure natural, Marlene Rine's is just a fake imitation. Mera-Or laughed and mocked. Su Xian showed a hint of interest when he heard Mera-Or's words. So, yours is very real and durable, ahem, Su Xian suddenly remembered the real body of Mira, or that he had seen before, which seemed to be the real thing. But in fact, Marlene Rhine should also be real. At least when I touched it before, I could feel its true meaning, which is similar to Is's. On the contrary, it may be a little softer, and the feel is a bit like a balloon filled with water. Okay, this is a special case. Next time you use your power, I will notify you. Su Xian rubbed Marlene Rhine's head with his hand to comfort her. Humph, you know what's good for you. Marlene Rhine stopped her nonsense, put her hands on her hips, and snorted. Hee, a proud little dragon. Suddenly Xiaobai, who was lying on the side, laughed. This immediately angered Marlene Rhine, who turned her eyes to Xiaobai and asked, "Where did the white cat come from? How dare you speak so arrogantly to me?" And Marlene Rhine's words further ignited Xiaobai's anger, and he shouted angrily, "White cat! Open your eyes, and see clearly. I am a white tiger. White cat, white cat, white cat. Silly dragon, silly dragon, silly dragon." The two hot-tempered people confronted each other fiercely at this moment. As their owner, Su Xian pretended to be indifferent. He wanted to see who would win the quarrel between the detergent and the director. Fight, fight. Su Xian cheered on the side, looking forward to the fierce battle between the two sides. And his little thoughts seemed to be discovered. Mare Rhine and Xiaobai looked at him at the same time, with ill intentions. Su Xian was stunned for a second and said, "You guys are busy. Fight him." Before Su Xian had time to escape, Mare Rhine and Xiaobai spoke at the same time and bit Su Xian. Each of them had an arm, and no one was fighting for anyone else's. Only Su Xian gritted his teeth in pain. "Let go. You two idiots. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." After experiencing the teeth of the white tiger and the red dragon, Su Xian was forced to retreat to the bedroom temporarily. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and he had no place to tell the grievances in his heart. He didn't say anything, just his expression flashed with expectation at that time, and he was bitten. It's really unfair to an honest man. Ah. Su Xian sighed and unfolded the guild panel. After so many tasks, the experience pool has accumulated a lot of experience points, enough to help all members of the guild to level 60. Even, it can allow Lorslin to reach level 70 or above. But the levels of Marlene Rhine and Alice are still limited by the breakthrough task, and they must find a way to complete the breakthrough task first. Let Alice see the Moonlight Witch again. Su Xian rubbed his eyebrows. Although he had seen the Moonlight Witch countless times these days, it was always the Moonlight Witch who took the initiative to find him, and in an unknown area. He couldn't directly teleport Alice to the Moonlight Witch, so this task had been shelved. But now, Su Xian suddenly came to his senses. Since the Moonlight Witch promised to give him the extra Moonlight Witch clones after completing that task. Then, does seeing the Moonlight Witch's clone mean seeing the real Moonlight Witch? After all, what he saw in that temple was also the Moonlight Witch's clone. Perhaps only the witch sitting on the crescent moon in the spiritual world that broke into his mind is the real Moonlight Witch. And there is also the breakthrough mission of Marlene Rhine, which requires a fight with Mira or... This guy is really difficult to deal with. Myra or has been sealed. What can he do to get her out of the sealed place? No matter how he thinks, it's not something he can do now. Su Xian sighed. As the president of a guild of problem children, he is under a lot of pressure. At this moment, the chairman of the Moonlight Council came to the area where the battle had taken place before. He glanced at the messy scene around him, and his face looked extremely ugly. He said in a deep voice, "Half Moon is dead?" The chairman of the Moonlight Council never thought that the Half Moon Priest would die at the hands of the New Moon Priest. As the third strongest person in the Moon God Empire, his strength is comparable to his, but he still died here. What happened? The New Moon Priest should not have this strength. The Moonlight Council chairman fell into speculation, and he waved his hand. In an instant, circles of gears appeared out of thin air. Then, he turned the gears and retraced the plan time. In the sight of the Moonlight Council chairman, a series of pictures appeared, letting him understand what happened. Is that space magic? The Moonlight Council chairman suddenly noticed Su Xian in the picture, and the power of the space magic ring shocked him. No wonder, it turns out that there is a master helping me. He seemed to understand something, his eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Su Xian in the picture. After observing for a long time, the Moonlight Council president seemed to notice that Su Xian's own strength was not strong, and he could not threaten the Half-Moon Priest, who was close to demigod. However, his space magic and the half-dragon transformation were a headache. However, compared to dealing with the New Moon Priest, this is much easier. The Moonlight Council president smashed the phantom in the picture with a punch, and said angrily, "My revenge." starts from you. Then, the phantom in the picture turned into a magic power, lingering in his palm, like an arrow, guiding it. I will find you. Alice, how do you feel? Su Xian asked Alice, and he gave Alice the additional entry. Blue Moon, he had just obtained by killing Janet. Well, it feels so strange. Alice blinked, confused about the power Su Xian gave her. There is no way to do this, because the effect of Blue Moon is a bit special. Blue Moon. Create a mysterious blue moon, reduce the effects of all fields within the range. The entry that directly reduces the effect of the field may not be very useful for Alice now, but Alice's characteristics allow her to use this entry thousands of miles away. So, it can be regarded as a disguised increase in Su Xian's combat power. However, after obtaining the Blue Moon entry, Alice's chest has a blue crescent logo. It looks pretty, but it glows. You get used to it. It's pretty, isn't it? Su Xian smiled and touched the crescent on Alice's chest. It felt good. Just as he was admiring it, a voice came from his mind. Are you ready? Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed to be Edith's voice just now. He asked, what are you ready for? Didn't I say that I would take you to see the Mother of Demons? Edith's voice came again. Oh, I almost forgot. Su Xian suddenly remembered that there was this matter. Let's go now. He continued to ask. Well, dress a little more formally, and then come to Rose Mansion. Okay. Su Xian immediately got up, changed clothes, and prepared to go to Rose Mansion. After a simple familiarization, he deliberately sprayed a little perfume. Then, opened the space magic ring and entered it. As the scene changed, Su Xian came to Rose Mansion. Edith was sitting on the sofa at this moment, flipping through a stack of intelligence in her hand. Frontline battle report? Su Xian walked over and asked Edith. Yes. Edith nodded slightly and continued, the good news is that now 2/3 of the territory of the Star Kingdom belongs to us. That's really good news. Su Xian was surprised to hear this. It has only been a short time, and Idis's territory has doubled from the original 1/3. But when I think of Idis having 2 princesses as puppets, and the only prince died in the war, plus the commotion caused by the Night Valkyrie before, it seems that this result is reasonable. Let's go. Idis put the battle report in her hand on the table, and then said, I take you to see him. After she finished speaking, she stood up and walked out the door. This made Su Xian slightly stunned, and asked, just walk over? Not teleport? Logically, the demon mother should be in the abyss, right? Can the abyss be walked directly to? Just when Su Xian was confused, Edith explained to him, he is in the Rose Mansion. After speaking, she continued to lead the way. Su Xian was stunned for a second, and then quickly followed. He followed Edith, but before he could react, the surrounding environment changed unconsciously. The originally spacious and bright corridor, at this moment, became a passage covered with flesh and blood. Luckily, there was no stench and blood in the air, but a strong fragrance. Su Xian was stunned, shocked by the changes around him. He was sure that he was still in the Rose Mansion, and still in the Star Kingdom. But the surrounding scene was a trick. While he was confused, Edith had already brought him to his destination. And in front of the flashing blood-red gate, an acquaintance was smiling and waiting for his arrival. Long time no see, President Su Xian. Medina smiled and waved to Su Xian. Her appearance made Su Xian's heart beat violently. Medina. Su Xian suddenly remembered that Medina said she was going to find the legendary demon mother. And now she is here. Does that mean she found it? Although I really want to reminisce with you, now is not the best time. Medina said with a smile, please meet the demon mother first. After speaking, Medina gently pushed open the blood-red door behind her. When the door was pushed open, the scene in the room appeared in Su Xian's picture. I saw a giant red and purple flower bud standing in the center of the room. The room with walls covered in flesh and blood was also full of red and purple flowers. Su Xian looked at Idis in confusion, as if asking her, is that flower bud the mother of demons? But Idis did not answer his gaze, but walked directly into the room. Su Xian was still a little hesitant, but was gently pushed by Medina and entered the room. Then, the bloody door closed, and a layer of lavender mist instantly rippled around the surrounding environment. Su Xian still looked around with a confused face, and finally set his eyes on the giant flower bud. He scanned the giant flower bud with a player's authority, but the result was only a question mark. At this time, Ida said to the giant flower bud, he's here. As soon as the voice fell, the giant flower bud responded. Only a tremor was seen inside the giant flower bud, and then a crack was torn from front to back, turning into 2 petals, falling on both sides. As for the picture inside the giant flower bud, it was a gorgeous and charming woman. The first time Su Xian saw her, he was attracted by her figure. The dark purple hair fell softly on her jade shoulders, her fair and tender skin was as smooth as jade, and her delicate face was as beautiful as a fairy in a poem or painting. With her plump figure, Su Xian couldn't take his eyes off her for a while. It can be said that he had never seen such a perfect woman. Even the beauty of the Elf Queen and Lucia was suppressed by her. It was not until Edith's words that Su Xian came back to his senses. "That's just his skin," Edith said. "Aw? Fake?" Su Xian instantly returned to reality from fantasy. He took off his pants. "And you tell me it's fake? Whether it's real or fake, you can judge it yourself." Edith glanced coldly and said softly. Su Xian fell into silence and looked at the demon mother again. Only then did he notice that the stunning woman had no lower body. She only had a vague shape of legs in her lower body, which seemed to be wrapped in silk cloth, with only vague lines outlined. As for the jade feet, there was even less of them. Completely hidden in the flesh and blood, it was as if a beauty had grown out of a mass of flesh and blood. This reminded Su Xian of a monster that would disguise its XXX as a beauty and then deceive the perverts. "Wait." Su Xian shook his head violently and discarded this idea. "You?" Just as Su Xian was silent, the demon mother came behind him quietly. It was not that the legs connected to the flesh stretched out, like a long-tongued monster, and circled around his body. Instead, it appeared beside Su Xian along with the flower bud. Space magic? Although it was somewhat similar, Su Xian did not detect any magical fluctuations, as if she had just taken a step, without having to use magic power. Fragrant. The demon mother sucked the smell of Su Xian obsessively, and licked her lips greedily. This scene made Su Xian tremble with fear. He even sprayed himself with perfume, but he was probably adding flavor to the demon mother. Wait! Su Xian suddenly looked at Edith from the corner of his eyes. Edith was really going to feed him to the demon mother, right? He was going to be eaten? Just when Su Xian's mind was in a mess, the demon mother's voice came like a bell from the bottom of the abyss. "Little guy, you are from another world, right? A world composed of technology, with a civilization as advanced as the magic continent. I mean, right?" Chapter 479. You? Su Xian was shocked when he heard the demon mother tell him all his secrets. He asked softly, "How did you know?" "How did I know?" The demon mother smiled evilly and replied, "A few months ago, I met a girl like you. She told me about the world over there." "So that's it." Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. It turned out that the demon mother had met other players a few months ago. "Wait," Su Xian suddenly looked serious and asked the demon mother, "Can you tell me the exact time? Within 6 months? Or 6 months ago?" This matter is very important to him, because the first test of the game was only within 5 or 6 months. If it was 6 months ago, it means that it was not an internal test player. That was 10 months ago. The demon mother glanced at it and replied casually, "The girl is quite strong, much stronger than you." 10 months ago? Su Xian fell into deep thought when he heard the demon mother's answer. Moreover, he also said that the other party's strength was stronger than his, which meant that he had to be at least of the strength of an A-level guild. Even if she was gifted and promoted to A-level in 3 months, she had entered the game a year ago. Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and he remembered the special players that Su Fian had mentioned before, a group of players who entered the game earlier than the internal test players and even had special abilities. Okay, let's put this topic aside for now. The demon mother stretched out her fingertips, gently lifted Su Xian's chin, and said, "Now, we should talk about business." "Business?" Su Xian looked puzzled. "Yes." The demon mother carefully looked at every part of Su Xian's skin and blood vessels, and smiled softly. "Didn't Edith tell you? The real reason why you came here?" "The real reason?" Su Xian turned his head in confusion and looked at Edith. But Edith turned her head slightly and avoided his sight. This scene made Su Xian frown slightly. What does it mean? Was I really sold out by Edith? While he was confused, the demon mother seemed to have calculated Su Xian's body shape. She poked Su Xian's skin with her pointed nails and sighed, "Delicate skin and flesh, quite firm. It should taste good." "Ah?" Su Xian panicked, but couldn't move. As a being beyond demigods, even the Elf Queen could not resist in front of the demon mother. "Am I really going to be eaten? Don't eat me. I'm not going to eat you." At this time, the demon mother chuckled and said, "I need the power in your body to help the little guy be reborn." Can you hear my voice? Su Xian suddenly asked in surprise. His thoughts were completely spied on by the demon mother? Yes. The demon mother also continued lightly, don't worry, I will ensure your safety, and it will also be good for you. Su Xian was silent for a moment, and slowly said, what do you want me to do? You are the only one. The demon mother smiled, and placed her hands on her snow-white and smooth abdomen. Su Xian's eyes also moved down, carefully appreciating the perfect body curve, and then, puff, sharp nails tore open the snow-white skin, and bright red blood flowed out. This scene frightened Su Xian so much that his body trembled, and even the holy light that was about to show its head was instantly extinguished, but his eyes were fixed on the cracks in the flesh torn by the demon mother. He seemed to see something attracting him inside. Come in. With the call of the demon mother, Su Xian was directly stuffed into her abdomen. Then, he closed the cracks, and everything seemed to be restored to its original state. How long will it take? Ides, who was silent on the side, finally spoke at this moment and asked the demon mother. It will take a day. He must stay here for the whole day. The demon mother replied. It will take a day? Ides glanced at her beautiful eyes, as if she was thinking about something. After all, she still had to consider how to explain to the members of the guild. I do it as soon as possible, but you must remember not to be impatient. The demon mother said, and turned into a giant flower bud again. The destruction of the world is coming, we must be absolutely sure. I know it in my heart. Edith glanced coldly, then turned into a rose petal, and disappeared on the spot. The surrounding environment returned to normal again, and the prosperous scene of the Rose Mansion remained. The demon mother, Edith, and Su Xian all disappeared, and only Medina was guarding the blood-red door, waiting for everything to end. Where am I? After Su Xian regained consciousness, he looked around and couldn't believe where he was at the moment. He seemed to be in the stomach of some creature? I seem to have been eaten by the demon mother? Su Xian suddenly recalled the scene before he fainted, and was dragged directly into the belly of the demon mother. That means he is now in the belly of the demon mother? Sure enough. Was he eaten again? Just when Su Xian was puzzled, a small hand gently grabbed the corner of his clothes. Su Xian turned his head suddenly, but was surprised to find that Elam appeared beside him at some point. Elam? Master, Elam whispered, with expectation flashing in her beautiful eyes. Why are you here? Su Xian asked in confusion. Could it be that Elam was also eaten by the demon mother? Elam hesitated for a moment, and then slowly said, I'm waiting for you to come. Wait for me. Su Xian frowned, and suddenly remembered what the demon mother said before eating him. The real purpose of letting him come here is obviously not to eat him. Then, the real reason is Elam. At this moment, the voice of the demon mother came to Su Xian's mind. You know what to do, right? Inject your power into Elam's body. The lustful abyss needs a new king. Su Xian was slightly stunned when he heard this. He was half knowledgeable, but it shouldn't be that simple, right? Just as he was thinking, for pink tentacles stretched out from the flesh wall, wrapped around Elam's limbs, and lifted her into the air. At the same time, her clothes fell like petals. Su Xian stood there, admiring the beautiful scene until the demon mother's tentacles helped him pose Elam in the air. Let's get started, the demon mother reminded. This may not work. Su Xian shook his head quickly. Why? The demon mother's voice was mixed with a hint of confusion. Could it be that the small and exquisite Elam was not charming enough? I was just scared by you. Su Xian told the truth. When he was stuffed into the demon mother's stomach, he was frightened and felt a little unwell. Even the holy light that was about to rise gradually dimmed, and it has not recovered until now. For this answer, the demon mother fell silent. After hesitating for a long time, she asked Su Xian, so, it was my fault? I didn't say that. Su Xian shrugged and answered calmly. Really a greedy little guy, well? The demon mother chuckled and continued, since it was me who caused the incident, let me settle it. After speaking, two pink tentacles stretched out from the flesh again, gradually approaching Su Xian. Su Xian was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what the demon mother was going to do. But before he could react, two tentacles had already torn away the mist that blocked the holy light. Then, they gently lingered and hovered above the holy light. Su Xian's pupils dilated violently at this moment, and his heartbeat accelerated at the same time. How could he have thought that the demon mother actually had such a magical method? You can actually play like this? Wait, Su Xian had no chance to resist. He could only grit his teeth and endure the tentacles' entanglement, circling, and contraction again and again. The tactile impact brought by this was even more shocking than Issa's. Death coil. Su Xian, who lost his resistance, could only let the sacred light gradually shine. That should be enough, right? The demon mother looked at the bright holy light and felt extremely satisfied. She continued to urge, "Let's start." Su Xian frowned slightly and looked at Elam. Elam had been hanging in the air for a long time at this time. She shyly covered her eyes with her hands and stared at the holy light through her fingers. The beautiful eyes were full of expectations, eagerly waiting for the punishment from the holy light. Su Xian took a deep breath. Since everything was a foregone conclusion, he also. Wait, why did my body move by itself? Su Xian suddenly found that the demon mother's tentacles trapped his waist and pulled him closer to Elam. If you don't move, then I help you. The demon mother laughed teasingly. Wait, I do it myself. The following is a wonderful plot description, 100,000 words omitted below. On the other side, in the Puff Fantasy Township Guild. After finishing her afternoon tea, Lucia asked Issa, who was playing with Schwer, "Where is the president? Mr. Su Xian seems to have gone out?" Issa smiled and replied, "I don't know why he is." Before she finished her words, suddenly, a bright red flashed in her eyes. The tone gradually changed at this moment, and she replied to Lucia, "He is now in the Rose Mansion." Lucia's eyes suddenly condensed, looking at Issa, and asked, "What are you asking him to do?" "There are some things that need to be done. Don't worry, I will return it to you tomorrow." Issa smiled mysteriously and promised. Lucia had no expression on her face, but she was dissatisfied in her heart. Edith had been using Su Xian for too long recently. After delivering the words, Issa gradually returned to normal. Strange, Issa was slightly startled, and was in a state of chaos about what happened just now. "Maybe I'm tired," Lucia whispered, took out a fashion magazine, read it carefully, and studied the clothing art of another world. I don't know how long it took. Su Xian finally completed the task assigned by the demon mother. As a demon, Elam was immersed in the bright holy light and fainted. And Su Xian was still at ease. "Well done, I didn't expect that even Elam was not your opponent." The voice of the demon mother echoed in Su Xian's ears, giving praise. "Then you have to thank Ides," Su Xian said with a wry smile. "If it weren't for the training of Ides and Issa, he wouldn't have such a strong fighting power." "Look at you, are you still not satisfied?" the demon mother asked with interest. "It's okay, barely." Su Xian touched his long nose and proudly raised the holy light. "You are a confident child, but being too confident is not a good thing." The demon mother smiled mysteriously and continued, "You need a little frustration." After speaking, her tentacles quietly tied Su Xian's limbs and pulled him into the air. "Ah? What? Is there a second stage?" Su Xian frowned and asked in confusion. "Punishment? Or reward? It depends on your own strength." The demon mother laughed teasingly. "Let me see, your limit?" After speaking, a tentacle opened and closed slightly, tearing open an abyss. Su Xian, ah? Su Xian? Su Xian? In reality, Su Xian had already quit the game, but when she saw Su Xian sitting on the sofa still immersed in the game, she showed some worry. Because he had been in the game for a full 16 hours. Should he be okay? Su Xian gently poked Su Xian's cheek with her fingertips, feeling a little confused. But Su Xian's breath was steady, his heartbeat was also calm, there was nothing abnormal, and Su Xian's eyes moved slightly downward, looking at the place where the holy light was buried. Ever since she logged out of the game, she noticed that the holy light wanted to break through the barrier, and had been resisting the clouds that blocked it. This made Su Xian a little curious. Wasn't Su Xian uncomfortable? It had lasted for at least 20 minutes, right? While thinking, Su Xian generously helped Su Xian to clear the clouds and reveal the holy light to the world. When she saw the brilliance of the holy light, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Admire the greatness of the holy light. But when she thought of the reason why the holy light was so bright, Su Xian poked Su Xian's nose complainingly and whispered, "I don't know what you are enjoying." While thinking, a wave of anger surged in her heart, and she stretched out her fingertips and flicked the raised holy light. But this did not make Su Xian quit the game, but made Su Xian even more angry. Bad thing. But after being angry for a while, she felt a little more empty. The amber eyes turned to the holy light and stared at it intently. Suddenly, it occurred to her that she seemed to be the one who controlled the real thing. Besides, Su Xian, who was asleep, could not be manipulated by her at will. While thinking, Su Xian's mouth curled up a smile, and then she stretched out her hand and gently touched the holy light. Just as she leaned over and kissed the holy light. "Fei Yin, let's go out for dinner. I'm hungry." Maria pushed open the door and happened to see a beautiful scene, which made her stunned. Su Fian's heart was shocked, her pupils contracted violently, and she looked at Maria in disbelief. She was speechless. Why at this time? I just ate half of it. Chapter 480. Su Fian and Maria sat on the edge of the bed, silent. Only the holy light shone brightly, illuminating the entire dim room. Haha, Fian, you don't even need to install a light in your room, Maria said jokingly, but as soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became even quieter and heavier. Then, she added, you don't even need to install a heater. Can you shut up? Su Fian glared at Maria, making her shut up immediately. Hey. Su Fian sighed. She looked at her watch and said, let's go out for dinner. What about him? Maria pointed at Su Xian, thinking that she couldn't just leave him at home like this, right? Why bother with him? Su Fian rolled her eyes, immediately stood up, and put on a coat. Let's go out. Let's go eat hot pot. Maria was stunned, then looked at Su Xian again, and the holy light that was still blooming, with a faint blush on her cheeks. It's really amazing. Maria, hurry up. Pa. Here we go. The two women drove out, leaving Su Xian alone in Su Fian's room to continue immersing himself in the game. But it's better to say that it's a challenge to the impossible than to say it's immersion. Unknown mystery. Wait, Su Xian's two hands tightly grasped the two pink tentacles, and his legs trembled violently. This is so unfair to him. The demon mother can create countless tentacles, but he only has one beam of holy light. Unfair. What? Weren't you very arrogant just now? The demon mother's teasing laughter echoed in Su Xian's ears, and she played with the weak human in front of her at will. Su Xian gritted his teeth, speechless. If you have the guts, let's have a fair and square confrontation. This, that, how about this? I surrender. I surrender. You are not allowed to surrender. I will play with you until you faint. Ah! In a blink of an eye, a day passed. Lucia and the others were still in the guild, waiting for Su Xian's return. At this moment, the space ring flashed, and a fainted corpse was thrown out by a tentacle, and at the same time, it told Lucia and the others, take good care of him. Before Lucia and the others came to their senses, the space ring closed immediately. Ah! The girls were slightly stunned, and then they rushed to Su Xian. President? Mr. Su Xian, what happened to you? Ah, the master is broken. Quick! Use healing magic. It's useless. It's useless. When the girls found out that Su Xian's injuries could not be healed by healing magic, they all looked panicked. Only Lucia was still shocked by the voice just now. Is that the Mother of Demons? Although she had never seen the Mother of Demons, she had heard of her legend. According to the legend, the existence that created all demons possessed the most primitive demonic power on the magic continent. A demon above the demigod, and just this encounter of less than 2 seconds made Lucia feel deeply frightened. Even though she was the Pope of the Church of Light, and one of the most recognized strongest people on the magic continent, she... After a moment of silence, Lucia came back to her senses and said to the girls, let the president rest for a while, he is fine. Really? But the master is foaming at the mouth. And Mr. Su Xian is limp. The girls were still worried and gathered around Su Xian. Lucia didn't say much and stood up gracefully. Since Su Xian had returned safely, she left the guild directly. And just as she left, suddenly, there was a bang. The lid of the coffin in Su Xian's bedroom was kicked open, and Lucia jumped out of the coffin. She rushed out of the room nervously, whispering, I smell the scent of the demon mother, where is he? It was unknown how long it took before Su Xian woke up from his coma. He shook his head, and looked around with blurry eyes. He found himself back in the bedroom of the guild, and beside him, Alice and the others were sleeping on his arms, breathing lightly. Huh, is it all over? Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He finally escaped from the punishment of the demon mother. But he was still speechless. In the past, he had read in the notebook that tentacles were mostly used to fight against magical girls. But he never thought that one day, he would use them on himself. But it was indeed a different flavor. Hee. Human. Ah. Suddenly, Lucia rushed into his arms, shocking Su Xian. Sniff, sniff. Lucia sniffed hard against his chest, like a hound searching for her prey. What's going on? Are you sick? Su Xian frowned, confused by Lucia's startled behavior. You smell like the Mother of Demons. Lucia whispered softly, and at the same time moved her head closer, with the distance between the two only a few centimeters away. Facing Lucia's fixed gaze, Su Xian blinked and asked, then what? Then, Lucia showed two sharp fangs mysteriously, and then stuck out his tongue, and licked Su Xian's face and lips. Su Xian? Question mark. What are you doing? Su Xian asked with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Quick! Human! But Canlucia ignored Su Xian's reaction and grabbed his collar directly, saying, Let's go find the mother of demons. I'm going to drink his blood. Ha ha ha. Su Xian's expression seemed a little complicated. Canlucia is probably crazy? Can you stop making trouble? I'm not making trouble. Quick! Take me to find the mother of demons. Quick! Hey! Su Xian sighed, stretched out his hand, and gently tapped Canlucia's head. Said, You'd better not make me angry. I'm very angry now. Very angry? Hearing this, Canlucia stood up, put her hands on her waist, and said with a sneer, Don't lie to me, you are obviously not good enough. As she said that, she stepped on the holy light. But she didn't use any force, but rubbed it back and forth in a teasing manner, as if to verify her guess. After all, when Su Xian was brought back, he was limp like a corpse. It's only been a few hours. How could he recover? You guys, you really don't learn from your mistakes. Su Xian shook his head helplessly, then grabbed Canlucia's ankle, and then the situation turned around in an instant. He stood up and lifted Canlucia upside down. Ah! Let me go! Human kid. Canlucia shook her body, trying to break free from Su Xian's restraints. But the next second, the blazing holy light rose up, making her lose her voice instantly. That. Canlucia's bright red eyes flashed with blazing holy light. Her voice gradually became softer, and she smiled and said, Human, I'm kidding you, hee. Joke? Then I hope this is the last time. Definitely. Definitely. The moment Su Xian let go of her hand, Canlucia immediately turned into a little bat, flew back to her coffin, and then closed the coffin lid tightly. Su Xian, who saw the scene, shook his head speechlessly. If Merly Rhine is a little bit second year, then Canlucia, the true ancestor of vampires, is a little neurotic. Sure enough, the divine gold that has lived for tens of thousands of years is still divine gold, no matter how long it has lived. While thinking, Su Xian unfolded his panel. He noticed that there was an extra entry in his entry library. Demon Son, myth you have gained the recognition of the Demon Mother, and he has injected a part of his power into your body. You have 200% special attack on all demons. Oh! Su Xian noticed the effect of the Demon Son entry, and a relieved smile appeared on his lips. It seems that he has not been completely in vain after persisting in the tentacles of the Demon Mother for so long. Log off first. Su Xian closed the character interface and logged out of the game. When he returned to reality, his head was a little dizzy. But when he saw that his pants were taken off at some point, and even revealed the shining holy light, he instantly woke up. What's going on? Su Xian frowned, unable to understand what was happening in reality. Although the new console allowed him to faintly sense what was happening in reality, the environment at the time was a bit chaotic, so maybe he didn't notice it. What's that smell? Suddenly, Su Xian smelled a scent of meat. He immediately put on his pants, got up, and walked outside. In the living room, Su Fian and Maria were eating hot pot and watching TV. Are you having dinner? Add me in, Su Xian said. He was just starving. His appearance instantly caught the attention of Su Fian and Maria, and they asked, Are you finally willing to log out of the game? Have I been playing for a long time? Su Xian walked to Su Fian's side and sat down, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and picked up a piece of meat that had just been cooked in her bowl. You've been playing for a whole day, 24 hours. Su Fian rolled her eyes at him, and then handed him a clean bowl. 1 day. Su Xian chewed it. The meat seemed a little old, although it was high-quality beef. It seemed to have been frozen. We packed these after eating yesterday. There are a lot of leftovers. Just eat them. Su Fian explained. You left a lot. Su Xian took a look at the ingredients on the table, wondering how much Su Fian and the others ordered. However, these ingredients are very high quality. Even after a night, they are still fresh. That's because you made our Fian angry, and Fian was so angry. Maria was about to speak, but Su Fian rolled her eyes. Okay, I shut up. Maria immediately quieted down and ate obediently. Are you angry? Su Xian asked Su Fian, while opening a bottle of strawberry-flavored soda. No, why should I be angry? Su Fian said nonchalantly, What's going on in the game? How can I control you? Slurp, slurp. Su Xian didn't answer, but just stared at Su Fian while slurping rice noodles. After barely filling her stomach a little, she slowly said, Can you help me cook some more beef? Thank you. Su Fian didn't answer, but silently put the marbled beef into the pot, waited for more than 10 seconds, and took it out and put it in Su Xian's bowl. This scene made Maria stand there in a daze. She didn't even have time to chew the tofu she had just put into her mouth, but just stared at Su Xian and Su Fian in disbelief. Because, in her memory, Su Fian has always been a strong character. How come after becoming Su Xian's girlfriend, she suddenly became gentle and obedient like a caring sister? Could it be? Conquered by the great holy light? Is it really that powerful? It's outrageous. After a full meal, Su Xian patted his stomach with satisfaction. Then, his eyes turned to Su Fian beside him. She was swiping her tablet and browsing the game forum of the Magic Continent. Strange, I heard from some players that you can pre-order the game console today and fill in the delivery address? Su Fian said with a little surprise. Why? Didn't they say that the official public beta test is still several weeks away? Su Xian raised his eyebrows. Although the public beta test time is always advanced, he remembered that there should be at least 2 weeks of free time. How come I can suddenly pre-order a game console? Yes. Su Fian nodded and continued. The number of pre-orders has reached more than 30 million, but because the price of the new console is relatively expensive, the actual number of pre-order players is only about 5 million. Do we need to add at least 5 million guilds? Su Xian muttered to himself, thinking. Now it is certain that the Magic Continent is a real world, and the sudden increase of 5 million guilds will obviously have a certain impact on the Magic Continent. With so many players pouring in, the gold price will naturally fluctuate drastically. Su Fian said, as she swiped her tablet, it seems that I can make a small profit from the tens of thousands of gold coins I saved. Su Xian frowned. Didn't Su Fian buy gold from him 2 weeks ago? Why is there tens of thousands of gold now? That's just the number of people who have made reservations in your yen country. We still have a lot of people in our Lifone country. Maria said, as she cleaned up the table. This game has at least 20 to 30 million people pre-ordered worldwide. It will be an unprecedented boom. 20 to 30 million people? Su Xian frowned. He found it hard to imagine what it would be like if 20 to 30 million guild leaders entered the game. However, the population of the Magic Continent, including the beast men, insects, goblins, etc., is definitely more than tens of billions. The lack of adventurers should not happen. But Su Xian suddenly remembered a particularly critical thing and asked Su Fian, in just a few months, can that game company produce tens of millions of sets of equipment? The two women fell silent. Su Xian asked again, if the Magic Continent really exists, and the console in our hands is just a prop to travel to another world, then does the so-called public beta really just mean the game is launched? Or is it? The channels of the two worlds may also intersect on the day of the public beta? Chapter 481. Mother, I can't hold on any longer. Ellen trembled and sobbed. At this moment, her whole body was shining with golden and pink lines, imprinted on every inch of her skin. Ellen, you can only find your lost power by absorbing these life magic powers. The demon mother sat on the throne made of flesh and blood and continued, as a former lustful demon king, you should know where your problem is. Right? I know I was wrong, mother. Ellen wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said softly, I will try to integrate these powers into my body and use them for my own benefit. Yeah. The demon mother nodded slightly, with an indifferent expression. Suddenly, he sensed something. He said in a cold and deep voice, there are insects coming. The flash of breath came from here? At the same time, the Moonlight Council chairman tracked down the Rose Mansion through his ability. But what he found strange was that the breath suddenly disappeared without any trace. What's going on? The Moonlight Council president looked solemn, looking down at the Rose Mansion below. He muttered to himself, I remember that this is the area under the jurisdiction of the Star Kingdom. It seems that the woman called Lady Rose? She may be related to that man, but the Moonlight Council president did not dare to act rashly. After all, he was the highest administrator of the Moonlight Council in the Moon God Empire. Lady Rose was the Grand Duke of the Star Kingdom. Once she took action, it would likely cause a war. It seems that we have to find another opportunity. The Moonlight Council president snorted coldly and prepared to leave. But just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a blood-colored mist emerged and surrounded the world. Devil's breath? Humph! Where did the devil come from dare to attack me? The Moonlight Council president glared, and immediately drove the moonlight magic to fight back. But he found that in this black fog, the power of the Moonlight Law disappeared without a trace. What kind of power is this? The Moonlight Council president was shocked. It was the first time he came into contact with an existence that could seal his Moonlight Law power. And just as he was confused, a cute girl walked out of the blood mist. Her body was surrounded by a golden pink glow, like a piece of clothing, covering her snow-white skin. A pair of light pink eyes flashed with cold light, filled with a strong murderous intent. "Who are you?" The Moonlight Council president showed a hint of confusion. The Moonlight Council not only has the most powerful combat power in the Moon God Empire, but also controls the intelligence system. But as the chairman of the Moonlight Council, he has read countless books about demons, but he has never seen a demon like the girl in front of him. Succubus? Nightmare? Ghoul? Countless speculations made the face of the chairman of the Moonlight Council more and more gloomy. Obviously, these speculations are all wrong. But there are only a few demons that can approach the level of demigods. Logically, the Moonlight Council should have records of them. Why? Humph! The chairman of the Moonlight Council snorted coldly, and a silver-white long sword appeared in his hand, saying, "No matter which demon general under the command of the Abyss Demon King you are, if you dare to escape from the Abyss, or even dare to appear in front of me, then your end is only death." After speaking, Moonlight Council President held a sword and rushed towards Elam. Facing the fierce attack, Elam did not show any expression, just raised his hand slightly, and the golden pink magic power flowed out like silk threads, transformed into moths, flapping their wings towards Moonlight Council President. The golden pink pollen instantly fell into the blood-red mist, flashing bright golden light. But this beautiful scene shocked Moonlight Council President. Not good. Boom! Before Moonlight Council President could react, the golden pink light spot exploded instantly. The blood mist was instantly swept by the golden pink explosion, engulfing Moonlight Council President's body. Half god. Moonlight Council President rushed out of the smoke with bruises all over his body, and was horrified. He was sure that the demon in front of him was definitely a demigod. Even if the power of the Moonlight Law was still there, he could not compete with it. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The Moonlight Council President screamed, and immediately used all his strength to escape. Die! Alum whispered coldly, and the golden pink moth flapped its wings again, and pounced on the Moonlight Council President. The violent explosion sounded again, and in just a moment, the moonlight magic power used by the Moonlight Council President to protect his body had been exhausted, and the muscles of his body showed different degrees of depression. "No! I can't die here!" The Moonlight Council President roared, burning his magic veins and gathering all his strength at his fingertips. Then, he condensed his power in time and space, creating several time gears. What is that? Alum was a little surprised to see the time gears floating in the air. But the surprise was only a flash, and soon, she wove magic again, ready to kill the Moonlight Council President. Devil! You wait! The army of the Moon God Empire will sooner or later flatten your abyss. The Moonlight Council President roared, opened the space-time channel, and immediately got in. Seeing this, Elam was stunned for a second. She never thought that the Moonlight Council President would consume all his magic power just to escape. "Do you want to chase?" Elam asked the Demon Mother. "No." The voice of the Demon Mother sounded, "You have no benefit in killing him, but someone can benefit from it." Elam was slightly stunned, and then replied, "I understand, Mother." At the same time, in reality, after eating and drinking, Su Xian first had a good sleep. When he woke up, he noticed that Su Fian and Maria were lying on the lounge chairs on the balcony, sunbathing. Since the villa is very private, no one can see the scene here. Therefore, the two women only wore thin swimsuits and a pair of exquisite and beautiful sunglasses. Although Su Fian's appearance is a level higher than Maria's, Su Xian's eyes are tightly attracted by Maria. Because it's too spectacular, although it may be slightly smaller than the Elf Queen. After all, the Elf Queen is about 1.9 meters tall, and Maria is only about 1.78 meters at most. This makes Maria's figure particularly spectacular, and even under the sun, it will glow with a milky white luster. Huh? Su Fian lifted her sunglasses, and saw Su Xian came to the balcony at some point. But she didn't care. After putting down her sunglasses, she said to Su Xian, "You came just in time. Can you help me apply sunscreen?" "Sure." Su Xian would naturally not refuse such a good thing. He picked up the sunscreen and began to give Su Fian a full range of massage services, spreading every drop of sunscreen on her white and smooth skin. How are you so skilled?" Su Fian pursed her lips and asked in disbelief. "Nothing, just practice," Su Xian replied with a smile. Sure enough. Su Fian rolled her eyes. She still clearly remembered that Su Xian's guild had specially built a swimming pool. As for who his training target is, it's obvious. "Okay." Su Xian clapped his hands and said with a smile. "Well, thank you." Su Fian nodded with satisfaction. Although she was a little angry about Su Xian's skilled techniques, it was indeed comfortable. Then, is it my turn? Just as Su Xian was about to leave, Maria suddenly asked curiously. Her question made Su Xian and Su Fian both stand there in a daze, at a loss for a moment. No. No. Maria was stunned and asked in confusion. Su Xian did not answer, but looked at Su Fian. After all, he was a kind man who was willing to help others. Of course not. Su Fian knocked on Su Xian's knee, and then said to Maria, Don't you have hands? But I can't touch my back, and the weight I carry every day is enough, and I have to apply sunscreen myself. It's so tiring, Maria said, holding her weight with her hands, sighing helplessly, and putting on a pitiful expression. In this regard, Su Fian chose to remain silent for a short time. And Su Xian was ready to turn around and leave. Even if he helped Maria to apply the sunscreen, it was most likely Su Fian who did it herself, and it had nothing to do with him. Go help her. Su Fian suddenly directed Su Xian. Me? Su Xian was stunned, shocked by Su Fian's words. I'm not as skilled as you. Su Fian continued to lie down, put on sunglasses, and continued, Hurry up, but don't touch those things that shouldn't be touched. Okay. Su Xian shrugged his shoulders, and he had to take on the task reluctantly. Come on. Su Xian applied sunscreen on the palm of his hand, and said to Maria, Thanks. Maria smiled slightly, then unbuttoned her bra, quietly lying on the sun lounger, waiting for Su Xian's service. Su Xian stopped and stood for a moment. Judging from the exaggerated sense of oppression, Maria is all natural. Ahem. Su Xian noticed that Su Fian, who was wearing sunglasses, had been staring at him, so he immediately took action to apply sunscreen to Maria. After applying it, even though the area was slightly larger than Su Fian, the time was much faster. After all, Su Xian specially sped up. It's so comfortable, thank you. Maria thanked him, then rested her head with her hands, and continued to bask in the sun. When Su Xian returned to Su Fian, he was asked, How does it feel? Soft. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Su Xian escaped with a smile and returned to his room. He immediately logged into the game, and as soon as he arrived at the guild hall, he saw Lucia drinking tea by herself. When she saw him appear, she glanced at him coldly and said, Finally awake? You seem to be very relaxed recently, Your Holiness? Su Xian smiled and walked to Lucia's side, picked up her cup of black tea and drank it all. In response to his question, Lucia put away the fashion magazine in her hand, and then replied, Recently, I have handed over most of the affairs of the Holy Sea of Light to Winnie Shan, so I feel much more relaxed. Su Xian felt sorry for Winnie Shan when he heard the change of answer. Lucia was a hands-off boss, and the one who got hurt was the White Silk Saint. Suddenly, a familiar voice came to Su Xian's ears. There is something I need you to do, little baby. Su Xian frowned, speechless about the name of the demon mother to him. The name of little baby. Forget it, he suddenly remembered that the demon mother had lived for tens of thousands of years, so it didn't matter if he called her little baby. What's the matter? Su Xian asked directly. We have a guy here, he should be looking for you. The demon mother replied. Looking for me? Who? Su Xian was very confused. Someone was looking for him, but he couldn't think of anyone who would go to the Rose Mansion to look for him. A person from the Moon God Empire. The demon mother replied, His strength is close to that of a demigod, and it seems that he has a grudge against you. A person from the Moon God Empire? Su Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately realized that he was probably sent by the full moon priest to hunt him down, and then asked, He has escaped, but I have planted a layer of magic in his body, which can detect his exact location. The demon mother continued, He is now seriously injured, go and kill him. Oh, okay. Su Xian responded. Soon, the demon mother passed a position to him, although it was unknown by what means. Let's go, there is something to do. Su Xian said to Lucia. What to do? Kill people. Damn demon. The Moonlight Council president hid in a cave and used medicine to heal his severely injured body. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and a trace of hatred flashed in the eyes of the Moonlight Council president, cursing, Damn, who is she? The Demon King? There are only a few demons above the demigods. Humph. What a despicable demon, wait. After barely suppressing the broken magic veins, the Moonlight Council president whispered harshly, Sooner or later, the army of the Moon God Empire will flatten the abyss. Oh! Are you serious? Suddenly, A voice sounded in the ears of the Moonlight Council president, startled him and asked, "Who?" As soon as the voice fell, the space magic ring opened, and the figures of Su Xian and Lucia appeared in the sight of the Moonlight Council president. The reason why he only brought Lucia was because the demon mother said that the other party was seriously injured and her strength was only 1/10 of her. Of course, before leaving, he deliberately upgraded Lucia's level to level 75, consuming about 1/3 of the experience value in the experience pool and about half of the sublimation crystals. "Who are you?" Su Xian naturally didn't know the other party. After all, he had never seen her. But at this moment, the Moonlight Council president recognized Su Xian's identity at first sight. "It's you?" The Moonlight Council president was startled at first, then he was furious and murderous. "You're just in time. I kill you first." After speaking, he raised his hand and rushed towards Su Xian. "But, looking for death," Lucia said coldly. Golden light flashed, and the body of the Moonlight Council president became like a kite with a broken string, flying backwards and falling heavily to the ground. "What? You actually have such pure light power?" The Moonlight Council president stared at Lucia in disbelief. Who else can have such pure light power except the current Pope of Light? But why would the Pope of Light appear here? And why? Before he could figure it out, a strand of golden thread flashed by, and the head of the Moonlight Council president also fell to the ground. Chapter 482. Kill the Moonlight Council president and gain 42 million more Moonlight Law power. All? Su Xian smiled when he saw the pop-up number. Including the Moonlight Law power gained from killing the Vice Council president and a member of the Moonlight Council, the total value has exceeded 100 million. There is even a surplus. In this way, the task can be handed in to the Moonlight Witch. Go and look through his body. There may be unexpected gains. At this time, Lucia reminded Su Xian. "Yeah." Su Xian then drew his attention back to reality, looked at the headless body of the Moonlight Council president, and walked towards him. When he came to the body, a space vibration made him dizzy. "What's going on?" Su Xian frowned. He always felt that there was something in the body of the Moonlight Council president that was pulling the power of the space law in his body. In his chest. Lucia's reminder came again. Su Xian immediately reached out and took out a gear-like item from the chest of the Moonlight Council president. "What is this?" A glance at it, and the information of this item came into his eyes. The gear of the Goddess of Time, pseudo-artifacted item with a trace of the true law of time. It can control the passage of time and even stop time. Stop time! Su Xian's eyes lit up when he saw the introduction of this item. Pseudo-artifact. It was the first time he saw an item of higher quality than a mythical item. It could even stop time. Isn't this invincible? What an unexpected gain. Su Xian's mouth was curled up, and he could not suppress the impulse in his heart. Good stuff? Lucia asked curiously when she saw his expression. Although she was a demigod, and the Pope of the Church of Light, she was still a little short of being a god. Therefore, she could not get the real information of this thing. Unless she was asked to take it back and study it carefully. Of course. Su Xian suddenly had an idea and pressed the switch of the time gear. The time gear in his hand stopped turning, and then everything around him fell into a pause in time and space. Even Lucia, who was a demigod, was still standing there motionless. Su Xian came to Lucia, stretched out his hand, and poked her snow-white hair through the golden silk dress. Soft and warm, what are you doing? Suddenly, Lucia returned to normal and asked Su Xian. Only 6 seconds? Su Xian raised his eyebrows, pretending to be calm, and turned his head away, avoiding Lucia's sight. This made Lucia frown slightly, feeling a little speechless about her president. Let's go back. Su Xian immediately opened the space ring and prepared to return to the guild. Yes. The two immediately returned. As soon as he returned to the guild, Su Xian was eager to go to the place where the Moonlight Witch was and submit the task. But if he wanted to go there, he had to ask Xiaobai for help. Xiaobai, let's go and find the Moonlight Witch. Su Xian walked quickly to Xiaobai's side and said, Ms. Moonlight Witch. Where is she? Where is she? Before Xiaobai responded, Alice, who had turned into a rag doll, jumped out of Xiaobai's hair and asked Su Xian. Alice? How did you get inside Xiaobai's fur? Su Xian asked incredulously. I'm charging. Alice answered, changing back to her girl form and continued to explain. Sister Xiaobai's body is surrounded by powerful moonlight magic, which can help me quickly recover the lost magic. Su Xian wanted to ask a question, asking why Alice's magic power was lost? But after thinking about it, it was probably because of the magic power required to maintain the human form, so he didn't ask. Instead, he asked Xiaobai, "Can I take Alice with me?" Xiaobai is the incarnation of the Moonlight Witch, and her consent naturally represents the Moonlight Witch's consent. Hearing Su Xian's question, Xiaobai lazily opened her eyes and glanced at Alice. She saw Alice flashing a pair of watery eyes, staring at her closely. The expectation and admiration emanating from her heart made Xiaobai inevitably soften her heart. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Then let's go together." "Great." Alice jumped up happily. Su Xian was naturally happy for her, but compared to this, when Shuer also jumped out of Xiaobai's thick white hair, he was stunned for a second. "Wait, what white hair is this? How can you pretend so well?" "Let's go!" Xiaobai stomped his feet lightly, and a sky-blue portal appeared in their sight. She immediately entered it, and Su Xian and Alice followed closely. When the screen switched, the Moonlight Witch with her back to them came into view. "Moonlight Witch, my lord." The moment Alice saw the Moonlight Witch again, she did not show excitement and joy, and she did not even feel sad. Instead, there was a moment of calm and silence. She just quietly admired the back of the Moonlight Witch from a distance and watched the witch who created her. Until the Moonlight Witch slowly turned around and said to her with a smile, "Long time no see, Alice." "Ms. Witch." Alice's emotions broke out at this moment. She ran to the Moonlight Witch's side, hugged the Moonlight Witch's thigh, and cried, "I finally see you again. I've been looking for you so hard. Wow, good boy. Good boy, good boy." Alice was like a child, telling the Moonlight Witch about her grievances and excitement. The Moonlight Witch squatted down and gently stroked Alice's hair with her snow-white jade fingertips, like a mother comforting her child. As for Su Xian, he was also moved by this warm scene, and couldn't help but wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes with Xiaobai's hair. "Su Xian, sorry, I have a low tear point, and I couldn't hold it back." "Xiaobai, eh?" After the conversation between the mother and daughter ended, the Moonlight Witch's eyes slowly fell on Su Xian. "Did you complete the task I gave you?" she asked. "Yes." Su Xian nodded and submitted the task. In an instant, white light flashed, and light particles flew out of Su Xian's body, condensed into a round ball of light, and then flew towards the Moonlight Witch. When the Moonlight Witch saw the power of the Moonlight Law condensed with hundreds of millions of values, she raised a faint smile at the corner of her mouth and said, "You are really amazing. You completed the task I gave you in such a short time." "It's just luck." Su Xian smiled faintly. He thought about it carefully, and it seemed that he had completed the mission goal in just 3 battles. Moreover, they were all members of the Moonlight Council. But this did not mean that the mission was easy. 2 beings close to demigods were much more difficult to deal with than imagined. Fortunately, he did not need to take action to get rid of these 2 people. "As an agreement, I will give you the extra dolls, President Su Xian." The Moonlight Witch continued, "But you need to wait for me for a while." "Okay." Su Xian nodded. Of course he didn't mind. "Just wait a moment, and you can get the same lifelike doll as the Moonlight Witch." Who wouldn't be tempted? "Okay then." The Moonlight Witch smiled, and then walked towards her dolls. She raised her fingertips, and gently touched the ball of Moonlight Law power that gushed out of Su Xian's body. The power of the Moonlight Law instantly shattered, turning into countless rays of light, flying towards the Moonlight Witch puppets placed around the palace, and pouring into their bodies. In just a moment, the Moonlight Witch puppets that had lost their vitality began to move again. They slowly opened their eyes, with a faint blue light flashing in their pupils. "There are so many of them," Su Xian murmured in surprise. The number of Moonlight Witch puppets was at least tens of thousands. Although the power of the Moonlight Law he brought back was more than 100 million, it could only revive about 1,000 Moonlight Witch puppets. What about the ones that belonged to him? Su Xian looked at the Moonlight Witch expectantly, waiting for his own Moonlight Witch puppet. The Moonlight Witch naturally understood what he meant, and smiled and directed her puppet, "Come here." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 Moonlight Witch dolls came towards Su Xian. Then, they knelt in front of Su Xian and whispered, "Master," waiting quietly for his instructions. "Are all mine?" Su Xian pointed at the 5 Moonlight Witch dolls, a little surprised. He thought there was only 1 doll at most. After all, you have to know that this Moonlight Witch doll has the strength of an adventurer at level 80, and it is also of legendary quality. It is strong enough to become the face of an A-level guild, and now, the Moonlight Witch directly gave him 5. Hiss, take off, but... Su Xian thought about it carefully again. The Moonlight Witch now has thousands of dolls above level 80. It seems that this combat power can easily sweep the Moon God Empire. Hiss, he took a breath again, and at this time, he finally understood the composition of the Moon God Empire. Why a closed country can rank second in the human kingdom is not because of the abundance of talents, but all depends on the blessing bestowed by their moon goddess. The entire people of the moon god empire enjoy the blessing of the gods, while only the believers of the Church of Light can obtain the recognition of the God of Light in the Sun Church, but the powerful blessing must be based on strong strength. The Star Kingdom is even more simple, and only the king can enjoy the power of the stars. Well, the Moonlight Witch nodded slightly and said with a smile, "They will help you, and I hope you can treat them well like you treat Alice." "Thank you for your generosity, Witch." Su Xian accepted the $5 given by the Moonlight Witch with a smile on his face, and said, "Get up." "Yes, master." The 5 Moonlight Witch puppets responded and stood up. Su Xian was delighted to see the 5 puppets that looked exactly like the Moonlight Witch in both figure and voice. At the same time, a prompt popped up in his sight. Task 1, C+ Moonlight Witch's commission completed. Task reward, Array of the True Moonlight Law. Array of the True Moonlight Law? Su Xian was very surprised to see the task reward. The law marked with the word true comes directly from the power of the gods. This is a more powerful force than the ordinary law power. Even when the ordinary law power encounters the true law power, it will react with fear and refuse to participate in the battle. Great. Su Xian's mouth curled up again. Today's harvest was too much. That at this time, the Moonlight Witch said to Su Xian, "Since you have brought Alice to my side, can you let her stay here for a while? I have some power and want to give it to her." "I have no objection." Su Xian shook his head and looked at Alice. He looked at Alice's own thoughts. "Master, I feel that my power can no longer help you." After thinking for a moment, Alice said to Su Xian solemnly, "So, Alice wants to learn more powerful magic from the Moonlight Witch to make herself more powerful. I hope the master can wait for me." "Well, I wait for you." Su Xian smiled slightly and gently rubbed Alice's head. Alice was willing to become stronger for him, so he was naturally very happy about it. "Thank you, master." Su Xian was about to leave with the 5 Moonlight Witch dolls, but at this moment, Xiaobai followed him. "The mission has been completed. Why are you still following me?" Su Xian asked Xiaobai in confusion. "Because?" Xiaobai was stunned for a moment and replied, "The Moonlight Witch is going somewhere else. I can't follow her. I can only follow you." Su Xian was a little stunned when he heard this answer. "The Moonlight Witch is going somewhere else? Where to?" "Don't worry about it. I just follow you now." Xiaobai glanced at him coldly and continued, "Are you not happy with my assistance?" "That's not the case. When the fight starts, just don't run away." Su Xian shrugged his shoulders and said jokingly, "You? Humph." Xiaobai snorted coldly and continued, "Let's go. Also, call me that space magic." Okay, then I will reluctantly accept you as my apprentice, my white tiger apprentice." "Go, go, go!" The space magic ring flickered, and the man and the tiger left the place. The Moonlight Witch stood there, quietly waiting for them to leave, and said to Alice, "Alice, let's go." "Okay, Witch Lady." "Witch Lady, where are we going?" "We are going to the Broken Moon God realm." When Su Xian returned to the guild, he began to study the Moonlight Witch's puppet in his bedroom secretly. This smooth and white skin. This big blue wave. This super round and big. What a lifelike doll. Hee hee. Just as he was admiring it alone, the bedroom door was pushed open. Lucia leaned against the door and asked coldly, "What are you grinning about?" "Ah? Lucia?" Ahem. Su Xian immediately straightened his posture and replied to Lucia, "I'm studying the Moonlight Witch dolls. They are very powerful. They will definitely be one of the main forces of our guild in the future." "Huh? In the future? Ah? As a pope, can you stop being so pedantic?" Chapter 483. How is it? Very artistic, isn't it? Su Xian poked the Moonlight Witch's puppet with his finger and asked Lucia. For this question, Lucia just glanced at Su Xian coldly, but her attention was always focused on the Moonlight Witch's puppet. It was also the first time she saw such a lifelike puppet, and the puppet had powerful energy. But compared to this, she was more concerned about the fact that the Moonlight Witch mentioned by Su Xian had a large number of puppets. If it is really as Su Xian said, even if there are only 200 or 300, it is enough to threaten the Sun Church. "You mean, the Moonlight Witch has many such puppets?" Lucia asked with a little concern. "Well, yes." Su Xian nodded, but when he noticed a trace of sadness on Lucia's face, he immediately said, "Don't worry, the purpose of the Moonlight Witch creating these dolls is probably related to the Broken God realm." "Really?" Lucia was relieved when she heard this. But she didn't understand why Su Xian knew so many things. The relationship between the Moonlight Witch and him. was also very good, and the reason why Su Xian knew was naturally because he knew the news of the fall of the Moon God. When the gods of faith have fallen, how could the Moon God Empire think of expanding outward? However, the Moon God Empire may be turbulent recently, Su Xian continued. When some unavoidable chaos occurs, it may still need the help of the Sun Church. This may be difficult. The Moon God Empire has never allowed anyone to interfere in their politics. Lucia shook her head and replied, unless someone comes forward to change all this. Maybe. There will be. Su Xian murmured. He felt that the Moonlight Witch might play that role. You continue to enjoy it. I'm leaving. Lucia whispered and turned to leave Su Xian's bedroom. Su Xian kept observing the Moonlight Witch puppet. The realistic puppet even had a one-to-one forging of the skeleton. The only mark that could distinguish whether it was a puppet was that each Moonlight Witch puppet was marked with a number. The numbers of Su Xian's 5 puppets were 622, 623, 624, 625, 626. They are actually consecutive numbers. Su Xian smiled, then retracted his attention and immediately opened the task panel. When the task panel was opened, his second C+ task had been refreshed. But this task made Su Xian frown slightly. Task 2, C+ Kiss of Death. Task target, the daughter of the goddess of death wants a kiss. Task reward, ? Ah. Su Xian scratched his head, not quite understanding the mechanism of this task. Is it just a kiss? But this is too easy, not at all in line with the difficulty of a C-level task. Unless, the kiss of the goddess of death is poisonous. The daughter of the goddess of death, it seems to be the little girl in the bathtub. Su Xian thought of the daughter of the goddess of death he had met before. No matter what, let's go find her first. He immediately prepared to go to the place where the daughter of the goddess of death was through the task marking method. First, draw a big word of death on the ground, and then silently recite a spell. Su Xian followed the procedure, carved the magic circle, and then began to chant the spell. When the spell sounded, everything around him fell into darkness and silence. But strangely, a Moonlight Witch puppet came to this dark world with him. Huh? Strange. Why are you here? Su Xian looked at the Moonlight Witch puppet marked with 626 in confusion and asked. In response to his question, the Moonlight Witch puppet just replied lightly, I'm here to protect your safety. Su Xian frowned slightly. Of course, he didn't ask this, but why the Moonlight Witch puppet appeared here. However, the Moonlight Witch puppet just stared at him quietly without any reaction. Okay, then you follow me closely. Su Xian ignored the Moonlight Witch puppet and began to look for the trace of the daughter of the goddess of death. Where are you? I'm here to find you. When his call fell, a bathtub appeared silently beside him. The girl with long black hair poked her head out of the water again, looked at Su Xian, and spit out bubbles. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Su Xian asked the daughter of the goddess of death. She did not answer immediately, but glanced at the Moonlight Witch doll standing behind Su Xian, and then complained softly, How can you bring someone else to such a private matter? Don't be shy, she is just a doll. Su Xian immediately said to the daughter of death. Really? I don't think so. The daughter of death complained softly, and then said, Forget it, anyway, I am the one who suffers. Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, not quite understanding what the daughter of death was saying. Come here quickly. At this time, the daughter of death motioned Su Xian to come closer. Su Xian half-knowingly approached, and saw the daughter of death jumping out of the dark water. Only then did he see the lower body of the daughter of the goddess of death, which turned out to be a mermaid's tail, but before he had time to think carefully, the daughter of death had already gently held Su Xian's cheeks with both hands, closed her eyes, and kissed him. Su Xian just felt the soft lips pressed against the corners of his mouth. Although there was no sweet taste, it was surprisingly reassuring and comfortable. And this kiss lasted about half an hour before it just ended. The daughter of death let go of Su Xian, cut off the silver thread connecting the two with her hands, and then said, Your mission is completed, you can leave. After speaking, he returned to his bathtub, only half of his head poked out of the water. Is it over? Su Xian still felt a little unsatisfied, of course, about the mission. He didn't expect it to end so quickly. Just a kiss? Exactly the same as described in the mission? No. Su Xian asked the daughter of the goddess of death again. Why? Do you still want a kiss? But I'm sorry, one kiss is enough. The daughter of the goddess of death rolled her eyes at Su Xian and said softly. Okay. Su Xian sighed. It seems that he had expected it without permission and broke his defense without permission, thinking that it would be another thrilling adventure. Then I leave first? Goodbye. Su Xian immediately lifted the spell, and left the world of the daughter of the goddess of death. When he left, the daughter of the goddess of death immediately got out of the bathtub, and then spit out a snow-white bead from her cherry mouth, and said to herself, "Is this it? Ai from life?" As expected of the savior, who is highly expected by the goddess of life, he actually possesses the purest life magic in the world. It's a pity. The daughter of the goddess of death sighed and continued, "The divine world has been broken. Even the great goddess of life can hardly escape the fate of falling. Only we rely on various means to survive in the world and escape the beginning of the breakup. But maybe this time, I can help you, my sister. Witness the end of the breakup for you and him." Is the task completed? After Su Xian returned to the guild, he was still a little confused. As the only 2 tasks of C+ level, the first commission of the Moonlight, which is much more difficult than this task of the daughter of the goddess of death. Can this also be considered a C+ level task? Su Xian smiled helplessly, and then submitted the task. Mission 2, C+ Kiss of Death, completed. Mission reward, Special Magic Kiss of Death. Special magic? Su Xian was surprised when he saw the mission reward. He immediately activated the Kiss of Death. Kiss of Death, special and magic from the goddess of death that can mark the target. When the kiss lasts for more than 1 minute, the target will receive 1000% damage. Duration, 1 hour. After seeing the effect of the Kiss of Death, Su Xian's face instantly became solemn. This skill looks very powerful, with a high tenfold value. As long as the enemy is marked by the Kiss of Death, there is basically no hope. But the activation requirements are somewhat hellish. Kiss for more than 1 minute, which enemy would voluntarily kiss him for more than 1 minute? Wait, he would never kiss the enemy. Rubbish skill. Su Xian complained, and then looked at his task of being promoted to a B-level guild. This time, the promotion task of the B-level guild directly skipped the 24-hour cooldown and appeared on the task panel. Special task, the Whisper of the Elf Mother Tree. Task target, if the Elf Mother Tree wants your help with something, please talk to him. Task reward, the Elf Mother Tree. Su Xian remembered that the Elf Queen did tell him that the Elf Mother Tree had something to contact him about. However, he has not received any communication from the Elf Mother Tree yet. Could it be about this mission? Su Xian thought about it, and decided to go to the Elf Kingdom first. But before leaving, he first counted his current goals. He had an epic quality recruitment scroll, but because he lacked the Angel Bell to improve the quality of the item, he had never recruited anyone. In addition, he would upgrade the level of the guild's adventurers again. Although about half of the experience was used to upgrade Lucia's level, the remaining experience was enough for other guild members to get a big upgrade. Then let's go to the Elf Kingdom again. Su Xian looked at the time. It was only noon. He was ready to go to the Elf Kingdom to ask the Elf Mother Tree what difficulties it encountered. Just as he was about to go to the Elf Kingdom, he suddenly received a private message. Huh? Su Xian opened the chat interface in confusion to see who was looking for him. Kana's bunny, Su Xian. Requesting help. Woohoo! What's wrong? Su Xian set a question mark, not knowing what was wrong with this little girl. Kana's bunny. When I went to do the C-level guild promotion task today, I encountered a difficult enemy. Although I defeated the opponent with difficulty, my half-angel was injured. Is there a doctor in your guild? It would be best if it was a doctor of the light department. Yes, wait for me. Su Xian immediately went to find Lucia. Although Lucia was not a doctor, she was at least a Pope of Light. As a Pope of Light, there must be means of treatment. Lucia? Su Xian immediately said to Lucia in the guild hall, "Come with me, and leave the guild." What's wrong? Something important. On the other side, in Lu Shui's guild. She was standing beside the bed, where a girl was lying unconscious. The girl had a pretty face, and her long hair, which was interwoven with gold and white, looked a little special. But compared to the hair color, what was more special was that there was a pair of floating white wings on both sides of the girl's cheeks. It looked a little cute, and it seemed like a part of the girl's body, floating up and down slightly with steady breathing. You have to get better, Xiaojiu. Lu Shui stared at the girl lying on the bed, with a worried look on her face, anxiously waiting for Su Xian to come. The rest of her guild members were also anxiously waiting on the side. Due to the lack of healing ability, they were helpless against the unconscious girl. At this moment, the teleportation array in the guild hall flashed white light. They all looked back, as if expecting the arrival of the gods, with a glimmer in their eyes. I'm coming! Su Xian and Lucia walked out of the teleportation array and came to Lu Shui's side. When Lu Shui saw Su Xian coming, she immediately came to his side, with tears streaming down her face, and asked, Su Xian, help me. Xiao Jiao looked so uncomfortable. Don't worry, just let Lucia take a look. Su Xian gave Lucia a look and asked her to go up and check. Yeah. Lucia nodded and walked towards the little angel lying on the bed. But when she came to the bed and saw the other person's appearance, she was stunned. Angel? Lucia's face suddenly became solemn. As the Pope of the Church of Light, she didn't know that an angel had descended on the magic continent. Even if the other party was only half human and half angel, it also meant that she had been to the divine world. How? Is there any way? Su Xian asked Lucia. Let me see. Lucia stretched out her hand, and the golden light flashed on her fingertips, sweeping across the girl's body. But when she noticed the reason, her eyes were slightly startled, and then she looked at Su Xian and said, She is not injured. Not injured? Su Xian was stunned for a second, and then turned his eyes to Lu Shui. How could that happen? Lu Shui immediately showed a confused expression and continued, After we defeated the little demon general, Xiao Jiao fell into a coma. If she wasn't injured, what could it be? She has something stored in her body. Due to excessive use of power, she can't suppress it. Lucia explained, That's why she fell into a coma. Just take out the object. She has something stored in her body? Lu Shui scratched her head, completely confused about this matter. Su Xian then asked Lucia, Where is the object? In her stomach? No. Lucia shook her head, then leaned close to Su Xian's ear and whispered, It should be embedded somewhere on her body surface. It looks like a bell? Chapter 484. Is it embedded in the body? That should be easy to take out. Su Xian listened, analyzed it carefully for a moment, and then said, So what do we need to do? Turn her over. Lucia said to Su Xian. Oh. Su Xian nodded, but before he did it, he looked at Lu Shui and asked for her consent. Yeah. Lu Shui nodded slightly and asked worriedly, Please. Okay. Su Xian immediately turned the angel girl named Xiao Jiao over. When she turned over, he immediately found that there were also several pairs of small wings on the back of Xiao Jiao, similar to the two sides of the ears. There are 4 wings in total, which is a 4-winged angel in the rank of angels. No, the 2 pairs of ears plus, is it, 6 pairs? However, where is the thing that caused Xiao Jiao to faint? Su Xian searched everywhere, but still found nothing. Take off her clothes. Suddenly, Lucia continued to speak to Su Xian. Oh. Su Xian was slightly stunned, then said, Isn't it inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Are you going to back down at this time? Lucia glanced at him, and began to use her magic. She put her hands together, and golden light bloomed from her fingertips. Countless golden magic powers intertwined, and turned into a golden lotus. She continued, Hurry up. Okay, I got it. Su Xian scratched his head, and immediately took action to take off the angel's clothes one by one. Lu Shui, who was standing by, had to cover her eyes with her hands and watch the scene through her fingers. She was naturally unwilling to let Su Xian help Xiao Jiao take off her clothes. After all, there is a difference between men and women. Moreover, Su Xian, like her, was only 18 or 19 years old, so he must have known nothing about that kind of thing, right? It must be very stressful for Su Xian to let such a young boy take off a girl's clothes. It was really too difficult for him. But after all, this was to treat Xiao Jiao, so these steps were necessary. Swish, swish, swish. Before Lu Shui finished thinking, Su Xian had already taken off Xiao Jiao's clothes neatly. Lu Shui, What's on her body? Su Xian admired the golden lines on Xiao Jiao's body incredulously. The precise golden lines were outlined on the snow-white skin, which was beautiful and pleasing to the eye. The lines of light power unique to half-angels. Lucia explained to Su Xian, they need to receive the power from the God of Light, and the way is to soak in the holy pool of light, so that the light power can outline the divine lines on their skin and give them the light power. I see. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully, and had a new understanding of the birth of half-angels. While helping Xiao Jiao take off her clothes, he asked, By the way, are half-angels definitely not as powerful as angels? Not necessarily. Lucia shook her head and continued, Some half-angels are stronger than angels. Except for the archangels and several 8-winged angels, it is difficult for angels to compete with them. Oh, then they... Su Xian was about to ask, but Lucia frowned slightly and asked, Why do you have so many questions today? Isn't this the first time I've seen a real angel? Su Xian said with a smile, The last one, the last question. Ask quickly. Do they share the same holy pool of light for both men and women? Mixed bathing? Of course not. There is only one real holy pool of light, but angels have no right to enter it. Only the archangel can take the holy water from the holy pool of light and use it to build an independent holy pool. Lucia continued to explain, I heard that every angel has his own independent holy pool of light, and the same is true for half angels, but the light power contained in the holy pool water is slightly different. Oh! Su Xian heard this information and showed a touch of joy on his face. He immediately praised, Lucia, you know a lot. Stare. Lucia rolled her eyes at Su Xian and stopped talking. But this knowledge naturally did not come from the Church of Light. Because the Church of Light did not record anything about angels, all of this content came from her teacher. Where is it? That special item? Su Xian carefully searched for the special item embedded in Xiuzhou, but did not find any clues. There was only the golden pattern that wrapped her petite body like art. He turned back to look at Lucia, but Lucia just closed her eyes and chanted magic. Wait. Is it? Su Xian suddenly had an idea and looked at the top-secret area of the little angel. Just as he was about to explore, Lucia's voice sounded at this time. What are you doing? Of course I'm looking for the object you mentioned. Su Xian hurriedly explained. Didn't you find it? Lucia glanced at it lightly, and her fingertips gently fell on Xiuzhou's snow-white back. Is it there? Su Xian followed his gaze, and noticed that the back of Xiuzhou seemed to be where the golden lines converged, forming a button-like pattern. Is this it? But is this really an object? Su Xian stretched out his finger in confusion and gently touched the golden pattern. When his fingertips fell, Xiuzhou's golden eyes opened instantly, and she sobbed softly, it hurts. Awake? Su Xian looked at Xiuzhou, but soon, the little angel fainted again. Not awake? Su Xian frowned slightly, revealing a trace of confusion. And as he watched, Lucia injected the golden lotus at her fingertips into Xiuzhou's body. I saw that the golden lines gradually gathered and finally condensed into a golden bell, floating on Xiuzhou's snow-white back. This scene made Su Xian somewhat disappointed. He thought it was a real inlay, but he didn't expect. Ahem, is this the thing? Su Xian raised his hand and took off the golden bell on Xiuzhou's back. A message immediately popped up in his sight. Angel Bell, legend a bell that can summon angels in legend, the specific effect is unknown. Is this the Angel Bell? Su Xian was stunned when he saw the name of the item. Isn't this what he wants to upgrade the item? I didn't expect it to be here with Lu Shui, and at the moment, when the Angel Bell was taken off, Xiuzhou slowly opened her eyes. And the first thing she did when she woke up was to ask Su Xian to return the Angel Bell. Please give it back to me? Xiuzhou blinked her eyes and asked Su Xian. Oh, here you go. Su Xian immediately returned the Angel Bell to Xiuzhou. Although he wanted this thing, it belonged to Xiuzhou after all, so he didn't take it by force. Thank you. Xiuzhou held the Angel Bell in her palm, and every movement was cautious, as if it was a treasured thing to her. Xiuzhou, it's great that you're okay. Lu Shui hurriedly hugged Xiuzhou excitedly, and covered her with a thin blanket. Sorry, President, I made you worry. Xiuzhou immediately apologized to Lu Shui. It was my negligence that I didn't tell you that I had this strange disease, and I would fall into a coma one day every month. Su Xian heard Xiuzhou's words, and realized that Xiuzhou didn't seem to realize that it was this bell that made her fall into a deep sleep. He looked at Lucia, but she asked first, why did you come down from heaven and fall into the mortal world? You are? Xiuzhou looked at Lucia in confusion. As an angel, she could naturally feel that the power of light on Lucia was similar to hers. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, I'm here to find my aunt. Looking for your aunt? When Su Xian heard the reason why Xiuzhou came to the magic continent, he suddenly remembered the angel that Edith had mentioned who fell into the mortal world and forgot her memory. Could it be that she was talking about Xiuzhou's aunt? Yeah. Xiuzhou nodded and said softly, my aunt did something that made the archangel unhappy, and she was punished to go down to the mortal world. Provoke the archangel? Su Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, as if there was something to eat. Then do you have any clues? Clues to find her? He continued to ask, and he was a little concerned about this matter. Maybe it was because he had learned about the angel's whereabouts in advance. After all, the angel was related to Edith. No. Xiuzhou shook her head. A trace of loss flashed in her golden eyes. What is this bell? Su Xian asked again. This is a relic left by my parents, but they have already. Xiuzhou's eyes sank slightly, mixed with a trace of sadness. My condolences. Su Xian immediately ended the topic. Since it was a relic of Xiuzhou's parents, he should not pay attention to it. However, he still had to remind. But you can't embed it in your body. The reason for your coma is this bell. Is that so? Xiao Jiao was very surprised when she heard it. Yes, so you better keep it somewhere else. Su Xian nodded and responded. But as soon as I was born, my parents sealed this thing in my body. Xiao Jiao was confused. She always thought that she was suffering from an illness, so she suddenly fell into a coma. But she never expected that it was caused by this thing. Did your parents embed it for you? Su Xian suddenly felt that there might be some secrets in this object, otherwise why would Xiao Jiao's parents embed it into their daughter's body? Xiao Jiao, if you believe me, I will keep it for you. At this time, Lu Shui suggested to Xiao Jiao. As a player, it is indeed more appropriate for her to have a player backpack that no one can touch than to put it in Xiao Jiao's body. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Jiao seemed to trust Lu Shui and handed over the angel bell. Since this thing makes me comatose frequently, I asked the president to keep it for me. Don't worry. Lu Shui patted her chest and promised, as long as I'm here, no one can take this bell away. Since Xiu Jiao's illness has been cured, let's go back first. Su Xian was about to leave with Lucia. Wait! Lu Shui grabbed Su Xian's hand and said, I haven't thanked you for saving Xiao Jiao yet. It's just a piece of cake, no need to thank me. Su Xian smiled and shrugged his shoulders. He didn't care. That won't work. Lu Shui said with a burning look, I must thank you. So, I tell you a secret information I got recently. How do you have secret information again? Where did it come from? Su Xian heard this, and showed an incredible expression. Lu Shui. Is Shaoling Tong? Yes. It's super explosive news. I tell you. Lu Shui approached Su Xian's ear mysteriously and whispered, I heard that the queen of the elf kingdom is about to abdicate, and an elf princess will inherit the throne. Ah? There is such a thing? Su Xian was stunned when he heard the secret Lu Shui said. He didn't even know about this. How did Lu Shui know? It's true. Lu Shui said with certainty, my gossip is definitely correct. Okay, I believe you. Su Xian replied with a smile. Although he still didn't quite believe the truth of this matter, he didn't care. Why not just go and ask the elf queen, and... Since the dark elf queen came to his guild, she often locked herself in the room, and no one knew what she was doing. By the way, how did you know this? Su Xian asked Lu Shui curiously. A sister in the group told me that she is very powerful, and is the president of a B-level guild. I have found a big thigh. Lu Shui said excitedly. Sister? Su Xian raised his eyebrows, and looked at Lu Shui. First, she made friends with Yulingxi, and then she got a big leg. Lu Shui's popularity is good. Then I go back first. If you have any problems, just find me. Yeah. Thank you. Su Xian. Su Xian immediately took Lucia back to the guild. After they left, Lu Shui said to Xiao Jiao, did you come to the mortal world to find your aunt? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I don't want to make the president worry about me. Xiao Jiao replied softly. This is wrong. We are a family now. If there are any troubles, we should share them together. Lu Shui said. At the same time, the members of her guild nodded in response. I understand. Xiao Jiao nodded vigorously, saying, thank you for your concern. I will never hide my worries in my heart next time. That's right. Lu Shui smiled and rubbed Xiao Jiao's head, saying, you should take a rest. We will not carry out the mission today. Okay. Xiao Jiao nodded and looked out the window. He was thinking whether his aunt had also met a human who was as friendly and kind as himself. On the other side, after Su Xian returned to the guild, he was ready to go to the elf kingdom. But before leaving, he had to know what the dark elf queen was doing in the room. Su Xian quietly came to the door of the dark elf queen's room, gently pushed the door open, and saw the picture inside. But when he saw the dark elf queen standing in the room, staring at a potted plant, he frowned immediately. What is she doing? Su Xian whispered softly, why isn't she wearing any clothes? Peeping is a bad behavior. Suddenly, the dark elf queen slowly turned around, and said to Su Xian coldly, my president. Chapter 485. What are you doing? Su Xian walked into the room of the dark elf queen, and closed the door. His eyes first wandered over the dark elf queen's body. After all, it was rare to see a dark elf queen without clothes. The exaggerated size made her the queen of the elves. Praise the sun! Your eyes are getting more and more evil. The dark elf queen rolled her eyes coldly, then turned around and continued to look at the potted plant. Coincidentally, after Su Xian admired the dark elf queen's hips, he came to her side and asked, what are you looking at? The dark elf queen did not answer, but just glanced at him and continued to stare at the potted plant. Su Xian had no choice but to look at the potted plant and asked in surprise, "What is this? Why is there the breath of the elf mother tree?" He could feel that the sapling in the potted plant had the breath of the elf mother tree, but the breath was not very pure, as if there was some other breath. "That's naturally my masterpiece." The dark elf queen smiled and put her hands on her arms, and continued, "Since you are unwilling to give me the bud of the second elf mother tree, then I can only create it myself. Then you are really a little genius." Su Xian glanced at the dark elf queen, and then at the sapling in the pot. Although Paslo did successfully cultivate the sapling of the elf mother tree, it was an operation that could not be replicated. At least, the sapling of the elf mother tree cultivated by the dark elf queen did not have the qualifications to grow into the third elf mother tree. "Humph, this is the strength of this king." The dark elf queen did not hear the meaning of Su Xian's words, and proudly raised her proud snow-white hair. "But soon," she said helplessly, "although the elf saplings have been cultivated, I don't know why, I always feel that there is a lack of some breath of life." "Why is this? You know it too?" Su Xian rolled his eyes. The dark elf queen was not stupid. "But why is this? Does Paslo have a power that I don't have?" The dark elf queen rubbed her chin and thought carefully. But after thinking for a long time, she still couldn't get any results. She just said, however, "The breath of life possessed by the elf mother tree is somewhat similar to yours." As she said that, the dark elf queen's eyes fell on Su Xian, with an expectant look in her eyes. "What? You plan to use my life magic to water your saplings?" Su Xian asked jokingly. "No. Can I?" The dark elf queen was slightly startled, and her eyes when she looked at Su Xian had a subtle change. Her reaction made Su Xian stunned. He didn't expect the dark elf queen to really think so. "Yes, but..." Su Xian held his chin with his right hand, carefully looked at the dark elf queen, and said seriously, "How much life magic you can take from me depends on you. You really like to take advantage of others." The dark elf queen rolled her eyes. She originally planned to ask Issa for help. As a succubus, Issa must be happy to do these things. Unexpectedly, Su Xian actually asked her to work hard by herself, which made her, the queen, a little difficult. Does she really have to succumb to Su Xian and please him in order to get the opportunity to grow the sapling of the elf mother tree? The dark elf queen fell into deep thought at this moment, her dark golden eyes slightly turning, thinking about the decision she would make next. Seeing this, Su Xian decided to add fuel to the fire and said, "I plan to go to the elf kingdom. If you haven't made up your mind, wait until I come back." After speaking, he immediately turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait!" The dark elf queen grabbed Su Xian's wrist and stopped him from leaving. Her eyes were somewhat evasive, but after making her inner choice, she still consciously knelt on the ground and pushed away the clouds that blocked the holy light. Then, the dark elf queen tried to use the simplest method to make the holy light bloom. But this was too childish for Su Xian. It was like using an Ultraman toy to try to impress a mature adult. How could it be successful? It should be at least as long as his body. Ahem, Su Xian coughed twice and said to the dark elf queen, "Didn't you get enough rest recently?" "I don't feel very good, my queen." "You? The dark elf queen raised her head slightly and glared at Su Xian, but she was panicking inside. Because she did feel that the holy light was only flickering slightly and had not reached its peak. That means there is still a long way to go before the holy light blooms. But now the problem is that she only knows a few tricks, and she was completely passive before. What should she do? Just when the dark elf queen was at a loss, Su Xian smiled. "He is best at helping others. Since your majesty is not very good at this kind of thing, I will reluctantly help you." Su Xian smiled and stretched out his hands, pressing the head of the dark elf queen. "Wait, you want to?" Ahem. The dark elf queen coughed and collected the holy light in her palm. She first glared at Su Xian with resentment. After all, Su Xian's rudeness made her feel very uncomfortable. After that, she sprinkled the holy light in her palm into the potted plant, and the golden light permeated the saplings of the elf mother tree, blooming with dazzling golden light. It can be seen that the saplings of the elf mother tree swayed slightly, and began to absorb the life magic contained in the holy light. Success. Success? This scene made the dark elf queen's mouth curl up with a happy smile, mistakenly thinking that she had finally succeeded. But soon, the saplings of the elf mother tree dimmed again, and the holy light disappeared. Is it not enough? The dark elf queen frowned slightly, confused by this phenomenon. Su Xian, who was just putting on his pants, suddenly heard the dark elf queen say that it might be because the quantity was not enough, and a smile appeared on his lips again. Then, He stretched out his big hand, grabbed one of the Dark Elf Queen's arms from behind, and pinched her neck with the other hand. Wait! What are you doing? The Dark Elf Queen was immediately flustered by Su Xian's actions. She was not ready yet, but before she finished her words, she felt that the blazing holy light had once again raised the sacred flag to her. Don't worry, I still have enough reserves, Su Xian said with a smile. You? This king. Your Majesty, for you, I will not go to the Elf Kingdom today. Yeah, then should I? I have to thank you specially? Let me go. No thanks, this is what I should do. Come, let's work together to successfully cultivate the seedling of the Elf Mother Tree. The following is a plot description of watering the tree, 100,000 words omitted below. After an hour, the Dark Elf Queen opened her mouth slightly, spit out golden holy light from her red lips, and watered the seedling of the Elf Mother Tree. As drops of holy light fell, the seedling of the Elf Mother Tree gradually absorbed the holy light, and the leaves of the whole seedling were dyed with a touch of light gold at this moment. Success, success. The Dark Elf Queen stared at the seedling in disbelief, and was so excited that she forgot that the holy light was still flowing, slowly dripping to the ground. This scene made Su Xian behind him widen his eyes instantly. The holy light that had just been extinguished was ignited again. The Dark Elf Queen squatted down, and the scene of the golden light slowly dripping to the ground. It was really great. Do it again. Su Xian rushed over. Wait. Why again? At the same time, in the Elven Kingdom. Are you sure? Your Majesty? The Elven elders were gathered here, their faces full of astonishment, unable to believe the fact that the Elven Queen wanted to abdicate. I have already discussed this matter with Elena a few days ago. The Elven Queen said calmly, Today I tell you, it is not a discussion, but a notification. This? How can it be? Your Majesty, please think twice. Does Elena really have the ability to lead the Elven Kingdom? Yes, compared to the Elven princesses, everyone trusts you more. My queen. The elves all advised the Elf Queen to think twice, and not make this decision. After all, as the queen who has ruled the Elf Kingdom for 10,000 years, her sudden abdication is definitely a disaster for the elves. At least, in the eyes of the elves, Elena is not worthy of the status of the Elf Queen. In response to everyone's dissuasion, the Elf Queen just said calmly, You don't need to dissuade me. I have made the final decision on this matter. However, the succession to the throne is not a matter of one day or one night. In these few months, I will still take care of every bit of the Elf Kingdom as the queen. Until... The Elf Queen's beautiful eyes flashed with sorrow. She naturally did not want to abdicate for her own reasons. On the contrary, she had more important things to do, which made it impossible for her to rule the Elf Kingdom. It is even unknown whether she can return safely. This is exactly why she wants to give up the throne. But Queen... The elders still had something to say, but were interrupted by Elena. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Elena stood up from her seat, and said to the elf elders in a cold voice, The queen made this decision after careful consideration, and the reasons will affect the future of the Elven Kingdom. The elf elders looked at each other, and finally chose to remain silent. They naturally understood that the Elven Queen did not make such a decision on impulse. Since the queen was so determined to give up her position as queen, they had no choice but to agree and understand. Okay, everyone. The Elf Queen smiled and said, Please believe in my choice and Elena's ability. She is also the next queen chosen by the Elf Mother Tree. Please believe that she can manage the Elf Kingdom in an orderly manner like me. Yes, your Majesty is wise. The elves knelt down one after another to express their loyalty to the Elf Queen. Everyone. The Elf Queen was about to say something, but suddenly, her blue eyes flickered slightly, as if she sensed something. The strange feeling made her jade body tremble slightly, and then a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She whispered helplessly, This little guy is really... Everyone, let's leave it like this for now. I have a distinguished guest to receive for the time being. Please leave first. Yes. The elves dispersed one after another, leaving only the Elf Queen and Elena in the conference room. Your Majesty, are there any distinguished guests coming? Elena asked the Elf Queen curiously. Yes, he's coming. The Elf Queen nodded slightly, with an expectant smile on her lips. This scene made Elena's eyes startled, and then she smiled evilly. She naturally guessed who the person who was coming was. He was the only one who could make Her Majesty the Queen show such an expression, right? Here he comes. Just as the Elf Queen finished speaking, a space ring appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, Su Xian stepped out of the space ring and entered the sight of the Elf Queen and Elena. But compared to Su Xian's appearance, the Elf Queen's eyes stayed on the picture in the space ring. She seemed to see herself kneeling on the ground without clothes, grinning foolishly at a sapling. The elf queen's face instantly became solemn, and her chest rose and fell slightly. Ahem. Seeing this, Elena hurriedly shouted to Su Xian, "Why are you here? I have something to talk to you about," Su Xian said, closing the space magic ring, not noticing that the elf queen had seen the unbearable scene of the dark elf queen. "What's the matter?" the elf queen asked coldly with a gloomy face. Su Xian noticed the elf queen's cold attitude and was slightly stunned, thinking, "What's wrong with the queen? Is she in a bad mood? You just gave yourself away." Elena immediately sent a message to Su Xian in her mind, reminding him. "Exposure?" Su Xian was confused and looked down at his pants. "No! You?" Elena rolled her eyes, and didn't bother to pay attention. Su Xian cleared his throat, and asked the elf queen, "I heard that her majesty is going to abdicate." "Yes." The elf queen nodded slightly and asked, "How did you know?" "I remember that I only told a few princesses these days." After she finished speaking, she looked at Elena, suspecting that Elena had told Su Xian. "I didn't." Elena immediately clarified her innocence. She had never told Su Xian these things. "Forget it." The elf queen sighed lightly, then looked at Su Xian with clear eyes, and said helplessly, "Because of some things, I need to leave the elf kingdom." "Leave the elf kingdom?" Su Xian heard this and immediately frowned, and asked, "Is it related to the elf mother tree?" "Yes." The elf queen nodded and continued, "Since you are here, come with us." "Wait. Do I have to go too?" Elena asked confusedly when she heard the word we. "You are the next elf queen, shouldn't we go together?" The elf queen glanced at him and asked back. Okay, your majesty." Chapter 486. Who told you that the queen was going to abdicate? Elena and Su Xian followed the elf queen closely, and headed for the area where the elf mother tree was. On the way, Elena kept asking Su Xian softly about the queen's abdication. She had never told anyone else about the elf queen's abdication. "Another guild president told me." Su Xian replied, "Apart from you, is there no one else who knows about this? There are also you Lucy and Baya Layla. Even the elf elders only knew about this today." "Wait!" Suddenly, Elena remembered something. She told a big fool the news that the elf queen was going to abdicate. "Okay." Elena covered her cheeks. She might know who was wrong. Then she said, "But it doesn't matter. The news that the queen is going to abdicate will probably be notified in the next few days. I think it won't take long for it to spread throughout the magic continent." "Really?" Su Xian was thoughtful, but not too worried. Although it was a change of power, it was not the queen's fall that caused internal and external troubles for the Elven Kingdom. On the contrary, the new queen's ascension to the throne caused the elves to be puzzled at most. They could not understand why the queen wanted to abdicate. But except for the group of elders, no one would object. Because the elves did not have the idea of scheming for power. All power was planned by the Elven Queen, and Elena became the new queen, which was established at the moment she was born. Besides, even if the Elven Queen abdicated, the elves believed that their queen would assist the new queen behind the scenes. So in their eyes, the elf queen must be tired, so she chose to give up the throne. "What are you talking about?" At this time, the elf queen in front stopped and asked the two. "No. Nothing. Your Majesty." Elena quickly regained her serious look, looking a little flustered, like a child who had done something wrong. Su Xian naturally remained calm, and looked at the elf mother tree in front of the elf queen. Although the elf mother tree was still blooming with vitality, he always felt that the breath of the elf mother tree was a little wrong, as if it was contaminated with some strange power. "Wait a moment," the elf queen whispered, and then walked to the elf mother tree. She stretched out her slender jade-like palm, and gently pressed it on the trunk of the elf mother tree. As the palm bloomed with emerald green fluorescence, the scene around the three people gradually changed. In an instant, the elf mother tree disappeared, replaced by a girl with emerald green long hair. "You're here." The first thing the girl transformed by the elf mother tree did was to look at Su Xian, with a trace of sadness in her eyes. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Su Xian stepped forward and asked the elf mother tree. "Yes." The elf mother tree nodded slightly, but did not answer Su Xian's question immediately. Instead, she said, "You should know that some irreparable disasters occurred in the god realm a long time ago, causing many gods to fall in that disaster." Su Xian nodded and remained silent. The moon goddess fell because of that disaster. It is hard to imagine what the scene of the destruction of the god realm was like, which could actually cause the fall of a powerful god. The god realm is not an ordinary world. The elf mother tree continued to explain to Su Xian, It is a world created by the power of thousands of gods, especially those main gods. Their existence is the key to maintaining the god realm. But because of a war between the main gods, the core of the world was broken, and many main gods fell. For a long time, only a few main gods maintained the god realm. Originally, the maintenance of the god realm was still in a normal state. At least it could prevent the god realm from collapsing so quickly, and it would not be a problem to maintain it for tens of thousands of years. But a group of gods actually wanted to steal the already broken core of the world and make themselves position as the main god, which led to the further fragmentation of the god realm, and the entire god realm was in danger of destruction. What happened afterwards is what you know. In order to protect themselves, the gods fled back to the god realm. But not all gods can escape this catastrophe. Many gods fell in reluctance. Only a few gods survived the catastrophe, but they were also lingering. However, the element goddess who protects the elves like us did not survive this catastrophe. From now on, the elves need to find a new home to avoid this disaster. The element goddess fell. Su Xian was shocked when he heard this. Elena was even more pale at this moment, and she was speechless for a while. They just learned about the news of the fall of the element goddess. For the elves, it is definitely like a catastrophe. The number of fallen gods is too much. Su Xian whispered to himself, shocked by the catastrophe in the god realm. Not only the moon goddess, but even the elemental goddess fell, not to mention the previous goddess of death, who also fell in this catastrophe. Which god is still alive? The Lord of Light? Wait, the star god who protects the star kingdom should still be alive, otherwise, the golden peony would not have come. This catastrophe is now spreading from the god realm. The elf mother tree continued, it will not be long before it affects the magic continent. Although many powerful gods want to stop this, they all failed. We have no way to stop this disaster, so we can only find a new home, or perhaps seek protection from other gods. Is this why the queen wants to advocate? Su Xian looked at the elf queen. The reason why the elf queen advocated was to find a new home? Yeah. The elf queen nodded slightly, and said, we have no way. Under the gods, even demigods are as small as ants. But even the gods can't stop this catastrophe. Whether everything we do has value has always been an unknown. I have a question, can I ask it? Su Xian suddenly raised his hand and asked. You asked? You just said that some gods wanted to stop all this, but they all failed. Su Xian asked, I want to ask, after they failed, are they still trying? Or have most gods given up and chosen to defend their own domain? Yes. The elf mother tree nodded and replied, there are still gods who choose to fight, such as the goddess of life, the sun god, the lord of time and space, etc. They still choose to fight against the broken world and strive to restore the normal operation of the god realm. So that's how it is. Su Xian pondered and thought. He could now be sure that the emergence of the guild was most likely the work of a god. He wanted the creatures of the two worlds to unite and fight against the destruction of the world. But to create a power far beyond the rules, the god obviously paid a heavy price. Only then did the creatures of the two worlds meet and create the rules of the guild. Even, perhaps more than one god was involved. That's how it is. We must find a new home before the world is broken. The elf mother tree continued, if we can't do it, the future of the elves will only be destroyed. Do you have any clues about the home? A world that can accommodate the elves and will not be affected by the destruction of the god realm? Su Xian asked. From now on, there is no such world. The elf mother tree replied, even if it is the god's domain created by the gods, once the god's power is exhausted, the whole world will fall into the crisis of breaking up. That's troublesome. Su Xian frowned, wondering if the breaking of the world would affect Blue Star. If Blue Star would also be affected, it would be impossible to use the power of the whole world to build a spaceship and escape, right? So, we have to spare no effort to find it. The elf queen walked lightly in front of Su Xian and whispered, or seek the help of those gods to enter the god's domain. The elemental goddess has several friendly gods. I don't know if they will accept us. This is also difficult to ensure. The elf mother tree sighed helplessly and said, the more creatures there are in the god's domain, the greater the consumption of the gods. It is probably not easy to get those gods to accept us as believers of the elemental goddess. How long will it take for the destruction of the god realm to spread to the magic continent? Su Xian asked. The time is unknown, but it will be within a few decades. The elf mother tree replied, although I have been looking for a new home for a long time, I have found nothing. That's why I asked Tinas to advocate and let her help me. Within a few decades? Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. It was the first time he felt such a huge pressure. Although it is still unknown whether the destruction of the god realm will have an impact on Blue Star, He must be fully prepared to meet the possible crisis. However, from the explanation of the elf mother tree, it can be learned that if you want to avoid the crisis brought by the destruction, entering the god's domain is the best choice. Although it is also a delaying tactic, before finding the real home, this plan is the most reliable. Unless there is really a god who can stop all this. Hee. At this time, Elena, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, although the current situation is not optimistic, at least the main gods have not given up, right? Compared to us creatures, who have not yet become gods, the main gods, who have survived for tens of thousands of years, are more unwilling to lose everything they have. Her words made everyone's eyes turn to Elena. Su Xian was even more surprised to find that Elena's gray-blue eyes were flashing with a ray of colorful light. Is it his illusion? Or? Having said that, it is still unknown whether the main gods can solve the crisis of the broken core of the world. The mother tree of the elves sighed lightly and continued, we have lost the protection of the goddess of elements, and we can only rely on ourselves. Elena, as the daughter of the gods, you should know the difficulties of becoming a god. Moreover, even if you become a god, you may not be able to escape from this catastrophe. Of course, I understand that the gods fell one by one in the catastrophe, causing the current predicament of the god realm. Even the goddess of elements. Elena's eyes flickered with tears, and then she continued calmly, but their sacrifice is not to follow the footsteps of the goddess of life and make up for the broken core of the world. I believe that they will succeed. The elf queen and the elf mother tree looked at each other and chose to remain silent. And Su Xian was surprised. It turned out that Elena was the daughter of God. No wonder she was identified as the next elf queen when she was born, and her style of painting is not like that of a kind elf. She always likes to do some strange things. I just don't know which god's daughter she is. Let's put this topic aside for now. Let's get back to the main topic of this time. The elf mother tree looked at Su Xian and said, the purpose of looking for you this time is to hope that you can protect the elf kingdom when I and Tinas are away. Of course, I have no problem. Su Xian nodded without any hesitation. Even for the dark elf queen and Elena, he would choose to protect the elf kingdom. I feel relieved when you say this. The elf mother tree smiled slightly, as if relieved. Then what are your plans? How to find a new home? Su Xian asked. We plan to find the forest goddess, who is a close friend of the elemental goddess, and may be able to provide a shelter for our elves. The elf mother tree replied. Forest goddess? Then I advise you to give up. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Then, the shadow of Queen Medusa appeared above Su Xian's head. Eh? Su Xian looked up and saw a small snake that was only a few dozen centimeters long, feeling confused. How did Queen Medusa appear in the world of the elf mother tree? Queen Medusa? The elf mother tree and the elf queen were also very surprised to see Queen Medusa appear. But they remained calm and asked Queen Medusa, what do you mean? The power of the forest goddess is too weak. She can maintain her own divine domain because there are only a bunch of flowers, plants and trees in her divine world. Queen Medusa put her hands on her hips and said coldly, if you elves are allowed to enter the divine domain, I'm afraid her divine domain will not last long. The elf queen and the elf mother tree showed an embarrassed look. They didn't know much about the situation of the forest goddess. They didn't expect that her divine domain was also on the verge of collapse. If you are willing to believe me, I have a great idea. Queen Medusa suddenly suggested. Can you tell me? The elf mother tree suddenly became interested. Now, the gods have fallen, and their laws have become ownerless. Queen Medusa told everyone, but those laws are wandering in the broken land, so we can't control them. However, the laws of the gods that they left on the magic continent to recruit believers are a piece of cake that no one touches. If we unite and grab those laws of the gods first, even if we become several gods, it will not be a problem. How about it? As the queen of the elf kingdom and the breeder of thousands of elves, do you two dare to gamble with me? Together with me, create a divine domain that belongs to us. Chapter 487. The elf queen and the elf mother tree were both hesitant about Queen Medusa's proposal. Becoming a god is difficult. Even the dragon that represents life and destruction fought hard to become a god. And now, to become a god in just a few decades, and even to create a divine domain that can resist the shattering of the world's core, the difficulty is far beyond expectations. Why hesitate? This is the only choice for you elves. The gods are not trustworthy, and they can't even protect themselves. Queen Medusa used Su Xian's head as a throne, coiled her tail, and said coldly to the elf queen and the others, there is only one chance. If it weren't for this little thing, I wouldn't have gone to the trouble of talking to you. As she said that, she glanced at Su Xian below. Su Xian? However, he understood why Queen Medusa always doubted the gods. After all, she was deceived by the gods, which led to her fatal trauma. Therefore, Queen Medusa would never believe in any god, and use this to advise the Elf Queen and others to face reality. It is indeed a good idea. The Elf Queen pondered and said with difficulty, but I am afraid that there is not enough time. We have tried to break through the barriers of the gods several times, but always failed. If we want to seek a breakthrough in decades, I am afraid it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. As difficult as ascending to heaven? Queen Medusa chuckled and continued, do you want to give up if it is as difficult as ascending to heaven? As the leader of a race, when will we have room to retreat? I will ask you one last time, are you willing? This. After the Elf Mother Tree and the Elf Queen looked at each other, they finally made a decision. As you said, we have no choice. A smart choice. Queen Medusa smiled slightly, then gently patted Su Xian's head with her snake tail, and said, I want to talk to them about something. You and the girl leave first. After speaking, Queen Medusa's figure disappeared. The Elf Queen and the Elf Mother Tree also turned into light and shadow, and the surrounding space gradually distorted. When the picture returned to calm, Su Xian and Elena had returned to the trunk of the Elf Mother Tree. Are we excluded now? Su Xian was stunned and turned to look at Elena. There is no way. Who makes us not strong enough to interfere in this matter now? Elena shrugged helplessly, and then said, you guy, if the queen hadn't been here just now, I wouldn't bother to say anything to you. Don't think I didn't see it. What did you see? Su Xian asked confusedly. I saw another queen. Elena's voice stopped abruptly. She naturally couldn't describe the shameful scene in words. A queen of elves, who was admired by thousands of people, was squatting on the ground in disheveled clothes. You could see golden light dripping and rippling on the ground. That scene, it's amazing. Ah? You saw it? Su Xian realized it later. If Elena saw it, wouldn't the Queen of Elves? He shuddered violently. No wonder the Queen of Elves looked at him with such eyes at that time. It turned out to be this reason. By the way, the Mother Tree of Elves said just now, you are the daughter of God? Su Xian suddenly approached Elena and asked curiously. Yeah, what's the matter? Elena's cheeks flushed slightly at Su Xian's sudden approach, and she took a few steps back. When she thought that Su Xian had just come after punishing the Elf Queen, she felt complicated. Can I ask which god it is? Su Xian asked with a smile, and then he would go to recognize his relatives. Didn't you guess it? Elena rolled her eyes and continued, who is my mother? Su Xian frowned and rubbed his nose, but still couldn't guess which god's daughter Elena was. But after thinking for a long time, it should be a goddess he was familiar with. Then he answered, could it be the goddess of elements? Don't you know it? Elena glanced at it and said dissatisfiedly. Ah? I didn't expect it to be the goddess of elements. Su Xian thought that he just guessed it casually, but he didn't expect it to be the goddess of elements. My mother has always been committed to following the footsteps of the goddess of life and seeking ways to repair the world. Elena sighed slightly. For this reason, he sent me to the magic continent to avoid the crisis of being broken. But I didn't expect that it would be a farewell forever. After she finished speaking, crystal clear tears overflowed from the corners of her eyes, and her eyes were slightly red. My condolences. Su Xian stretched out his hand and put it on Elena's jade shoulder to comfort her. You don't need to comfort me. I knew this day would come. Elena wiped her eyes and then said that day, when he sent me away from the god realm, he apologized to me. He also knew in his heart that it was a road of no return. Even the goddess of life, as the main god, was annihilated in the brokenness. How could my mother fight against the fate of being broken? But I didn't expect that until now. The news of the death of the goddess of elements came from the god realm. I thought, that means he has persisted for a long time. Su Xian said immediately, it means that this path can really succeed, but it lacks more support, right? From what Elena said before, he could sense that Elena supported the repair of the world core. If it can really succeed, it is indeed a good thing. But the current result is that countless gods have fallen in the repair of the world core. Elena sighed, perhaps, we still need to wait for a miracle. Compared with repairing the broken world, it may be the best choice to create a divine domain that belongs to us, as Queen Medusa said. Moreover, I heard that the Holy Sea of Light is planning to seek the protection of the God of Light, open a channel to the divine world, and let the entire country ascend to the divine domain of light. Ah? Su Xian's eyes flickered slightly when he heard Elena's words. What are you talking about? The Lord of Light did not perish in this catastrophe. Elena glanced at him and explained, as a Lord God, he has enough power to protect his believers. Moreover, there are thousands of angels guarding the realm of light. Even if his realm is for hundreds of millions of believers, it is enough to sustain hundreds of thousands of years in a broken world. This Lord of Light is quite powerful. No wonder the Sun religious nation is not as panicked as other countries. Su Xian suddenly realized. In addition to the Sun religious nation, the Holy Kingdom of Dragon is also like this. Elena continued to explain, the Dragon God will accept his people, but only the dragons and half-dragons who believe in him can go to the Dragon realm. Humans are not eligible. Of course, this matter has only spread among the demigods and their confidants, and most people don't know that the world is broken. It seems that everyone chooses to go to the gods' domain to protect themselves. Su Xian heard this, and realized that most of the existing gods are mainly defending their own god's domain. There are very few gods like the goddess of life and the goddess of elements who choose to repair the world's core. However, this is understandable. After all, repairing the world's core will take on the threat of falling, and not all gods are willing to take this risk. What about you? If you were a god, what would you do? Elena suddenly asked Su Xian curiously. If possible, I would like to follow the footsteps of the goddess of elements and find a way to repair the world's core. Su Xian replied, because defending the god's domain is a slow death after all. Even if it's hundreds of thousands of years, what? After becoming a god, life is almost infinite. In infinite time, hundreds of thousands of years is just a past. You have similar ideas to the goddess of life. If you meet, you will definitely talk about everything, and I'm afraid you will even talk about bed. Elena rolled her eyes at Su Xian and complained. Why? Are you familiar with the goddess of life? Su Xian asked curiously. Of course I am familiar with her. Although I haven't been in the god realm for a long time, the goddess of life and my mother are very close. Elena explained, she often comes to the elemental god realm to tease me. Besides, my impression of her is that she has a somewhat dissolute personality. Although there has been no scandal about her in the god realm, she talks about some strange topics with my mother every day, just like you. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? When did I talk about strange topics with you? Su Xian clapped his hands, indicating that he was spreading rumors. Indeed. You are really good at it. Elena rolled her eyes and continued, but the goddess of life is really good looking. Among the few goddesses I have seen, except for the goddess of love and the goddess of beauty, she should be the most beautiful. Moreover, she has a super good figure. Oh, there is such a thing? Su Xian suddenly became interested and hoped that Elena could talk more about it. You pervert. You only care about beauties. Elena didn't indulge Su Xian, and directly grabbed the flesh on his waist and twisted it hard. It hurts. Su Xian felt the pain and quickly hugged Elena in his arms. Hey! What are you doing? You hurt me, I want to hurt you too. Wait. You? This is under the elf mother tree. Don't hit me against the tree, idiot. After enjoying Elena, Su Xian hurried back to the guild. Because something happened in the guild, and he needed to deal with it. I heard that Xiaobai and Merli Ryan had a fight, and Elena was cleaning up the mess under the elf mother tree. This guy really? Elena frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied. What does Su Xian think of her? He keeps hitting her against the tree. The leaves of the elf mother tree have fallen down in a pile. Elena, what's wrong with you? Just as Elena had just finished cleaning up, the elf queen and the elf mother tree returned here again. When they saw the ragged Elena, they asked her in surprise. Female. Queen. Elena's eyes widened, and her thoughts became confused. This is all too coincidental. She had just finished combining with Su Xian, and the elf queen came back. Moreover, Su Xian went back one step ahead. You? The elf queen's eyes narrowed slightly. She naturally saw what Elena had done before she came. She had to remind her, don't be here next time. If you are seen by other elves, you may hear some unpleasant rumors. Okay, your majesty. Elena nodded immediately, and wrote down the words of the elf queen. Then she asked, by the way, how was the conversation between your majesty and Queen Medusa? Not bad. We have a common goal. The elf queen smiled slightly, as if she was very satisfied with the conversation. It seems that the queen has already been confident of becoming a god? Elena asked curiously. According to Queen Medusa's description, this period of time may be the best time to become a god. The elf queen continued, Elena, I will leave the affairs of the elf tribe to you. Please rest assured, queen, I will take care of the elf kingdom. Elena said respectfully. The goddess of elements sent you to the magic continent when you were young, which is also a gift from her to our elves. The Elf Queen said with a smile. You are better than I was back then. I believe in you, Elena. Thank you for your appreciation, Queen. However, you'd better not indulge in lust. Although it is indeed good, but don't miss the main thing. The Elf Queen reminded. No. No. Elena waved her hands quickly. Does she look like the kind of elf who is used to indulging in lust? Absolutely not. Well, I will retreat in the Elf Mother Tree. If you have anything, just come to me inside. Okay, Queen. The figures of the Elf Queen and the Elf Mother Tree disappeared immediately. Elena stared at the towering Elf Mother Tree with a smile on her lips. She had only lived in the god realm for a few short years before she was teleported to the Elf Kingdom by the elemental goddess. Then, the Elf Queen used her own original magic power to welcome her birth. Compared to those few years in the god realm, she had lived in the Elf Kingdom for nearly 100 years. As the daughter created by the elemental goddess, she was naturally loved by the Elf Queen and the Elf Mother Tree. So, compared to her godmother, the Elf Queen was more like a mother in her mind. That was why she was so respectful to the Elf Queen. It was a pity that since Su Xian appeared, the Elf Queen's gentle and elegant image of the mother of the world was being broken little by little. What are you doing? After returning to the guild, Su Xian questioned Marlene Rhine and Xiao Bai. He had just left the guild for a short time, and the two of them actually started fighting? What's the reason? Damn it! This guy actually said that sugar should be added to the beast milk. I can't stand it. Marlene Rhine had already turned into a half-dragon, and used her dragon claws to firmly pinch Xiao Bai's neck. Sugar must be added to the beast milk. Only in this way can the smell be suppressed. You know nothing. Xiao Bai also pressed Marlene Rhine's face with his little tiger claws, confronting her. As for the reason for their argument, Su Xian was stunned. Are you netizens? You can quarrel over whether to add sugar to the beast milk? Can you stop arguing? You have lived for thousands of years, and you quarrel over such a thing? Su Xian stopped him. No. I don't think I will back down on this matter. That's right. I want to fight her. Su Xian frowned, too lazy to pay attention to the two idiots, but looked at Lucia. Chapter 488. Lucia, about the God Realm. Su Xian was about to speak, but Lucia replied, I know that the God Realm is breaking apart, and the old guys in the Church of Light are having a fuss over this matter. I heard that the Church of Light intends to lead all believers of light to the God Realm of Light. Su Xian asked. As believers of the Lord of Light, they may indeed be loved by the Lord of Light and enter the God Realm of Light. But not all people in the Sun Church believe in the Lord of Light, and some of them are believers of the Sun God. But in the records, the Sun God seems to have fallen a long time ago. It is true. Lucia nodded slightly, confirming the rumors that Su Xian heard. She narrowed her eyes and continued, although the Realm of Light can accommodate hundreds of millions of lives, there are some rigid requirements for entering the Realm of Light, such as the belief in light. 60% of the population of the Sun Kingdom are not believers of light. Once the Church of Light chooses this policy, it means that we will abandon 60% of our people. And they may be the wife, husband, parents, children, brothers, and sisters of a believer of light, so this policy has not been unanimously decided by the Church. And those believers with weak faith cannot enter the realm of God. In total, the number of believers who can enter the realm of God is only about 7% of the entire population of the Sun Kingdom. I didn't expect there would be such an unexpected situation. Su Xian frowned slightly. Sure enough, the cost of going to the realm of God was more demanding than he imagined. The Elf Queen and the others wanted to seek help from the forest goddess, but even if they succeeded, only a small number of elves could go to the god's domain. This is not because the god is indifferent. On the contrary, the god is willing to let his believers enter his god's domain, which is already his greatest gift. Lucia whispered, the most important reason is that the passage to the god's domain requires a lot of energy as a bridge. If you want to let tens of millions of people go, it is not possible with the current power of the Sun Church and the Church of Light. So that's it. Su Xian roughly understood the decision of the Church of Light. It seems that no matter which country it is, it can't bring all its people into the god's domain of the god it believes in. And this is still a country with the protection of God. Those races without the protection of God. For example, the half-orcs, the fishmen and other tribes, the only thing they can do is to wait for the world to be broken and the arrival of destruction. What does Lucia think? Su Xian asked Lucia curiously, wanting to ask her thoughts. Lucia's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and there was an unspeakable emotion in her heart. After a long silence, she slowly said, I may resign from the position of the Pope of Light on the day I go to the Divine Realm. Why? Su Xian asked curiously. Lucia did not answer, but only glanced at Su Xian coldly. While in silence, Marie Ryan and Xiaobai kicked each other from the southeast to the northwest of the living room, and even almost broke the flower pots in the guild. Hey! That's enough. Su Xian immediately stood up to stop the two idiots in the guild. In response, Lucia exhaled lightly, lowered her head helplessly, and stared at the golden dragon-shaped mark on her palm. Whispered softly, "What a fool." On the other side, Su Xian finally succeeded in subduing Marlene Ryan and Xiaobai. The method was also very simple. He hung Marlene Ryan up, and whipped her dragon buttocks with the elf ruler. Even with the body of a giant dragon, Marlene Ryan could not withstand the power of the elf ruler, and she screamed in pain. When Xiaobai saw this scene, he was so scared that he shrank in the corner and trembled, and no longer dared to express any of his own emotions. Huh, it's finally quiet. Su Xian nodded with satisfaction, which was also a pain for him to teach the two with all his heart. He raised his head, looked at Marlene Ryan who was hanging in the air, and asked, "Do you know you were wrong?" "I know I am wrong, woo woo woo." Marlene Ryan gave in for the first time, and choked to Su Xian. "It's okay as long as you know you're wrong." Su Xian then let Marlene Ryan go from midair. Marlene Ryan, who regained her freedom, wiped her tears, and hurriedly fled with her hands covering her chest. "Hey!" Su Xian was slightly stunned, thinking that maybe he was too harsh on Marlene Ryan. At this time, Mira Or's voice sounded, "Don't pay attention to her, she just feels a little wronged. But that little grievance will not be forgotten in a short time for a giant dragon that has lived for nearly 10,000 years. What is she wronged about?" Su Xian frowned. Marlene Ryan is not a child anymore. Ha ha ha. Mira Or smiled and explained, "Of course I am wrong because you are biased. Obviously, both of them made mistakes, but you only punished her, and not the white tiger. Even if it is anyone, they will be unhappy, right? How can it be the same? As a senior and a good sister, she should set a good example, right?" Su Xian asked back. "Look at you, this is prejudice." Mira Aoroi continued, "Why should seniors give way to juniors, and sisters give way to younger sisters? It doesn't make sense. As a guild leader, you should be fair and just." "What you said makes sense." Su Xian nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, realizing his mistake. "So, you better go and apologize to that guy." Mira Or continued, "But you don't have to apologize. Marlene Ryan should forget this little thing soon. Although she is a bit vindictive." Su Xian was silent for a moment, and said, "I'd better find a time to apologize to her and prepare some apology gifts." "If it's a gift," Mira Or suggested, "she likes some shiny things, preferably some high-quality treasures. She especially likes them." But for these suggestions, Su Xian just smiled and replied, "I want to give you to her." Marlene Ryan has always wanted to take revenge on Mira Or. If Mira Or can leave the barrier, it is definitely the best choice. Moreover, a giant dragon with a divine status is definitely an amazing combat power boost for the guild. "Me?" Mira Aoroi was slightly stunned, and smiled helplessly. "I really want to see my sister again, but unfortunately I am sealed in the barrier and cannot leave." "Is there no way? Even if several demigods work together, they can't let you leave the seal?" Su Xian asked with a worried look. "Yes, but..." Mira Or sighed and continued, "With your current strength, you can't break the seal. But you are the only one who can come to my world. What should I do? Tell me, how strong do I need to be to get you out of there?" Su Xian asked. "Just the same level as Marlene Ryan before her death, standing at the peak of demigod," Mira Or said lightly. After saying this, Su Xian's face instantly became solemn. "Comparable to demigod? Ahem, with his current strength, I'm afraid he's still a long way from reaching the demigod stage." "Hee, it seems you're still not ready, human child," Mira Aoroi said with a smile, "but I absolutely believe in you. Sooner or later, you will be able to release me from here. At that time, how about I listen to your disposal? Is there such a good thing? Then I have a reason to become stronger." Su Xian was full of expectations. If he could let a giant dragon representing life serve him, he would take off. "Come on, I look forward to your performance." Mira Aoroi replied with a smile, "Okay, I'm going to continue to sleep. Remember to tell me if there is any good news." "Yeah." After speaking, Mira Aoroi's voice dissipated. Su Xian first glanced at Marlene Ryan sitting in the guild hall. She was drinking beast milk with a stern face. Let her relax first. Su Xian smiled slightly and focused his attention on his task panel. After the conversation with the Elf Mother Tree, his special mission to be promoted to Class B was successfully completed. In addition, Queen Medusa's proposal also provided the Elf Mother Tree with one of the solutions to the problem. Then, he only needs to submit the task now, and he can be promoted directly to the B-level guild. Come on, let me see what rewards I can get for being promoted to the B-level guild. Su Xian immediately clicked the button to be promoted to the guild. Congratulations on your promotion to the B-level guild. The number of your guild medals has increased to 5. This time, the promoted guild will not provide recruitment scrolls, but you will get the special ability enhancement of the guild leader. Please choose one of the following 3 special ability enhancements. Option 1. Love and Life. Love and Life. You and all adventurers get a 100% recovery increase, and the maximum health value increases by 50%. Option 2. Hate and Destruction. Hate and Destruction. All your attributes are increased by 100%, and the power of your skills is increased by 100%. Choice 3. Desire and Dragon. Absolute Desire. The incarnation of Absolute Desire. Give up all magic and secret arts. Get high attribute enhancement and desire enhancement. You can transform into a real dragon. Ah? Transform into a real dragon? Su Xian suddenly became interested when he saw the special ability enhancement of the guild leader in the third choice. Although he can now transform into a half-dragon, he cannot transform into a real dragon. Even if he gains the power from early Rhine and becomes a dragon, it cannot last too long. But this incarnation of Absolute Desire is different. He can become a real dragon. Release your desire. Then it will take off? I just don't know how big it can become. It can't be just a few dozen meters, right? No matter, I choose Desire and Dragon. Su Xian immediately chose Desire and Dragon to increase his special ability. Your choice is Desire and Dragon. It has been added to the skill panel for you. I don't know what kind of dragon it will be after it is transformed. Su Xian touched the tip of his nose, looking forward to it. Marley Rhine is a giant red ancient dragon, and Mireo Rui is a bit like a flying dragon, with bigger wings, but it should still be a giant ancient dragon, with blue scales. Then, the dragons he encountered include Nana and the Black Dragon Princess. But those 2 guys are flying dragons, not ancient dragons. Congratulations again on your promotion to Class B. You now have the right to go to the exclusive VIP area for the president of the senior guild, where you can rest and trade. You get 3 20% discount scrolls, which can be used to purchase items in the VIP area. Exclusive VIP area for the president of the senior guild? Su Xian was a little surprised when he saw the new permissions unlocked. When you have time, you can go and take a look. Your B-level tasks have been refreshed. The current number of tasks, 3. Daily tasks have been cancelled and replaced with B-level exclusive tasks, the number, 10. Badge tasks have been refreshed, the number, 3. B-level exclusive tasks? Su Xian was a little surprised to see that daily tasks were replaced with B-level exclusive tasks. He took a look at the commissions of B-level exclusive tasks. These tasks will receive large experience rewards, but the corresponding gold coin rewards will be cancelled. However, you don't need to complete these tasks to upgrade the guild level. You only need to complete ordinary B-level tasks. Huh? Su Xian took a deep breath after seeing the rewards for upgrading to a B-level guild. The rewards are not that rich, but the B-level exclusive tasks can provide a lot of adventurer experience and sublimation crystals to improve the adventurer's level. Therefore, the stage of the B-level guild should be a stage for adventurers to upgrade quickly. Okay, now it's time to comfort my little stupid dragon. Su Xian stood up and walked towards Marlene Rhine. He sat beside Marlene Rhine and comforted her. Are you angry? No. Marlene Rhine held the bottle and moved to the right, away from Su Xian. Continued, I am not that kind of stingy person. I will not be angry because of your humiliation. Really? Then, I wanted to prepare a gift for you, but it seems that it is not necessary now. Su Xian heard this and was about to get up and leave. When Marlene Rhine heard the gift, she suddenly became interested. She got up and grabbed Su Xian's arm and asked, Human, I am very angry. You must be responsible for me. Then what do you want? Su Xian continued to sit down and asked Marlene Rhine. I want a golden treasure. I know, I have billions here. At first, Marie Rhine didn't understand what Su Xian meant, but after thinking about it carefully, she suddenly understood. After all, she and Xingguang met each other every day. How could she not have an impression of him, especially seeing him often in the bathroom? Human. Are you kidding me? Marie Rhine asked while riding on Su Xian's thighs. The 2 chubby thighs were soft like clouds, and Su Xian didn't feel uncomfortable even when sitting on them. Just kidding. Su Xian smiled slightly and asked, Is there anything specific you want? I buy it for you. Human, I want a piece of Dragon God crystal. Marie Rhine twisted her dragon hips excitedly and said to Su Xian, as long as I get a piece of Dragon God Crystal, I can grow up. Grow up? Does it mean growing taller? Yes. Chapter 489. Dragon God Crystal. Su Xian opened the mall and looked around to see if there were any Dragon God Crystals for sale in the mall. But he didn't find what he wanted. No, what can I do? Su Xian frowned and looked at Marie Rhine, who was sitting next to him and excitedly swaying her dragon tail. He seemed to tell Marie Rhine at this time that he couldn't get the Dragon God Crystal, and he might face the wrath of a destructive dragon. Wait. I wonder if there are any Dragon God Crystals for sale in the VIP area exclusive to B-level guilds. Su Xian suddenly remembered the permissions he had just unlocked, and the VIP area would sell some rare items. Wait a moment. I go see if there are any for sale there. Su Xian stood up and prepared to go to the VIP area to see if there were any Dragon God Crystals for sale. Where are you going? Take me with you. Marie Rhine suspected that Su Xian wanted to escape, and immediately hugged his arm and wanted to go with him. Okay, you come with me. Su Xian did not refuse, as the VIP area originally allowed adventurers to enter. However, fighting was prohibited inside. He immediately opened the teleportation array and prepared to go to the VIP area. Before entering the teleportation array, Su Xian turned to Lucia and said, Lucia, do you want to come with me? At this time, there was only Lucia in the guild hall. Ivsa and the others were in Alice's room, and no one knew what they were doing. Yeah. Lucia nodded lightly, then jumped lightly, and came to Su Xian's side. Accompanied by the flashing white light, the three arrived at the VIP area. Su Xian thought that the so-called VIP area would be an area full of technology, but after arriving at the destination, his idea was dispelled. The VIP area is actually located on a vast ocean, with transparent magic land underfoot, and you can see ripples on the sea surface when you step on it. On this sea surface, you can also see many players and adventurers, as well as the natives of the magic continent. It is also divided into multiple areas, all built on the sea surface. The trading area, rest area, restaurant, etc. are completely an area for players to enjoy and communicate. However, Su Xian is not interested in these. He wants to find out whether the trading area has what he wants as soon as possible. Just as he was about to step into the trading area, he saw a familiar figure here. Who is she? Su Xian looked at the other party. It was a woman wearing red armor. She wrapped her whole body in armor, which was somewhat similar to Marie Rhine. But her figure was taller. Unlike Marie Rhine, she was small. Of course, Su Xian had never seen the other party, but for some reason, he always felt that the other party had a vague sense of familiarity. Just as Su Xian was staring at the other person, the woman seemed to have noticed Su Xian's gaze and immediately looked at him. For some unknown reason, the woman walked directly towards Su Xian. Her actions made Su Xian feel a little flustered. Looking around, the other person seemed to be walking straight towards him. Does the other person know him? Just as he was confused, the woman came to Su Xian and said, I have been chatting with you in the trading interface. This is our first meeting. I didn't expect you to be so young. Su Xian suddenly realized and said in surprise, You are Hong. He never expected to meet the player who forged equipment for him here. Speaking of which, Su Xian looked around the other party and did not see any adventurers. Didn't she let the adventurers follow? In addition, for some reason, he could feel that Hong's body contained a special law power, even deeper than his strength. Is that the breath of the law of the gods? What do you want to buy here? Hong asked Su Xian. I want to buy a piece of Dragon God Crystal. This child wants it, Su Xian said, rubbing Marie Rhine's head. But for his actions, Marie Rhine directly grinned and bit Su Xian's hand. Can you touch her dragon head whenever you want? Su Xian didn't care too much, just as if he was bitten by a dog. Dragon God Crystal? This thing may be a little scarce. Even if there is, it needs to be exchanged for treasures of equal value. Hearing this, Hong reminded Su Xian. This? Su Xian frowned slightly. Although he had expected the Dragon God Crystal, he didn't expect that the gift proposed by Marlene Rhine would be so expensive. However, since he had promised Marlene Rhine, he would definitely not break his promise. He immediately checked his backpack to see if there were any precious items. It seems. No! Oh, those precious items seem to have been used up by him. In addition, some items cannot be sold, such as the elf ruler and the elf mother tree's branches. These are all items that cannot be sold. Oh no, I wonder if I can trade directly with gold coins. Su Xian scratched his head, feeling that he was completely unprepared, and came to the trading area. If you simply use gold coins to trade, the price may be outrageous. Hong continued to remind, because the props that can be traded here are basically above epic quality. I understand, thank you for reminding me. Su Xian thanked Hong, thinking that he could only take one step at a time. Human! I smell the scent of Dragon God Crystal. Suddenly Marie Rhine shouted to Su Xian excitedly. Where? There. Marie Rhine immediately grabbed Su Xian's hand and ran in one direction. Under her leadership, Su Xian came to a booth. Opposite him, a man was packing up the props he was going to sell and putting them into a glass cabinet one by one. Among them, there happened to be the Dragon God Crystal that Su Xian needed. It was a crystal clear crystal in the shape of a majestic dragon. Su Xian glanced, and information about the Dragon God Crystal appeared in his sight. Dragon God Crystal, legendary, a crystal containing a trace of Dragon God's law, which can greatly enhance the dragon's combat power. Su Xian's eyes condensed, and he glared at Marie Rhine. This guy is really bold to ask for a legendary item, but he had no choice. Since he had promised the other party, he had to fulfill it. Su Xian asked the man, "Excuse me, how much is this Dragon God Crystal?" "Sorry, this Dragon God Crystal is not for sale. It can only be exchanged for items of the same quality." The man shook his head and replied, "Item exchange." Su Xian frowned. As Hong said, only item exchange can be carried out here, not a simple gold coin transaction. In response, he had no choice but to say, "Can you wait for me for a while? I go find an item of equal quality." The man's eyes rolled around and he said with a smile, "Okay, I wait for you, but don't bring some junk items to make up the number." "Okay." Before Su Xian finished speaking, Lucia took out a golden token and asked, "Can this be used as an exchange?" Su Xian glanced, and the information of the token appeared in his sight. Like God Order, Legend, the token that contains the power of divine punishment, and Legend can drive 3 times of like divine punishment, pseudo-forbidden magic, to cause devastating blows to the enemy. Good, good, good. This thing is good? The man stretched out his hand excitedly, wanting to take the token from Lucia's hand. Lucia threw the token to the other party, and retreated indifferently behind Su Xian. After the man took the Light God token, he smiled and handed the Dragon God Crystal to Su Xian, saying, "Dear guest, please accept your wife's love for you." Su Xian took the Dragon God Crystal, and was stunned for a second. But soon, he smiled and replied, "I will." Then, he immediately turned around and left. At the same time, he asked Lucia, "That token? It's just a small item picked up from the Holy See. It's not worth much." Lucia said lightly, so Su Xian didn't have to worry. Su Xian was slightly stunned, and then smiled knowingly. For some reason, he suddenly felt like he was being kept. As expected of the Light Pope, he is rich. Human! Human! Give me the Dragon God Crystal. At this time, Marie Rhine stretched out her hands and asked Su Xian for the Dragon God Crystal. "I give it to you when we get back to the guild." "Huh? Why?" "No reason." Su Xian put the Dragon God Crystal into his backpack and was about to take the 2 back to the guild. At this moment, a prop in the glass display case caught his attention. It was a bell. If it were in the past, he might have missed it, but after meeting the half-angel Xiaojiu, it was completely different. The angel bell he was looking forward to was actually sold in the VIP area. "I didn't expect to see this prop here." Su Xian was extremely excited. He didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. However, this angel bell seemed to be a little different from Xiaojiu's one, and it looked a little more delicate. "Hello, is the owner of this prop here?" Su Xian looked around, looking for the owner of this angel bell. Since only the owner of the prop can unlock the permission of the glass display case, he must find the seller first. But he didn't find the other party's trace, and he didn't even have the contact information. "Do you want to buy this item?" At this time, Hong walked over to Su Xian and asked him. "Well, do you know its owner?" Su Xian asked. "I know him, but he doesn't like to talk." Hong replied, "If you really want to buy it, I can help you contact him." "Great, I really need this item." Su Xian was very grateful for Hong's help. He urgently needed the angel bell to improve the quality of the entry and summon the next adventurer. "Although we met for the first time today, we are old friends." Hong smiled slightly and helped Su Xian contact the other party. Although she met Su Xian for the first time, he had been doing business with Hong since Su Xian just entered the game, so he could be considered an old customer. "She replied to my message and will be here soon. Just wait for a while," Hong said to Su Xian after receiving the message from the other party. "Thank you." Su Xian smiled slightly and was very grateful to Hong. By the way, I still don't know your name after so long, may I ask? He was about to ask the other party's name, but was interrupted by Hong. Just call me Hong, my real name is a bit long. Su Xian was stunned, thinking that Hong was not a Yin countryman. Unfortunately, the other party's appearance was completely wrapped in armor, and her true and false could not be seen. My name is Su Xian. This is my real name. Su Xian didn't care too much. He didn't have too much defense against Hong. Su Xian? What a familiar name. I have a game friend who also has a male friend named Su Xian. When Hong heard Su Xian's name, she suddenly remembered something. Really? Could it be? Although Hong didn't say the name of her friend, Su Xian guessed her identity instantly. Could your game friend be the bunny named Kana? Do you really know her? Su Xian frowned. He remembered that Lu Shui once said that he had a big leg, and the other party was a B+ level player. He didn't expect it to be Hong. I have something else to do, so I leave first. Hong seemed to have suddenly received a task and said to Su Xian, you just wait here for a while. The owner of the Angel Bell will be here soon. Okay, thank you for this time. It's a small matter. After saying that, Hong left the VIP area. Just after she left, Marie Ryan reminded Su Xian seriously, human, that woman just now, she is very powerful. How powerful? Su Xian asked. Although he could feel that Hong had a trace of divine law in her body, it was still unknown how strong the opponent's combat power was. It's impossible to be sure, but it is definitely close to demigod. Marie Ryan replied, even if you and I work together, I'm afraid we are not her opponents. She is so powerful? Su Xian was shocked when he heard this. General Guild presidents are slightly weaker, such as Su Fian. Even if she was promoted to an A-level guild, her own strength is far inferior to that of adventurers at level 60 or 70. But from Marie Ryan's judgment, Hong's combat power is close to demigod, which is a rare thing. Just when Su Xian's attention was all on Hong, the seller of the Angel Bell had quietly appeared behind him. Su Xian did not notice the other party, and stared blankly in front of him with Marlene Ryan. Only Lucia noticed the other party's appearance, but she did not remind Su Xian, but observed the other party. Because she noticed that the woman who appeared looked at Su Xian with a strange look. Like, knowing Su Xian, it was not until a long time later that Lucia gently poked Su Xian with her fingertips and asked him to turn around. Su Xian turned around and saw the seller, and his eyes were stunned. Su Jing? He never expected that the seller of the Angel Bell was actually the player named Su Jing. But the strange thing is that the Su Jing in reality and the Su Jing in the game are completely inconsistent in terms of figure and temperament. Could it be that the black latex makes her figure more voluptuous? Su Jing slowly said, do you want to buy this Angel's Bell? Yes, I need it urgently. Su Xian nodded and replied, excuse me, can you give it up? Su Jing did not answer immediately, but took out the Angel's Bell from the glass cabinet and stuffed it directly into Su Xian's hand. For you. Chapter 490. Give it to me? Su Xian was somewhat flattered by this sudden gift. He and Miss Su Jing had only met once, right? Although they added each other as game friends, they didn't chat much. How come you just gave it to him? You are really my sister, right? Yes. Su Jing nodded slightly and said simply, this thing is useless to me, so giving it to you is also a way to make it worthwhile. Isn't this bad? Su Xian was still a little shy, thinking that he couldn't take other people's things for free. But Su Jing had already stepped back a few steps, as if to tell him in this way not to think of returning the Angel Bell to her. Okay, thank you very much. Su Xian had no choice but to accept it and express his gratitude to Su Jing. Well, goodbye. After Su Jing gave the Angel Bell to Su Xian, she was ready to leave. Wait. Before Su Xian could stop her, she turned into white light particles and disappeared without a trace. Su Xian was more certain that the other person was his sister. Although the world line changed, her personality did not change much. She seemed to recognize him. Do you know her? Lucia suddenly asked Su Xian. Know her? Right. Su Xian thought about it and answered. He didn't know how to confirm this relationship. The change of the world line seemed to have disrupted everything. Lucia glanced at Su Xian, who was in a daze, tapped his head lightly with her hand, and said, let's go back quickly. I don't like it here. Yeah. Su Xian nodded and immediately took the two back to the guild. After returning to the guild, Su Xian originally wanted to upgrade the entry first and then recruit adventurers. But Marlene Ryan was really clingy. She hugged his thigh and begged him for the Dragon God Crystal. Give it to me quickly, human kid, give it to me quickly. Marlene Ryan pulled Su Xian's trouser leg and begged excitedly. The fat and tender dragon tail was like a branch in the wind, swaying quickly, waiting for the gift of rain and dew. Su Xian frowned and had to take the dragon god crystal out of his backpack and threw it to Marlene Ryan. Here. He. Take off. After taking the dragon god crystal, Marlene Ryan raised the crystal high, and her excitement was hard to express. She rushed directly into the bedroom, ready to start her evolution journey on Su Xian's big bed. You? Su Xian saw Marlene Ryan's strange behavior and immediately followed to check the situation. Marlene Ryan turned into a half-dragon, then curled up her body and wrapped the dragon god crystal with her dragon tail. Then, she fell into a deep sleep. This scene confused Su Xian. Is this how to use the dragon god crystal? Just as he was wondering, Mira Or's voice sounded. It is said that the dragon god crystal contains a ray of the power of the dragon god's divine law, which can further improve the power of the dragons. But not all dragons can enjoy the power of the law. If the user's power is biased towards the destructive system, it will cause an irreversible disaster. Ah? Isn't that Marlene Ryan? Su Xian heard this, and his face suddenly became solemn. Marlene Ryan is a giant dragon that represents destruction. Doesn't she know that she can't use the dragon god crystal? Of course she knows that using this crystal will bring immeasurable consequences, but she wants to become stronger too much. Mira Aoyue continued with a smile. This guy probably felt some kind of threat, so he made such a bold move. But don't worry, the dragon god crystal will not only kill Merli, but at most break a few dragon bones. Su Xian couldn't calm down for a while after hearing Mira Aoyue's explanation. He really needs Marlene Ryan's fighting power now, and he can't let her suffer incurable injuries at this time. We have to stop this idiot. Su Xian immediately said to Mira Aoyue, and at the same time took a step and walked towards Marlene Ryan. You can't stop it. The dragon god crystal has been activated. The power of the law contained in it has long been absorbed by Marlene Ryan's destructive power. Mira Aoyue reminded, her evolution can no longer be stopped. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Su Xian's scalp tingled. If Mira Aoyue had told him earlier, he could have stopped Marlene Ryan's stupid dragon. Calm down, stay calm. Mira Aoyue smiled and said, although her evolution cannot be stopped, we can reduce the damage caused by the dragon god crystal to her. What do you mean? Su Xian raised his eyebrows and listened carefully. Using my life force to neutralize her destructive power, can't I deceive the divine law in the dragon god crystal and reduce the pain caused by evolution? Mira Aoyue said. Oh, Su Xian nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, and then asked, but you are sealed now? How can you use the life force? You can pass the life force to her for me, isn't it? Mira Aoyue replied lightly. Oh, it can be done this way. Su Xian nodded again, understanding the process. At this moment, Marlene Ryan had already groaned in pain because of the power brought by the dragon god crystal. Well damn. Why is it so painful? She curled up her body and whispered with gritted teeth, I am not afraid of your power. I am going to become a god of destruction. Go quickly, use my life force to neutralize her destructive power. Mira Aoyue urged. Oh, I see. Su Xian immediately ran towards Marlene Ryan and asked Mira, where is your life force? How can I pass it to her? Here. Mira gave a wicked smile and replied, here. After speaking, Su Xian's body suddenly automatically turned into a half-dragon, and the shining holy light of the dragon illuminated the entire room at this moment. Su Xian saw the light that was brighter than before, and instantly understood where Mira had given her life force to him. But wait, is this really? Before Su Xian could recover, Marlene Ryan seemed to feel the breath of life force. She slowly got up and stared at the holy light fiercely. Whispered Mira, is that you? No! Su Xian hurriedly explained, but Marlene Ryan seemed to have lost her mind and rushed towards him directly. I'm going to eat you. Marlene Ryan opened her dragon mouth and pounced on the holy light. Snap! Let the holy light experience the pain of being scratched by the sharp dragon teeth. Hiss. Su Xian frowned. Mira Aoyue really came up with a bad idea, but the problem is that it's hard to back down now. If he wants Marlene Ryan to evolve correctly, he must pass the life force to the big stupid dragon. But you started it first. Su Xian stretched out his hands and pressed on Marlene Ryan's head. At this time, Marlene Ryan's chaotic consciousness regained a bit of wisdom. Human? Why? When she saw that she was tasting the holy light, her eyes suddenly widened. What happened? But before she could react, Su Xian had already started his action. Eat more. Only in this way can you successfully evolve. After speaking, he He exerted force with both hands to make the half-dragonized Marlene Rhine better influenced by the holy light. Human. You? Boo-boo, the following is a description of the plot of feeding a dragon. 10,000 words are omitted below. Star Kingdom, Rose Mansion. Edith was lying on the sofa, lazily dealing with trivial matters in the Star Kingdom. After a period of war, most of the territory of the Star Kingdom has been returned to the jurisdiction of the Imperial City. As the actual ruler behind the Star King Vivian, Edith already has the ability to control the entire Star Kingdom. It's time. Edith put down the information in her hand and slowly stood up. Her graceful figure and bright red dress made her beautiful but dangerous. Vivian. Ides called softly, and a black shadow appeared beside her out of thin air. Lady Ides, what do you want? Princess Vivian asked Ides. Princess Vivian had changed at this moment. She had changed from her beautiful princess dress to a long dress as dark as ink. The crown on her head had also changed color, but her golden eyes were still bright. But they were less immature and childish. Go inform Armos and ask him to get rid of Prince Thales. As for us. A hint of coldness flashed in Ides' eyes, and she said coldly, take your little Ice Knight with you, and we will get rid of Duke Ito. Yes. Vivian nodded, and immediately turned into a black mist and disappeared. After she left, Edith began to hesitate, muttering to herself, should I inform that little guy? After all, we need him next. Before she finished speaking, Edith raised her jade finger and prepared to inform Su Xian. But when she was about to convey her words to Su Xian through If's perspective, the tightly closed bedroom made her eyes slightly fixed. She whispered, you are really energetic, playing some perverted things early in the morning. She did not go in, but used If's body to walk towards Lucia, who was sitting in the guild hall. When she noticed that Ifsa was walking towards her, Lucia realized that Ifsa in front of her was not herself. She put down the teacup in her hand and asked, are you looking for him? He is busy, wait until he is done. Edith sat opposite Lucia, and with a wave of her fingertips, the teapot on the coffee table automatically poured her a pot of strong tea. Then you have to wait. Lucia complained. With Su Xian's physical strength, I'm afraid it will take several hours to finish. No problem, I have time to wait. Edith smiled and took a sip of black tea, then asked Lucia, I heard that the Holy Sea of Light is trying to open a channel to the divine world. You are really well informed. Lucia glanced coldly. She was a little surprised. Why Edith could always get some key information. It's okay. Edith chuckled, quietly enjoyed the black tea, and waited for Su Xian to finish. Lucia also kept quiet. She and Edith didn't have that many common topics. If we really want to talk, then we can only talk about Su Xian's holy light. Cough, cough, cough. Marie Ryan squatted on the ground and coughed uncomfortably. Tears flashed in the corners of her eyes. Compared to the pain brought by the dragon god crystal, she now hates the breath of holy light even more. Su Xian was very satisfied. Like Nada, Marie Ryan was a giant dragon. So, their special body structure could completely swallow the holy light. Perfect. Human, you are too much. Marie Ryan yelled at Su Xian angrily. Isn't this for your evolution? Su Xian replied with a smile. Me. Marie Ryan was stunned for a moment, her cheeks flushed, and she said stubbornly, okay, I know you are doing this for my own good. But there is no next time. It's easy to coax. Su Xian smiled secretly. Marie Ryan was much easier to coax than he thought. I'm going to continue. After being nourished by the magic of life, Marie Ryan was ready to continue absorbing the power of the dragon god crystal. Su Xian also noticed that after absorbing the power of the dragon god crystal, Marlene Ryan's red dragon scales became brighter, as if they were polished. He even noticed that Marlene Ryan's dragon tail was pointed, as if there was a red fire of destruction surging. In addition, Marlene Ryan's skin seemed to be smoother and whiter, as if it was oiled. Strangely, her height did not change at all. Could it be that she had to absorb all the power of the dragon god crystal to grow taller? Su Xian was waiting for Marlene Ryan's evolution, which was also a kind of escort. Soon, Marlene Ryan showed a painful expression on her face because of absorbing the power of the dragon god crystal. But this time, Marlene Ryan took the initiative to ask Su Xian, I'm in so much pain. Quick! Give me the life magic. Human! Quick! Su Xian raised his eyebrows. Why did this big stupid dragon suddenly become so greedy? Open your mouth. Stop bullying my dragon tongue. My dragon flame will be extinguished by you. What should I do? Change the angle. Su Xian was shocked. How did this big stupid dragon suddenly become smart? While he was wondering, Marlene Ryan had already pounced on him and knocked Su Xian to the ground. She excitedly swung her dragon tail, showing an expression as if she was about to enjoy a delicious meal. Su Xian was really frightened by the scene. He stroked Marlene's forehead and asked, "Is your IQ finally changed from single digits to negative numbers?" Giggle. Mira Or's voice suddenly sounded, explaining to him, "Because the effect of the Dragon God Crystal is to accelerate the growth of dragons, so that our group of dragons can reach adulthood faster." Accelerate growth? Su Xian seemed to finally understand what Marlene said, that she could grow taller after using the Dragon God Crystal. Maybe it was not a rumor. What is the current stage? He looked at Marlene, who was staring at him and drooling. Of course it's the estrus period, Mira Or said with a smile. Originally, we could rely on our own strength to suppress the impulse brought by the estrus period, but you, a bad guy, fed her some good things, so she couldn't hold on, right? I need you to help her, release her wildness.